In his previous life, Zhou Liwei had been a total doormat for his childhood sweetheart. He spent everything he had on her, took the fall for her crimes, and ended up behind bars for nearly 2 decades. Not once did she visit him in prison. Instead, it was her husband who came to mock him with the truth. The kid isn't even yours. Thanks for being so generous to my son. Reborn into this world again, Zhou Liwei vowed never to be a doormat ever again. This time, he would live for himself and for the old woman in his past life who had loved him unconditionally. But now, back in the year 1978, as he prepared to be sent down to the countryside as an educated youth, he encountered her once more. Weigo, are you asleep? Inside a small, shabby room, a girl sat on the edge of the bed. She leaned over slightly, her soft skin glowing under the dim light. The top 2 buttons of her floral blouse were undone, revealing just enough to tease the imagination. She whispered softly to the half-asleep man, lying on the bed, Zhou Liwei, the very same Weigo she was calling out to. His face was flushed, his breath heavy with the scent of alcohol. He groaned faintly, clearly not feeling well. Zhou Liwei's head throbbed like someone was hammering inside it. Dazed and confused, he heard a voice that sounded both seductive and mocking call out something that sounded suspiciously like Weigo. He thought to himself bitterly. Only a useless, broken man could inspire such a mocking tone. But right now, he didn't have time to dwell on it because wasn't he supposed to be dead? He remembered it clearly. In his late 40s when he was imprisoned, had tried to stay in shape, but prison was brutal. After nearly 20 years of hardship, his body was worn out. When he received news of the old woman, the one who had truly loved him, passing away, his heart gave out. He was sure he was going to die. And yet here he was, hearing voices and more shockingly feeling warm hands trailing across his chest, his abs, and lower. He jolted awake, forcing his eyes open. The sensation was too real, couldn't possibly be dead. Still, whoever this was touching him, they must have mistaken him for someone else. Who the hell is this? Who dares go after an old man like me? Is she trying to drain what little vitality I have left? Barely managing to open his eyes, the first thing he saw was a flash of white. He quickly shut them again, adjusting to the brightness. When he opened them again, he found himself staring at a pretty face, steary-eyed, blushing, and full of feigned innocence. That face. Zhou Liwei's eyes flew wide open. He shot upright in bed, fists clenched, veins bulging on his arms. Despite the splitting headache, he ignored the pain and stared at the girl in front of him with pure hatred. He knew that face all too well. For years, countless sleepless nights in prison had dreamed of this face. How many years had passed? 18? 19? He couldn't remember exactly. Not since the day he was locked up. And now, she looked exactly as she had back then, fresh, youthful, untouched. The irony was bitter. He remembered vividly how, during her second time sleeping with him just before he took the fall, she hadn't looked this young or innocent. This was how she looked the very first time she seduced him. Zhou Liwei silently scanned the surroundings. A red-painted wooden bed, an old wardrobe, a chipped desk by the window, and thick curtains pulled tightly shut. It all felt strangely familiar, yet foreign. This was his friend Sun Hao's room. Looking down at his own young, muscular body, he grabbed the blanket beside him and pulled it over himself. How the hell did he end up back here? It was in this very room that he had succumbed to temptation years ago. Back then, he had been so thrilled, thinking he was the happiest man alive. He gave up his job willingly, traded it all in exchange for nothing but a few hours of fleeting pleasure. That job had been a hard one. His mother had stepped down from her position as director just so he could take over a regular worker's post. His younger sister, about to graduate high school, faced being sent to the countryside herself if she didn't get a job. Yet he still threw it all away, ignoring his family's objections, determined to give the job to the woman sitting in front of him. And what did she do afterward? She turned around and married someone else. Even after being sent down to the countryside, he kept writing her letters, sending her everything he saved. He ignored his aging parents while obsessing over her, especially when he believed her first child was his. When reform policies opened new opportunities, he made a fortune, but instead of using it for himself, he poured every penny into supporting her family. Later, when she and her husband got involved in a major smuggling case, she came to him one last time. They slept together in a hotel, and he agreed like a full toe, take the blame. While he languished in prison, no visits came from her. Only her husband showed up, smirking as he revealed the truth. The kid isn't yours. Back then, when Rainway slept with you at Sun Hao's house, nothing happened. She was already pregnant with my child. She only told you she lost her virginity to you because she wanted to avoid being sent down and needed a job. Thanks for taking care of my son all these years. That's quite a fortune you've given him. So generous. Rainway says she won't bring my son to see you anymore. Don't bother waiting. Well then, goodbye. Oh, wake your doing life. Make that. Later, maybe never. The memory of that arrogant, taunting voice echoed in Zhou Liwei's mind. His jaw tightened, his heart pounding like a drum. Sun Yue, still unbuttoning her shirt, looked up and noticed the rage in his eyes. Startled, she asked nervously, "Wei, go, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Zhou Liwei took a deep breath. The pain in his palm reminded him this wasn't a dream. He really was back in Sun Hao's room. Back to the moment when this woman used her body to manipulate him into giving up his job. He recalled that day clearly. It was noon, and he had come over to drink with Sun Hao. Since Sun Yue was Sun Hao's cousin, she had even cooked him a few dishes to go with the alcohol. He had always liked Sun Yue beautiful, gentle, soft-spoken. She had a way of pouting and looking at him sideways that drove him wild. At the time, she was still young, barely graduated high school. But graduation was near, and he planned to confess his feelings once she finished, then wait a year until she turned 18 before proposing marriage. But how could he resist when the girl he liked kept feeding him and encouraging him to drink? After a few shots of baijiu, he was already passed out. Sun Hao hadn't drunk. Mush had worked and left after helping Zhou Liwei into his room, telling his cousin to clean up and lock the door. He never expected what happened next, that after he left, Sun Yue would sneak into Zhou Liwei's bed. Now, Zhou Liwei was confused. Back then, he hadn't woken up at all. He only regained consciousness when he woke up naked with her, seeing the bloodstain on the sheets and believing she had given him her virginity. At the time, despite not remembering anything, he had assumed they had done it. Driven by passion, he had taken her twice more without hesitation. But now, thinking back, how could a man completely drunk manage that? There was only one answer. She had orchestrated everything. Chapter 002. Rebirth. Preferring to be a wretched man, it is evident that Sun Yue's partner has also been deceived by her. Otherwise, he would not have claimed that they had not engaged in any intimate relations. Indeed, no man could endure the shame of being cuckolded. And this woman would certainly not dare to speak the truth. Nevertheless, at this point, she must be with child. Contemplating this, Zhou Liwei's gaze fell upon her abdomen, where the buttons of her floral blouse had been undone to her slender waist, revealing her fair, delicate skin, and her enchanting figure was undeniable. In the past, Zhou Liwei would have been captivated. Yet now, he was overwhelmed with revulsion, preferring to be a wretched man. He swiftly donned the clothes from the chair beside the bed and, to the woman's astonishment, departed directly from Sun Hao's residence. The sun shone brightly in the sky of May. Zhou Liwei, hands in pockets, squinted up at the scorching sunlight, a slow smile curling his lips. He must have been reborn. He was not a wandering soul. He relished the warmth of the sun enveloping him. In the Kyoto of 1974, the sky was a canvas of blue, adorned with white clouds, devoid of smog and the exhaust fumes of countless vehicles. Even at the end of May, under the blazing sun, the heat was not oppressive, accompanied by a gentle breeze that was utterly delightful. He strode purposefully toward home, resolute that in this life, at the crossroads of fate, he would not repeat the errors of the past, nor would he become a pitiful sycophant who ends up with nothing. Furthermore, he intended to reclaim what was owed to him from his previous life, with interest. Zhou Liwei's home was in the family quarters of Cotton Spinning Factory No. 1, where both his parents were employees, and his father held the position of deputy factory director. His mother, formerly a supervisor in the spinning workshop, had relinquished her job upon his high school graduation, so he would not suffer the hardships of rural life. After nearly 3 years of work, he was still merely a spinning technician, on the verge of being promoted to team leader. However, in his previous life, due to his entanglement with Sun Yue, whom he had harbored feelings for, he had agreed without hesitation when she tearfully claimed that her health was poor and that going to the countryside would be detrimental to her life, all while seeking to secure his job for herself. This decision had infuriated his parents and created rifts with his younger sister. Both his sister and Sun Yue were about to graduate from high school, and after graduation, if they did not secure employment, they would have to go to the countryside as educated youth. At this moment, the family was troubled over his sister's job prospects. Do not assume that it is easy for his father, as a deputy factory director, to arrange a job. On the contrary, many were vying for that position, eager to usurp it. Every word and action must be executed with utmost caution, lest they make a misstep. If his family sought a job quota, others were in even greater need, and one could not exploit their influence for personal gain. Everything had to adhere to regulations. In such precarious times, A single miscalculation could lead to a denunciation that might jeopardize the entire family. It would not merely be his sister sent to the countryside, but rather the entire family facing exile. In his previous life, they had failed to secure a job for his sister. His father wished to retire and let his sister take over the family business, but the transition was not merely to assume the role of deputy factory manager. It necessitated starting from the grassroots level. Moreover, he had assigned the job to Zhou Liwei, which meant the family's income relied solely on his father's salary. Should his sister take on the role, her earnings would diminish significantly, perhaps by more than half. Currently, his father earned a salary equivalent to an 18th grade deputy position, amounting to 97.5 yuan per month, complemented by considerable benefits and numerous allowances. In that era, such a salary was comparable to that of 2 or 3 workers in other households. If his sister were to inherit the position, her initial wages would barely reach 20 or 30 yuan, a stark contrast to their father's income. The family subsisted on this modest salary, which rendered their financial situation rather precarious. After much contemplation, his sister ultimately decided against taking over, choosing instead to work as a sent-down youth in the countryside, where she later fell victim to local intrigues and married there, leading a less than satisfactory life. When the college entrance examinations were reinstated, she was barred from participating. Burdened by motherhood and her own grievances, she declined any assistance, ultimately squandering her life in the countryside. As Zhou Liwei reflected on these past events, he found himself unknowingly at his doorstep. Suppressing any regret, he pushed the door open. His father's elevated position afforded them a spacious home. A 3-bedroom apartment exceeding 70 square meters, with no shared spaces, considered quite large for that time. His mother and sister were present, while his father was evidently at work. Although it was the weekend, and his father typically would not be required to work, the factory and school operated on a 6-day workweek with 1 day off. Nonetheless, production could not cease entirely, and even on Sundays, duty was rotated among staff. Naturally, for leaders like his father, rest days were practically non-existent. In this era, not only were such leaders industrious, but many individuals also preferred to forego rest. In contrast, many Western nations had adopted a 9-to-5 schedule with weekends off. Originally, China had attempted to implement a similar work schedule, only to face vehement opposition from workers, with workloads overwhelming enough to fill 7 days. The notion of a 2-day break was unfathomable, as the prevailing belief glorified labor and encouraged the pursuit of model worker status. A 2-day weekend? Such a concept was non-existent. Many would rather work year-round without respite. Zhou Liwei's father epitomized this ethos, and Zhou Liwei himself was no exception, often working through weekends. However, today was different. He accepted a special invitation from Zhou Liwei and chose to forego overtime to enjoy a meal and drinks at Sun Hao's home. Upon his return, Zhou's mother was knitting and glanced up momentarily, casually remarking. Zhou Liwei approached with a smile, noticing his younger sister engrossed in a book. Suppressing his emotions and the pang of nostalgia in his heart, he settled beside his mother, taking the yarn from her hands. "I'm back, Mom. Let me help you." With that, he began to assist in winding the yarn. His mother was initially taken aback, but soon her face brightened with a grateful smile. She quickly adjusted the yarn held between her knees, coordinating with her son to match his winding pace, moving rhythmically from side to side. Zhou Hong raised her eyes to glance at her brother, noticing a remarkable change in him. Previously, his mind had been consumed solely by work and thoughts of Zhou Liwei, often repeating her name in their home. Yet today, he refrained from mentioning her and even assisted their mother with winding yarn. Zhou Liwei chose to remain silent, fearing that any words he uttered might unravel his composure. Shortly after his imprisonment in his past life, his parents had succumbed to grief, passing away in quick succession, and he had received news of his sister's demise soon thereafter. He had been unable to see them one last time, leaving him with an enduring sense of regret. How wonderful it was that he had been reborn. He had returned to witness his mother, still youthful and free of silver hair, along with his sister, who remained in her girlhood. He longed to lift them into his arms and spin them around joyfully. At this moment, his father was merely 41 years old, still in the prime of life, with ample opportunities ahead. Chapter 003, Relinquishing One's Job on a Certain Afternoon. Zhou Liwei accompanied his mother and younger sister as they moved about the house. He assisted his mother in sweeping the floor with a feather duster, and at other times, he helped his sister with her homework by explaining the problems. While his mother was preparing dinner, he also lent a hand in the kitchen. "Liwei, do you have something on your mind? If there's anything troubling you, just speak up," Zhou's mother inquired, having noticed his unusual demeanor. Zhou Hong, his sister, furrowed her brow, casting a glance at her brother, her thoughts swirling with suspicion. She was aware that her brother had gone to Sun Hao's house for lunch, invited by Sun Liwei, and she was acutely conscious of Yue's intentions. Her brother was quite taken with that vixen. It was likely he had acquiesced to her. Mom, I do have something to discuss, but I would prefer to wait until Dad returns to avoid repeating myself, Zhou Liwei replied. At this, Zhou Hong scoffed inwardly, as expected. She rolled her eyes dramatically and lowered her head in displeasure. Today, Zhou's father returned home earlier than usual. And just as Zhou Liwei and his mother finished preparing the meal, Zhou Guoqiang entered, his expression clouded with worry. Zhou's mother, recognizing that her daughter's job prospects were still uncertain, nonetheless posed the question, Guoqiang, how did it go? Zhou Guoqiang shook his head, letting out a weary sigh. Let us eat first, Shufan. I'm rather hungry. He had not had a proper meal at lunchtime and was indeed feeling famished. Zhou Liwei quickly served the dishes on the table, his diligent demeanor prompting Zhou Guoqiang to glance at his son with a hint of appreciation, though his mind was preoccupied, leaving little room for conversation. At the dinner table, Zhou Liwei enthusiastically served his parents and sister, appearing in high spirits, while the other three wore expressions heavy with concern. As they gazed at the food before them, his exuberance only served to deepen their unease, rendering their meals nearly inedible. Noticing the somber atmosphere, Zhou Liwei decided to temper his excitement. He set down his chopsticks, preparing to voice his decision, lest his family remain troubled over his sister's employment predicament indefinitely. Mom and Dad, I have decided to register for rural work and relinquish my position, he announced. Both Zhou Guoqiang and Lin Shufan were taken aback. Lin Shufan, regaining her composure, asked, Is this the matter you mentioned earlier? Zhou Liwei nodded with a smile. Zhou Hong, biting her chopsticks with intensity, looked into her brother's eyes, her own filled with tears. Brother, are you truly going to give your job to Sun Liwei? The smile faded from Zhou Liwei's face, and a frown creased his brow as he intended to explain. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as Zhou Guoqiang slammed his palm on the table, causing the dishes to rattle. Accompanying his outburst was a torrent of angry exclamations. Nonsense. You foolish boy. Both Lin Shufan and Zhou Hong were startled, while Zhou Liwei maintained a calm demeanor, his previously furrowed brow smoothing out. He understood that they had misconstrued his intentions. In his previous life, when he had proposed relinquishing his job for Sun Liwei, none of his family had approved. His father had erupted in furious reprimands, scolding him vehemently. He had pleaded repeatedly, asserting that Sun Liwei had promised that once she turned 18, they would marry, and at that time, he could return from the countryside. Sun Liwei indeed conveyed this to him. He contemplated the fact that there was merely a year until she turned 18. After a year, they would wed, and he could return to the city. If Sun Liwei were to spend a year in the countryside, her fragile health might not withstand the strain, and she could very well succumb before the year was out. Thus, he willingly resigned himself to the countryside, feeling it was imperative. However, to his astonishment, not long after his arrival, he received news of her impending marriage. Initially, he was consumed by rage, but Sun Liwei explained that she had no choice. She was already with child, and marriage was a necessity to avoid complications as her pregnancy progressed. Upon hearing this, his anger dissipated, replaced by a sense of joy. Reflecting on the situation now, he realized he had been a complete fool. Noticing that his father was still seething with anger and his mother bore an expression of disappointment, he quickly interjected, Mom and Dad, I'm not intending to give my job to Sun Liwei. I want to give it to my younger sister. The moment he uttered those words, all three of them looked at him with astonishment, incredulous at his statement. It was evident to everyone that Zhou Liwei had shown great affection towards Sun Liwei, far surpassing his feelings for his biological sister, Zhou Hong. After her initial surprise, Zhou Hong couldn't quite believe it. Brother, are you serious? But what was it that she hesitated to say? Zhou Liwei, noticing his sister's reluctance, pressed her for an answer. Zhou Hong pouted. I overheard Sun Liwei talking to someone, saying you would give her the job. A couple of days ago, as she was leaving school, she saw Sun Liwei with a man ahead and intended to greet her. However, before she could approach, they turned into an alley, and she thought nothing of it. Although they weren't classmates, Sun Liwei was her brother's love interest, and she felt it courteous to acknowledge her. To her surprise, as she reached the alley corner, she heard Sun Liwei mention her brother's name and paused. She then overheard Sun Liwei assert that securing a job for herself should pose no problem. She had already gauged his response and found him noncommittal. She planned to invite him out for dinner and drinks under the guise of her cousin's name, confident she would sway him to agree. Zhou Hong felt that as long as Sun Yue played coy and uttered some sweet nothings, her brother would be unable to decline. Hearing her brother claim he would transfer the job to her rather than to Sun Yue made her question her own senses. Zhou Liwei felt somewhat awkward, recalling that Sun Yue had indeed broached the topic of the job previously. Though he hadn't outright agreed, he hadn't rejected her either. It seemed that Sun Yue believed she could manipulate him, having made some solemn promises that his sister had overheard. No. How could I possibly give my job to a stranger? Am I that kind of person? The three of them remained silent, gazing intently at Zhou Liwei, their expressions unmistakably conveying the same sentiment. You are indeed that kind of person. Zhou Liwei clenched his fist against his mouth and coughed awkwardly. Continuing to explain to Zhou Hong, you are about to graduate. If you don't secure a job, you'll have to go to the countryside. If I were to relinquish my position, it would certainly be for you. Then I turned to Zhou Guoqiang and Lin Shufan. I contemplated that, as a grown man, it would not be too burdensome for me to venture into the countryside. However, my younger sister was different. She had never endured hardships nor engaged in agricultural labor, and the experience would undoubtedly be arduous for her. I decided to take on the work myself, allowing my sister to remain at home. After all, with one of us serving as a sent-down youth, there would be no room for criticism. This way, our family's deputy factory director, Zhou, could perform his duties with greater stability. Upon hearing my words, both Zhou Guoqiang and Lin Shufan were filled with emotion and gratitude. Recognizing that their son had matured and grown, Lin Shufan continuously wiped her tears while smiling and nodding, exclaiming, "What a good son." While she was reluctant to send either her son or daughter to the countryside, if it came to it and her daughter could not secure a position, she would prefer it be her son who went. After all, it was concerning to think of her daughter alone in the countryside as a sent-down youth. Zhou Guoqiang felt a pang of sorrow, and with a gentle pat on Zhou Liwei's shoulder, he finally said, "You've become a man," embodying the essence of an elder brother. Chapter 004. Unabashed and unrivaled. Zhou Liwei's decision, given the current circumstances of his family, was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. The transfer of work responsibilities should be addressed promptly. Hence, he instructed Zhou Hong to request a leave of absence from school the following day to accompany him to the factory for the necessary formalities. To be honest, Zhou Hong was deeply touched. She finally felt the profound bond of sibling affection. "Brother, thank you." Her voice trembled slightly as she uttered those few words. This was not merely about her brother's future. She was also concerned that he might never return after being sent to the countryside. Some of her classmates had siblings who had been sent away for 7 or 8 years and had yet to return, with rumors circulating about their hardships. In that moment, she hesitated. "Brother, perhaps I should go to the countryside instead. At worst, I could marry someone from the city when I turn 18 and return." Zhou Liwei firmly refused. "No, you will stay at home and work. This is decided. I will go to the countryside as a youth educated in the rural areas. But, there is no but. I am your brother. You need to listen to me." His tone was quite authoritative, prompting Zhou Hong to pout and mutter softly, so domineering. Yet, internally, she felt no resentment, and a slight smile crept onto her lips. Zhou Liwei would never acquiesce to his sister going off to the countryside. The potential changes over 2 years were too great. In his previous life, he had encountered treachery shortly after being sent away. Moreover, he still had to venture into the countryside to seek out that foolish old woman. The mere thought of her brought a charming smile to his face. After dinner, as the family enjoyed a rare moment of warmth together, Sun Hao approached with a heavy expression. "Liwei, come out. I need to speak with you." His tone was unkind, causing Zhou Guoqiang, Lin Shufan, and Zhou Hong to cast worried glances at Zhou Liwei. Calmly, he stood up and reassured them, "It's nothing. I'll be right back." Upon stepping outside, he found Sun Hao's face twisted with anger, as if someone had wronged his sister. "Step back," Zhou Liwei said with a neutral tone. Sun Hao, seeing his calm demeanor, shot him a fierce glare before striding forward with a heavy tread, each step echoing his displeasure. Zhou Liwei sensed Sun Hao's furious energy and surmised the cause. Most likely, some ill words had been spoken by that white lotus in his presence. Once they exited the residential area of the cotton mill and reached a secluded alley, Sun Hao halted and turned to throw a punch at Zhou Liwei. "I considered you my best brother, yet you treated my cousin in a manner worse than that of a beast." Though Zhou Liwei had not anticipated the sudden attack, years of vigilance honed during his imprisonment had ingrained in him an instinct for self-preservation. While he may not have mastered the art of defeating dozens single-handedly, he could certainly handle 4 or 5 adversaries with ease. As Sun Hao's fist swung toward him, Zhou Liwei instinctively sidestepped and, in one fluid motion, seized Sun Hao's wrist, twisting it back. Maintaining his calm demeanor, he said, "Haozi, let us discuss this rationally." Only then did he release Sun Hao's hand, raising an eyebrow to indicate he was ready to converse, but with the expectation of civility. Sun Hao rubbed his wrist, casting a suspicious gaze at Zhou Liwei. When did this man become so agile and strong? Zhou Liwei, who would have thought? You are indeed a beast in human guise. I trusted you so much, allowing you to rest at my home during lunch, and you took advantage of the absence of others to do such things to Yue. Are you even human? How am I supposed to explain this to my uncle and the others? Zhou Liwei raised an eyebrow, realizing that Sun Yue had attempted to frame him after her plan had failed. If she insisted that he had done something to her, it would be hard for anyone to believe he was innocent. After all, who would falsely accuse another of such a disgraceful act? Yet, Sun Yue was precisely that rare exception, willing to sacrifice her own reputation to achieve her aims. She must have been certain that even if Zhou Liwei had a silver tongue, he would find it impossible to clear his name. He could only accept this accusation. How unfortunate, however, that Zhou Liwei was no longer the foolish person he had once been. How could I not know what I have done to Sun Yue? Sun Hao's chest heaved in anger as he pointed at Zhou Liwei, shouting, "You still refuse to admit it? Yue is currently crying in my house." At this point, Sun Hao paused, realizing his voice had risen too high, fearing someone might overhear. He glanced around, lowered his tone, and gritted his teeth. "It just so happens that my parents are away visiting my grandparents in the countryside today. If they were here and found out what you did to Yue, they would surely not spare you. You cannot escape a charge of indecency." Zhou Liwei raised a hand to interrupt him. "Hold on, don't casually label others. I cannot take on such a heavy accusation. I can assure you that I did nothing to Sun Yue. After sobering up, I went straight home." "You're talking nonsense. Zhou Liwei, you bastard. You did it and still refuse to acknowledge it. You always claim to like Yue, but now that you have what you want to shirk responsibility, right? Let me tell you, that is not an option." Zhou Liwei, hands in his pockets, could not be bothered to argue further. "I cannot clarify this with you. Sun Yue is still in your house. Isn't she? I will confront her directly." With that, he disregarded Sun Hao and strode toward his home with long strides. Sun Hao was taken aback. This guy dares to confront her? Well, it's better to clear things up face to face. They needed to devise a strategy before his parents returned. Whether to have this scoundrel marry Yue or consider other options, a resolution was necessary. Upon arriving at Sun Hao's home, Zhou Liwei did not find Sun Yue in the living room and assumed she had left. When Sun Hao headed straight for his room, Zhou Liwei followed, sensing that she was still inside. As expected, upon nearing the room, Zhou Liwei saw Sun Yue wrapped in a blanket, sitting on the bed and crying inconsolably. And on the bed, good grief, even Zhou Liwei, who had faced death without flinching in his past life, could not help but exclaim in disbelief. No wonder Sun Hao was utterly convinced that he had truly done something to this woman. This scene truly opened his eyes, undeniably real. The air was subtly permeated with an unspoken scent. If one were to claim nothing had transpired, even Zhou Liwei would find it hard to believe. This woman was remarkable, utterly oblivious to boundaries. Once again, she had expanded his worldview. He felt inclined to give her a thumbs up. Audacity knows no rivals. Chapter 005. Pregnancy. Sun Yue gazed at Zhou Liwei, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she softly uttered, "Wei Ge." Zhou Liwei feigned a return from shock, giving a slight nod before pointing towards the bed and teasingly remarked, "Quite the vigorous encounter, Yue. Which beast has subjected you to this? Rest assured. Inform me and your cousin. We shall ensure you receive justice. I shall take it upon myself to render that scoundrel incapacitated." Sun Hao, observing his cousin's demeanor, furrowed his brow in confusion. Could it truly not be this fellow responsible? Turning his gaze back to his cousin, he noticed her deeply distressed expression, disappointment evident in her eyes as she addressed Zhou Liwei. "Wei Ge, how could you utter such words? You were intoxicated and you did that to me. How can you turn your back on it now?" I cannot face anyone." Upon hearing this, Sun Hao's doubts dissipated, replaced with a fierce glare directed at Zhou Liwei, wishing he could land a couple of punches. "You, Zhou Liwei, even at this juncture, still refuse to acknowledge it? Are you not a man? I summoned you not to evade responsibility, but to resolve the matter." Zhou Liwei dragged a chair from the side, plopping himself down and propping his leg up casually, reaching into his pocket only to find it devoid of cigarettes, reminding himself that at this time, he had yet to learn the habit of smoking. Damn it. What use is this craving when I haven't even learned to smoke? Leaning back against the chair, he nonchalantly inquired, So, how should I proceed to resolve this? Suppressing his fury, Sun Hao gritted his teeth. Is there any need to ask? Given the circumstances, you should be contemplating your responsibility. Zhou Liwei chose to disregard Sun Hao's words, narrowing his eyes and fixating on Sun Yue. Sun Yue, do you also expect me to take responsibility for this? For reasons unknown, Sun Yue felt a sense of pressure under Zhou Liwei's unwavering gaze, lowering her head in silence. Sun Hao, eager to interject, was met with a sharp glance from Zhou Liwei, who commanded, "Let her speak for herself." Sun Hao was momentarily silenced, turning his attention to Sun Yue, urging her to voice her thoughts. Under Sun Hao's persistent prompting, Sun Yue finally lifted her head, her tear-streaked face exuding a heart-wrenching vulnerability. I, Wei Gu, if you do not take responsibility, I truly cannot go on. On what grounds? Zhou Liwei's reply caught Sun Yue off guard, prompting her to instinctively ask, what do you mean on what grounds? Zhou Liwei uncrossed his legs, leaning slightly forward, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he retorted. On what grounds should I be held accountable for something I did not commit? I recall that when I departed, your buttons were only half undone, and your trousers were not even removed. How, pray tell, could I have done this to you? His words left not only Sun Yue stunned, but also caused Sun Hao to gasp in disbelief, his face flushing with a mix of shock and anger. In this era, people are generally quite conservative, and certain conversations between couples are often veiled in ambiguity. The forthrightness of Zhou Liwei is something that Sun Hao has never encountered before. When he suddenly hears someone speak so candidly about such matters, he momentarily forgets how to respond. Zhou Liwei, unfazed by the reactions of the cousins, continues, Sun Yue, do not mistake me for a fool. I will not be held accountable for actions I did not commit. If you are engaging in reckless behavior on your cousin's territory, seek out the one responsible. Do not presume I will be your scapegoat. Sun Yue, filled with both humiliation and anger, bites her lip and glares at Zhou Liwei, tears streaming down her face. Wei Gu, how can you say such things? You are the one who has acted inappropriately towards me, yet you still accuse me. How can you do this? At that moment, Sun Yue harbors intense resentment towards Zhou Liwei. His previous declarations of affection now seem insincere, as she grapples with the realization that if he truly cared for her, he would not utter such hurtful words. Nevertheless, she is resolute in her determination to assert that he has wronged her, convinced that if she maintains this stance, he must bear the blame. Establishing this point is crucial for her. It is her leverage to secure his job. With employment, she can remain in the city and avoid the fate of being sent to the countryside as a youth cadre. Why shouldn't I? She retorts. Zhou Yue, are you brave enough to go for a checkup? A checkup? For what? To see if you have engaged in any relations today. She is surprisingly unafraid of this prospect, as she has indeed left ample evidence of her encounter with Yuan Lei. However, should she go for a medical examination, her reputation would be irreparably damaged. And Zhou Liwei would not escape unscathed either. Surely he fears the consequences? Seemingly sensing her hesitation, Zhou Liwei continues, do not worry. We will go for the examination under the guise of a married couple. Just as Sun Yue is about to agree, Zhou Liwei's low voice cuts through the air once more. Let us see if you are pregnant. The word pregnant explodes in her mind like a thunderclap. Pregnant? She has not had her period in nearly 2 months. Could it be true? At this moment, she cannot afford to take the risk. If she is indeed pregnant, her deception would collapse under the weight of truth. Not only would she be unable to hold Zhou Liwei accountable, but her reputation would be shattered in front of her cousin. Unbeknownst to her, she is already pregnant. It was only after Zhou Liwei was sent to the countryside that she and Yuan Lei discovered her condition, leading to their hurried marriage. Shaking her head, she cries inconsolably, Wei Gu, must you truly force me into this? Zhou Liwei rises from his seat, looking down on her with disdain. Am I the one forcing you? Is it not you who is pressing me? You demand that I admit to something I did not do. You and Yuan Lei have schemed quite cleverly. But do not think I am oblivious to your machinations. This charade is merely an attempt to secure my job. Let me tell you, Sun Yue, do not waste your efforts. My position will not be granted to you, even if I do not keep it for my sister. Sun Yue's eyes widen in disbelief as she gazes at Zhou Liwei, astonished by how he knows of her connection with Yuan Lei. She and Yuan Lei had always maintained a veil of secrecy, so it was perplexing how he had come to know about their affair. When had he discovered it? Sun Yue felt a chill run through her body, her gaze towards Zhou Liwei filled with trepidation. The man before her seemed to bear no resemblance to the Zhou Liwei she thought she knew. She realized she had never truly fathomed his depths. He was far too enigmatic. Typically, Zhou Liwei presented himself as somewhat foolish, treating her with more kindness than he did his own sister, often showering her with gifts and always acquiescing to her wishes with gentle words. How could he now be so cold and ruthless, exuding an air of dominance? Was his previous kindness merely a facade? Had he been toying with her all along? Chapter 006. Reporting after Zhou Liwei unveiled the true nature of Sun Yue. He had no intention of lingering, giving Sun Hao a reassuring pat on the shoulder, the unspoken words hanging in the air, before departing from the Sun residence. Sun Hao gazed at Zhou Liwei's retreating figure, then turned his attention to his dazed cousin lying on the bed, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. At this moment, clarity dawned upon him. Everything his brother had said was indeed true. His cousin had attempted to manipulate someone for the sake of a job, only to have her intentions laid bare. Moreover, his cousin had been involved with someone. He found himself at a loss for words. Following this incident, it seemed that his relationship with Zhou Liwei could never return to its former state. What a mess this all was. You should tidy up and head home swiftly. Sun Hao felt no desire to cast another glance at his cousin. The thought of her engaging in such activities with a man on his bed was utterly repugnant. He glanced at his bed, pondering whether replacing it would provoke his mother's ire for being wasteful. If he were to replace it, he would struggle to find a suitable excuse. Yet, if he didn't, could he really continue sleeping on that bed? How vexing this was, the more he contemplated, the more his agitation grew. He kicked the bed frame in frustration, causing it to shake and startling Sun Yue. Sun Hao chose to ignore her, exhaling heavily as he stepped outside. As Zhou Liwei made his way home, his mind was busily strategizing. He was soon to venture into the countryside, and before his departure, he needed to deal with both Sun Yue and Yuan Lei. He could not allow them the freedom to roam, given their proclivities. They posed a potential threat to his family, so he must not grant them any opportunity. Upon arriving home, he found his parents and sister gathered in the living room, clearly awaiting his return. Under normal circumstances, his sister would have retreated to her room to study. What is the matter with Sun Hao? Why does he seem so furious? Lin Shufan inquired with concern. Zhou Liwei replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing, just a minor misunderstanding that has been resolved." He had no intention of divulging the schemes of Sun Yue and Yuan Lei. He was fully capable of handling the situation himself and saw no need to burden his family with additional worries. Furthermore, should he share the details, they might perceive his methods as too extreme and disapprove. By keeping silent, if anything were to happen to those two, they would not suspect him, thus sparing him the trouble of unwarranted explanations. After exchanging a few casual words with his family, Zhou Liwei proceeded to wash up and retreated to his room. Instead of resting immediately, he took out pen and paper, preparing to align himself with the currents of the times and heed the call. In less than half an hour, an anonymous report letter was drafted, and to ensure no detail was overlooked, he pinned several copies. The next morning, Zhou Liwei rose early, pocketing the several reports he had composed the night before. He rode his father's bicycle out into the streets, which were largely deserted save for a few street cleaners. Zhou Liwei made a considerable circuit, depositing the letters in various mailboxes at the Revolutionary Committee, the Public Security Bureau, the street office, and, of course, the cotton spinning factory number 2. Yuan Lei, Sun Yue's partner, was from that very factory, where his father held the position of factory director, a role of even greater authority than that of Zhou Liwei's own father. Despite this, Yuan Lei dared not promise Sun Yue a job. Zhou Liwei had not given Sun Yue any time. From her appearance yesterday, it was evident that she likely remained unaware of her pregnancy. Though she must have had her suspicions, today, she would certainly seek out Yuan Lei to discuss the matter. He intended to report this incident before they could react. Being pregnant without marriage was a scandalous affair. At this time, the stigma associated with such a situation was still severe. Public shaming, criticism, and denunciation were commonplace. Although this could be unbearable for a pregnant woman and might lead to a miscarriage, Zhou Liwei felt a fleeting pang of sympathy but remained resolute. In his previous life, this child was spoiled by family and had the financial backing of his so-called father, growing up unruly. Had the child been virtuous, it might have been acceptable, but unfortunately, they turned out to be just as morally corrupt as their biological parents, having harmed numerous good women. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, Zhou Liwei firmly made up his mind. He understood that this matter would soon escalate, yet he chose not to dwell on it. On his way home, he secured his bicycle and headed to the cafeteria of the cotton spinning factory, where he purchased several steamed buns and mantou. He initially intended to get some porridge, but without a food container, he had to abandon that idea. Upon returning home, his parents and younger sister were already awake. He placed the buns and mantou on the table and called out, "Mom, Dad, little sister, hurry over for breakfast. I bought some big meat buns and mantou." Lin Shufan approached, and upon seeing the meat buns, she exclaimed with dismay, "You extravagant child! Why did you buy so many meat buns? Who eats such lavish food this early in the morning? How can our ration tickets sustain such extravagance?" In truth, Zhou Liwei had only purchased 4 large meat buns and 8 mantou, thinking that each of the 4 family members could have 3, although the portions were quite generous. Their appetites were also substantial. He and his father would likely only manage to fill a small gap with 1 bun and 2 mantou. Zhou Liwei chuckled, feeling a bit indulgent today, but he assured himself he wouldn't buy such treats tomorrow. "You think you can have big meat buns every day? Dream on." Lin Shufan prepared a pot of cornmeal porridge, serving each person a bowl. They did not finish the buns and mantou, dividing half a meat bun and 1 mantou for each. The leftovers, under Zhou Liwei's forlorn gaze, were all locked away by Lin Shufan for later. Well, what could he say? A bowl of corn porridge, a mantou, and crucially, half a meat bun. This was indeed a decent meal. He felt grateful and said nothing. Digging in heartily, the other 3 exchanged glances, suppressing smiles. Zhou Liwei noticed their little antics, but chose not to mind. As long as his family was happy, that was enough for him. After a few quick bites and a wipe of his mouth, he urged, "Dad, Mom, little sister, hurry up and eat. Once we finish, we'll head to the factory for the job transfer." Upon hearing this, the other 3 hastened their pace. The job transfer process went smoothly, with Zhou Guoqiang as the deputy factory director and their family following the proper procedures. The human resources department was accommodating, and the efficiency was high. Before long, it was all taken care of. Zhou Hong is a high school student, and such an education is commendable. Thus, she was assigned to the labor union. This arrangement is quite favorable, as it allows her to work in an office, sparing her from the arduous labor of the workshop. After ensuring all matters were addressed, he returned to the workshop to continue his duties. The transition to a better position would not occur immediately. He needed to complete his current tasks, and only after the factory arranged for a replacement could he resign. During the lunch break, he noticed a wave of unrest among the factory workers, igniting a sense of foreboding within him. After all, the first and second cotton spinning factories were adjacent, and there were many acquaintances. News tended to spread swiftly. However, unlike his colleagues who lingered to inquire, he chose to head straight home to prepare for lunch. Upon arriving, Zhou Hong seized his arm and exclaimed, "Brother, something significant has happened." Chapter 007. The daring yet ineffectual. It has come to my attention that Xin Yue has become embroiled in a scandal, resulting in her arrest. Following this, she was taken to the hospital for a medical examination, where it was confirmed that she is indeed pregnant. I have also heard that the street office personally apprehended her and sent her to the hospital, alongside Yuan Lei from the cotton spinning factory number 2, who has also been detained. Lin Shufan echoed Zhou Hong's sentiments, and even Zhou Guoqiang nodded in agreement, stating that during a meeting of the cadres from our 3 cotton spinning factories that morning, Director Yuan was hastily summoned, apparently regarding matters concerning his son. It seems likely that Director Yuan may also find himself implicated in this affair. Zhou Liwei remained silent. His intent was not to speculate on uncertain outcomes, but rather to ensure that Yuan Changjiang would undoubtedly be entangled in this incident. Yuan Changjiang serves as a formidable supporter of both Yuan Lei and Sun Yue. The cotton spinning factory is a significant establishment, comprising 3 branches: Factory Number 1, Number 2, and Number 3. Among them, Factory Number 2 is the largest, boasting over 4,000 workers, while Factory Number 1 has just over 1,000 and Factory No. 3 has around 2,000. The size of a factory often dictates the power of its leadership, although each factory has its own director. They implicitly recognize Yuan Changjiang of Factory Number 2 as their leader. Consequently, Yuan Changjiang occupies a pivotal position within the cotton spinning industry, wielding considerable influence. Zhou Liwei believed that if he were to protect Yuan Lei and Sun Yue, it was likely they would emerge unscathed. Engaging in an affair could be seen as the impulsive behavior of youth, with both families having already agreed upon marriage arrangements, thus preparing for a union. In this light, the scandal would merely tarnish their reputations without inflicting any substantial harm. This was not Zhou Liwei's desire. Therefore, in composing his denunciation letter, he also included allegations regarding Yuan Changjiang's partner accepting gifts. In truth, it is not uncommon for leaders of such large factories to accept small tokens of appreciation. But in the absence of prior complaints, such actions may be overlooked. However, Once a report is filed, it must be taken seriously, with the populace's sentiments scrutinized, leading to necessary self-criticism and potential re-education. Zhou Liwei was uncertain about Yuan Changjiang's integrity. Yet he could assert that his partner was one who favored the affluent and sought petty gains. The acceptance of gifts was likely not an infrequent occurrence, though the value of such gifts remained unknown. Yet, this detail was of little consequence. What mattered was that she had indeed accepted gifts, thereby diverting Yuan Changjiang's attention and leaving him ill-equipped to defend Yuan Lei and Sun Yue, solidifying their scandalous reputation. As the other three members of the Zhou family engaged in fervent discussion, they belatedly realized that Zhou Liwei had not uttered a single word throughout. It dawned on them that he harbored feelings for Sun Yue, gradually causing their conversation to wane. Zhou Guoqiang cleared his throat, stating, "Well then, let us eat. I must return to work soon." Lin Shufan swiftly served the dishes, while Zhou Liwei, lost in thought, did not assist as he had the previous day. Zhou Hong handed him the chopsticks, her concern evident as she inquired, "Brother, are you all right?" Zhou Liwei snapped back to reality, retorting, "What could possibly be wrong with me?" Zhou Hong scrutinized her brother's expression, and upon seeing that he appeared untroubled, she felt a measure of relief. "It is a relief that you are well. I hope you can come to terms with the situation regarding Sun Yue. She is not worth your sorrow." Zhou Liwei smiled at his sister's comforting words, responding, "Yes. I understand. I will not be upset. It does not concern me." Zhou Guoqiang and Lin Shufan also breathed a sigh of relief, as they were worried about their son being heartbroken over Sun Yue. Zhou Guoqiang remarked, "The matter between Yuan Lei and that girl from the Sun family serves as a warning for you all. The issue of conduct is quite serious. One must not err. This principle applies to all endeavors. Caution is paramount." Zhou Liwei and Zhou Hong nodded in acknowledgement of their father's words. Lin Shufan then divided the remaining steamed buns from breakfast, and the family began to enjoy their meal joyously. However, before they could take more than a couple of bites, a loud knocking reverberated at the door. Zhou Hong stood to answer it. As the door swung open, Sun Hao stormed in, pushing past Zhou Hong, his anger palpable. He did not greet Zhou Guoqiang or Lin Shufan and pointed an accusing finger at Zhou Liwei, demanding, "Is it you, Zhou Liwei? Did you write that denunciation letter?" Zhou Liwei, holding half a meat bun given to him by his mother, found it quite delectable and was reluctant to set it down. He cast a casual glance at Sun Hao and replied, "No." Then, taking a bite of the bun, he added, "It's truly delicious." Sun Hao, infuriated by this nonchalant demeanor, stepped forward and knocked the bun from Zhou Liwei's hand. "Zhou Liwei, at a time like this, you still have the audacity to eat." Zhou Liwei stared at the half-piece of bun that had fallen to the ground for 2 seconds before swiftly rising and delivering a punch to Sun Hao's stomach, causing him to stagger back a few steps. "Damn it, I've only had a couple of bites, and you knock it away. What have I done to deserve this?" "Sun Hao, let me tell you, don't overstep your bounds. Yesterday, you slandered me. Today, you come questioning me again. Before you accuse someone, present your evidence." He would never admit to the authorship of the denunciation letter, acknowledging it would tarnish his reputation and that of his family, who would want to associate with them thereafter. Always having to be on guard? It's not about being a man who stands up to his actions sometimes. A man must be bold enough to avoid facing the consequences. Who else could it be? You're the only one aware of Yue's situation. Sun Hao clearly did not believe Zhou Liwei, rubbing his sore abdomen and glaring at him. Zhou Liwei met his gaze without flinching, asserting, "If I say it wasn't me, then it wasn't me. I cannot fathom who else might know about this. But think for a moment. If I know of their affair, it would not be surprising for others to know as well." "Is it truly not you?" Sun Hao asked uncertainly. "It is truly not me." After seeing that suspicion still lingered in Sun Hao's eyes, he added, "Regardless, Sun Yue is your cousin. Out of respect for you, I would not do such a thing." Sun Hao stared at him for a while before wearily turning to leave, uncertain of whether he believed Zhou Liwei's words. Once Sun Hao's figure vanished from sight, Zhou Liwei gradually relaxed his tightly clenched fist. He had long understood that his relationship with Sun Hao would never return to its former state due to Sun Yue. Yet reaching this moment, it would be disingenuous to claim his heart remained untouched. After all, it was a bond forged over many years of brotherhood. However, certain sacrifices must be made to gain something in return. From the moment he was schemed against by Sun Yue, his relationship with Sun Hao was destined to be affected. Sun Yue is the sole girl in the Sun family's current generation, and her beauty, coupled with her demure and gentle demeanor, has earned her the affection of her relatives. Naturally, Sun Hao dotes on her, and it is understandable that he worries and feels anger on her behalf. Yet, Understanding does not alleviate the discomfort and frustration that one feels within. Chapter 008. Down to the countryside 2 days later. Zhou Liwei had completed the handover of his work and no longer needed to attend the office. Zhou Hong also commenced her duties at the factory. While school attendance was no longer required, they merely awaited notification to collect their diplomas. A couple of days prior, Zhou Liwei had registered at the street office to volunteer for rural service, securing his placement with a mere bag of brown sugar. It was the very location where he had previously served during the Commune movement, Heilongjiang Province, Jia County, Hongshan Commune, Qishan Brigade. Today, he received notification that he would be departing for Heilongjiang alongside this batch of sent-down youth, with the start date coinciding with the school holiday, leaving him with just over half a month to prepare. In a short span, new developments emerged regarding Yuan Lei and Sun Yue. The streets, factory dormitories, and even the entire city buzzed with discussions about the matter. The once derided Sun Yue had faded from public scrutiny, as most conversations now centered around factory director Yuan Changjiang. The situation had unfolded in a manner that surprised Zhou Liwei. He had not anticipated that the allegations in the letter regarding Yuan Changjiang's spouse accepting gifts would lead to any tangible consequences. Yet, the Revolutionary Committee had unearthed significant financial discrepancies at the Yuan residence. Beyond the wealth of tobacco, liquor, and milk powder, over 20,000 yuan in cash was discovered. In an era where the average monthly salary barely reached 30 or 40 yuan, accumulating such a sum would require nearly 40 years of frugality. Even if the factory director earned a comparatively high wage, it would barely exceed 100 yuan. The idea of amassing such wealth seemed implausible. Consequently, Yuan Changjiang's fate was sealed. He could not account for the source of the funds and was suspended for investigation. Yuan Lei faced a similarly grim outcome. At this juncture, Sun Yue recanted her testimony, claiming she had been coerced by Yuan Lei, painting herself as a victim of his predatory behavior. The reason she had refrained from reporting the incidents was due to the threats she received. Her parents worked at cotton spinning factory number 2, and Yuan Lei had warned her that revealing their affair would lead to her parents' dismissal. Thus, she endured in silence, too fearful to confide in anyone. During this time, she felt immense dread and helplessness. Zhou Liwei was astonished by Sun Yue's unexpected maneuver, admiring her cunning. This woman was undeniably ruthless. Soon enough, the verdict on the Yuan family's transgressions was reached. Yuan Changjiang, having succumbed to temptation, confessed to embezzlement but insisted it was solely his wrongdoing, claiming his wife and child were oblivious. Regardless of whether Yuan Lei and his mother were aware, they could not escape the consequences of being sent down. Moreover, Yuan Lei had committed offenses of a more heinous nature. Both were dispatched to a remote agricultural farm. Sun Yue, however, narrowly escaped retribution, yet her reputation lay in tatters, and she could not remain in the city, ultimately returning to her rural hometown. The Sun family originally hailed from a village near the capital. It was only after Sun Hao's father established himself as a worker in the city and married Sun Hao's mother that the family began to take root in urban life. Subsequently, Sun Hao's father assisted his siblings in finding employment in the city, gradually allowing the Sun family to settle there. However, the elder son couple chose to remain in the countryside. Zhou Liwei scoffed at the thought that moving to the countryside would provide solace. In this era, an unwed pregnancy could drown one in a sea of contempt. It is evident that Sun Yue's future days are bound to be arduous. As long as her life is filled with hardship, Zhou Liwei finds a sense of comfort. With the days of departure to the countryside drawing near, Comrade Lin Shufan becomes increasingly talkative. As the weather is still warm, just bring summer clothes, and a single light quilt will suffice. We will send you thicker clothing and blankets when it gets cold. I have prepared national industrial tickets, and you can purchase a basin and thermos when you arrive. Remember to take your lunchbox and water bottle. I have bought you 2 pairs of liberation shoes, crafted a pair of cloth shoes, and acquired a pair of rubber boots. As I have heard that such footwear is essential on rainy days in the countryside. The winters in the northeast are frigid. I will leverage your uncle's connections to send you a military overcoat. I have sewn a pocket into your long underwear for you to store your money and tickets. It's just a 2-day journey, so there is no need to change pants or take them out during the trip. Thus, Comrade Lin Shufan meticulously imparts her advice almost daily, and Zhou Liwei, undeterred by her insistence, understands the age-old truth that a mother worries for her child traversing thousands of miles. Coupled with his past regrets towards his parents, he perceives her nagging as a form of happiness. Therefore, he listens patiently with a smile. In contrast, Zhou Guiqiang and Zhou Hong find it increasingly unbearable. Whenever they hear Lin Shufan begin her admonitions, they concoct various excuses to leave, be it retreating to their rooms to study or taking a stroll outside. In response, Lin Shufan rolls her eyes but continues her monologue, resolute that as long as her son listens, it suffices. On the eve of departure, Lin Shufan packs the luggage meticulously, a large wicker trunk filled with clothes and shoes. Along with the high school textbooks and review materials Zhou Liwei prepared for the forthcoming college entrance examination, a testament to his diligence. Zhou Hong had procured these materials from the school teachers, gathering an extensive collection that even included a set of self-study books in mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Initially, he approached the matter with a sense of trial, asking his sister to inquire with the teachers about the availability of the books. To his surprise, Zhou Hong managed to assemble a complete set of 17 volumes from several teachers. Consequently, the wicker trunk felt heavy with the weight of this educational endeavor. Additionally, Lin Shufan had prepared a leather bag from Kyoto, filled primarily with food items, along with towels, toothpaste, and other essentials. She also included some distinctive pastries from Kyoto. Specifically for that foolish woman. Contemplating this foolish woman, Zhou Liwei's eagerness to venture to the countryside intensified. He had grown restless during these days of waiting. Reflecting on his past life, he realized that during those years in the countryside, he had scarcely noticed her village, oblivious to when he first entered her gaze. His initial impression of her emerged after the college entrance examination when she sought his review materials, revealing the existence of a stunning beauty in her village. Captivated by her appearance, he generously gifted her all his review materials and books. Upon returning to the city, his thoughts became consumed with Sun Yue and her so-called son, causing him to forget about that beautiful girl entirely. Later, I learned that she had been admitted to a university in Kyoto and chose to remain there after her graduation. We would occasionally encounter each other at various events, yet I regarded her merely as a fellow townsman, exchanging greetings and pleasantries. It was only after I took the blame for Sun Yue and Yuan Lei and was imprisoned that she began to visit me frequently, bringing me gifts, which allowed me to gradually understand her better. I discovered that, despite being middle-aged, she remained unmarried. After my incarceration, she took it upon herself to care for my elderly parents. I became aware of her feelings, yet I found myself unable to reciprocate in any meaningful way. During those dark days, she became my sole beacon of light. Our monthly visits provided mutual solace as we navigated our respective circumstances, me within the confines of prison and her on the outside, slowly growing old together. Chapter 009. Arrival after a day and night of travel by train. Zhou Liwei accompanied a group of educated youth to Harbin, and then endured an additional 4-hour train journey to Jixin County, followed by a 2-hour bus ride, ultimately arriving at the Hongxin Commune. Standing at the entrance of the commune's grand building, Zhou Liwei tightened his grip on the willow basket and the Kyoto leather bag, feeling an unsettling mix of familiarity and strangeness in his surroundings. His heart felt constricted, and his breath came in heavier gasps. The commune was merely 10 kilometers from Qinshan Brigade, and soon, oh so soon, he would encounter that foolish woman once more. He vividly recalled their last meeting in a previous life. She had been silver-haired and frail, yet still brought him food and clothing, her gentle smile and soft-spoken words lingering in his memory. While waiting at the commune, Zhou Liwei greeted the commune leaders before heading to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase a thermos and an enamel basin, ensuring he had all the essentials he would need. Not long after returning to the commune, individuals from various brigades began to arrive for the educated youth. The person sent from Qinshan village was Yun Chaohui, the eldest son of the brigade leader, and the brother of that foolish woman. Zhou Liwei recognized him. In his past life, it was primarily Yun Chaohui who had come to welcome the educated youth. As he saw Yun Chaohui driving a bullock cart slowly towards him, Zhou Liwei suppressed his excitement, approaching with a measured pace and attempting to display a warm and natural smile. "Comrade Yun Chaohui, is it?" he began, intending to greet him directly, but the name slipped from his lips, causing him to realize they were not yet acquainted. He quickly transformed his statement into a question. Yun Chaohui, taken aback, nodded in confusion. "Yes, how did you know it was me?" The 3 other educated youth who had arrived with him also looked perplexed, wondering how Zhou Liwei recognized the person driving the bullock cart and even called him by name. Did he have acquaintances in the brigade? Zhou Liwei recognized that he had been overly eager. He softened his smile and concocted a serious explanation. "I heard from the commune leaders earlier that it might be Comrade Yun Chaohui coming to receive us, and they mentioned that you were about my age. So when I saw you, I made an educated guess." The 3 educated youths standing nearby exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting the other's confusion. Had the commune leaders mentioned the names of those coming to greet them? How come they had not heard that? Upon hearing Zhou Liwei's explanation, Yun Xiaohui thought this educated youth quite clever. He quickly dismounted from the bullock cart, his expression warm and sincere. "Hello, I apologize for the delay. It's been a busy farming season, and I appreciate your patience." Zhou Liwei smiled and placed his luggage on the ground, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a cigarette, only to find an already used train ticket instead. He had forgotten to buy any cigarettes, as his father did not smoke, and there were none to sneak from home. He had also neglected to purchase any at the cooperative. This absent-minded gesture of digging through his pockets seemed rather foolish. With a casual smile, he withdrew his hand, saying, "It's quite all right. We just arrived as well, and the farming season is indeed a priority." Observing the youthful energy of his future brother-in-law, Zhou Liwei was filled with a myriad of emotions. In truth, after returning to the city in his previous life, his memories of the people and events in Qinshan village gradually became hazy over time. It was only later, during his imprisonment, that the Navi woman frequently visited him, and they often reminisced about their days in Qinshan village. The villagers were repeatedly mentioned, and slowly, his recollection of the people and affairs in the village became increasingly vivid. Noticing that his future brother-in-law seemed at a loss for words, he took the initiative to introduce himself, saying, "I am Zhou Liwei, hailing from Kyoto, and I will soon be a member of the Qinshan Brigade." The other three educated youths quickly followed suit with their introductions. Among them, a bespectacled young man named Feng Xiaoming arrived from Hangzhou in Zhejiang province. Another, a fair-skinned and charming young woman named Zhu Dingting from Haisher, spoke in a gentle, soft voice. The last, a rather unremarkable young man named Chen Jiahui, also hailed from Haisher and was a high school classmate of Zhu Dingting. After the introductions, they exchanged a few pleasantries, and Yun Xiaohui went to sign some paperwork with the commune leaders, leading the group away from Hongxing commune. On the ox cart, the other three educated youths regarded Zhou Liwei with expressions of bewilderment. They had traveled together from the county seat, and he had maintained a stoic demeanor, refraining from engaging in conversation, appearing rather unsociable. They assumed he was simply quiet and introverted. However, upon meeting Yun Xiaohui, he seemed to transform, becoming more talkative and even somewhat obsequious. Was it really necessary for an educated youth from a capital city to lower himself to curry favor with a rural man? This thought crossed Zhu Dingting and Chen Jihui's minds, revealing their disdain for Zhou Liwei. Feng Xiaoming, on the other hand, remained unfazed, merely curious about Zhou Liwei's social interactions. Zhou Liwei paid little heed to the opinions of the other youths. After all, Yun Xiaohui was to be his future brother-in-law, and he aimed to make a favorable impression. As for his frosty demeanor towards the others, it was perfectly reasonable. Who were they to him? They were still strangers, and there was no need for warm smiles when they were not yet acquainted. Yet, he failed to realize that, from their perspective, he and Yun Xiaohui were also newly acquainted and unfamiliar with one another. Nevertheless, Zhou Liwei was unconcerned, having been granted a second chance at life. He intended to live for himself, unburdened by others' judgments, embracing the freedom that this rebirth afforded him. During the nearly tower journey, Zhou Liwei and Yun Xiaohui engaged in lively conversation. They were of similar ages, both in their 20s, and appeared to share numerous topics of interest. In truth, it was Zhou Liwei steering the conversation, inquiring about village matters and the agricultural tasks at hand. For someone accustomed to the rural lifestyle, Yun Xiaohui was well-versed in these subjects and had plenty to discuss. By the time they arrived at Qinshan Brigade, they had forged a brotherly bond and were quite familiar with one another. Yun Xiaohui directly escorted the four of them to the educated youth station, exchanged a few words with the station leader, and bid Zhou Liwei farewell before driving off in the ox cart. As Zhou Liwei watched the cart disappear into the distance, he felt an urge to leap aboard and return home with Yun Xiaohui. Alas, he mused, the time was not yet ripe. The leader of the youth team, Lin Feng, exudes a demeanor reminiscent of a big brother. He arrived in the countryside to join the agricultural team in 1966 and has resided in Qinshan village for 8 years. At the age of 25, he hails from Sichuan province. He is the eldest among the educated youths at the site and the only male who has steadfastly remained for 8 years without forming a romantic relationship in the countryside. There are a total of 9 educated youths at the site, and with the addition of the 4 newcomers led by Zhou Liwei, the total now stands at 13, composed of 8 males and 5 females. After Lin Feng introduced everyone, he instructed them to return to their dormitories to settle in before gathering for dinner. Zhou Liwei has some recollection of these educated youths, being able to name a few of the male youths, but he struggles with the names of the female youths. After all, that foolish woman had never mentioned the names of these young women when she reminisced about the people and events in the village. With 4 or 5 decades having passed, the names of these female educated youths have truly faded from memory. Chapter 010. The initial lessons of re-education. Zhou Liwei carried his belongings as he made his way towards the male youth's dormitory. The dormitory was a structure built a few years prior, featuring 2 large communal sleeping areas on either side, each capable of accommodating over 10 individuals. In the center lay the kitchen and dining hall, while a modest courtyard graced the exterior. Upon entering the male dormitory, Zhou Liwei was immediately enveloped by an unpleasant odor, causing him to furrow his brow slightly, while his companions, Feng Xiaoming and Chen Jiahui, instinctively pinched their noses. The stench of sweat mingled with that of unwashed feet was indeed overpowering. A quick glance revealed that some belongings had already been placed at one end of the sleeping area, indicating that it was occupied, while the other end remained vacant. He proceeded directly to the empty spot and set down his luggage. Although sleeping at the far end during the frigid northeastern winters would be uncomfortable, he resolved to find a way to leave the youth station before winter arrived, rendering his current sleeping arrangement inconsequential. Feng Xiaoming and Chen Jiahui followed closely behind, placing their belongings beside his. Once settled, they commenced their first lesson at the Qingshan Brigade, consuming a meal known as bitter and sweet remembrance. This consisted of steamed cornmeal and wheat flour dumplings that were not only difficult to swallow but also rather unpalatable. The older 9 youths appeared accustomed to the fare, alternating between bites of the dumplings and sips of bitter vegetable soup, their pace of eating unhurried. After all, with limited provisions and shared meals, the food was rationed. Those who lagged behind risked going hungry. Zhou Liwei maintained a composed demeanor, recalling his previous experience as a youth sent to the countryside, during which he had often subsisted on such dumplings to conserve food for Sun Yue. However, the meal proved particularly challenging for the 3 newcomers, especially for the female youth. Zhu Tingting, struggling to swallow the hard dumplings, she found the bitter soup nearly unbearable, tears welling in her eyes as she fought to consume her portion. Chen Jiahui, who had come with her, felt a pang of sympathy. Zhou Liwei feigned ignorance of the scene unfolding around him. In his past life, he had not been particularly close to these youths, his thoughts consumed by a desire to return to the city and his longing for Sun Yue, leading to minimal interaction with his fellow youths. In this life, he had no intention of forging close bonds, preferring instead to coexist naturally with everyone. After finishing their meal and attending to personal hygiene, he retired early to rest. Initially contemplating a stroll through the village to perhaps encounter that foolish woman, he quickly reconsidered. It was late evening, and she was unlikely to be out unless at home, making it improbable to cross paths. Thus, he decided to rest, aware that tomorrow would bring the second lesson of re-education, which promised to be exhausting, necessitating a night of restorative sleep. True to expectation, the following day, the new arrivals were tasked with joining the group in the rice fields to weed, a laborious endeavor. The rice plants had already grown to a foot in height, while a type of wild grass known as paizi thrived in the fields, closely resembling the rice seedlings. Here, rice was sown directly into the fields rather than transplanted, inevitably mixing in some paizi seeds. As both rice and paizi sprouted together, their heights became nearly indistinguishable, making it challenging to differentiate between the two. In the beginning, many educated youth were utterly bewildered, often uprooting rice seedlings while leaving behind the weeds in the fields. Lin Feng, concerned that Zhou Liwei and his companions might fall into the same predicament, patiently explained the task before allowing them to commence weeding. However, aside from Zhou Liwei, the other 3 were mere novices, fresh from school and lacking in agricultural knowledge. Understanding was one thing, but executing the task was another matter entirely. Although they had just begun to discern the differences, the trio found themselves inadvertently uprooting quite a number of rice plants when faced with similar green shoots. In truth, Zhou Liwei relied on the experience from his previous life to distinguish between the plants. Otherwise, he too would have been equally perplexed. Given that it was their first day of labor, the others refrained from scolding them, instead assigning the trio to weed the cornfield, where the stalks had grown taller than a person. In Zhou Liwei's opinion, weeding in the cornfield was less preferable than in the rice paddies, as the corn leaves could be rather abrasive, leaving red marks on one's face and arms that were both itchy and painful. By the end of the day, Zhu Tingting's fair complexion had turned a rosy hue, marked with several fine red streaks, and her arms bore even more pronounced signs of irritation. The young lady, having just arrived in the countryside, found herself somewhat overwhelmed. Her delicate and graceful demeanor elicited sympathetic feelings from several male educated youths, who wished they could soothe her pain with gentle breaths upon those red marks. Yet, among these young men, Zhou Liwei was not included. His thoughts were solely focused on encountering that foolish woman. After dinner that evening, he invited the other 3 educated youths to visit the team leader's home. Qin Jiahui and Zhu Dingding, disapproving of his sycophantic demeanor, declined the invitation. However, Feng Xiaoming, who had brought a box of traditional sweet cake from home, joined Zhou Liwei on the visit. Zhou Liwei did not bring many items, as it felt inappropriate to present an abundance of gifts at this early stage. He merely carried a bag of coarse cakes and peach crisps, 2 pastries that she had mentioned enjoying in his past life. Upon arriving at the team leader's residence, the eagerness and excitement he felt swiftly transformed into nervousness. Yun Chaohui welcomed Zhou Liwei and Feng Xiaoming warmly, and they found only the team leader Yun Songshan and his younger brother Yun Xiaoyang at home, with no sign of the person he longed to see. The absence of his desired acquaintance left him with a tinge of disappointment. Yun Chaohui introduced the 2 young men to his father and younger brother, stating, "Father, these are the newly arrived educated youths. This is Comrade Zhou Liwei from the capital, and this is Comrade Feng Xiaoming from Hangzhou, Zhejiang Province." Zhou Liwei and Feng Xiaoming exchanged polite greetings, engaged in light conversation, but feeling awkward, they soon took their leave. Alas, where could that foolish woman be? In the following days, Zhou Liwei toiled in the fields alongside his companions. As the days progressed, fatigue began to set in, his back ached, and he felt physically drained. The absence of the person he wished to see further exacerbated his restlessness. One evening, lying on the Kong, he listened to the intermittent sounds of snoring and inhaled the faint, tangy scent in the air, tossing and turning in sleeplessness. Were it not for the remnants of his rationality, he might have found himself at the team leader's home, waiting for her. I am uncertain about her daily activities. Logically speaking, with school now out, she should be at home, possibly engaging in agricultural work to earn her share of labor points. It is rather peculiar that I have not seen her for several days. Perhaps I shall seek out Yun Chaohui tomorrow and subtly inquire about her whereabouts. If this seems plausible, I shall set this matter aside for the moment. Furthermore, I cannot help but reflect on the rather pungent atmosphere at the educated youth point. I am at a loss as to how I endured it in a previous life. In truth, it has become increasingly intolerable, and I must devise a plan to extricate myself from this place. I must await an opportune moment, which is soon to present itself. Chapter 011. Fainting the following day. While engaged in farm work, Zhou Liwei sought opportunities to approach Yun Chaohui. However, their assigned plots for weeding were located at the western edge of the village, while Yun Chaohui toiled on the eastern side, creating a considerable distance that hindered any chance of interaction. Before he could devise an excuse to approach her, an incident occurred in their field. The newly arrived Zhu Dingding succumbed to fatigue and fainted under the sweltering sun. In a flurry of concern, Qin Jiahui rushed to assist her, but having himself been overexerted these past few days, and with a physique as frail as a boiled chicken, he failed to catch her and collapsed alongside her instead, seemingly losing consciousness. The other young intellectuals were immediately thrown into a state of panic, contemplating whether to check on the 2. However, they were taken aback by the sight of the 2 fainted individuals entangled in each other's embrace, leaving them momentarily frozen, hesitant to approach. Several young women even covered their mouths in shock, fearing they might inadvertently exclaim in astonishment. Zhou Liwei stood nearby. In truth, had he reacted swiftly when Zhu Dingding fell, he could have caught her. Yet, he refrained, fully aware that in such times, any hint of physical intimacy between a man and a woman could lead to lifelong responsibilities, a risk he was unwilling to take with anyone but a foolish woman. To his astonishment, he had not anticipated Qin Jiahui's weakness, failing to even support a woman. What was worse, he had fainted himself, bringing disgrace to manhood. Glaring at the 2 sprawled on the ground, Zhou Liwei intended to call Lin Feng and the others to assist, but then his gaze fell upon Qin Jiahui's hand. Unable to contain his indignation, he muttered a curse under his breath. This scoundrel was undoubtedly acting on purpose. Initially believing Jiahui had truly fainted, he soon realized that the hand, still coated in dirt, was surreptitiously caressing Zhu Dingding's slender waist. However, he chose not to expose the ruse. Their relationship was far more advanced than his own, and revealing the truth might lead to disbelief, making him an unwelcome intruder. Yet, it was evident that Zhu Dingding was truly unconscious, and a man taking advantage of such a situation was hardly commendable, indeed quite despicable. Stepping forward, he seized the offending hand and yanked it aside, pulling Qin Jiahui away. As a result, Zhu Dingding lost her cushioning and fell to the ground with a thud. "Oh dear, Zhou, How could you be so rough? You could get hurt, exclaimed a female young intellectual. Zhou Liwei glanced at her, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. If I had not been a bit rough, should I have allowed them to remain in such a compromising position? What would the villagers think when they see them like this? The entire group of young intellectuals could face repercussions. Though he had no desire to bicker with a woman over trivial matters, he felt compelled to remind her of the bigger picture. It was evident to anyone that Zhu Dingting merely fell from her position atop Chen Jiahui. She had not fallen far. Yet, Wang Yuhui's remarks appeared to be more about drawing attention to their embrace than genuine concern for Zhu Tingting's well-being. Zhou Liwei was well aware of the underlying cause. Ever since Zhu Tingting's arrival, the young intellectual Wu Pengfei, who had previously caught Wang Yuhui's eye, had been vying for Zhu Tingting's attention, leaving Wang feeling somewhat imbalanced and even envious. How intricate the thoughts of women can be. Zhou Liwei scrutinized Wang Yuhui, understanding why Wu Pengfei might disregard her in favor of Zhu Tingting. After all, the young woman named Wang possessed an unremarkable appearance, lacking any striking features that would captivate a man's interest. Quickly, you two young women, assist you in getting up, Zhou Liwei urged, noticing the group's inertia. Lin Feng, realizing the urgency, swiftly organized the others. Li Mei, Su Xiaofeng, you both help Zhu up. Wu Pengfei and Zhao Jun, please attend to Chun. I shall fetch a bullet cart from the team leader to take them to the clinic, he added. Wait, Lin, let me go, Zhou Liwei interjected, darting out before Lin Feng could respond. He ran swiftly, soon reaching the weeding fields where Yin Chaohui was laboring, calling out, Comrade Yin Chaohui, may I borrow your bullet cart? Two young intellectuals have fainted and need to be taken to the clinic. Although he spoke to Yun, his gaze roamed, still searching for that elusive figure he longed to see. The other villagers paused their work, turning to observe him. Yun Chaohui was prompt, quickly harnessing the bullet cart and heading towards the young intellectual's location, with Zhou Liwei accompanying him. By the time they arrived, the young intellectuals had already carried the two fainted individuals to the roadside, where Lin Feng held a military water bottle. Having just returned from the base to prepare some brown sugar water, clearly having already administered it to the two. As the bullet cart approached, the group hurriedly laid the two onto it. A layer of straw cushioned their rest. Upon noticing Zhou Liwei seated in the cart, Lin Feng remarked, Zhou, could you and Li Mei accompany us to the clinic? Zhou Liwei readily agreed, appreciating the opportunity to avoid work and rest for the better part of the day. Li Mei, however, appeared somewhat reluctant, aware that skipping work would hinder her ability to earn points. Yet, after a brief hesitation, she plopped onto the cart, seemingly venting her dissatisfaction, causing the two balloons in front to wobble noticeably. The light summer clothing only accentuated the movement, prompting Zhou Liwei to discreetly avert his gaze. The clinic was not in the village, necessitating a journey to the Hongshan commune, a nearly 2-hour trek. Along the way, both were roused from their stupor. One genuinely weak and the other feigning weakness, though both required rest on the cart. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Liwei engaged in Chaohui in conversation, Comrade Yun. How many are there in your family? I only saw the team leader and your second brother that day. There are 6 of us in total, Yin Chaohui replied candidly, perceiving no awkwardness in the question, as it was typical to discuss familial matters in casual conversation. Oh, so, do you have any other siblings? Yes, I have a younger sister and a little brother. Is that so? I have yet to meet your sister and brother. My little brother is still quite young, nearly 10 years old, and he spends his days frolicking about, returning home only after the sun has set. My sister is still studying, recently, during the school break. She has been staying at my aunt's house in the commune, learning to sew garments on a sewing machine under my aunt's guidance. No wonder. He mentioned he hasn't encountered anyone lately. Chapter 012. Is it you, Xiaoer? Upon arriving at the clinic, the doctor conducted an examination. Chen Jiahui suffered no significant injuries, merely experiencing mild heat stroke. However, Zhu Tingting not only faced heat stroke but also low blood sugar, a condition that can be perilous, often leading to symptoms such as palpitations and physical weakness. Her state of unconsciousness indicated a serious situation. Zhu Tingting was required to remain in the hospital for intravenous treatment. Zhou Liwei felt it unnecessary for so many people to stay at the clinic, proposing that Li Mei remain while they took Chen Jiahui home. Chen Jiahui was reluctant, but Zhou Liwei, concerned that this young man might take advantage of the opportunity to act inappropriately towards the young lady, promptly seized Chen Jiahui by the shoulder. Zhou, towering at 185 centimeters, effortlessly lifted the 173 centimeters tall Chen Jiahui, dragging him out of the ward. His justification was rather grandiloquent, What purpose does it serve for you to stay here when you are largely unharmed? Comrade Li Mei already has her hands full caring for Zhu Jiqing. Your presence would only complicate matters further. Watching the tall figure depart while dragging Chen Jiahui, Zhu Tingting wore a complex expression. She had not anticipated that someone who typically appeared cold towards them, and who flattered the team leader, would show such enthusiasm in bringing her to the clinic and even graciously cover her medical expenses. Moreover, during her unconsciousness, she had retained some awareness, albeit unable to move her body. When Chen Jiahui had held her, that unseemly hand resting upon her, she had indeed felt it, and it had nearly made her nauseous. It was that man she abhorred who had saved her. When Chen Jiahui suggested staying behind, a pang of anxiety gripped her heart. Relieved that the man had taken him away, in that moment, she experienced a fleeting illusion that he understood her. Li Mei gazed towards the doorway, a smile illuminating her face as she remarked, "Tingting, don't you think Zhou Liwei is quite the gentleman?" Zhu Tingting weakly murmured in agreement. Noticing her response, Li Mei's spirits lifted, and she whispered, "On the day you all arrived, several of our young female workers were utterly captivated by Zhou Liwei. He is tall, has a good physique, and, crucially, is quite handsome." Zhu Tingting found herself reminiscing about their first encounter at the bus station. Amidst the bustling crowd, he stood out like a crane among chickens, possessing a unique aura that was undeniably captivating. She had often stolen glances at him. Later, when they boarded the same vehicle and she learned that he was also a young worker assigned to the Qingshan Brigade, she felt a thrill of delight. Yet, her spirits were dampened upon witnessing his sycophantic behavior towards the man who had come to fetch them with an ox cart. Disappointment settled in her heart, leading her to question her judgment and subsequently foster an increasing disdain for him. However, as days passed, particularly after recent events, she found an inexplicable sense of security in his presence, feeling reassured with him around. Furthermore, she observed that aside from his warmth towards the team leader's family, he treated their group and other brigade officials with the same indifference, neither overly friendly nor overtly hostile, keeping his distance. Yet, when matters arose, he was indeed of assistance. In retrospect, he appeared rather commendable. At that moment, Zhu Tingting was unaware that what she had once deemed flattery had now transformed into genuine admiration. After Zhou Liwei helped Chen Jiahui onto the ox cart, he instructed Yun Chaohui to hasten towards the state-run restaurant. He intended to purchase a few steamed buns, for he had long since missed mealtime and was quite famished. However, upon exiting the restaurant, he noticed Yun Chaohui engaging in cheerful conversation with a woman. Beside them stood a young girl clad in a floral shirt, her hair styled in two braids cascading gently over her slightly pronounced chest. At that moment, one hand grasped a braid while the other twirled it incessantly, seemingly engrossed in the conversation, her face radiant with a smile that revealed two prominent dimples. Zhou Liwei abruptly halted, his heart tightening, and his breaths deepened. "Show her, is that you?" he pondered inwardly. And it indeed appeared to be her, the foolish woman who had remained unmarried for his sake. As time had passed, the hazy recollection of the girl who once borrowed examination materials from him grew increasingly vivid. "Zhou Jiqing, hello, I am Yin Xiao." "Zhou Jiqing, congratulations on your admission to university." "Zhou Jiqing, could you lend me your review materials?" "Zhou Jiqing, come here quickly." Observing him standing still for an extended moment, Yun Chaohui beckoned him with a wave. Zhou Liwei, suppressing his tumultuous emotions, felt tears welling in his eyes as he fixated on her enchanting silhouette, taking slow steps closer. Gazing at her cherubic face still bearing the softness of youth and the delicate, pale hand resting on her braid, a faint smile graced his lips. "Show her. You seem so young now." Indeed, she was 6 years his junior, merely 14 years of age this year. Wait a moment, 14? The realization struck him like a thunderbolt. His shower was still a minor. In their previous life, when their affections ran deep, the years had dulled into oblivion, and the 6-year gap seemed insignificant as they both aged. But now, at 20, he was acutely aware of the disparity. She was just 14, and that difference was stark. He tightened his grip on the bag of buns, the oil paper crinkling under the pressure. Taking a deep breath, he reluctantly shifted his gaze from her captivating figure. "It's all right. I can wait. I will accompany her as she matures. Comrade Yun Chaohui, here, have something to fill your stomach." He handed him a bun and a steamed roll, casually inquiring, "And who might these two young ladies be?" With a smile, Yun Chaohui accepted the food, assuring him, "I'll settle up later." After taking a bite of the meat bun, he introduced, "This is my aunt and my younger sister. They are on their way to the supply and marketing cooperative." He did not mention their names, so Zhou Liwei simply echoed, "Hello, Aunt Yun," and "Hello, younger sister. After exchanging pleasantries, he pressed the remaining buns and rolls into Yun Xiu's hands. She, however, was reluctant to accept them, pushing them back towards him. Zhou Liwei, with his larger hands and greater strength, grasped her wrist to prevent her from returning them, feeling the warmth radiating from where he held her wrist. Yun Xiu's cheeks flushed bright red. Zhou Liwei, realizing the impropriety of the situation, hastily released his grip. No need for formality, please enjoy, aunt and younger sister. I shall procure 2 more. With that, he turned and swiftly re-entered the state-run restaurant, gently clenching his fist, feeling the lingering delicate sensation on his fingertips. Yun Xiu, holding steamed buns, stared vacantly at the tall and upright figure, biting her lip, before seeking assistance from Yun Zhaohui. Brother, what? Yun Zhaohui responded nonchalantly. You and aunt can enjoy. I will give him a bit more money later. Yun Xiu nodded, exchanged a few more words with Yun Zhaohui, and then departed with her aunt. As they left, she cast a couple of glances back at the entrance of the state-run restaurant. Chapter 013. A stroll through the commune. Upon stepping out of the state-run hotel once again, Zhou Liwei discovered that the young girl and her aunt had already departed, leaving him with a tinge of melancholy. Nevertheless, encountering her at the commune today was indeed an unexpected delight. He sighed deeply at the thought of her tender age. Clambering onto the ox cart, he offered Chen Jiahui 2 steamed buns, then settled into his meal, engaging in a light-hearted conversation with Yun Zhaohui. Chen Jiahui, gazing at the buns in his hands, felt a surge of indignation. He had just provided Yun Zhaohui with a meat bun and a steamed bun, yet he was left with a mere pair of plain buns. This blatant disparity in treatment filled him with a sense of humiliation, intensifying his dissatisfaction with Zhou Liwei, whom he perceived as looking down on him. In truth, Zhou Liwei had not intended any discrimination. While he found this little rogue somewhat distasteful, he was not a petty individual. Previously, he had purchased 1 bun and 1 steamed bun for each person, but after giving some to Yun Xiu and her companions, only 1 meat bun remained upon his return to buy more. Naturally, he intended to keep the sole meat bun for himself. Upon returning to the village, Yun Zhaohui went home to fetch some money to give to Zhou Liwei, who declined the offer, saying, Brother Hui, there is no need for such formalities. Consider this a treat from me. Next time we have the opportunity to visit the commune together, you can treat me. Yun Zhaohui, being of a cheerful disposition, readily agreed. All right, I'll treat you another day. Throughout this exchange, Chen Jiahui never mentioned the money to Zhou Liwei, nor did Zhou Liwei ask for it. After all, 2 buns were hardly a significant expense. However, this would be the sole instance he would enjoy such a free meal. Later that evening, while Zhou Liwei was bathing behind the house, he heard Phone Xiaoming calling out, Brother Wei, someone is looking for you. Zhou Liwei shivered. That address was rather unappealing. Each time he heard someone call him that way, it reminded him of a certain white lotus. Yet, it was dark. Who could possibly be searching for him? He barely knew anyone. Could it be his brother-in-law? He quickly applied soap, rinsed off with half a bucket of water, and after a few more scrubs, finished the remaining water. He hastily dried himself with a towel, donned a simple vest, and slipped into his trousers before exiting through the back door into the men's dormitory. After placing the water bucket down, he stepped out. Who is looking for me? Zhu Tingting stood in the communal kitchen, catching sight of the tall man with droplets still glistening in his hair. He wore only a thin garment that accentuated his physique, broad shoulders and robust arms, with water trickling down from his hair to his neck, lending a hint of color to Zhu Tingting's pale face. Awkwardly averting her gaze, she cleared her throat. Thank you for today. Here. This is the medical expense you covered for me. Zhou Liwei, oblivious to her discomfort, accepted the money without counting it and stuffed it into his pocket. Turning back toward the dormitory without further ado, Zhu Tingting watched his retreating figure, remaining rooted in place, her lips pressed tightly together as she pondered something unknown. After several days of toil in the fields, the agricultural tasks have temporarily reached a pause, allowing for a brief respite. However, in just a few days, the true busy season will commence with the ripening of the wheat, heralding the time for harvest. Many villagers seize this opportunity to rest, though, in reality, few can find true leisure. At least, that is the case for the people in the village. During these days, each household must tend to their vegetable plots and gather firewood from the mountains. The educated youth share a similar fate, as they too have plots to cultivate and must stockpile firewood while their schedule allows. A group of them collaborates, with the female youth cultivating their gardens while the males venture into the hills for firewood. After 2 days of diligent work, they finally find themselves with some free time. Zhou Liwei plans a visit to the commune, primarily to indulge in a feast, having not tasted meat for days and yearning for the richness of a hearty meal. He hopes to dine at the state-run restaurant and perhaps catch a glimpse of his beloved Xiuxiu. Without summoning anyone else, he sets off alone, intending to leisurely explore the commune first, as the hour is still early. The commune, previously known as Hongxing Town, has been renamed Hongxing Commune. The main street is lined with the commune's administrative building, a supply and marketing cooperative, a state-run restaurant, a grain station, and a health clinic, all within close proximity. Aside from this main thoroughfare, there are only a few narrow alleys. Zhou Liwei meanders through the entire commune in less than an hour, even spotting the middle school that Shou attends, with the elementary school not far off. To the southwest of the commune lies a large bridge, beyond which is a nearby village. Zhou gazes toward the bridge, recalling that after crossing, one must take a small path through a patch of bamboo grove to reach an open area where clandestine sales occur, often referred to as the black market. Despite its location on barren land, the black market is well connected. Should the authorities, identifiable by their red armbands, arrive, one can easily escape into the hills or the river, making capture quite difficult. Today, however, Zhou has no intention of visiting the black market, especially at this hour when it is likely deserted. The prime time for such excursions is typically just before dawn, around 4 or 5 o'clock. Currently, he has no pressing need to procure anything from the black market, though he considers the possibility of engaging in some trade there, as he has been without work and lacks an income. While these years may not be the most opportune for making money, he must prepare financially for the future, particularly for the customary expenses associated with marriage, which include the 3 essentials and the 36 legs. Therefore, it is essential to make good use of the black market, albeit with careful planning. After a satisfying meal at the state-run restaurant, which nourished both body and spirit, Zhou intends to visit the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a pack of cigarettes, only to discover he lacks the necessary cigarette ration coupons. He sighs, reflecting on the harshness of this era, where even a pack of cigarettes feels like a luxury. Having wandered about without encountering the young lady, he prepares to head home. Yet, halfway there, he encounters a Dongfang Hong tractor blocking the road, the driver inspecting it thoroughly, even crawling beneath the wheels, resulting in a rather soiled appearance. The weather was already sweltering, and the driver was visibly distressed, beads of perspiration mingling with dirt and diesel, rendering his face a darkened visage, obscured from its original form. Upon observing this predicament, Zhou Liwei immediately deduced that the tractor had malfunctioned, and the driver had yet to ascertain the cause. Zhou Liwei was no stranger to tractors. In his previous life, he had operated tractors, trucks, and automobiles alike, and he possessed the skill to repair them as well. Indeed, it was not only he who was adept during such times. Most drivers were expected to not only be proficient in driving, but also to possess a modicum of mechanical knowledge. His automotive repair skills had been honed under the meticulous guidance of a seasoned master, and he had learned exceptionally well, demonstrating commendable technical prowess. Chapter 014. The severity of weakness. Zhou Liwei pondered for a moment before approaching the driver, who was crawling beneath the vehicle. "Comrade, do you require assistance? I possess some rudimentary repair skills." The driver, using his legs to push himself out from under the wheel, quickly stood up. His small eyes, almost obscured by his dark complexion, were barely visible unless he blinked. "Really, comrade? You can indeed repair vehicles?" Though his face revealed little emotion, an urgency was evident in his tone. Zhou Liwei suppressed a chuckle and replied, "Yes, I truly can." "Wonderful. Could you lend a hand and help me figure out what's wrong with this hunk of metal?" Zhou Liwei nodded slightly and commenced his inspection. He adhered to the principle of examining the vehicle from the exterior to the interior and from the simple to the complex. His first focus was the fuel tank. Where he discerned no issues, there was ample fuel, ruling out the possibility of running out. The fuel lines and connections appeared intact, and both the fuel pump and injector pump functioned properly. The lever was responsive, and the plunger was not jammed, indicating the fuel system was not at fault. Next, he inspected the valve rod and guide tube for any obstructions. Upon reaching this point, he deduced that the problem lay in the insufficient gap between the valve rod and the guide tube. He readjusted the valve clearance and the pressure reduction mechanism. Then, he took the joystick and inserted it into a small opening at the front of the tractor, vigorously shaking it several times until the tractor roared to life with a putt-putt-putt. "Hey, brother, you're quite impressive." The driver, now animated, dropped the formalities and began calling Zhou Liwei brother. While Zhou Liwei was repairing the vehicle, the driver had taken a towel, dampened it slightly, and wiped his face and hands. In such sweltering heat, they typically draped a towel around their necks for wiping sweat and carried a water jug. Thankfully, he had these essentials. Otherwise, his face would have remained grimy. Although not entirely clean, he looked much better, revealing that he was indeed a young man, appearing a few years older than Zhou Liwei. He offered Zhou Liwei a cigarette and lit it for him, cheerfully inquiring, "Where are you headed? I can give you a ride." Zhou Liwei took a deep drag, savoring the rich flavor of the cigarette before slowly exhaling. The smoke from the Dakianmen brand was robust and delightful. "I'm from the Qingshan Brigade, heading back. However, given your direction, it seems you are going to the commune, which is the opposite way. Never mind, I can walk back on my own." "Not at all. It won't take long. Come on, hop on the tractor. I'll drive you back." Seeing the sincerity in the driver's demeanor, Zhou Liwei relented and climbed aboard the tractor. The two exchanged names, and Zhou Liwei learned that the driver was named Zhang Liang, who was even younger than him. At just 19 years old, Zhou Liwei mused whether it was due to the dirt on his face or Zhang Liang's naturally anxious appearance that made him seem older. Zhang Liang was a driver at the agricultural machinery station, though he only knew how to operate tractors at present. From their subsequent conversation, Zhou Liwei also discovered that his father was the station chief. Zhou Liwei's eyes glimmered momentarily. The agricultural machinery station was indeed a remarkable place. Being a driver at the station represented a position of considerable prestige. There exists a contemporary adage: first-class work is driving, while second-class work is sales. To secure a role as a driver at the agricultural machinery station would be an exceedingly respectable achievement. Consequently, in the ensuing conversation, Zhou Liwei unabashedly shared his prowess in both driving and repairing vehicles, subtly revealing his skills to Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang, overwhelmed with excitement, shouted above the cacophony of the tractor's noise, which was deafening enough to render normal conversation nearly impossible. "Wei go, that's impressive. I had no idea you could drive a car, let alone repair one." Zhou Liwei furrowed his brow slightly. The incessant clattering of the tractor distorted Zhang Liang's words, making the compliment sound more like an insult. With a sigh, he raised his voice to respond, "Before I went to the countryside, I learned from a master at our factory. He taught me to drive and repair vehicles hands-on. My father is the deputy factory director and has a good relationship with him, so I often accompanied him in the vehicle, watching him drive and listening to his stories about cars." Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang's desire to establish rapport intensified. A young intellectual from the capital, with a father who held a position as a deputy factory director, warranted his admiration. Realizing that old Wang from the agricultural machinery station had been suffering from severe back pain and had taken leave, he considered the possibility of letting Zhou, the young intellectual, temporarily fill in. However, he first needed to consult his father, who would need to approve the arrangement before he could approach Zhou about it. Zhou Liwei would undoubtedly agree to such an opportunity, even if it were temporary. Once he secured the position, he would find a way to make it permanent. Observing Zhang Liang's contemplative demeanor, Zhou Liwei smirked and shouted, "In the future, if your agricultural machinery station requires repairs, feel free to seek me out at Qingshan Brigade. I assure you, my repair skills are on par with my mentors. I can fix tractors, cars, and large trucks." "All right, Wei go, when the time comes. You mustn't refuse my request for assistance," Zhang Liang replied. "Rest assured I won't." Zhang Liang promptly escorted Zhou Liwei back to the young intellectual point. As the tractor entered Qingshan Brigade, its distinctive sound drew the attention of villagers of all ages, who rushed out to witness the spectacle. Curious about who could be driving the tractor, a group of snot-nosed children trailed behind, unperturbed by the thick, black exhaust fumes. Zhang Liang, not wishing to linger at the young intellectual point, disregarded Zhou Liwei's invitation, merely sipping a bit of water before scrubbing his now discolored towel and wiping his face. He draped the towel over his shoulder and, grinning widely, squinted his small eyes into slits. "Wei go, I shall take my leave now, but I will come to find you another day." As Zhou Liwei escorted him to the gate, children had already swarmed the tractor, with a boy of around 10 seated at the driver's position, pretending to steer while his body swayed as if powered by an engine beneath him. Indeed, it resembles the act of driving a tractor. Zhou Liwei gazed at the child's face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he knew, and a faint smile graced his lips. Approaching, he effortlessly lifted the child from the driver's seat and, chuckling softly, inquired, "Which family do you belong to?" At that moment, the other children playing on the tractor leaped down and scattered in all directions. Yun Chadwang, caught off guard and unable to escape due to his earlier exuberance, felt a twinge of guilt. Upon hearing the question, he immediately shouted, "Let me go. I am the child of the squad leader." Chapter 015. Captivity. Zhou Liwei's smile widened as he recognized the youngest brother of Xiao'er. Instead of releasing him, he waved at Zhang Liang and, after watching the tractor disappear into the distance, pulled the boy into the dormitory designated for the male, educated youth. Yun Xiaowang kicked his short legs vigorously, shouting in a theatrical manner, "Let go of me. If you don't, I'll call my brother to beat you up." "Ah, which brother do you plan to summon? Your eldest or your second?" "Your second brother won't stand a chance against me, and your eldest is quite familiar with me. We are good friends. If you go to him, he might just give you a beating first," Zhou Liwei teased, enjoying the playful banter. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiaowang's eyes darted around as he contemplated the logic behind Zhou's words. If Zhou was indeed a good friend of his eldest brother, perhaps he could persuade him to release him. "Since you're good friends with my brother, that makes us like brothers too. If we're all brothers, could you let me go?" Zhou Liwei chuckled at the boy's cleverness and nodded in agreement. "You make a fair point." He then loosened his grip on Yun's collar. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Yun Xiaowang attempted to bolt, but Zhou's reflexes were quicker, and he seized him once more. "You promised to let me go." Yun protested, wide-eyed. Zhou Liwei playfully flicked his forehead. "I never said I wouldn't let you go. I just have something to discuss with you. Please wait a moment." Yun Xiaowang eyed him suspiciously. "What is it?" Without answering, Zhou walked to the end of the Kong, opened his wicker trunk, and retrieved a handful of white rabbit creamy candy along with a package of jiangmi strips, extending them toward the boy. "Here. This is a welcome gift from your older brother." Yun's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the generous assortment of candy and snacks, licking his lips uncertainly. For me?" With a smile, Zhou nodded affirmatively. "Yes, all for you." "Really all of it?" His disbelief was understandable. The white rabbit candies and jiangmi strips were rare treats, and Zhou's handful surely contained at least a dozen pieces. Zhou stuffed the candies and snacks into Yun's small hands, which struggled to hold such a bounty. In excitement, Yun lifted his shirt to create a makeshift pouch, indicating for Zhou to place the goodies there. "Brother, from now on, you are my true elder brother. My eldest brother is the second, and the second is the third. All right, you little rascal, hurry home. Don't eat too many candies at once. Be cautious of cavities. Save them for later." Zhou Liwei laughed, amused by the boy's antics. The allure of food had even pushed aside the notion of brotherhood. Though Zhou had no intention of becoming his elder brother, he preferred to be his brother-in-law instead. "All right, big brother, I understand." Yun Xiaowang, tucking his treasures into his shirt, prepared to leave. "Well then, I'll take my leave. Thank you for today. Tomorrow, I'll climb a tree to fetch some bird eggs for you." With that, he darted out of the educated youth point like a flash. Zhou Liwei watched the agile little fellow scamper away, shaking his head in amusement. He then turned to secure his trunk before stepping out of the dormitory, finding the atmosphere within too stifling. As the weather turns warm, the atmosphere inside grows increasingly stifling. With no work for the past few days, everyone has lingered in the dormitory for extended periods, and once shoes are removed, the odor is simply overwhelming. I cannot fathom how a group of rugged men from the mainland could suffer from athlete's foot. Meanwhile, Yun Xiaowang returned home, clutching a bag of white rabbit milk candies and jiangmi sticks, only to be seized by his mother, who tugged at his ear and interrogated him about the origins of these treats. "Where did you get these?" she demanded. Yun Xiaowang, wincing in pain yet refusing to let go of the items, exclaimed, "Mother, please, let go. These are gifts from my elder brother." Haiguixiang, applying more force, retorted, "You little rascal, stop lying. Your elder brother is sitting at home. When did he give you these?" "I had no idea." "Ouch, mother. I swear I'm not deceiving you. It's not that elder brother. It's a new acquaintance." "Well, I know the second brother quite well, and I've met the third brother too." After a sharp tug on his ear, she finally released him, bewildered by his nonsensical claims. "What is this? An elder brother? A second brother? And now a third brother? When did you acquire a third brother?" Yun Xiaowang placed everything on the table and unwrapped a white rabbit candy, carefully putting it in his mouth before squinting to explain. Once he mumbled through his explanation, Haiguixiang turned to her eldest son. Yun Xiaowei chuckled, scratching his head. "Oh, it was Zhou Jiqing who gave it to him." "Mother, Zhou Jiqing is quite generous. He brought the steamed cakes and those peach crisps to our home. The last time we went to the commune, he even provided meat buns and steamed bread for me, my sister, and my aunt without asking for any money." Haiguixiang slapped her thigh, exclaiming, "Oh dear, have we been taking advantage of him all along? This simply won't do. We must return the items." Upon hearing this, Yun Xiaowang quickly leaped onto the table, pressing down on the candies and jiangmi sticks, slurping up the syrupy sweetness that threatened to spill. Mother, these are gifts from my elder brother, meant as a greeting. If you return them, you'll be returning your own gifts. Mine are not to be returned. You little rascal. Hai Guixiang was about to strike him again. Yin Chaohui hastily intervened, grabbing her arm. Mother, let it go. We should invite him over for dinner while we have some free time. Yin Songshan took a couple of puffs from his leaf tobacco and nodded in agreement. All right, let us invite him for a meal and include that Feng Jiqing too. Children, make sure to prepare a few extra dishes. Very well. Then let us do it tomorrow evening. Eldest, you can go to the commune and bring back a pound of meat. Understood. Tomorrow, when you visit the commune, take that pack of peach crisps to your aunt. Also, bring your sister back for a few days. She has stayed at your aunt's long enough. I know, Mother. Simultaneously, many families in the village were discussing the tractor issue, though the focus was primarily on Zhou Liwei, the young man from the capital. He was quite handsome, the most attractive and robust male youth among the educated youths in the area. What's more, he hailed from such a grand city. And it seemed he had connections with the commune's agricultural machinery station. There was speculation about whether he had a girlfriend. And any girl fortunate enough to marry this young man would never have to worry for the rest of her life. Especially those with unmarried daughters at home inevitably harbor a few secret thoughts, although they are aware that the educated youth from the city look down upon their rural counterparts. It does not hinder their imagination. Moreover, there are indeed instances where educated youth have formed families with villagers, so it is quite natural for them to entertain such notions. Of course, there are those who, believing themselves to possess decent qualities, aspire to take initiative, thinking perhaps they might succeed. Among them is Shintaohua, the daughter of the village accountant. She is cherished at home, possesses beauty, excels in her studies, and is currently in her first year of high school. Soon to advance to her second year in September. She is widely recognized as a standout in their village and enjoys considerable popularity at school, with many boys desiring to form revolutionary partnerships with her. However, she remains proud and dismisses all suitors, citing her studies as her priority. Today, a fleeting glance at the tall figure standing on the tractor made her heart surrender instantly. She felt as though he had come specifically for her. Chapter 16. Car repair. The following day, the rhythmic sound of the tractor disrupted the tranquility of Qinshan village once more. Wei Ge, are you there? As the tractor's engine sputtered to a halt, Zhang Liang exuberantly leapt down. Zhou Liwei emerged from the male youth dormitory, clad in a simple vest, and upon seeing Zhang Liang, greeted him with a smile. Liangzi, what brings you here? Zhang Liang squinted his eyes and spoke with enthusiasm. Wei Ge, I need your assistance with repairing a vehicle. Do you have time to accompany me to the commune? Zhou Liwei, already suspecting what was afoot, readily agreed. I happen to have some free time. Wait for me a moment. I'll change my clothes. He turned and headed back to the dormitory, with Zhang Liang following closely behind. Zhou Liwei swiftly removed his vest, revealing his strong physique, and soon donned a military green undershirt. Zhang Liang gazed in astonishment, marveling at Wei Ji's remarkable build. He swallowed hard, suppressing the words he had nearly uttered. Such a physique was not only admired by Zhang Liang, but also envied by other young men at the youth station. All right, let us go, Zhou Liwei announced. Zhang Liang snapped back to reality, nodding in a daze. Yes, let us go. Along the way, they encountered Yun Jiaowei, who was not driving a bullock cart this time but riding a bicycle. Wei Ge, are you heading to the commune? Zhou Liwei initiated the conversation. Indeed. I'm going to fetch my little sister from the commune. Are you going to? Zhou Liwei felt a surge of joy at the thought of his beloved shower finally returning home. A broader smile spread across his face as he replied, Yes. This is Zhang Liang from the agricultural machinery station. We are friends, and he requires my assistance. He then introduced Zhang Liang. This is Comrade Yun Jiaowei from our brigade. His father is the brigade leader of Qinshan. Yun Jiaowei and Zhang Liang quickly exchanged greetings, and after a few pleasantries, Zhang Liang powered up the tractor and set off first. Yun Jiaowei called out behind him, Brother Zhou, don't forget to come over for dinner tonight. Absolutely. I won't forget. The previous evening, Yun Jiaowei had extended an invitation to him and Feng Xiaoming, and since he now knew that Shower would be returning today, he felt compelled to accept the invitation. The prospect of seeing Shower made it an irresistible occasion, even if it were a grand banquet. Upon arriving at the agricultural machinery station, a few workers were gathered around a truck. Hearing the tractor's approach, they turned to look. Zhang Liang jumped down and excitedly introduced Zhou Liwei to one of the middle-aged men with thinning hair. Dad, this is Comrade Zhou Liwei I mentioned to you. He helped fix my tractor when it broke down yesterday. Zhou Liwei stepped forward, smiling as he extended his hand. "Hello, Director Zhang." His demeanor was neither subservient nor arrogant, displaying commendable politeness. Zhang Hongxi found a favorable first impression of the young man, though he wondered if his son's claims about his mechanical skills were truly reliable. Concealing his doubts, he smiled broadly and shook Zhou Liwei's hand. "Hello, Comrade Zhou. Zhang Liang mentioned your prowess in repairs. We happen to have a vehicle that's malfunctioning and would appreciate your assistance in examining it." The nearby craftsmen exhibited expressions of skepticism. None could accomplish the task. Not even Master Su, the most skilled among them. How could such an inexperienced youth succeed? One young man, his hair slicked back with an oily sheen, pointed at Zhou Liwei and addressed Zhang Hongxi with a tone of disdain. "Station Chief, where did Liangzi find this person? Repairing vehicles is a technical endeavor, not something just anyone can handle. He appears younger than Liangzi and hardly seems like a seasoned expert. It's questionable whether he even understands vehicles. If he fails to fix the car and damages its good components instead, it would be a futile endeavor." Yan Wenhan, who was accustomed to arrogance, hailed from a well-off family. His uncle was the secretary of the Hongxing Commune. Moreover, he had proven himself by obtaining a driver's license at a young age and securing a position as a driver at the agricultural machinery station. Since acquiring this job, he had been treated with utmost respect, with conversations predominantly consisting of flattery. After hearing so much praise, he had begun to harbor an inflated sense of self-worth, oblivious to his actual capabilities. Among his peers, he considered himself the most formidable. Out of the 80 individuals who had taken the exam with him, only 6 had passed, and he was the sole young adult in his 20s among them. Now, observing the individual before him, who was evidently younger, he found it implausible that this person could possess superior mechanical skills compared to Master Su at the agricultural machinery station. Zhang Hongxi, with a genial demeanor, interjected. "No need for concern. Let Comrade Zhou take a look. It's perfectly normal if he can't fix it. After all, none of us have succeeded." While Zhang appeared to be a congenial person, he was not devoid of discernment. Yan Wenhan's blunt remarks implied disdain for Zhou Liwei, and they certainly did not afford any respect to Zhang Hongxi and his son, Zhang Liang. The individual had been brought in by Zhang Liang, undoubtedly with Zhang Hongxi's approval. Thus, Yan Wenhan's comments seemed to belittle both Zhou and Zhang. Ignoring Yan Wenhan, Zhang Hongxi smiled warmly at Zhou Liwei. "Comrade Zhou, why not take a look yourself?" If one disregarded the thinning hair, the squinting smile bore resemblance to Zhang Liang. They both possessed similar small eyes, a clear indication of their father-son relationship. Zhou Liwei was indeed inclined to inspect the vehicle, not only to assess, but also to repair it, as proving his competence through action would be far more effective than countering the current disparagement. Additionally, he had a personal stake in the matter. He believed this repair was a test of his abilities, potentially leading to future opportunities. Gazing at Zhang Hongxi, a faint smile appeared on Zhou Liwei's face. "Station Chief Zhang, since I am here, I shall give it a try. Rest assured, I will not proceed without confidence." The implication of his words was unmistakable, as he cast a subtle glance at Yan Wenhan while speaking. Stifled with indignation, Yan Wenhan opened his mouth to retort but was promptly interrupted by Zhang Hongxi's jovial demeanor. Zhang Liang, dismissing Yan Wenhan with a scoff, handed Zhou Liwei a pair of gloves. "Thank you." After donning the gloves and inquiring about the vehicle's basic condition, he learned that it was experiencing insufficient power, leading everyone to suspect a malfunction in the engine. Zhou Liwei calmly nodded, his mind already formulating a diagnostic plan as he commenced the examination. While inspecting, he elucidated to Zhang Liang the potential causes of the engine malfunction, systematically ruling them out one by one. However, it wasn't long before Yan Wenhan grew impatient, interjecting that they were already aware of what Zhou was stating and had thoroughly examined those issues, dismissing them as irrelevant. He scoffed at Zhou's claim of expertise, implying it was rather unremarkable. Zhou Liwei cast a sidelong glance at him and coolly replied, "What's the hurry? We have yet to complete the inspection. Just be patient." Chapter 17. Do you know how to drive? The disdain in his tone genuinely irked Yan Wenhan, igniting a desire to retaliate. Yet, surrounded by so many onlookers, he refrained from losing his temper, fearing it would portray him as unreasonable. With a cold snort, he remarked, "Fine. I'll wait and see what other tricks you have up your sleeve." Zhou Liwei continued his inspection of the vehicle, a heavy-duty Jiefeng truck, characterized by its elongated, flat-nosed design. Apart from the emblem, the words "Long live the chairman" were prominently displayed on the front, symbolizing a commitment to advancing under the guidance of a great leader. This truck was equipped with a 95 horsepower, 6-cylinder gasoline engine and a downdraft carburetor. The engine, previously examined, showed no issues. However, a malfunctioning carburetor could severely impede engine performance. Yangzi, we've checked everything else. Now let us examine the carburetor. If the vehicle has been idle for a while, the carburetor may become clogged, leading to fuel supply issues and insufficient engine power, possibly preventing it from starting, Zhou Liwei explained. Go away, how do we check it? Zhang Liang inquired. Do you see that small filter inside? Zhou Liwei pointed to a tiny filter within the carburetor. Zhang Liang leaned in closer and indeed noticed the small filter. The other mechanics gathered around, with Yin Wenhan awkwardly joining them. The skilled mechanic, Old Su, curiously asked, Comrade Zhou, does this small filter have any issues? Zhou Liwei replied, we want to know if there's a problem until we remove it. But how do we extract it? It's so narrow that my fingers can't reach. And we lack specialized tools. Zhou Liwei did not respond, but instead turned to Zhang Liang, asking, Liangzi, do you have any screws? Yes, I'll get some right away. Zhang Liang responded, darting off to find screws. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Liang returned with a handful of screws. Zhou Liwei selected one, gauged its size, and gently inserted it. With a firm twist, he pulled the screw out, successfully extracting the small filter. Upon inspection, it was indeed the source of the problem. Is there a new filter available? Everyone turned their gaze to Zhang Hongxi, who shook his head, indicating there was none. That's all right. Liangzi, please clean this filter thoroughly and dry it before bringing it back. It can still hold up for a few days, but it shouldn't be used for too long, or the vehicle will encounter this issue again. We need to replace it promptly. Zhang Hongxi nodded. Understood. I'll take the truck to the county tomorrow for a replacement. After Zhang Liang brought back the cleaned filter, Zhou Liwei reinserted it into the carburetor. At last, the repair was complete. By this point, he was drenched in sweat. Although the task had taken less than an hour and was not particularly exhausting, the sweltering weather was unbearable. Wiping his brow, he said, Director Zhang, I'll start the engine to test it. Before Zhang Hongxi could respond, Yin Wenhan interjected, No, do you know how to drive? If the vehicle is damaged, can you afford the repairs? What kind of fool would make such a request? Zhou Liwei felt a surge of frustration. How could someone who couldn't drive dare to issue such demands? Indifferent to his presence and observing that Zhang Hongxi offered no objections, he opened the driver's side door and took a seat. Hesitating to start the engine, he recalled that it had been years since he last operated such a vehicle. He spent a moment familiarizing himself with the steering wheel, gently pressing the brake and clutch pedals, and assessing the gear shifts. At that moment, outside the vehicle, Yin Wenhan erupted in laughter, exclaiming, Surely you can't be so inept as to not even start the car, Comrade Zhou. Shall I? Just as he began to speak, the engine roared to life, and the vehicle quickly began to move. Initially, Zhou Liwei drove cautiously as he reacquainted himself with the sensations of driving. But within 2 minutes, his confidence returned, and he sped out of the agricultural machinery station. However, after traversing a mere 100 meters, he turned the vehicle around. Driving a freight truck, parking posed the greatest challenge. Yin Wenhan silently hoped that this individual would struggle with reversing, anticipating the opportunity to mock him. To his surprise, Zhou Liwei exhibited remarkable driving skills, executing the reverse maneuver with effortless precision, rivaling even the seasoned drivers at the agricultural machinery station. The truck aligned perfectly with Yin Wenhan, who barely had time to react before the vehicle came to a halt, enveloping him in a cloud of exhaust fumes that left him coughing uncontrollably. Zhou Liwei swiftly turned off the engine, leapt from the vehicle, and cheerfully remarked, Director Zhang, all seems well for now. Ha ha ha, splendid. Comrade Zhou indeed lives up to the praises sung by Liangzi, truly a young talent. Zhang Hongxi declared, his eyes narrowing into slits of joy. Zhang Liang, mirroring his father's expression, grinned widely and gave Zhou Liwei a thumbs up, exclaiming, impressive. The other experienced drivers chimed in with their compliments. And Master Su even approached to pat Zhou Liwei on the shoulder, affirming, indeed, a young talent, far superior to this old fellow. Zhou Liwei, eager to downplay the accolades, replied, Not at all, Master Su, you flatter me. I still have much to learn from all of you. Previously, when Zhang Hongxi praised him, he merely smiled without response. In the presence of Zhang Hongxi, he felt it unnecessary to feign humility as he wished to showcase his strengths. However, in front of a veteran like Master Su, he adopted a more modest demeanor, wary of appearing arrogant and provoking disdain. The agricultural machinery station had already welcomed such a person. There was no need for him to follow suit. Furthermore, Master Su was of advanced age, reportedly having limited field work, typically remaining at the station for repairs. Venturing only to places like Harbin, which were easily accessible within a day. At this time, operating a freight truck required considerable physical exertion. As the steering wheel was notably heavy, without sufficient strength, it was nearly impossible to maneuver, unlike the vehicles of the future, which featured power steering allowing effortless control with a mere finger. Yin Wenhan, observing the enthusiastic praise showered upon Zhou Liwei, felt a surge of discontent. Initially dismissive of this younger man, he had believed it impossible for someone even younger than himself to possess driving or mechanical skills. Yet, reality had proven otherwise. Zhou Liwei was not only capable but indeed surpassed him. This prideful individual could hardly tolerate the thought of another excelling beyond him. Witnessing the adulation bestowed upon Zhou Liwei stirred a deep sense of imbalance within him, and his gaze towards Zhou Liwei turned increasingly hostile. Zhou Liwei instinctively sensed the malevolence directed towards him. He was not one to be trifled with. If one treated him unkindly, he felt no obligation to reciprocate with kindness. He slightly turned his head, casting a disdainful glance at Yin Wenhan. This gesture went unnoticed by everyone else, as their attention was diverted to the vehicle. Yin Wenhan, incensed, nearly leaped in outrage. What was that look? Contempt? Mockery? Regardless, he felt a profound sense of humiliation. The weight of such a silent insult was far more unbearable than any verbal provocation. Clenching his fists, he yearned to confront Zhou Liwei with a couple of punches. Subsequently, Zhou Liwei proceeded to Zhang Hongshi's office, dismissing the arrogant youth entirely. To him, Yin Wenhan was merely a young man momentarily overtaken by pride. Time would teach him the ways of humility. In fact, Zhou Liwei regarded his earlier retort as akin to squabbling with a child. Shaking his head with a chuckle, he considered the incident resolved, giving no further thought to Yin Wenhan. However, unbeknownst to him, while he had moved on, the matter lingered for Yin Wenhan, who would later bring Zhou Liwei considerable trouble. Chapter 018. Returning to the village by tractor afternoon, the sun blazed fiercely in the summer sky, with barely a breeze to provide relief. Zhou Liwei, braving the searing heat, drove a sputtering tractor, beads of sweat already dotting his forehead. Indeed, this time Zhou Liwei returned to his village riding a tractor. He had become a temporary worker at the agricultural machinery station, although he lacked a driver's license. This did not hinder his employment as a temporary worker. Obtaining a driving license was notoriously challenging, often requiring months of full-time study at a driving school followed by a 6-month internship, and in some regions, even a year-long internship without any traffic violations to qualify for a license. Given Zhou Liwei's skills, there was no need for him to undergo full-time training. So Zhang Hongxi allowed him to start working, considering it an internship. Once his internship concluded, he could directly apply for his license. Of course, he still needed to secure a student slot at the county driving school, necessitating a letter of introduction which he would obtain tomorrow when he accompanied Zhang Hongxi to the county school to register. Zhang Hongxi's leniency towards Zhou Liwei stemmed from two factors: Zhou's genuine competence and the pressing need for manpower at the agricultural machinery station. Additionally, there was a hint of Zhang's personal interest. Zhou Liwei had a good rapport with his son, Zhang Liang, and his willingness to share knowledge was sincere and unguarded. Unlike others who often withheld information out of fear that teaching a disciple might jeopardize their own livelihood, Zhou Liwei was well aware of Zhang Hongxi's intentions but bore no resentment. On the contrary, he was grateful for the opportunity to be of use, recognizing that both parties stood to benefit from the arrangement. As the tractor rolled into the village, the sight of Zhou Liwei at the helm ignited a wave of excitement among the villagers. Even those who had never exchanged a word with him called out, "Zhou Qizhong is back." Though Zhou Liwei felt he had not yet reached such familiarity with them, their greetings compelled him to respond politely. "Yes, I'm back." The women, less boisterous than the men, smiled warmly at Zhou Liwei aboard the tractor. Standing at her doorstep, Shintaohua gazed at the handsome figure in the driver's seat, biting her lip as her resolve strengthened. The children, as always, delighted in trailing behind the tractor, inhaling the exhaust fumes. Among them, Zhou Liwei spotted Yin Xiaoguang, energetically waving and shouting, "Brother, brother," clearly eager for a ride. While Zhou Liwei could have overlooked the other children, he felt compelled to fulfill his future brother-in-law's small wish. He halted the tractor, smiling. "Xiaoguang, hop on. I'll take you for a spin." "Great, brother. You're my real big brother." Before even climbing aboard, he pointed at a group of smaller children nearby, requesting, "Brother, let them have a turn too. We're all brothers from the same village." Suppressing a chuckle at the boys' camaraderie, Zhou Liwei replied, "All right, on your account, they can all come up." Yun Xiaoguang beamed, revealing a dazzling smile, and then called to the other children, "Don't forget to thank my big brother." The group of children hurriedly expressed their gratitude, thanking their older brother. One by one, they joyfully climbed onto the tractor, exclaiming with delight at the prospect of riding it. Zhou Liwei invited Yun Chagwang to sit beside him, and Yun Chagwang, brimming with happiness, could not help but chuckle foolishly. "Did your brother bring your sister back from the commune?" Zhou Liwei inquired casually. Yun Chagwang paid little heed, assuming the question pertained to his brother, unaware that the inquiry was actually about his sister. His attention was entirely captivated by the tractor, and in his excitement, he animatedly gestured, "Yes, she's back. She even brought a large piece of pork belly. My mother said she would make braised pork for dinner. You must eat plenty, big brother. I tell you, my mother's braised pork is exquisite." As he spoke, he salivated slightly, hastily wiping his mouth with his slender, dark arm, which made Zhou Liwei chuckle. The tractor came to a halt at the youth dormitory, and disregarding the children playing atop it, Zhou Liwei carried the items he had just purchased from town into the male dormitory. Most of these items were intended for his beloved Xiao'er, including canned goods, biscuits, and malt extract, though he regretted he could not bring everything at once today. The young intellectuals heard the sound of the tractor and realized Zhou Liwei had returned, albeit they were unaware that he was the one driving it, assuming instead that it was a friend from the agricultural machinery station who had brought him back. However, when they emerged from the courtyard and saw Zhou Liwei stepping down from the driver's seat, their eyes widened in astonishment. Several female young intellectuals gazed at him with bright, sparkling eyes. Feng Xiaoming glanced at the tractor and, seeing no one else, asked, "Young Shou, did you drive the tractor back?" Zhou Liwei nodded slightly, affirming without further elaboration. After placing his belongings in the dormitory, he went to fetch water, preparing for a thorough wash and shower, determined not to meet Xiao'er smelling of sweat. This time, he took extra care. Unlike his usual hasty routine, he lathered his entire body with soap and washed his hair with shampoo twice. As he massaged his scalp, he mused that when Xiao'er grew older, he would ask her to assist him with washing his hair. She would undoubtedly do so with great tenderness. Once he had completed his preparations, he glanced at the sun, noting that it was still early, around 4 o'clock, leaving nearly 2 hours until dinner. However, he could hardly wait. So he grabbed his belongings and called out to Feng Xiaoming, eager to head over early. "Young Zhou, isn't it a bit too early?" Feng Xiaoming hesitated. "It's fine. Let us go early. If you don't head out now, I'll leave first." Feng Xiaoming observed Zhou Liwei, dressed in a crisp white shirt and black pants, his feet clad in brand new liberation shoes, and felt he resembled someone going on a blind date. Already handsome, he appeared even more striking after a bit of grooming, exuding a delightful fragrance that seemed out of place in their male dormitory. "All right, you go ahead. I'll come over later," Feng Xiaoming replied. Zhou Liwei nodded slightly and left the youth dormitory. Outside, the group of children continued to play on the tractor. Zhou Liwei called out to Yun Xiaowang, who was hopping in the driver's seat. "Xiaowang, let us go to your home." "All right, I'm coming." He leapt down from the tractor, and with a wave of his small hand, the other children followed suit, each returning to their respective homes and seeking out their mothers. Yun Xiaowang trailed closely behind Zhou Liwei, leaning in to sniff intently. "Elder brother, why do you smell so good? Just like those city girls." Zhou Liwei retorted, "If it weren't for Xiao'er's sake, I would surely toss this little brat into the river. You wouldn't understand. This is the sin of male hormones, distinct from the fragrance of women." Yun Xiaowang leaned in once more, sniffing inquisitively. What does the sin of male hormones even smell like? Chapter 019. Visiting the Yun family, Zhou Liwei cast a glance downwards, too lazy to elaborate further. He retrieved a handful of big white rabbit milk candies from his pocket to divert the boy's attention. "Here, have some candy." Yun Xiaowang happily accepted the sweets, exclaiming, "My dear elder brother, why are you giving me candy again? I haven't finished the last batch you gave me." Zhou Liwei gazed into those sparkling eyes, reminiscent of Xiao'er, and a smile crept onto his lips. "No worries, if you can't finish them, just share with your siblings." Yun Xiaowang responded, "My brothers don't eat candy, so I want to give them any. However, my sister, being a girl, loves sweets. I'll save her a couple, or else she might cry from longing." Zhou Liwei chuckled lightly. "Dare you say that in front of your sister?" Yun Xiaowang hurriedly replied, "Elder brother, this is just between us boys. Please don't let my sister know." Zhou Liwei stifled a laugh. This little rascal was clever beyond his years, often mimicking adult conversations, which was quite amusing. He solemnly assured, "All right. I want to mention it to your sister. However, a real man must carry himself like one. If your sister likes candy, give her all you have. If you run out, Just ask me for more. I have plenty, but I'm not fond of sweets. You must help me share the burden. Yun Chaowang was taken aback by such good fortune, thumping his small chest confidently. No problem, I'll make sure to assist you. As he spoke, he unwrapped the candy and popped it into his mouth, no longer as cautious as he had been the first time. Upon arriving at the Yun household, they found Yun Songzan sitting under the eaves weaving a winnowing basket, while Yun Chaoyang was engaged in some handiwork nearby. They did not see Yun Xiaowei or her mother. Zhou Liwei greeted them warmly, and Yun Songzan set aside his work, smiling as he welcomed him inside. Zhou Jiqing, come in quickly and have a glass of water. Yun Chaoyang also stood up, wielding a machete and a slingshot he was crafting, cheerfully calling out to Zhou Jiqing. Upon entering the house, Yun Songzan shouted towards the kitchen, Xiao Xiao, bring a cup of water. Zhou Jiqing has arrived. Coming right away, father. Came a melodious voice from the kitchen, tightening Zhou Liwei's heart. He placed the items he had brought on the table, refusing the customary insistence of not needing water. He knew that if he did not request water, Xiao would likely not emerge. Upon noticing the items on the table, Yun Songzan frowned. Zhou Jiqing, why have you brought something again? You shouldn't go to such lengths. Just take it back with you after dinner. Zhou Liwei replied cheerfully, Uncle Yun, it's nothing. Just a few snacks that my mother prepared for me before I came. To be honest, I'm not particularly fond of these sweet things, so they've been sitting there. If I don't bring them over, they'll go bad. I thought I'd let Xiao Guang and the others enjoy them. They'll be gone by next time. Yun Chaoyang shot him a glance, pondering how there could be someone who didn't relish sweets. Truly, city dwellers were different. Seeing Zhou Liwei's demeanor, Yun Songzan sighed. Oh, you child. Fine, just promise me you won't bring these again next time. They're too precious to be wasted on that little rascal, Xiao Guang. Upon hearing his father's words, Yun Chaoyang immediately protested. Father, why is it a waste if I get to eat them? Zhou Liwei smiled gently, acknowledging that consuming it certainly did not equate to waste. Yun Songzan cast a sidelong glance at his younger son, disregarding him, and instead turned to engage Zhou Liwei in conversation about other matters. Observing this, Yun Chaoyang refrained from interjecting and leaned closer to his second brother, watching him craft a slingshot. Before long, Yun Xiao emerged, carrying a teacup and 3 bowls. With a cheerful nod towards Zhou Liwei, she offered a greeting. Zhou Liwei reciprocated with a smile and a nod, his heart momentarily skipping a beat. Yun Xiao placed the enamel teacup and bowls on the table, pouring tea into each bowl. In the countryside, it was customary to use dining bowls for serving tea, as specialized teacups were a rarity. Generally, one would be fortunate to have water to drink, let alone tea. When entertaining esteemed guests, a touch of sugar might be added to create a sweetened beverage. However, having overheard Zhou Liwei express his aversion to overly sweet flavors, Yun Xiao opted to prepare tea instead. Albeit of modest quality, it was still preferable to plain water. She first extended a bowl of tea to Zhou Liwei. Zhou Liwei promptly rose, receiving it with both hands. Thank you, Miss Xiao, he expressed gratefully. As he accepted the tea bowl, he inadvertently brushed against her fingertips. Yun Xiao glanced up, noting that although he held the tea, his enchanting peach blossom eyes were fixed intently on her, and his smile bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a male seducer. Startled by her own thoughts, Yun Xiao lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly, and hurriedly offered the remaining bowls of tea to her father and second brother. Seeing that there was none for him, Yun Chaoyang leapt up and inquired, Sister, what about mine? Yun Xiao turned to him, her expression playful. Yours? If you wish to drink, you may fetch a bowl yourself. With that, she raised an eyebrow and returned to the kitchen. Hey, sister, you're being biased. He did not go to the kitchen for a bowl but instead seized the half-full bowl from his second brother, tilting his head back to gulp it down in one go. Only after finishing did Yun Chaoyang casually remark, I finished the slingshot. I can manage it myself. Oh. Second brother. No. Third brother. Dear third brother, may I not pour you a bowl? And so he endeavored to curry favor with Yun Chaoyang. Zhou Liwei watched this delightful scene, amused by the antics of his brothers-in-law, appreciating the warm familial atmosphere of his in-laws. He relished it, holding the tea bowl aloft. He drained its contents entirely. Though it was not fine tea, merely wild tea harvested from the mountains, lightly roasted and sun-dried, with large leaves and a less than exquisite flavor, Zhou Liwei found it far superior to any tea he had tasted in his past life. Truly, it was a testament to the skill of his beloved Xiao. Setting down the tea bowl, he casually inquired about Yun Xiaowei. He has gone to fetch water. He should return shortly. Zhou Liwei nodded slightly, then broached the subject of his employment. Uncle Yun, I will need your assistance in procuring a letter of introduction. I will be working at the agricultural machinery station for some time. I anticipate being unavailable during the wheat harvest, and likewise for the autumn harvest, as this period is when the station is busiest, coordinating the dispatch of supplies to the county and beyond. Yun Song's-han, with a rustling of leaves, expressed his excitement. This is splendid news, Zhou Jiqing. When do you require the letter of introduction? I could prepare it for you right now. As he attempted to rise, Zhou Liwei promptly restrained him. Uncle Yun, there is no rush. Let us discuss this matter after our meal. Very well, we shall address it post-repast, Yun Song's-han acquiesced. Resuming his seat, the two then shifted their conversation to other topics, while nearby, Yun Chaoyang observed Zhou Liwei speaking with eloquence, his eyes brimming with admiration. Such is the distinction of a youth from the metropolis. They seem proficient in everything, even driving a vehicle with remarkable ease. Chapter 20. Introduction of Prospective Partners by the Mother-in-Law. Before long, Yun Chaohui returned with water. Upon seeing Zhou Liwei, he set aside his task and began to engage him in conversation. He felt the most familiar with Zhou Liwei, as they were of similar age and shared a common language. Having lived nearly 70 years in his previous life, Zhou Liwei possessed extensive knowledge and could discuss any topic effortlessly if he chose to engage in conversation. Just as they were immersed in their lively discussion, Feng Xiaoming arrived as well. At that moment, Gao Guoxiang and Yun Xiu had finished preparing the meal. During dinner, the Yun family displayed great warmth, with Gao Guoxiang continually serving dishes to Zhou Liwei and Feng Xiaoming. Zhou Jiqing and Feng Jiqing, please eat more, she urged. Thank you, Auntie, but we can serve ourselves. You should eat too. Zhou Liwei relished the affection from his future mother-in-law, and after receiving a serving of food, he reciprocated by offering her a piece of succulent braised pork. Feng Xiaoming, however, was more reserved and, after expressing his gratitude, began to eat quietly. Gao Guoxiang felt that Zhou Jiqing was exceptionally considerate, even knowing to serve her food, which was more thoughtful than her own son's. She regarded Zhou Liwei with a particularly affectionate gaze. How old are you this year, Zhou Jiqing? Are you in a relationship yet? Zhou Liwei swallowed a piece of the rich braised pork, which was perfectly tender and flavorful, and noted that the culinary skills here rivaled those of many state-run restaurant chefs. Glancing at Yun Xiu across the table, he replied, Annie, I am 20 and currently single. Oh, 20. Then you are at the right age to have a girlfriend. Tell Annie what kind of girl you like, and I will help you find one. Zhou Liwei discreetly stole another glance at Yun Xiu, thinking, You need not introduce anyone else, simply give me your daughter. Auntie, I haven't thought much about personal matters yet. I just arrived in the countryside and wish to contribute to agricultural development. If I meet a girl I like in the future, I will definitely ask for your assistance in making introductions. Very well. If you like someone, do let Annie know. I will speak on your behalf. The same goes for Feng Jiqing. If you find a girl you like, let me help you too, Gao Guoxiang said with a cheerful smile. Feng Xiaoming was taken aback that the conversation had turned to him, as he was still only a young lad of 16 or 17, feeling an inexplicable shyness about relationships. His face flushed as he quietly thanked her. Thank you, Andy. The others burst into laughter at the scene, making Feng Xiaoming feel even more embarrassed. Once the laughter subsided, Yun Chaoguang, in a rather unflattering manner, remarked, Mother, you worry about others' romantic affairs, but you don't seem to care about eldest brother and second brother. At this moment, he only remembered Zhou Liwei as his elder brother when food was served by him. Gao Guoxiang cast a sidelong glance at her troublesome younger son, but chose not to respond. Was it not her responsibility as a mother? Her eldest son was stubbornly infatuated with the girl from the Laotian family, yet she did not reciprocate his feelings. This stubborn mule refused to pursue other girls. And since the eldest was nearly 21 and the second 18, they should have started looking for partners. It was becoming a cause for great concern. Upon hearing Yun Chaoguang's words, Yun Chaohui momentarily paused in his eating before resuming with renewed focus. Yun Chaoyang cast a glance at his elder brother, then lightly tapped Yun Chaoguang with his chopsticks, remarking that even during a meal, he couldn't keep his mouth shut. Zhou Liwei observed the expressions of the Yun family. After the boy's comment, not only Yun Chaoyang but the rest of the family exchanged cautious glances at Yun Chaohui, hinting at an untold story. Was he nursing a heartache? Did he fancy a girl who didn't reciprocate his feelings? Zhou Liwei pondered privately, wondering which young lady lacked discernment, dismissing a talent like his brother-in-law. Regardless of who it was, they would surely come to regret it. He mused that there were no unattractive members in the Yun family. Both Yun Chaohui and Yun Chaoyang were tall, likely around 180 centimeters. Setting aside looks, the family's circumstances were commendable, Yun Han was the team leader, and their status was among the best in the entire village. With Zhou's support, the Yun family was bound for greatness. In the future, the girl who looked down on them would surely regret her decision. The person she scorned today could become someone she could never hope to reach tomorrow. During this meal at the Yun household, Zhou Liwei and Feng Xiaoming both declared it the finest they had enjoyed since arriving in the countryside. They lavished praise upon Gao Guishang's culinary skills, keeping her in high spirits as she promised to cook for them again in the future. After the meal, Yun Han took Zhou Liwei to the village office to issue him a letter of introduction, providing him with a stamped blank document for him to fill out himself. Zhou Liwei expressed his gratitude profusely. It was at this moment that Feng Xiaoming learned he was to work at the agricultural machinery station, and he immediately regarded him with envy. However, he was curious, as a letter of introduction was not required to enter the commune, only to exit. Were you going to work at another commune's agricultural machinery station? Zhou Liwei was perplexed by the question. Feng Xiaoming pointed to the letter in his hand, and Zhou Liwei quickly understood, explaining that he needed to go to the county to register for a driving license. Instantly, Feng Xiaoming's envy transformed into admiration. It was impressive that Zhou could secure a position at the agricultural machinery station without a driving license, indicating his exceptional skills. Brother Wei, you're remarkable. Zhou Liwei glanced at the bespectacled youth, noticing the sincerity in his eyes, which caused him to smile faintly. The boy remained as earnest as ever. However, recalling the trials of his past life, he kindly cautioned, Xiaoming, have you ever considered finding a partner in the countryside? I recall Aunt Yin mentioning it before. And your face turned crimson. Do you fancy someone? Feng Xiaoming was taken aback by the sudden inquiry, his face reddening once more. Yet a charming girl with a student haircut flashed in his mind. Stammering, he replied, no, I've never thought about finding a partner in the countryside. His evasion of the question regarding whether he liked someone was telling, and Zhou Liwei understood that he likely had someone special back home. Well, if you haven't thought about it, you ought to be cautious. If young ladies seek your assistance, don't feel obliged to help, whether it's a sprained ankle or a fall into the river, just ignore them. Feng Xiaoming furrowed his brows and said, Weiga, while an ankle sprain may be disregarded, are we truly to ignore someone falling into the river? What if they were to lose their life? It is unlikely to happen. Simply run and call for help. The village is bustling with people. A single shout will surely summon someone to rescue, replied Zhou Liwei. But what if they do not make it in time? Feng Xiaoming continued to scratch his head in inquiry. Zhou Liwei cast another glance at the earnest boy and replied calmly, if they do not make it in time, then it is their fate. Chapter 021. Seeking the black market, inspections are coming on? Feng Xiaoming exclaimed in astonishment, his mouth agape at the unexpected response. Zhou Liwei chuckled lightly and inquired, if you were to rescue someone from the river, how would you do it? Would you need to hold them and drag them ashore? Feng Xiaoming nodded earnestly, of course. Then, if you were to embrace them in the process, would you bear any responsibility? That shouldn't be the case, Feng Xiaoming stammered, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Well, why not give it a try? Zhou Liwei suggested. Feng Xiaoming shook his head vigorously. No, I'd rather call for help. If anyone asks, I would simply say that I can't swim. Zhou Liwei observed the bewildered expression on his face, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Upon returning to the youth station, the young individuals were lounging in the courtyard. Zhou Liwei and Feng Xiaoming grabbed a stool to join them. The others were quite intrigued by Zhou Liwei's return on a tractor, and Feng Xiaoming excitedly announced, Brother Wei is now a driver at the agricultural machinery station. He starts work there tomorrow. The group was taken aback, with Lin Feng being the first to say, Congratulations, Comrade Zhou. The others quickly followed suit with their congratulations. Some were genuine while others were feigned, a reality Zhou Liwei perceived clearly. He inwardly scoffed, recognizing the chaotic atmosphere within the youth station. He did not blame Feng Xiaoming for mentioning it, as he had no intention of concealing the matter. Hiding it would have been futile. He understood that once the news spread, some would undoubtedly feel discomfort, though he hadn't anticipated the extent of envy that would surface among the male youth. Aside from Lin Feng and a fellow named Zhao Jun who sincerely congratulated him, the thoughts of the others were known only to themselves. As for the female youth, he cared little for their sentiments, knowing future interactions would be minimal. The following day, Zhou Liwei accompanied Zhang Hongxi to the county driving school. Although Zhou Liwei had not undergone formal training within the driving school system, and direct enrollment for the exam was typically against the rules, Zhang Hongxi was well acquainted with the instructors there. He assured Zhou Liwei that connections could facilitate matters, and exceptional circumstances merited special treatment. All right, old Zhang, considering your standing, I shall waive the learning period. However, the examination will be rigorous. Let it be known that failure means you must diligently study for several months, Zhou Liwei stipulated. Zhang Hongxi, confident in Zhou Liwei's abilities, readily agreed. The examination proceeded smoothly, and in the end, the driving school instructor patted Zhou Liwei on the shoulder, beaming with praise. Young man, splendid job. With his information duly recorded, Zhou Liwei officially entered his internship phase, and after 6 months, he would obtain his driver's license. Liwei, there's a long-distance trip to Harbin. I would like you to accompany Liangzi for the journey. Is that all right? No problem, Uncle Zhang. When do we depart? Tomorrow. The round trip will likely take 4 days. You might as well stay here tonight and spend the evening with Liangzi, setting off directly from the commune in the morning. Zhou Liwei pondered for a moment, concerned about the uncertainty of the day's circumstances at the driving school, fearing that it might delay him for several days. He packed a change of clothes and toiletries, along with his cash and tickets, which he carried with him. Since there were no other matters to attend to back home, he nodded in agreement. Zhang Liang was quite elated. He had long wished to visit Harbin or embark on a long-distance journey elsewhere, but had never found the opportunity. This time, the two were tasked with transporting a batch of grain to the grain station in Harbin and subsequently bringing back supplies to the commune. Upon their arrival in Harbin and the successful transfer of the grain, night had already fallen. Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang retired early to rest, feeling quite fatigued after driving the truck for 6 or 7 continuous hours. At the break of dawn the following day, Zhou Liwei rose from his slumber. Liangzi, I need to step out for a bit. Would you like to join me? Zhang Liang, instantly alert, leapt out of bed, eager to accompany him. Wait for me a moment. I'll be quick. Indeed, within 2 minutes, he had washed up and was ready. The duo descended to grab a quick bite, after which Zhou Liwei began to wander aimlessly through the streets. Zhang Liang did not inquire about their destination, believing they were simply out for a leisurely stroll. However, Zhou Liwei was not wandering without purpose. He was keenly observing the terrain, searching for the black market. Having never visited the black market in Harbin in his previous life, he was unaware of its location. Now that he had the chance to explore Harbin, he wished to see if he could procure some supplies to take back, which could be sold at the commune's black market for a significantly higher price. The legitimate channels were not viable for obtaining goods. Thus, he had to resort to the black market. Zhou Liwei had no intention of concealing this from Zhang Liang, as he anticipated that they would continue to partner on their journeys in the future, making it impossible to keep such secrets. Therefore, he planned to involve Zhang Liang in this venture, although he intended to seek his opinion only after they found the black market. At present, they were situated on the main street of Shiji Avenue. After a brief exploration, Zhou Liwei felt he had a general sense of direction and led Zhang Liang down a small alleyway to the south. They twisted and turned through the maze until, after disorienting Zhang Liang, they finally arrived at a guarded alley. Upon seeing the few individuals stationed at the alley's entrance, Zhou Liwei knew he had found the right place. Just as he intended to pull Zhang Liang aside to discuss the black market, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. Before he could turn around, a gust of wind rushed past him, revealing a figure racing by. The person, while running, shouted to the guards at the alley's entrance, "Hurry, the inspectors are coming." Instantly, the guards turned and dashed into the alley. Zhou Liwei quickly guided Zhang Liang towards another alley. He noticed that the area was riddled with numerous alleys, allowing for various escape routes, likely a strategic choice for the black market, facilitating evasion during inspections. They had not gone far when a throng of people came rushing past them. The two quickly pressed themselves against the wall to avoid detection. Once the crowd had passed, they exchanged glances, preparing to make their exit. However, at that moment, another individual appeared behind them, shouldering a burlap sack. The reason this person lagged behind was evident. The weight of the sack was hindering his speed. In the distance, voices could be heard shouting, "Stop! Everyone, halt!" Zhou Liwei could not help but exclaim, "It's a matter of money over life." Upon hearing Zhou's words, the man carrying the snakeskin bag gritted his teeth, flung the bag towards them, and fled. "Damn it," Zhou Liwei muttered, watching the man disappear into the distance, unable to restrain himself from uttering a phrase of traditional exclamation. As the sound of footsteps around the corner grew increasingly close, Zhou, without a moment's hesitation, picked up the snakeskin bag and hurled it to the other side of the wall. He then stepped back a few paces, took a leap, and ascended the wall, reaching out to Zhang Liang. "Quickly, Liangzi!" Zhang Liang, disregarding all else, mirrored Zhou Liwei's actions, jumping upwards with all his might, and was caught by Zhou's grasp on his arm. With a strong pull, he too reached the top of the wall just as the inspectors rounded the corner into the alley. In perfect synchrony, the two leapt down, narrowly evading the inspectors. Both dared not utter a sound nor make any further movements. It was only when the inspectors had hurriedly passed by on the other side of the wall that Zhang Liang patted his chest, appearing visibly shaken. "Wei Gu, you nearly scared me to death." Zhou Liwei did not respond, but awkwardly waved his hand, greeting, "Hello, comrade." Zhang Liang looked up, and in an instant, he sat down abruptly on the ground in shock. Chapter 022. A sack full of treasures. Zhou Liwei never anticipated that their leap would land them in someone else's home. To make matters worse, they were caught red-handed by the owner. "Xiaoao, what was that sound? I heard someone speaking," came the voice of an elderly woman from within the house. The one referred to as Xiaoao turned and replied, "Grandma, it's nothing. It seems to be coming from outside the courtyard. It sounds like someone has been captured again." "Oh, I see," the woman responded. Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang observed the young man before them. His hair cropped to ear length, his features handsome, though his skin was dark, even darker than that of Zhou. A rugged man. His voice bore a slight femininity, especially given his name, Xiaoyao, which was evidently feminine. Yuyo regarded the two young men squatting in her yard, then glanced at the snakeskin bag on the ground. Raising an eyebrow, she lowered her voice and said, "Leave a third of the items behind, and I will allow you to exit through the front door." Without hesitation, Zhou Liwei nodded in agreement. After all, the contents of the bag did not belong to them. He reached for the snakeskin bag, opened it, and was taken aback by what he saw inside. He rolled the edge of the bag down, allowing the other two to see its contents clearly. Zhang Liang and Yuyo's eyes widened in astonishment, both swallowing hard. "Wei Gu." Zhang Liang intended to voice that they were about to strike it rich, but was interrupted by Zhou Liwei raising his hand. At that moment, Zhou Liwei comprehended why the individual had been so reluctant to part with the bag. It was filled with valuable items. Aside from the stacks of cash and scattered bills, there were numerous valuable possessions, including 2 to 3 dozen watches and several pieces of gold and silver jewelry, as well as 2 jewelry boxes. Zhou Liwei extracted a watch box, opened it, and exclaimed, "Ah, it's a Shanghai brand watch, currently all the rage. Selling for nearly 200 at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative and around 300 on the black market." The watch remained intact despite being tossed carelessly. The other watches were similarly unharmed, and astonishingly, there was even a Rolex nestled within, worth at least 1,000. The least expensive Meiwa brand watch would fetch around 100. As for the cash, there were 6 bundles of large denomination notes, presumably totaling 6,000, alongside a multitude of smaller bills, 5 yuan, 2 yuan, 1 yuan, and 50 cents, amounting to at least a dozen additional bundles. As Zhou Liwei contemplated these treasures, he mused about the man who had discarded them. It seemed he had no choice. Burdened by these belongings, he could not escape swiftly and would inevitably be caught, forced to sacrifice his wealth for his life. Yet, this man's identity was surely not trivial. With such valuable items in gold and silver that the current market dared not circulate, along with so much cash, he could very well be a kingpin of the black market. However, Zhou Liwei found it perplexing. If he were indeed a black market leader, why would he be fleeing in such a disheveled state? Such individuals should possess strategies or means for escape. Despite his speculation about the man's extraordinary status, Zhou Liwei had no intention of relinquishing this unexpected fortune. Now that it was in his possession, it was illogical to let it go. Even if the man were of significant standing, he had no plans to return it. Moreover, under such circumstances, when that individual cast the items near them, it felt akin to taking their very lives. Had someone with slower reflexes and lesser stamina been present, it would undoubtedly have spelled disaster. Thus, he bore the burden of that hefty sack with remarkable ease. Nevertheless, he needed to elucidate the intricacies of the situation to the proprietor before him. He could not afford to waste time, fearing that the individual might return in search of the sack. Hence, he succinctly explained the matter. Yu Yao, with a complex expression, inquired, "So, this means these items do not belong to you?" Zhou Liwei replied, "From the moment that individual discarded them at our feet, they became ours." Yu Yao paused, finding merit in his words, and nodded in agreement. He then decisively stated, "All right, I understand. I only require the cash. You may take the rest. But it would be prudent not to dispose of it here." As he spoke, he approached and rummaged through the cash, noting that the bills were not in sequential order. He selected a bundle of large denominations, along with a stack of 2 yuan notes, a bundle of 1 yuan notes, and a collection of receipts. Observing this, Zhou Liwei tossed him an additional bundle of large denominations. Yu Yao glanced at Zhou Liwei, but did not decline. He then uttered, "Wait for me a moment. I shall be right out," before hurriedly entering the house. In a short while, he emerged with 2 cloth bags. These items will be divided between the 2 bags. You carry the snakeskin bag out. I am concerned that someone might see it, he instructed. Zhou Liwei nodded and transferred some items into one cloth bag, placing the remainder along with the snakeskin bag into the other. Each of them shouldered a cloth bag and followed Yu Yao out the front door. Yu Yao also pushed out the only valuable possession from his home, a 280 bicycle. "You ride quickly," he urged. Zhou Liwei did not refuse. He understood that this young lady was not particularly attached to the bicycle, for she possessed both wealth and cash, sufficient to purchase a new one. He recognized her urgency was merely a concern that the individual might return, considering that the place where the sack was discarded was adjacent to their home. Should he discover that they had scaled the wall, it would implicate her as well. This was also the reason why Yu Yao dared not claim any other possessions. She only sought the cash, knowing that as long as she remained discreet, she would not raise any suspicion. Before they departed, Yu Yao remarked, "Once we exit this door, we shall remain strangers to one another." Zhou Liwei slightly inclined his head, agreeing with this sentiment. Cycling proved to be significantly swifter. Their journey there took over an hour. Yet they returned in less than half that time. Upon arriving at the guest house, they shut the door behind them and tossed the cloth bags onto the bed, subsequently drawing the curtains before switching on the light. Gazing at the 2 bags, they both exhaled deeply, exchanged glances in silence for a few seconds, and then burst into hearty laughter. "Wei Gu, I never anticipated that this excursion would be so thrilling and fortuitous." Zhou Liwei lowered his voice to express his astonishment. "Indeed, it was both exhilarating and fortunate. I had intended to take you to the black market to explore opportunities for future ventures. But just as we were about to embark on making money, someone unexpectedly discarded a sack. The sensation, oh, how delightful. Ha ha ha. Indeed, it was truly delightful." After careful consideration, the 2 individuals resolved to return early. Consequently, Zhang Liang stayed at the guest house to guard their belongings, while Zhou Liwei proceeded to the storage area to expedite the loading of their supplies. By noon, the vehicle was fully loaded, and after hastily consuming a meal, they departed from Harbin. Throughout the journey, Zhang Liang's spirits remained high. Seated in the passenger seat, he emptied the contents of 2 bags, exclaiming, "Wei Gu, I can hardly contain my excitement to divide the spoils." "Feel free to divide them," Zhou Liwei replied. "All right, I shall begin the division. Wei Gu, rest assured, my distribution will be entirely equitable." Zhou Liwei chuckled softly, shaking his head, unconcerned by this matter. "Wei Gu, I understand that today's success is all due to your efforts, but I believe in sharing the bounty. Like that Xiao Yao, I'll take the cash, and the remainder will be yours." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Liwei shook his head. "No, you are not like him. These items will be split equally between us." Chapter 023. The division of spoils. Zhou Liwei understood that the reason Xiao Yao did not desire any other items was that those possessions would be difficult to dispose of in Harbin. Perhaps, should they attempt to do so, they would attract unwanted attention and subsequently encounter trouble. However, he and Zhang Liang harbored no such concerns, as they would soon return to their remote abode, far from scrutiny. "Let us divide the gold and silver. Each of us shall take a box. Ensure you find a secure hiding place for it at home, and refrain from bringing it out for the next few years. As for the watch, we shall split it. You may select your preferred one first, and I shall take the remainder," Zhou Liwei proposed. "Ha ha, Wei Gu, you are quite generous. Yet, I cannot accept your kindness without offering something in return," Zhang Liang replied earnestly. Indeed, Zhang Liang had no intention of taking advantage of the situation. He took only 10 pieces from the watch collection and left most of the gold jewelry for Zhou Liwei, while the box of silver trinkets was predominantly his. "Wei Gu, those old jade ornaments and such hold little value. I shall leave them all for you," he insisted. In his perspective, relinquishing the trifles to Zhou Liwei was a gesture of goodwill. Thus he retained a considerable amount of gold for his friend. Zhou Liwei chuckled, realizing that the most valuable items among them were indeed the jade artifacts, which Zhang Liang seemed to undervalue. "I kindly suggest you select a few. You never know. They may appreciate in worth over the years," he remarked. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Liang replied with a grin, "All right, I shall select 2. He indeed chose 2 items. Both bangles. This green bangle would suit my mother beautifully, and I shall reserve this purple one for my future wife." Zhou Liwei glanced over and smiled. silently acknowledging Zhang Liang's discerning taste. They were indeed fine pieces. Additionally, Zhang Liang took 2 stacks of large denominations, opting not to take any loose change, but requesting a stack of receipts instead. As he perused the receipts, he remarked, "Wei go." These receipts were likely intended for sale on the black market. They encompass a variety of types, many pertaining to Harbin. But there are quite a few from across the nation as well. Indeed, there are receipts for everything: bicycle tickets, sewing machine tickets, sugar tickets, fabric tickets, grain tickets, postage stamps, liquor tickets, and cigarette tickets. Quite an impressive collection, he mused. Upon hearing the mention of cigarette tickets, Zhou Liwei was suddenly invigorated. "Liangzi, feel free to take the other tickets, but the cigarette tickets are mine," he declared. Zhang Liang was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "All right, Wei ge. All cigarette tickets shall be yours. Had I known you desired them, I would have brought some from home. My father possesses quite a stash. I haven't seen you smoke lately. I hope you aren't suffering from withdrawal." "Indeed, I am on the verge of madness, as I have been unable to procure any cigarettes without the tickets," Zhou Liwei lamented with a laugh. The two continued to jest and share laughter along their journey. Finding that time passed swiftly, Zhang Liang felt as though he had barely finished reveling in their escapade when they arrived back at the commune. This time, they were laden with goods for the supply and marketing cooperative. However, as dusk had fallen, the offices had already closed for the day, prompting them to return the vehicle to the agricultural machinery station. Zhou Liwei did not accompany Zhang Liang home, opting instead to spend the night at the station. The following morning, Zhang Liang and his father, Zhang Hongxi, arrived early at the machinery station. The duo shared a striking resemblance, their small eyes surrounded by dark circles, a clear indication of a restless night. Nevertheless, both appeared exceptionally spirited. Zhang Hongxi spotted Zhou Liwei and, filled with excitement, repeatedly patted him on the shoulder in gratitude. "Well done, Liwei. Uncle must thank you. Let us not return to the village just yet. Come over to my place for a couple of drinks." Zhou Liwei politely declined, saying, "Uncle Zhang, let us do it another day. I need to return to the village today for some matters." Zhang Hongxi's gaze fell upon the burlap bag beside Zhou Liwei, and understanding dawned on him. He made no further insistence. "All right, then another day it is." He then retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Liwei. "I heard from Liangzi that you've been feeling cooped up lately. Here. This is my collection. Enjoy a smoke." Zhou Liwei's eyes brightened, and he graciously accepted the cigarettes, tucking them into his pocket. "Thank you, Uncle Zhang." After delivering the goods to the supply and marketing cooperative, Zhou Liwei had become well acquainted with the people there. The status of a driver was quite elevated. Even those haughty individuals at the cooperative greeted him with smiles. Since he was already at the cooperative, he decided to purchase 2 bottles of liquor, 2 packs of cigarettes, and a few pieces of fabric, and he couldn't resist buying several beautiful hairpins as well. After loading the goods onto the truck, he prepared to ride back to the village on the 2 bicycles given by Xiao Yao. Bicycles had become a rarity, and since Xiao Yao had given them to him, he certainly wouldn't discard them. After all, with the truck, it was convenient to bring them back. "Liwei, take the truck and come back the day after tomorrow. There's a long-distance trip for you to run." "All right, Uncle Zhang, I will take the truck now." "Good, prepare yourself. This time it's out of the province. It'll probably take about 10 days round trip." Zhou Liwei nodded, realizing it would be a demanding task, working alongside Zhang Liang. He wouldn't be able to drive on the way, as it would be solely his responsibility. However, that didn't bother him. If it weren't for this opportunity, Zhang Hongxi wouldn't have given him a chance. When the truck rolled back into the village, it truly caused a stir. Not only did the children chase after the vehicle, but many adults also followed it to the youth station. "Oh, Zhou Youth, I heard you're working at the agricultural machinery station. I thought you were a tractor driver. I didn't expect you to be driving a big truck." "Indeed. Zhou Youth, you're remarkable." The villagers showered him with compliments as if they were free-flowing. Everyone loves to hear flattering words, and Zhou Liwei, recognizing himself as quite ordinary, also enjoyed the praise. He took out the newly purchased cigarettes and distributed them among the men of the village, bringing them immense joy. They hesitated to smoke them, instead sniffing them enthusiastically at their noses. The young intellectuals at the station came out to see the commotion, and Zhou Liwei even spotted some new young intellectuals he had never seen before. "Is this the Zhou Youth you speak of?" At the entrance of the youth station, a nonchalant young man, cigarette dangling from his mouth and arm draped over Wu Pingfei's shoulder, asked with a lazy tone. Wu Pingfei smiled ingratiatingly. "Yes, it's Zhou. Ha. Looks like a sycophant. handing out cigarettes to curry favor with these country bumpkins, Xiao Shiji remarked disdainfully, clearly not regarding Zhou Liwei with any respect. Zhou Liwei noticed Xiao Shiji and thought the opportunity to move out of the youth station had finally arrived. It seemed that upon his return, he could settle this matter once and for all. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the villagers, he firmly closed the car door without retrieving the items he had brought back, knowing it would be superfluous. With a wave to the villagers, he stepped into the courtyard of the educated youth settlement. Behind him, murmurs of admiration lingered. This Zhou is quite decent, appears aloof yet turns out rather amiable upon interaction. Indeed, not like those other educated youths who look down on us. Absolutely, remembers all our names too. Didn't he misaddress a single one just now? And generous. Handed out those premium cigarettes without hesitation, nearly 2 packs distributed among so many. No sooner had Zhou Liwei entered the courtyard than Feng Xiaoming, his face bruised and swollen, called out hoarsely, "Brother Wei, you're back." His voice trembled with a blend of grievance and agitation. Zhou Liwei's eyes narrowed sharply at the sight of his injuries. "Who did this?" he demanded, his tone darkening. Chapter 024. Confrontation. Feng Xiaoming cast a glance at Xiao Shiji, his meaning unmistakable. "Why?" Feng Xiaoming fumbled with his words but ultimately refrained from speaking, leaving it to Xiao Shiji to explain, wary of appearing to seek favor in front of Zhou Liwei. Xiao Shiji let out a derisive laugh, claiming, "So what if I hit him? Who told him to meddle?" Zhou Liwei regarded Xiao Shiji's arrogant demeanor, withdrew a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag, squinting as he slowly spoke. "Meddling? Whose business did he interfere with?" As he spoke, the smoke billowed from his mouth, shrouding his ruggedly handsome face in a haze that rendered him formidable. Xiao Shiji momentarily froze, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt. Quickly recovering, he felt a tinge of embarrassment and, in a bid to mask his earlier timidity, proclaimed loudly, "Whose lackey are you? I can meddle in anyone's affairs." His words were far from courteous, prompting Feng Xiaoming to shout back, "You are the lackey, nothing more than a thug." After venting, he pointed an accusing finger at Xiao Shiji and turned to Zhou Liwei, exclaiming, "Wei Gu, this person has occupied your bed and carelessly tossed your belongings to the floor. I merely said a few words, and he resorted to violence. Is that so?" Zhou Liwei inserted the cigarette into his mouth, requiring no answer as he lunged forward, seizing Xiao Shiji's collar with one hand while clenching his fist with the other, ready to strike. "Ah, you dare hit me!" Xiao Shiji yelped in pain. Zhou Liwei, with the cigarette still clenched between his lips, replied indistinctly, "Feel free to see if I dare to hit you." With that, he shoved Xiao Shiji to the ground, delivering a couple of heavy punches. As he spoke, the smoke wobbled with his lips, ash cascading onto Xiao Shiji's face, intensifying his humiliation. Soon, Xiao Shiji found himself bleeding from the nose, his face smeared with blood, reduced to nothing but cries of distress and shouts of derision. Lin Feng hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Zhou Liwei's arm, urging, "Zhou Jiqing, let us talk this out calmly." At this juncture, Zhou Liwei had delivered enough punishment, halting his blows. However, he did not release Xiao Shiji. Instead, he withdrew the cigarette from his mouth and leaned closer to Xiao Shiji's ear, his tone icy. "You had better not provoke me, or I cannot guarantee that the matters you conducted in Chang'an will remain concealed. Your intent of retreating to the countryside to evade trouble may not come to fruition." Instantly, Xiao Shiji's wails ceased, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Zhou Liwei. How did this man know he was from Chang'an? More importantly, how did he know his purpose for coming to the countryside was to evade certain troubles? Did he have acquaintances in Chang'an who had divulged this information? And was that family involved? In that moment, the once arrogant Xiao Shiji found himself stripped of bravado, his eyes now reflecting shock and fear, fixated on Zhou Liwei, while a tumultuous feeling of anxiety welled up in his abdomen. Zhou Liwei observed the fear etched on his face and gently tapped his cheek, inquiring, "Do you remember, grandson?" Xiao Shiji dared not contest the derogatory title, nodding repeatedly, "Yes, I remember." Zhou Liwei snorted disdainfully, released him, and discarded the remaining filter of his cigarette onto the ground, stamping on it twice before striding into the youth station. The surrounding youths instinctively parted to create a path, some swallowing hard at the sight of Zhou Liwei, realizing that this man was indeed formidable and not to be trifled with. When they glanced back at the now assisted Xiao Shiji, their eyes were filled with contempt. They had not anticipated that the seemingly fierce and domineering man would appear so meek in front of Zhou Liwei. Xiao Shiji, disregarding the pain on his face and the gazes of others, felt a surge of anxiety. He pushed Lin Feng's hand away and approached the male youth dormitory, where he found Zhou Liwei packing his belongings. He hurriedly apologized. Zhou, I'm sorry. I will return the bed to you. I'll pack my things immediately. Zhou Liwei promptly interjected, no need. I work at the commune and don't often stay here. Occupying a bed would be a waste. I'll speak to the brigade leader and have him arrange another place for me. He would not allow this man to relinquish his bed. This was the perfect opportunity for him to move out of the youth station and into Zhou Liwei's home. Are you leaving Weige? Feng Xiaoming asked anxiously. Zhou Liwei patted his shoulder. Yes, I see that many new youths have arrived, and the dormitory is clearly a bit cramped. Adding my presence would only exacerbate the situation. I'll ask the brigade leader to find me another arrangement since I don't often return. Feng Xiaoming glanced at the Kong, noting its overcrowdedness. Just the other day, over a dozen youths had arrived, increasing the number of male youths to 8, while Zhou Liwei's absence still left 7, that made a total of 15 male youths. With so many grown men squeezed onto one Kong, it was indeed quite congested, considering Zhou Liwei's imposing stature of 185 centimeters. It was clear that fitting would be a challenge. I'll accompany you to find the brigade leader, Feng Xiaoming offered. All right, help me carry my quilt, Zhou Liwei replied, picking up his wicker box and leading the way out. In the courtyard, he explained the situation to Lin Feng before departing. As they drove away in the truck, Feng Xiaoming, seated in the passenger seat, wore an exuberant smile despite the bruising on his face. Weige, this vehicle is really cool. Although he was excited, he refrained from touching anything and merely glanced at the cloth bag beside him before returning his focus. Zhou Liwei smiled at him and asked, "Isn't your glasses a bit askew?" Feng Xiaoming sobered slightly, removing his glasses. Xiu Shiji knocked them askew. I tried to adjust them, but they're still a bit off. However, it doesn't affect wearing them. Thankfully, the lenses are intact. Otherwise, I would have to replace them. Next time, I'll have that scoundrel Xiu compensate you for a new pair. Just say I said so, Zhou Liwei remarked. Well then, let him compensate for a pair. I shall certainly extract a fine pair from him. Initially, he intended to suggest dropping the matter, but he quickly realized that Weige was standing up for him. Should he decline, it would lead Weige to perceive him as a hopeless case, incapable of rising to the occasion. If he were bullied again, Weige would not advocate for him. You rascal. Zhou Liwei chuckled, his tone more amiable than usual. He drove directly to the yard of the captain's house, where Yun Xiao was hanging laundry. The gate was open, and upon seeing a couple of trucks parked at their doorstep, she wiped her damp hands on her clothing and stepped outside. Spotting Zhou Liwei descending from the vehicle with a cloth bag, she exclaimed, "Zhou Jiqing, you have returned." Zhou Liwei's spirits lifted immensely at the sight of his beloved Xiao, the corners of his mouth curving into a delightful smile. Yes, I have returned. Chapter 025. Moving into the Yun family, I have returned. A simple and ordinary phrase, when uttered by Zhou Liwei, carried an undertone of tenderness. Feng Xiaoming glanced at his brother Wei and then at the young girl from the captain's family, sensing an oddity in their exchange reminiscent of a husband returning home to a waiting wife. He rubbed his head, pondering whether he had been bewitched or if the blow from that rascal with the surname Xiao had affected his mind. It was not surprising he felt this way. Zhou Liwei's affectionate tone gave Yun Xiao the impression that they were indeed family, coupled with the sight of Zhou Liwei carrying boxes and bags. He truly resembled a family member returning home. Is the captain at home? Zhou Liwei inquired softly. Yun Xiao came to her senses. Yes, Zhou Jiqing, Feng Jiqing. Please come in. My elder brother and second brother are also home. She ushered them into the courtyard and called out, Father, Zhou Jiqing and Feng Jiqing have arrived. Barely had her words left her lips when Yun Songshan, Yun Xiaowei, and Yun Xiaoyang appeared at the door of the main house. Observing the two as if they were moving, Yun Songshan asked with curiosity, Zhou Jiqing, Feng Jiqing, what brings you here? With a smile, Zhou Liwei replied, Uncle Yun, I hope to trouble you. The youth point is quite crowded, and I have just returned today. My boxes and bedding are scattered everywhere. I am often away, and it feels inappropriate to occupy a space for too long, so I would like to ask Uncle Yun for assistance in finding another place. I am willing to pay rent if necessary. Upon hearing this, Yun Songshan felt a twinge of guilt. Ultimately, it was their oversight. The influx of young people had made conditions cramped, and they had not made alternative arrangements. In the past, when the youth points became congested, new arrivals would be accommodated in the homes of villagers temporarily until space became available again. However, such arrangements had led to numerous conflicts between the youth and the villagers, with some villagers even attempting to exploit the city girls among the youth, causing considerable distress. Hence, the brigade had ceased to place newcomers in the homes of villagers. Moreover, Many young people often found their own way back to the city, were recommended to attend the workers', peasants', and soldiers' university, or formed romantic ties with local youths, leading them to move in with the villagers. Thus, the brigade officials reasoned that the congestion was only temporary. Now, hearing Zhou Liwei mention that his belongings had been carelessly tossed around in his absence, Yun Songzhan felt both guilty and annoyed. He promptly responded, "Zhou Jiqing, it's no trouble at all. You may stay at my home for the time being, and we can arrange something later." Zhou Liwei's heart swelled with joy. Though he feigned embarrassment, "Uncle Yun, would this be too much trouble for you?" Yun Songzhan waved his hands dismissively. "What trouble? We had prepared a room for Chao Hui's wedding, but he has yet to find a partner, so it has remained empty. It's all set up with a Kong and cabinets, making it convenient for you to stay there." Beside him, Yun Xiaohui and Yun Xiaoyang nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing their father's proposal. Zhou Liwei felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly declined. "Uncle Yun, that room is prepared for Brother Yun. How could I possibly occupy it? Let Brother Yun stay there while I take his original room. You cannot squeeze into the same bed as Qiu Yang and Xiao Hui," his father insisted. "You shall reside in the room to the west." As he spoke, he guided Zhou Liwei toward the vacant room he mentioned. Without hesitation, Yun Xiaohui and Yun Xiaoyang picked up Zhou Liwei's luggage and followed closely behind their father. Resigned, Zhou Liwei thought it best to accommodate his brother-in-law when the time came for his marriage, ensuring he would not occupy a room designated as a new dwelling. Observing his surroundings, he noted that the western room was somewhat distant from Shouer's quarters. The Yun family home originally comprised 3 rooms, a spacious central room for dining and receiving guests, 2 rooms on the east side, one for the elderly couple and another for Shouer, and 2 rooms on the west, one serving as the kitchen and the other as the sleeping quarters for the 3 Yun brothers. Adjacent to the existing room, a new one had been constructed for Zhou Liwei. The interior was immaculate, with brand new bedding and a freshly laid mat on the Kong. Occasionally, when Yun Xiaohui preferred solitude, he would sleep in this room, leaving behind a couple of his garments, which Zhou Liwei swiftly gathered with an awkward chuckle. Feeling increasingly embarrassed, he said, "Uncle Yun, Brother Yun, when you marry, I will ensure you have a separate room and new bedding." Yun Xiaohui blushed, repeatedly shaking his head. No, it's unnecessary. I have no plans to marry anytime soon. In fact, I do not even have a partner." Zhou Liwei smiled and refrained from further comment. Feng Xiaoming did not linger long. After placing the bedding inside, he departed. Zhou Liwei tidied up, then took his soiled clothes and the recently removed quilt cover to the river for washing. The quilt cover had fallen to the ground, becoming dirty, and he needed to clean and dry it quickly lest he find himself without a cover that night. The temperature fluctuated greatly here. Days were warm, but nights could be quite chilly without a light blanket. Upon returning with the clean clothes and quilt cover, he found Gao Guixiang had prepared lunch and was already aware of his stay with them. She had a favorable impression of Zhou Liwei and welcomed him into their home wholeheartedly. For lunch, she had even made an extra dish of loofah and egg soup. Although there was no meat, the egg added a delightful touch. She specifically prepared a bowl of white rice for Zhou Liwei, while the others had corn rice, a mixture of corn and broken rice. Zhou Liwei could not allow himself to indulge in such preferential treatment. He adamantly refused to eat alone, insisting that the rice be shared among everyone. Even Xiao Guang, with his insatiable appetite, rejected it, prompting Zhou Liwei to place the rice aside and fetch a bowl of corn rice from the kitchen. "Auntie, there is no need for such special treatment. My staying here and sharing meals with you is already enough of a burden. I do prefer to eat whatever you all have." Gao Guixiang smiled radiantly. "All right then. I'll have to trouble you from now on." "Auntie, there's no need for such formalities between us," came the warm reply. After the meal, Zhou Liwei retreated to his own room, intending to sort through his belongings. Closing the door securely, he began taking stock of his possessions, primarily assessing the unexpected windfall he had acquired. He emptied all his valuables onto the Kong, lit a cigarette, and let it dangle from his lips as he squinted, meticulously counting his newfound wealth. Chapter 26. The gift. He first tallied the cash. 2 stacks of large denominations amounted to 2,000. 2 stacks of 5 yuan bills totaled 1,000. 3 stacks of 2 yuan notes equated to 600. 5 stacks of 1 yuan bills made 500, and 8 stacks of 50-cent coins summed to 400. Additionally, various small denominations of 1 and 2 cents added up to 268 yuan and 30 cents. Thus, the total cash amounted to 4,768 yuan and 30 cents. During his visit to the countryside, his mother had given him 300, and after spending a little over 12, he was left with more than 287. In total, he currently possessed 5,055 yuan and 90 cents. As Zhou Liwei gazed at the substantial sum, a faint smile graced his face. In an era where pork cost merely 1 yuan per jean and rice was only 2 jiao and 5 fen per jean, along with fine cigarettes priced at 2 jiao, this sum could certainly be deemed considerable. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he exhaled slowly, knocking the ash off the end and returning it to his lips to commence counting the receipts. He organized the national receipts into one pile, those from Harbin into another, and grouped the soon-to-expire ones together. To his surprise, there were over 100 national receipts, most of which had lengthy expiration periods, while Harbin receipts numbered 2 to 300, with a significant portion nearing expiration within 2 months. He contemplated the necessity of seizing an opportunity to visit Harbin soon and spend these receipts. Among them were several for sewing machines, bicycles, and 2 for radios. In addition to a plethora of fabric, grain, sugar, towel, and industrial coupons, he mused that the next time an opportunity arose, he would procure a sewing machine and a radio, and although he couldn't directly present them to show her, leaving them at the Yun household for her use would suffice. Furthermore, he intended to acquire a lady's bicycle as well. As he glanced at the watches in his possession, he wondered if he could find a chance to gift one to show her. This way, he would have all 3 essentials ready for her. Lost in these thoughts, Zhou Liwei couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. The remaining box of gold and silver jewelry and antiquities had not been thoroughly examined. He placed it back in the box without further inspection. He selected a watch from the Jingdu brand and adorned his wrist, placing the rest into the cabinet. After organizing his belongings and securing the cabinet, he took a cloth bag and a few banknotes, making his way to the main room. Inside the main room, the Yun family was gathered, including Yun Chabuang, who usually spent his days frolicking outside but was now engrossed in demonstrating the slingshot his second brother had just crafted for him. Yun Songshan was twisting grass ropes, spitting on his hands for better grip as he worked. Gao Guixiang was crafting cloth shoes, rubbing a needle against her scalp to lubricate it for easier stitching through the nearly 2-centimeter thick soles. Yun Chaohui was weaving a winnowing basket, though his motions lacked the finesse of his father's. Meanwhile, Yun Chaoyang was whittling wood with a machete, still focused on making slingshots. Yun Xiu was busy sewing garments, assessing the size and style of the clothing, uncertain if it was meant for her father or elder brother. Her serious demeanor, especially the exposed fair neck, momentarily captivated Zhou Liwei, causing his throat to constrict. He pondered whether in the future, Shigouer would craft clothes for him in such a tranquil and beautiful manner. Yin Xiaowang was the first to spot Zhou Liwei, as he was aiming his slingshot toward the entrance when he noticed Zhou standing there in a daze. "Brother Zhou, you're here. Come take a look at my slingshot," Chadwang called out. Zhou Liwei entered with a faint smile. Everyone instinctively made space for him, but he simply pulled up a chair beside the table and placed the cloth bag he was carrying on its surface. No one realized he had chosen that spot because Yun Xiu was also seated at the table. They merely assumed it was for convenience in setting down his belongings. With a subtle glance toward his beloved shower, Zhou Liwei untied the bag. "Auntie, I bought some fabric, but I don't know how to sew. I was hoping you could help me with it." As he spoke, he pulled out several pieces of fine cotton cloth, pure white, navy blue, and black, but among them was also a piece of floral patterned fabric. The others looked at him in puzzlement, prompting him to explain with a smile. "This floral one is for you, Auntie. I couldn't possibly trouble you without offering something in return." Gao Guixiang naturally protested. "Oh, sewing a few garments is no trouble at all. I'll gladly help. You should take the fabric back. Auntie, the floral cloth is already bought. It would go to waste if you don't take it. Besides, if you refuse, I'll feel too embarrassed to ask for your help again in the future. If I have to buy ready-made clothes, who knows how much more I'd have to spend." "You silly boy," she sighed. "Fine. I'll swallow my pride and accept it this time, but don't you dare bring anything like this again." Zhou Liwei chuckled, but neither agreed nor disagreed. Gao Guixiang had the floral fabric and mused to herself, young men, they don't understand what patterns suit older women. This print is clearly meant for young girls. It would be much better suited for my Xiu." Still, she couldn't deny her delight. Such a gift was truly generous in these times. After discussing the clothes he needed made, Zhou Liwei retrieved 2 packages of pastries and several hair ornaments from the bag, all items he had deliberately purchased at the supply and marketing cooperative. "Since I was transporting goods for the cooperative this time, these pastries and hairpins were part of the driver's benefits. The pastries can go to Xiaoguang. You all know I don't care much for sweets. And as for the hairpins, they're of no use to me. But they do look lovely on Sister Yinxiu." His words were carefully chosen to ease any sense of obligation from the Yun family. Yun Xiu lifted her gaze slightly, her eyes lingering on the hair ornaments on the table. The faint curve of her lips betrayed her fondness for them. Zhou Liwei caught the subtle movement, pleased to see her approval. Gao Guixiang clapped her hands in realization. I've always heard how well-treated drivers are, but I never imagined they'd even hand out hairpins. Zhou Liwei nodded solemnly. Indeed, they distribute whatever they have in surplus. Another driver wanted these for his family, so they gave me the same. Then, turning to Yun Songzhan and Gao Guixiang, he added, Uncle, Auntie, I'll be making another long-distance trip soon. If there is anything you'd like me to bring back, just let me know. It's relatively easier for us to acquire certain things. At his words, Yun Xiu immediately looked up, her eyes flickering toward her parents. Though she remained silent, their hesitant expressions spoke volumes. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Liwei remarked, Uncle Yun, Aunt Yun, if there is anything you desire, please feel free to express it, and I shall see if I can acquire it. At this moment, Gao Guixiang had already paused her shoemaking, sorting through the few pieces of fabric Zhou Liwei had brought. With a sigh, she lamented, Well, it is as follows. We have a relative, specifically from Xiu Xiuzhen's family. Xiu Xiu's cousin has become involved with someone, and they are currently discussing marriage. The bride's family insists on 3 rounds and 1 sound, else they will not proceed with the union. Presently, their household possesses only an old bicycle and a sewing machine, which the bride's family does not regard with much esteem. Chapter 027. Arrival at Qiqing. Inspections. Zhou Liwei contemplated that he could procure all these items. However, he felt that the bride's family's insistence on their requirements was rather ungracious. He regarded Yun Xiu as his future bride and perceived her aunt as his own, recognizing that Yun Xiu held considerable affection for her aunt's family. Therefore, he directly addressed them, Uncle, Aunt, I can certainly acquire those items. But isn't the bride's family's attitude a bit hurtful? Indeed, Gao Guixiang concurred. It seems they are only interested in what is being offered. Zhou Liwei refrained from saying anything further, knowing that Yun's family likely had their own sense of judgment. Regardless, if I manage to obtain these items during my next outing, I shall bring them back, he assured. All right, I entrust this to you, Zhou Jiqing. However, we lack tickets, so we may need to offer additional funds. Gao Guixiang remarked as she prepared to fetch money from inside. Zhou Liwei promptly stopped her, and there is no rush. We can discuss that after I have secured the items. On his first night at the Yun household, Zhou Liwei found it difficult to sleep. Not due to any other reason, but because he was digging a hole. Indeed, he had excavated a small cavity at the end of the Kong in the West Room, concealing a box of items and 4,000 yuan within. As he departed for the trip, he carried over 1,000 yuan in cash along with some nearly expired coupons from Harbin, contemplating that if the opportunity arose, he would utilize these coupons while passing through Harbin. He secured the Kong cabinet and entrusted the room key to Gao Guixiang. And here is the key to my room. Please keep it safe for me. After I leave, you can allow Yun Dage or anyone else to sleep in there and keep an eye on the place. As for the bicycle, it would be idle. Feel free to use it. Gao Guixiang accepted the key with a smile. Very well. I shall have the eldest help guard your room. There are many items in there, and it wouldn't be safe to leave it unattended at night. If we need the bicycle, we shall not hesitate to borrow it. Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang were en route to Qiqing, the capital city of Inner Mongolia province, which took Zhou Liwei by surprise for its considerable distance. However, it was certain they would pass through Harbin. Zhou Liwei calculated that they should stop for a day in Harbin on their return journey to utilize all the expired coupons. Zhou Liwei's driving speed was commendable. They spent the first night in Chunyin and arrived in Rihe on the second night, with approximately a day and a half left to reach Qiqing. They were less than 300 kilometers from the capital. However, the roads were currently challenging, likely requiring over 4 hours to drive there. He had not considered detouring to visit the capital, as he had only recently departed from home, and taking a longer route would add at least another day's travel. He reassured himself that as long as he continued his role as a driver, he would have ample opportunities to return home frequently. In the deep hours of the third night, the truck rolled into Qiqing. A flicker of joy appeared on Zhang Liang's face, and Zhou Liwei exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Initially, Zhang Liang had suggested a rest along the way, but Zhou Liwei had insisted on reaching Qiqing in one go before allowing for a well-deserved rest. Unbeknownst to him, his hurried arrival in Qiqing led him to encounter an unexpected individual, leaving him unable to rest properly. Upon reaching Qiqing and settling into the guest house, he had barely slept for 14 hours before being abruptly awakened by a vigorous knocking at the door. Groggily, Zhou Liwei approached the entrance and inquired loudly, "Who is it?" A melodious female voice responded from outside, "Comrade, hello. I am a staff member of the guest house. There is a routine inspection by the public security officers. Please open the door and present your introduction letter." Zhou Liwei furrowed his brow, pondering the stringent regulations in Qingqing. Was it customary for a mere guesthouse stay to necessitate such inspections? Considering it was a state-run establishment, he reasoned that no nefarious individuals would impersonate public security personnel. And thus he opened the door. He recognized the guesthouse staff as the attractive woman who had checked them in, accompanied by two uniformed officers. Although their uniforms signified their authority for his own peace of mind, he promptly requested to see their work identification. It was the first time these officers had encountered someone asking for their credentials while on duty, and they could not help but scrutinize him a bit more closely as they presented their IDs. Satisfied with the authenticity of the identification, Zhou Liwei stepped aside to allow them entry, waking Zhang Liang in the process and instructing him to retrieve both the work ID and introduction letter. Zhang Liang, still yawning profusely, appeared as if he had been out thieving in the dead of night. "When did you arrive in Qingqing?" one of the officers inquired. "Approximately around 1 in the morning. We settled in at the guest house by 2 or 3, Zhou Liwei recounted, making an effort to elaborate on their itinerary while stifling a yawn himself. Evidently, he had caught the contagion of fatigue from Zhang Liang. The public security officer glanced at their work IDs. "Drivers?" he asked. "Yes," Zhou Liwei replied. "From Zixi County?" "Indeed." The officer then examined the date on the introduction letter and queried, "How long did it take to drive to Qingqing?" "We traveled for 3.5 days. Zhou Liwei answered. The officer nodded, requesting to inspect their vehicle and the cargo within. Zhou Liwei cooperatively led them downstairs to the guest house courtyard for the inspection. After a considerable ordeal, which lasted another half-hour, the two officers concluded their examination, finding no issues, and returned their work IDs and introduction letters. Before departing, they kindly reminded them, "Comrades, as newcomers, please safeguard your personal belongings." Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang promptly expressed their gratitude. As the officers left, Zhou Liwei pondered the apparent commotion surrounding the inspections. Coupled with the officer's warning, it seemed that a significant incident had occurred, possibly a theft. "We should keep our valuables close," he advised Zhang Liang. With little desire to resume sleep, and recognizing it was nearly 8 o'clock, both men felt the pangs of hunger. They decided to rise and ventured out to a state-run restaurant for breakfast before delivering their cargo to the designated unit. Having completed the handover of supplies, it was already midday. The two decided to venture to the state-run restaurant for a meal before returning to the guest house for a refreshing slumber. They chose to walk rather than drive. As they strolled, engaging in conversation, Zhou Liwei held a cigarette between his lips. Upon turning a corner in an alley, they unexpectedly collided with a man. Fortunately, Zhou Liwei's robust physique spared him from harm, though he did lose his cigarette. The man, however, staggered and ultimately fell onto the ground. Seemingly in a hurry, he disregarded his discomfort, glancing back a couple of times before hastily getting up and departing. Zhou Liwei, observing the man's rushed exit, nearly blurted out, "Wu Ge." Chapter 028. Chengwu. Zhou Liwei was taken aback to encounter Chengwu in Qiqing. He recalled that Chengwu was a talent from Luqing. How had he ended up here? It appeared he was evading something. Chengwu was someone Zhou had met in his previous life while incarcerated. They shared a cell, were of similar age, and found common ground in their conversations. Together, they sought warmth, endured hardships, and retaliated against adversities, forging a bond that transcended mere friendship through shared trials. Chengwu was serving a life sentence and had entered prison relatively early. He spent the transformative years of that era behind bars, remaining oblivious to the developments in the outside world, though his curiosity was piqued. After Zhou entered prison, Cheng would often inquire about the changes in the world outside. Zhou would narrate tales of the nation's rapid advancement, the reforms, the reinstatement of college entrance examinations, and more. It was worth noting that when Cheng was apprehended, the national college entrance exams had yet to be reinstated. He had become embroiled in a significant theft case, inadvertently caught in a web of circumstances, and had not seen the light of day since. Recalling their routine inspection at the guest house that morning, Zhou's thoughts were interrupted as two officers in police uniforms hurriedly approached, seemingly in pursuit of Chengwu. The officers paid no heed to Zhou and his companions, swiftly turning down an alley, only to return shortly. "Excuse me, comrades. Did you happen to see a young man in a blue work uniform pass by here?" Zhou's heart sank. It indeed appeared they were after Chengwu. Before he could react, Zhang Liang nodded, saying, "Yes, we almost collided with him just now. Did you see which alley he ran into?" Zhou noticed Zhang Liang about to respond and quickly interjected, "He went down the alley on the left." The officers exchanged glances, their expressions brightening as they dashed toward the left alley. "Why did you deceive the police?" Zhang Liang asked, a look of confusion etched across his face, unable to fathom Zhou's motives. Zhou remained silent, instead urging Zhang Liang to change direction and run down the right alley. "What are you doing?" Zhang Liang called after him. "Let us discuss this later. Just keep up." Zhou's tone grew urgent. In his previous life, Cheng Wu had been captured during this very incident. The situation was dire, and the effort to apprehend him was intense, involving not only the police but also armed forces. It could be described as a well-laid trap. Zhou did not believe that by deceiving the two police officers, Cheng Wu could escape the clutches of the remaining pursuers. Thus, he felt compelled to locate Cheng Wu before he was apprehended, lest his friend succumb to the same fate as in his previous existence. With that thought, Zhou quickened his pace, leaving Zhang Liang struggling to keep up. "Slow down, Wei Gu, wait for me." Zhou hesitated momentarily. He should not involve Zhang Liang in this predicament. Although he had a preliminary escape plan in mind, it was not without its dangers. "Yangzi, you should return to the guest house. I have some matters to attend to and will return shortly." As the words faded, he darted swiftly out, yet the alley was fraught with numerous intersections. At each fork, he was compelled to pause and contemplate. Behind him, Zhang Liang, panting and breathless, struggled to keep pace. Just when he thought his companion, Wei Gu, was waiting for him to catch his breath, he suddenly bolted forward again. With no time to rest, Zhang Liang gritted his teeth and followed suit, the cycle repeating itself time and again. Zhang Liang had lost count of how many times his brother Zhou Gu had toyed with him like this, and exhaustion began to take its toll. Gradually, he came to a halt, resting his hands on his knees, gasping for air. Finally, as he steadied his breath and prepared to continue, he glanced up to see Wei Gu forcefully dragging a man backward while covering his mouth. His eyes widened in astonishment. What was Wei Gu up to? A public robbery? Casting a swift glance around, he noticed the alley was deserted, and he breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment's thought, he picked up a small stone, weighed it in his hand, and then discarded it, opting instead for a larger one. This one seemed promising. It could surely knock the man out with a single blow. He planned to strike when the man was distracted, thus facilitating Wei Ji's nefarious act. His mind was resolute, imbued with a fierce determination, yet his hand trembled like it was afflicted by Parkinson's disease, causing him to doubt its accuracy. Meanwhile, Zhou Liwei discovered that there was indeed someone else in the alley. Startled, he recognized Zhang Liang and chose to ignore him. Leaning closer to Cheng Wu's ear, he whispered, "Cheng Wu, do not utter a sound. There are people outside seeking to capture you. I know you are innocent. Do not worry. I will assist you." Cheng Wu's eyes widened in bewilderment, filled with questions. Who was this person? How did he know his name and that he was wronged? The realization caused him to cease his struggles. Observing this, Zhou Liwei released his grip, ready to discuss their next steps. However, at that moment, Zhang Liang came rushing over, brandishing the stone, and aimed it at Cheng Wu's head. Despite Zhou Liwei's quick reflexes, he was unprepared for Zhang Liang's sudden move. He extended his hand to intervene, but as he made contact, the stone was already in motion. Fortunately, his touch caused the stone to veer slightly off course. As the projectile hurtled toward him, Cheng Wu felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. He thought to himself that he had made a grave mistake in trusting this individual. Surely, they were involved in the case, and they intended to eliminate him as a scapegoat. A sudden, sharp pain in his arm ignited his instinct to flee. He took off at once, but Zhou Liwei, with his long legs, easily caught up to him. "Cheng Wu, stop running. The police are everywhere," he urged. Cheng Wu clutched his injured arm, glaring at Zhou Liwei. "Who are you? What do you want? You claim to want to help me, yet you attempt to knock me unconscious with a stone." Zhou Liwei, at a loss, could only explain patiently, "He is my brother. He knows nothing of your situation. He probably thought we were fighting and wanted to assist me." Cheng Wu remained skeptical. "How can I trust what you say is true?" Zhou Liwei urged Zhang Liang to elucidate his thoughts. At that moment, Zhang Liang grasped some semblance of understanding, yet it seemed as though he comprehended nothing at all. And thus he conveyed his musings. Zhou Liwei found himself in a state of bemusement, pondering if Zhang truly believed he was about to commit robbery, contemplating that incapacitating someone would render the act more convenient. Zhang Liang nodded earnestly. Cheng Wu, growing increasingly vigilant, declared, "I knew it. You are not good people." These two individuals, engaging in nefarious activities such as theft, highway robbery, and even acts of violence, had undoubtedly committed numerous misdeeds. Rather than succumb to their clutches, he preferred to be apprehended by the authorities. Even in death, he surmised, he might at least secure a whole corpse. With this thought in mind, Cheng Wu commenced to shout, "Someone! I am here," but was abruptly silenced as the assailant covered his mouth and yanked him back. He recalled that earlier on the main street, there had been police officers present. Had it not been for the would-be mugger's intervention, he would have undoubtedly encountered them. He believed that if he shouted loudly enough, they would hear him and rush into the alley to rescue him. In that moment, he fervently wished for the police to arrive swiftly and take him away. Chapter 29. Evading capture. Zhou Liwei was taken aback by his own outburst. Hastily covering the man's mouth and admonishing him sternly, "Are you seeking death? If you get caught, you might end up in serious trouble. I already mentioned that it was a misunderstanding. We are legitimate workers. If the police truly arrive, I'll claim that we only apprehended you because of your suspicious behavior. This will not only absolve us of any repercussions, but we might even receive commendations." Upon finishing, he turned to Zhang Liang, urging him to promptly present his work identification and introduction letter for the man to see. He held on to Cheng Wu, his hand still over his mouth, unable to retrieve the documents himself, relying solely on Zhang Liang. Obediently, Zhang Liang extracted the work ID and introduction letter from his pocket, ensuring Cheng Wu had a clear view before putting them away again. At that moment, Cheng Wu began to slightly believe that these two were not the type capable of heinous acts. He regretted his earlier cries, fearing that he might have attracted the attention of the police. However, it was too late for regrets. The officers had indeed arrived. Cheng Wu's body trembled uncontrollably. Thoughts racing through his mind. This is it. This is truly the end. Zhou Liwei, astonished by the swift arrival of the police, felt his mind racing and beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. As he had surmised, he and Zhang Liang could extricate themselves without issue. But that would seal Cheng Wu's fate, condemning him to a life behind bars, reminiscent of his previous existence. This was not what Zhou Liwei desired. If Cheng Wu were guilty, it might be justifiable, but he was innocent, caught in a web of injustice, truly a victim of misfortune. As he observed the police turning into the alley, one by one, then more, he instinctively tightened his grip on Cheng Wu's shoulders, acutely aware of the latter's trembling form, hearing the rapid beating of his heart, which mirrored his own anxiety. What to do? He could not allow the police to take Cheng Wu away. He simply could not. Just then, a faint melody wafted through the air, rising and falling sporadically. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Liwei began to sing, "Hey, fighting the gangsters. With fervor we enter the battlefield." His voice prompted Cheng Wu and Zhang Liang to respond, joining him in a spirited chorus, countless pens, countless guns. Resolutely defending the revolution, firmly safeguarding the party, utterly crushing the bourgeoisie's brazen assault, planting the red flag high upon the cultural battleground. Zhang Liang, now clutching Cheng Wu's other shoulder, created a protective barrier around him, obscuring his appearance from the police. The trio, arms-linked and bending slightly, sang the revolutionary anthem with exuberance, resembling three patriotic revelers. The police, upon glancing into the alley, saw no one else and realized the earlier noise had originated from these three singing. They exhaled in relief and turned back, the echoes of their song still lingering in the air. Seeing this, the three continued to sing, their spirits lifted, as they made their way deeper into the alley. Gradually, their voices faded, and after the song concluded, silence enveloped them. Their first course of action was to change Cheng Wu's attire, swapping his blue work uniform for a white shirt and black trousers. "How do you know me, and how did you come to know that my name is Cheng Wu?" Zhou Liwei cast a glance at him. Although Cheng Wu appeared considerably younger now, he still bore that cherubic visage. In his previous life, when Zhou first met him in prison, Cheng Wu was already in his 50s, yet he too had possessed a youthful face, albeit with much darker skin and a few wrinkles. The contours of his features had not significantly changed, which was why Zhou recognized him at once. "I am skilled in fortune-telling and physiognomy," Zhou Liwei fabricated, unable to conjure a more convincing explanation. Cheng Wu remained skeptical. "Are you connected to them?" he inquired, referring to the masterminds who had fled in the wake of the theft. He still harbored doubts that Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang were part of that group. Zhou Liwei lit a cigarette, offering one to both Cheng Wu and Zhang Liang. The three of them conversed openly beneath a large tree not far from the supply and marketing cooperative. "It matters not. We are merely drivers delivering goods to Qicheng. We happened to collide with you, and, in passing, I glimpsed your physiognomy, revealing that you were destined for imprisonment, perhaps even for life. Initially, I intended to mind my own business, but I soon realized you're innocent. Fate has brought us together, so I decided to lend you assistance. Regardless of whether Qing Wu believed him, Zhang Liang was convinced. Otherwise, Zhou's unusual behavior would have been inexplicable. Furthermore, their dialogue suggested they were previously unacquainted. Yet Zhou effortlessly recalled the man's name. Impressive, Zhang Liang thought. He had long known that Zhou was capable of anything. But he had not anticipated that he could also interpret physiognomy with such accuracy. His admiration for Zhou was palpable, evident even in his squinty eyes, which sparkled with admiration. This made Zhou Liwei feel a shiver run down his arm, prompting him to shift slightly away from Zhang Liang. Cheng Wu remained ambivalent, not entirely convinced by Zhou Liwei's words. Zhou, unfazed, exhaled a cloud of smoke and chuckled softly. If you wish, I can further examine your physiognomy. Cheng Wu nodded. Very well, let us see what else you can unveil. Zhou scrutinized Cheng Wu's face and began. You are an orphan. Your parents passed away when you were quite young. And you grew up reliant on the kindness of others. That is common knowledge among those thieves, Cheng Wu retorted, implying that Zhou was indeed connected to that gang. Very well, let us discuss something else. There was a time in your childhood when you sneaked into someone else's home to steal food, only to be pecked by their rooster. Precisely. At this, Zhou's gaze shifted toward Cheng Wu's groin. Cheng Wu instinctively crossed his legs, his face flushing crimson. That is hardly a secret. Zhou chuckled lightly. Indeed, it is not a secret, but you were injured there. The owner of that rooster learned of your plight and applied a remedy to your wound. The one who tended to you was a sister. As Zhou Liwei's words echoed, Cheng Wu's face grew increasingly flushed. Just as he contemplated a retort, Zhou Liwei, with a smile that was neither here nor there, remarked, from that moment on, the image of that sister will frequently occupy your thoughts. The first time you engaged in that act, it was her you were thinking of, wasn't it? At that moment, Zhou Liwei's words undoubtedly stirred a tempest within Cheng Wu. Not only was he profoundly shocked, but a hint of fear also crept into his youthful visage. The matter of applying medicine was known to others, yet the thoughts he harbored in his heart were secrets he had never dared to share. Should anyone discover them, they would undoubtedly label him a rogue, potentially even imprisoning him for such a crime. Thus, the secret was one he had kept solely to himself. Yet here was a man before him who seemed to possess an uncanny awareness of it. Could it be that he truly had the ability to foresee? If such extraordinary beings existed in this world, then surely no one would have any privacy in their presence, which would be utterly terrifying. Chapter 030. The theft of anti-tank mines. Zhou Liwei seemed to perceive the conjectures swirling in his mind and remarked, it is not easy for just anyone to discern these matters. Only those who share a bond with me, albeit a slight one, can catch a glimpse. My close friends and family remain oblivious. Once you become my friend, I shall no longer perceive anything about you. The reason Zhou Liwei was privy to such private information was rooted in their previous lives, where both men found themselves languishing in prison. Their relationship evolving to a point where sharing undisclosed secrets became a source of amusement. Had Cheng Wu not been apprehended, his future would undoubtedly diverge from that of his past life. If pressed to predict what lay ahead, he would find himself at a loss. Thus, it was imperative to seal his lips on the subject. Only those with whom he shared an inconsequential yet fateful connection could be counted, and the specifics of this circle were entirely at his discretion. Upon hearing this, Cheng Wu wore a complex expression, while Zhang Liang exhaled heavily, contemplating whether he and Wei Gu could be considered friends or brothers. Indeed, they were comrades, thus Wei Gu would be unable to discern his secrets, wouldn't he? Temporarily assuaging Cheng Wu's suspicions, the trio began to deliberate on their subsequent strategies. At this moment, every entrance to the bus and train stations is likely under strict surveillance. Even when our freight truck departs the city, inspections are inevitable, Zhou Liwei stated solemnly. Consequently, smuggling goods out of the city is fraught with difficulty. If Cheng Wu were to be discovered while hidden in the vehicle, both he and Zhang Liang would find themselves in considerable trouble. At this juncture, Zhang Liang was shrouded in confusion, unaware of the precise happenings. He only knew that the Public Security Bureau in Qingqing was investigating a theft case that seemed to involve Cheng Wu, though the severity of the situation eluded him. Cheng Wu, too, sensed that escape was no longer feasible, and capture was merely a matter of time. Despondently, he sank to the ground, only to spring back up moments later, cursing, damn it, that burns like hell. Zhang Liang could not help but laugh heartily, and Zhou Liwei's lips curled into a faint smile. The current season brought scorching sunlight during the day, rendering the ground as hot as a steamer, capable of frying an egg. It was little wonder that Cheng Wu, without any precautionary measures, found himself scorched upon sitting down. Zhou Liwei flicked the ash from his cigarette with his long fingers, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as he inquired about the current situation. Chengwu, feeling increasingly agitated, squatted down once more and sighed. I'm not entirely clear myself. The black dog from our village mentioned a short-term job for me in Qiqing. Initially, I hesitated, thinking it too far, but he assured me of good pay, 20 yuan for 5 days, with half of it paid in advance. He said it was merely manual labor, moving goods, which sounded appealing, so I agreed. In their previous lives, Zhou Liwei had heard these same words from Chengwu, but back then, he had already been incarcerated and possessed a more comprehensive understanding of the case. The black dog he mentioned and his gang had formed a dedicated group specializing in the theft of goods from trains. During this era, most trains were steam-powered, operating at a leisurely pace, with management struggling to keep up and routes lacking adequate security measures. This band of thieves primarily congregated in the western district of Deer City and its surrounding villages. There exists a stretch of railway that inclines upward, upon which they would smear grease. Whenever a train traversed this lubricated slope, it would slip and proceed at an agonizingly slow pace. At such opportune moments, the band would seize the chance to ascend the train. Their proclivity for theft knew no bounds. They would pilfer anything within reach, even matches and salt. It is said that during the summer of 74, a train journeying from Deer City to Kyoto was laden with a cargo of 69 anti-tank mines. This was initially a highly confidential matter, yet certain informed personnel, in an attempt to maintain secrecy, falsely declared the cargo to be sewing machine heads during loading. The thieves caught wind of this misrepresentation and, believing they were indeed targeting one of the 3 major items, the sewing machine, were enticed into orchestrating a grand heist. Considering the enormity of the cargo, they recognized the need for additional hands, hence enlisting some extra personnel. Black Dog sought out Chengwu. Their plan was meticulously devised. They were aware that this train was destined for Kyoto, and the entire cargo of sewing machines was to be transported there. However, the train would halt at Qiqing Station for nearly 40 minutes. It was during this interval that they intended to abscond with the entire compartment of sewing machines. Naturally, they had accomplices waiting in Qiqing, having arranged 2 trucks to transport all the sewing machines to a residential location, which served as their hideout in Qiqing. Yet, upon unloading and inspecting the goods, they discovered that what lay before them was far from sewing machines, and none could identify the actual contents. Meanwhile, the train conductor, having realized that an entire compartment of 69 anti-tank mines had gone missing, was thrown into a state of panic and promptly reported the incident. Authorities regarded this theft with utmost seriousness, suspecting it to be the work of reactionaries or spies. A substantial police force was dispatched to investigate the matter, alongside armed units to conduct a thorough search. As the gravity of the situation dawned on the thieves, fear set in, prompting some to flee while others remained, contemplating whether they could still sell the illicit cargo for profit. Among those who escaped was Chengwu. Yet he found himself in a precarious position without a letter of introduction or any form of identification. Unable to purchase a ticket or secure lodging at an inn, he easily attracted the attention of the police. Today, upon being scrutinized for his lack of identification and work credentials, he had no choice but to flee. In a prior life, he had been apprehended as an accomplice and sentenced to life imprisonment, compounded by his cherubic visage that rendered him seemingly vulnerable, often subjecting him to beatings. Naturally, he retaliated, leading to frequent altercations that tarnished his record and denied him opportunities for sentence reduction. His existence in prison stretched indefinitely. However, today, Zhou Liwei rescued him, granting him a temporary reprieve from incarceration. Whether he could ultimately evade capture by the police remained contingent upon his ability to elude their grasp in the days to come. Zhou Liwei contemplated the situation, remarking that the only feasible means to disband the checkpoints at the crossroads would likely be to resolve the case at hand. However, one cannot ascertain when they will solve the case. They merely discarded an entire cargo of unknown items, causing such a commotion that one might mistakenly believe they were apprehending spies. Zhang Liang expressed in frustration. Zhou Liwei's gaze flickered. Was it not indeed akin to a hunt for spies? He turned to Chengwu, his eyes alight with inquiry. Are you aware of the location of the civilian house where they deposited the items? Chengwu nodded, acknowledging his knowledge. In truth, he had long contemplated reporting it. Yet he refrained from doing so, for to go would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Zhou Liwei reassured him, who said you must report it alone. You are not by yourself. We are with you. The resonance of these 2 phrases echoed in Chengwu's ears, striking a profound chord within him as an orphan. Chapter 31. The Case Solved. plans to go to the port city. Cheng Wu turned his head away, striving to suppress the sting in his nose. Yet his eyes remained red. Come on, speak up, Zhang Liang urged. Wei Gu is right. You're not alone anymore. You have us. Just tell us where you hid the items, and we can feign being concerned citizens to report it. After a prolonged silence, Cheng Wu finally calmed himself enough to disclose the address. Upon hearing it, Zhang Liang sprang to his feet, eager to rush to the police station, but was abruptly halted by Zhou Liwei's grip. Why are you holding me back, Wei Gu? We need to inform the police about the address so they can solve the case quickly. Wait a moment. There's no need for us to go in person. It could complicate things if the police start questioning us. Let us just write a note and find a clever child to deliver it. It would be wise to avoid drawing attention from the authorities. Cheng Wu, upon hearing this, slapped his thigh in realization. How did I not think of that sooner? Zhang Liang let out a scoff, his tone laced with derision. You? I hadn't thought of it either. Only Wei Gu is clever. Zhou Liwei ignored their banter, diligently composing a note before producing 50 cents for Cheng Wu to find a sharp-witted child to hand over to the police. When the officers at the station read the note, they promptly reported the matter to their superiors, understanding that if it were genuine, the case could soon be resolved. Given the significance of this case, they could not afford to overlook even the slightest clue, and with a clear address now at hand, they prepared to investigate. The police and armed forces acted swiftly. Upon reaching the residential area, the main culprits had just finalized their plans. Unable to find a buyer, they deemed the unidentifiable items worthless and were preparing to discreetly transport them to the outskirts under the cover of darkness to incinerate them. Little did they expect that before they could execute their scheme, the police would arrive and apprehend them, catching them red-handed. After a night of interrogation, it became evident that it was merely a misunderstanding, not a conspiracy involving reactionaries or spies. While the higher-ups sighed in relief, the on-ground forces relaxed their efforts to apprehend. However, numerous accomplices still remained at large, prompting the police to deploy additional officers to continue the search, albeit with less intensity than before. In the cargo truck, Cheng Wu anxiously tugged at his hair. Damn it, I still can't go back. That black dog will surely give me away. As soon as I return to the village, the police will come for me. He had initially thought that once the case was solved and the pressure lifted, he could seize the opportunity to escape back home. Yet, with the black dog captured, he knew that, given his nature, the dog would undoubtedly incriminate him. Now, he truly felt homeless. Last night, due to Cheng Wu lacking a letter of introduction, he couldn't stay at the guest house and had spent the night in Zhou Liwei's truck, who kept him company, while Zhang Liang returned to the guest house. Zhou Liwei sat in the truck, exhaling smoke, his expression grave. Cheng Wu could no longer return to Luqing, and in this era, without a letter of introduction or a household registration, where could he possibly go? After finishing another cigarette, Zhou Liwei flicked the butt out of the window, watching it soar far away. Wu, would you like to go to the port city? Cheng Wu was momentarily taken aback. Port city? He mused. Naturally, he had heard of it, known for its affluent capitalists. Zhou Liwei chuckled lightly. Not just capitalists, it operates under a capitalist system. Presently, it surpasses the mainland in development. With rapid economic growth, adorned with numerous skyscrapers, many residents commute in their own vehicles. Cheng Wu's eyes widened slowly, reflecting disbelief mingled with yearning. However, it was also a place rife with chaos and poverty. The underprivileged often faced hardships, enduring bullying and frequent brawls, where a mere altercation could cost one their life. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Cheng Wu recognized that his current existence was one of evasion. If apprehended, his survival was uncertain. He had been in fights since childhood, though not particularly bold. He had never shied away during confrontations. He understood that yielding would only lead to his own detriment. With a resolute decision, he declared, I shall go to Port City. Zhou Liwei nodded. Very well. I will arrange an introduction letter for you. You will first take a train to Yang City, then find a dock and seek passage on a cargo ship. Remember to exercise caution at the dock. Your life is paramount. Safeguard your existence first, and everything else will follow. Cheng Wu felt a stirring within him, puzzled by why this person he had only met a day ago was so benevolent towards him. Had he been a striking young woman, Cheng Wu might have suspected romantic interest. Could it truly be, as Zhou Liwei claimed, an uncanny ability to foresee and assist him, merely a twist of fate? Brother Wei, Cheng Wu inquired, might you divine whether my journey to Port City will be smooth and prosperous? The address of Brother Wei elicited a complex array of emotions in Zhou Liwei. In their past lives, age dictated their titles, with him calling Cheng Wu Brother Wu. Now, Hearing Cheng Wu refer to him as brother felt oddly gratifying, particularly coming from someone younger. In truth, Cheng Wu had merely followed Zhang Liang's lead in addressing him this way. As I said, once connections are established, I cannot predict the outcomes. I have saved you, creating a karmic bond, but your future is solely in your hands. Cheng Wu, uncertain, asked, Really? Zhou Liwei shot him a sidelong glance, more genuine than gold. However, I can offer a hint. Wages in Port City are quite generous. Even carrying heavy loads for a month can earn you over 1,000. Over 1,000? Cheng Wu's eyes widened further, his youthful visage rendering him almost endearing. Zhou Liwei's lips curved into a subtle smile. Indeed. As long as you arrive in Port City and diligently seek employment, sustaining yourself should pose no challenge, and with some savings, you could accumulate a respectable amount. Cheng Wu contemplated this. Earning over 1,000 monthly meant he could save a considerable sum even without frugality. Over 1,000 a month? No wonder they say Port City is filled with capitalists. It appears to be true. A chuckle escaped him as he envisioned becoming a capitalist himself. At that moment, Cheng Wu felt an undeniable eagerness to embark on his journey to Port City. Upon observing the situation, Zhou Liwei discerned the thoughts of his companion and cautioned. I have mentioned that the Port City is rife with chaos, populated by many underlings who are capable of committing heinous acts, such as murder, arson, and brazen street robberies. These occurrences are rather commonplace here. Thus, it is imperative for you to maintain a low profile. Even if you possess wealth, it is wise to remain inconspicuous. Cheng Wu, somewhat perplexed, scratched his head and inquired, Brother Wei, I seem to grasp the term underling, but what does remain inconspicuous mean? Zhou Liwei elucidated, to remain inconspicuous means to keep a low profile, avoiding drawing excessive attention to yourself. Cheng Wu chuckled and replied, Understood. This is something I excel at. I have been living in such a manner since my youth. Chapter 032, The Predictions of the Soothsayer. In truth, Zhou Liwei harbored no concerns regarding Cheng Wu's instinct for self-preservation. Having endured several decades within the confines of a prison in his previous life, he remained steadfast in his belief that he could safeguard his existence upon arriving in Hong Kong. As for the subsequent instructions, one need only listen attentively. Comprehension was not imperative, for adherence to his words would suffice. Observing Zhou Liwei's earnest demeanor, Cheng Wu surmised that the matter at hand was of great significance and thus nodded gravely, urging him to continue. Upon his arrival in Hong Kong, it would be prudent to familiarize himself with the stock exchange, a wellspring of knowledge, yet he was cautioned against reckless actions. No stock should be purchased before the year's end. Zhou Liwei contemplated Cheng Wu's situation, recognizing that he could not languish indefinitely in the lower echelons of society. Financial success would grant him status, shielding him from the fate of victimhood. Cheng Wu, despite his adeptness in petty thievery, lacked formal education, technical skills, and business acumen. Thus, the stock market emerged as the sole avenue for effortless wealth. The stock market in Hong Kong had matured significantly, with its inception tracing back to 1891. By the late 1940s, a wave of affluent individuals migrated to Hong Kong, invigorating the stock market with an influx of foreign capital. The industrial boom of the 1950s attracted vast investments, ushering in a golden era for the stock market from the mid-1950s to the early 1960s. However, due to various events, the market stagnated during the 1960s, only to regain its vigor by the decade's end. Unfortunately, the market faced another downer due to the infamous fake stock incident, leading to a bubble that ultimately collapsed. Yet, Zhou Liwei remained optimistic, aware that these setbacks were transient. He predicted that with the turn of the year, the Hong Kong stock market would flourish once more, and with astute maneuvers, one could amass wealth beyond imagination by the 1980s. Now, Cheng Wu had come to believe in Zhou Liwei's prophetic abilities, rendering further elaboration unnecessary. However, he found the concepts of the stock exchange and stocks perplexing. Unable to grasp why purchases were inadvisable, Zhou Liwei realized that an explanation would likely elude him, and it would be more beneficial for Cheng Wu to experience and understand the environment firsthand upon his arrival in Hong Kong. He emphasized the importance of remembering his counsel, refrain from purchasing until after the new year, with the optimal time for investment falling around that period. What does it mean to invest with closed eyes? Cheng Wu inquired, causing Zhou Liwei to pause momentarily, as conversing with him often felt reminiscent of their past life, where careful phrasing was unnecessary. It simply implied making random purchases, as any stock would likely appreciate, albeit with varying degrees of increase. Nevertheless, he advised Cheng Wu to keep a close eye on the Hang Seng Index, which would witness growth until the end of 1981. Furthermore, He cautioned that by the end of that year, all stocks in his possession should be liquidated, and for the subsequent 3 years, he should avoid the market altogether. Cheng Wu obediently committed these instructions to memory. Brother Wei, did you derive all of this through your foresight? He asked. Indeed, Zhou Liwei replied. At present, I can deduce only this much. However, what I share with you must remain confidential. Otherwise, it will lose its efficacy, Zhou Liwei whispered. Cheng Wu swallowed hard and replied. I understand, Brother Wei. You truly are remarkable. Zhou Liwei smiled, neither confirming nor denying. He was not extraordinary. He merely possessed the advantage of having lived an additional life, retaining knowledge of many matters from his past existence. Without the memories of his previous life, he would simply be a fool, manipulated by others. Consequently, in this life, he dared not underestimate anyone and chose to maintain a prudent distance from those unfamiliar to him. He merely wished to uphold his own rhythm, live well, and treat those he owed from his past life with kindness. In the future, he aimed to leverage the experience and prophetic insights he had amassed to cultivate a loyal cadre of individuals to toil on his behalf and generate wealth. With these earnings, he envisioned a life filled with warmth and family. In this lifetime, his ambitions were modest, confined to these aspirations. Subsequently, Zhou Liwei imparted some additional trifles, and Cheng Wu listened attentively. Before long, Zhang Liang knocked on the car window, bringing breakfast for them. After their meal, Zhou Liwei announced, I will drive to the distillery and urge them to load the truck promptly. We aim to depart today. The objective was to transport high-quality rice seeds from Jixin County's Hongxing commune and return with a load of their distinctive mare's milk liquor. They understood that Zhou Liwei's true intent was not merely to hasten the loading process, but to secure 2 letters of introduction for Cheng Wu. At this moment, acquiring these letters was paramount. Only with them could he purchase tickets to Pingcheng. Zhang Liang and Cheng Wu had no objections to Zhou Liwei's proposal. Thus, Zhou Liwei drove to the distillery while Zhang Liang and Cheng Wu sought a shaded spot to pass the time. Upon arriving at the distillery, Zhou Liwei proceeded directly to the manager's office. He offered the manager a cigarette, lighting it himself, and conveyed his urgency for loading the cargo today. During the conversation, he casually placed a pack of premium cigarettes on the desk. Manager Luo's eyes flickered to the pack, and he inquired with a smile. Not taking an extra day to rest? Zhou Liwei replied, No, my partner's birthday is in a few days, and I must return to celebrate with her. Manager Luo smiled knowingly. All right, I will have the cargo loaded immediately. For him, today or tomorrow was inconsequential. Receiving a pack of fine cigarettes, especially such a rare brand, was a delightful bonus. Manager Luo left the office to notify the workers, while Zhou Liwei, under the pretense of needing the restroom, remained behind. Manager Luo did not suspect anything amiss and descended alone. Once Manager Luo was gone, Zhou Liwei swiftly returned to the office, opened the drawer, and upon seeing its contents, held his breath. He quickly tore off several sheets and tucked them into his pocket. After closing the drawer and confirming that the desk appeared undisturbed, he turned to leave. Just then, he heard commotion outside the office door. 2 individuals were conversing, one of whom was unmistakably Manager Luo. The 2 individuals appeared to have encountered each other at the entrance. After exchanging greetings, one set of footsteps receded while the other approached. How could he have returned? Zhou Liwei glanced around the office, which was modest in size and offered no hiding places. The footsteps drew nearer, causing beads of sweat to form on Zhou Liwei's forehead. And his heart raced to his throat. Closer, ever closer. The footsteps halted at the threshold, and in the next moment, the door swung open. Chapter 033, the letter of introduction almost discovered at the very moment Director Luo entered the room. Zhou Liwei was crouched on the floor, hastily tossing something beneath the desk. Comrade Zhou, what are you doing here? What are you searching for? Director Luo inquired, his expression one of confusion. After descending the stairs, he had remembered the pack of Huazi cigarettes on his desk and returned to retrieve them. Little did he anticipate witnessing such a scene. This Zhou driver was still present in his office. Instantly, Director Luo felt a pang of anxiety, his eyes scanning the office for anything amiss. Noticing nothing out of the ordinary, he glanced at the desk where the cigarettes remained untouched, and there were no signs of disturbance among other items. He approached the desk, opened the drawer, and found everything in its place, exhaling a sigh of relief. However, the warmth in his gaze towards Zhou Liwei had diminished. Now tinged with a hint of displeasure, Zhou Liwei, drenched in sweat, rose from the floor, his tone urgent. Director Luo, I apologize. My watch fell off. When I was here earlier, I felt something drop, but I didn't pay it any mind and inadvertently kicked it under the desk. Thinking it was just some inconsequential item, I only realized it was missing when I went to the restroom, which prompted my hasty return. I'm truly sorry for the intrusion. Director Luo regarded him with skepticism, frowning as he asked, "Are you certain your watch fell here?" Zhou Liwei rubbed his hands together, reflecting, "I believe there is a significant possibility, but I can't see or reach under there. Director Luo, could you please move your desk so I can check?" Director Luo scrutinized Zhou Liwei for several seconds, observing no signs of deceit, and eventually nodded. "All right, let us shift it aside and take a look." Together, they lifted the desk, and Zhou Liwei immediately spotted his watch, covered in dust. Elated, he exclaimed, "It really did fall here." "Thank you, Director Luo. Had it not been for your office, I likely would have never found it." He proceeded to wipe the watch clean on his clothing, preparing to put it back on, only to discover the strap was broken and would not clasp. "Ah, so that is why it fell," he lamented. Director Luo, witnessing this, felt his earlier doubts dissipate significantly. He smiled and remarked, "It's good that you found it. That watch isn't inexpensive, so take care of it." Zhou Liwei repeatedly affirmed this. And noticing a thick layer of dust accumulating beneath the desk, he eagerly fetched a broom and dustpan to clean it up. Director Luo made no attempt to stop him, though he still harbored some annoyance. While Zhou Liwei tidied up, Director Luo discreetly inspected the office for any irregularities or missing items, finding none. Indeed, Zhou Liwei had not tampered with anything else in the office. As for the few stamped letters of introduction he had torn up, the volume was so substantial that even Director Luo himself could not ascertain how many had been used. At this point, Director Luo's suspicions were finally laid to rest. Once Zhou Liwei finished cleaning, they together returned the desk to its original position, with Zhou Liwei continually expressing his apologies for his earlier clumsiness. Observing his earnest demeanor, Director Luo felt a sense of gratification. Considering they were young and the watch was indeed a rare item, it was understandable to feel anxious about its loss, especially since not everyone could afford such luxuries these days. Director Luo, having come to terms with this, finally softened his expression. His gaze towards Zhou Liwei now filled with understanding, completely devoid of his prior displeasure. He wore a cheerful demeanor as he casually tucked away his cigarette and left the office with Zhou Liwei. Zhou Liwei let out a long sigh of relief, his heart finally at ease. Now that they had the introduction letter, Qingwu would find it much easier to navigate. After descending the stairs, Zhou Liwei said, "Director Luo, I will return to the guest house to tidy up and call my colleagues. We will come over and leave directly afterwards." "All right. We can have everything ready for you in no more than an hour," Director Luo replied. Not far from the factory, beneath a large tree, Zhou Liwei spotted two individuals and waved the introduction letter triumphantly. Their joy was palpable, and Zhang Liang did not hesitate to praise him. "Wei Ge, you're truly impressive." Qingwu expressed his gratitude as well. "Thank you, Wei Ge." Zhou Liwei filled in the necessary details on the introduction letter, clearly noting names and destinations before handing it to Chengwu. Chengwu took it, stammering as he attempted to read, "Quan. Chengwu, Qingqing City." Zhou Liwei facepalmed. Seeing Qingwu struggle to pronounce his own name, Zhang Liang grew anxious and snatched the letter for a better look. Upon reading the name, he burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Quan Chengwu. What a ridiculous mispronunciation. Wu Ge, this character is pronounced Jin, not Quan. If you tell them your name is Quan Chengwu during verification, you will surely give yourself away." Chengwu felt embarrassed by the laughter. As an orphan who had recognized few characters throughout his life, he had only learned a handful of simple words outside the classroom in secret during childhood. Just remembering them was a significant accomplishment, and now he found himself the subject of ridicule. Young people's pride is often quite fragile, and Xingwu, too, felt a surge of indignation as he snatched the introduction letter back from Zhang Liang. However, it wasn't long before he asked Zhang Liang to read it to him again. Zhang Liang kindly obliged, and Zhou Liwei reiterated, "Remember, you are Jin Qingwu, a resident of Qiqing City and a family member of an employee at the Qiqing distillery. Your purpose for coming to Pingqing is to visit relatives." Qingwu nodded repeatedly, assuring them he understood. He diligently practiced reading the letter, and before long, he was able to recognize even the unfamiliar characters, imprinting them firmly in his memory. "Now, let us proceed to the station to purchase tickets, aiming for the soonest train," Zhou Liwei stated. Chengwu felt a bit flustered. He had no money to his name. Sensing his discomfort, Zhou Liwei casually remarked, "I will lend you the fare. You can repay me when we meet again." Chengwu gratefully nodded. "Thank you, Wei Ge. Rest assured, I will repay you doubly in the future." The three made their way to the train station, where Zhou Liwei assisted in purchasing tickets for the soonest train departing in half an hour, with a transfer in Kyoto. Qingwu clutched the train ticket and introduction letter, his eyes reddened once more. Zhou Liwei, aware that time was of the essence, instructed Zhang Liang to procure some food. While he led Qing Wu to a secluded corner, he produced 1,000 yuan along with a few national food coupons and handed them to him. This time, when he left home, he had concealed 4,000 yuan within, carrying only a little over 1,000 yuan on his person. With just a few coins remaining, he bestowed the majority of his funds upon Cheng Wu. Initially, he had contemplated purchasing a 3 turns and 1 sound upon his return in Harbin. But the unforeseen situation with Cheng Wu had altered his plans. It appeared that such items would have to wait until next time. It was prudent to tuck away the money and coupons in the pocket of his underwear. At this thought, Zhou Liwei pondered whether Cheng Wu's underwear possessed a pocket, as his own had been stitched by his mother. Does your underwear have a pocket? Cheng Wu, profoundly moved by Zhou Liwei's generosity, had never encountered such a sum before. His eyes wide with astonishment. Before he could articulate a refusal, he heard Zhou Liwei's question and could only shake his head in confusion. No, it doesn't have a pocket. Zhou Liwei glanced around, clenched his jaw, and ushered Cheng Wu into a nearby public restroom. Chapter 034. Cheng Wu departs. Encounters the night ghost. As Cheng Wu and Zhou Liwei emerged from the restroom, Cheng Wu incessantly questioned, Wei Ge, do you truly not intend to wear my underwear? Although I haven't changed in many days, it must surely be better than you being bare. Zhou Liwei exhaled heavily, glaring at him with gritted teeth. Silence yourself. Upon noticing the item in Cheng Wu's hand, his nostrils flared with indignation, his teeth chattering. Could you kindly discard that thing? Cheng Wu offered an awkward smile. Fine. If you won't wear it, I'll toss it immediately. With that, he turned back toward the restroom. Zhou Liwei took a deep breath, closing his eyes, pondering what sins he had committed. Had he known he would encounter this individual, who even jeopardized his own undergarments, he would have thought twice about his concern for this man's well-being. Upon exiting the restroom, Cheng Wu instinctively reached for his groin, leaning closer to Zhou Liwei, whispering, Wei Ge, did you give me too much money? Perhaps I should return some. Guilt weighed heavily on him, after merely a day of acquaintance. This stranger had bestowed upon him a substantial sum of 1,000 yuan. Had he not been aware of the demise of his parents, he might have believed he had encountered a long-lost father. Zhou Liwei, uninterested in further dialogue, had already expressed his sentiments repeatedly in the restroom, his patience wearing thin. He stated coolly, when traveling, one must conceal wealth and maintain discretion. Noticing Cheng Wu's constant fidgeting, he could no longer restrain himself and kicked him lightly. Act normal. Why do you keep touching there? Are you afraid others will not notice what you're hiding? Cheng Wu glanced around, relieved to see no one was paying attention, and retorted softly, It's not that others think it's large. My pants are simply constricting. I'm just adjusting. Zhou Liwei shot him a disdainful look, scoffing. Do you have any self-awareness regarding your own size? Cheng Wu did not comprehend the remark, yet there was no time for inquiries as Zhang Liang hurried over, quickly. The train is about to arrive. The trio rushed to the platform where the train was just pulling in. Zhang Liang hastily shoved his belongings into Cheng Wu's hands, while Zhou Liwei, still anxious, quietly reminded him, Remember, keep your wealth concealed and distribute your cash in various places. Cheng Wu nodded, his heart swelling with emotion. Never before had anyone treated him with such kindness. As the staff urged the passengers to board, Cheng Wu approached the train in silence. At that moment, only he understood the tumult within his heart. Just as he was about to step onto the train, he halted abruptly, swiftly turning around. Even through blurred vision, he accurately identified his target, rushing forward to embrace Zhou Liwei, his voice choked with emotion. Wei Ge, I promise I will return to find you. Before Zhou Liwei could respond, Cheng Wu turned and hurried onto the train. Zhang Liang had intended to make a light-hearted jest, feeling that Cheng Wu was behaving in a rather effeminate manner, but upon seeing Zhou Liwei's reddened eyes, he lost all inclination to joke, standing silently beside him, speechless. He was somewhat perplexed as to why Wei Ge showed such exceptional care and attention towards Cheng Wu, seemingly more than he did for himself. Let us go? Zhou Liwei turned and left first, with Zhang Liang following closely behind. Upon returning to the guest house to pack their belongings, Zhang Liang expressed concern. Wei Ge, should we stay another night? You need to rest well. No need. We shall depart today and rest properly in the next city, replied Zhou Liwei, ushering Zhang Liang out of the room. He rummaged through his luggage for a clean pair of underwear, quickly changing before opening the door to let Zhang Liang back in. Confused, Zhang Liang wondered if he had said something wrong to warrant being sent out for 30 seconds. What had he done? 4 nights later, the evening was shrouded in darkness, tranquil and windless. A cargo truck rattled along the uneven gravel road, swaying violently. The young man in the passenger seat, softly snoring, was jolted awake. Rubbing his mouth, he groggily propped himself up to peer out the window. Wei Gu, have we arrived in Harbin yet? No response was needed. Upon seeing the faint silhouette of rice fields and hearing the chorus of croaking frogs, he realized his question was rather pointless. We're close, probably about an hour away. Zhou Liwei replied, his voice laden with fatigue. Zhang Liang, sensing the exhaustion in his voice, awkwardly rubbed his nose. You've worked hard this time, Wei Gu. The journey back had been tumultuous. Not only had they spent hours fixing the broken vehicle, but Zhang Liang's overly generous nature had nearly led them into a trap. Had it not been for Wei Ji's astuteness in recognizing the ruse, they would have likely found themselves swindled out of their belongings. Wei Gu determined that the route was unsafe and opted for a detour, which wasted yet another half-day. Thus, after 4 days on the road, they had yet to reach Harbin. Why don't you sleep a bit more? Zhou Liwei suggested. Zhang Liang, no longer feeling drowsy, squinted ahead. No, I'm not really tired anymore. Yet, even as he uttered these words, he doubted their truth, for he felt as though he had yet to fully awaken, especially when he spotted someone waving by the roadside in the distance. In the pitch darkness of the remote wilderness, who could possibly be out there? Surely, he must have been mistaken. Suddenly recalling something, his eyes widened in realization. Zhou Liwei was driving and couldn't he see his reaction? If he did, he would surely be astonished. It turned out that these eyes had been concealing their true capabilities all along. Wei Gu. Have I ever mentioned that when driving at night, if you see something waving, you must ignore it? Just disregard it, okay? Zhang Liang's voice trembled with apprehension. Zhou Liwei chuckled, having indeed seen someone waving ahead, presumably seeking a ride. Zhang, have I told you that in such situations, sometimes you can't simply choose to stop? If you don't, the person might just cling to your vehicle, and even if you react swiftly and accelerate, it would be of no use. Zhang Liang was bewildered. Why? Those who can directly approach your vehicle are most likely spirits. Whether you stop or not is of no consequence to them. Zhou Liwei remarked with a hint of melancholy. It would have been better had Zhang Liang not heard this explanation. Upon hearing it, the hairs on his neck stood on end, gazing at the figure ahead, still waving. A ghost. And feeling the car slow down, Zhang Liang was nearly in tears. Wei Gu, are we really unable to drive past? Zhou Liwei shook his head with a smile, surprised that such a robust young man was afraid of ghosts. Liangzi, let me tell you, in this world, humans can often be more frightening than spirits. If you ever encounter such a situation, it is best to charge straight ahead. Chapter 35, Cause and Effect. Why is that? Zhang Liang was somewhat perplexed. When one is uncertain whether the other is human or ghost, it is prudent to safeguard oneself and refrain from engagement. Then why did you stop, Wei Gu? Why? Was it not due to a flicker of humanity that still lingered within, fearing that this person genuinely required assistance at such a late hour? If they were to ignore him, something unfortunate might indeed transpire in this desolate wilderness. After all, it was just one individual against the two of us. And I possess decent skills. Even if you were a villain, I should be able to manage. However, just in case, Liangzi, prepare the steel pipes beneath your seat. Zhang Liang immediately complied, retrieving 2 nearly 3-foot-long steel pipes from under the seat, placing one beside Zhou Liwei while firmly gripping the other. The vehicle came to a halt, and before either could speak, the distressed figure rushed to the driver's side, looking up with urgency. Master, please help. My brother is injured and needs to get to the hospital. I can offer compensation. My home is in the city. If you assist in taking my brother to the hospital, I will reward you with 100 yuan. Zhou Liwei raised an eyebrow. Taken aback by the generous offer, 100 yuan was nearly the equivalent of a laborer's 4 months' wages. He did not rush to respond, but instead instructed Zhang Liang to hand him the flashlight, shining it outside toward the roadside. Indeed, he spotted a bloodied man lying there. The person seeking help appeared to be merely 17 or 18, with an unnaturally pale complexion that lacked any color. In the pitch darkness, the orange beam of the flashlight illuminated his face, rendering it eerily white, especially with blood smeared across it and red, swollen eyes from crying. It was unsettling, causing Zhang Liang to grip the steel pipe even tighter. Noticing Zhou Liwei's prolonged silence, the young man pleaded, Master, please help. If you think 100 is too little, I can offer 200. Just name your price, or if you require something else, I will find a way to procure it. I, Jiang Xiaohua, keep my word. His words flowed rapidly, filled with urgency and a resolute tone that lacked the semblance of deceit. Zhou Liwei raised his eyebrows further. If this individual was not merely boasting, he must possess a remarkable background. The claim of being able to procure anything sounded suspiciously like underhanded dealings. Glancing back at the half-conscious figure on the ground, it was evident that the man had sustained severe injuries, likely from perilous activities. Can you truly acquire anything? How about a 3-turn, 1 sound? Zhou Liwei inquired casually. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Shaohua nodded vigorously. Yes, absolutely guaranteed. Zhou Liwei was momentarily taken aback. What had begun as a casual question now revealed a startling promise. Regardless of the truth, he had begun to formulate a plan. Turning to Zhang Liang, he instructed, "Stay in the car. I will go check it out." Zhang Liang nodded in agreement as Zhou Liwei opened the car door and stepped out, flashlight in hand, approaching the man lying on the ground. The man had already succumbed to unconsciousness, his face battered and swollen, rendering his original features unrecognizable. Injured and bearing knife wounds, Zhou Liwei's expression hardened as he inquired, "Who are you? Why is your brother so gravely wounded?" Jiang Shaohua stammered, unable to articulate a single word. Zhou Liwei furrowed his brow, stating, "You may choose not to speak, but I cannot allow an unidentified individual to board my vehicle." In a moment of desperation, Jiang Shaohua, still a mere youth, felt tears welling up as he pleaded, "Master, I beg of you, we are not bad people. We are truly from Harbin. I attend Harbin No. 1 Middle School." Zhou Liwei raised a hand to interrupt, gesturing towards the man on the ground. "I wish to know who he is, what he does, and why he was attacked." After much hesitation, Jiang Shaohua finally responded, I don't know." As Zhou Liwei turned to leave, Jiang Shaohua grasped his arm and implored, "Master, please, help us. If you do not assist us, my brother will surely die." He attempted to kneel. Zhou Liwei swiftly supported him, observing the boy's helpless and pleading gaze. "At the very least, I must ascertain your brother's occupation to determine if he is worth saving. Tell me, is your brother involved in illicit dealings?" Zhou Liwei inferred from Jiang Shaohua's words that the man had ample resources, capable of acquiring anything, were he not of high status. He very well might be entangled in the underworld. If he were of high standing, he would not be so reticent. It was only those with dubious identities who refrained from revealing their truths. Jiang Shaohua's eyes widened in surprise at Zhou Liwei's inquiry, and he instinctively released Zhou Liwei's hand, stepping back while shaking his head. "No, my brother is not." Zhou Liwei sighed, acknowledging that not all individuals associated with the underworld were malevolent. Some were merely driven by necessity, while others might resort to anything for profit. However, the stakes in the black market were undeniably high, and individuals would go to great lengths for their interests. Zhou Liwei remained uncertain about the injured man's true involvement in the underworld, but the severity of his injuries indicated that he had likely interfered with someone else's interests, marking him as a potential threat. Initially believing it to be a mere case of a passenger seeking a ride, Zhou Liwei was now confronted with an injured individual embroiled in complications. Perhaps he should have dismissed any lingering compassion, pressing the accelerator and disregarding whether the man truly needed help. Whether he lived or died was none of his concern. The more he pondered, the more he felt the burden of trouble, deciding to abandon the matter. Yet, as he attempted to walk away, Jiang Shaohua suddenly clung to Zhou Liwei's leg, crying out, "Master, I implore you. I have something to say. My brother is indeed involved in illicit dealings. But please believe me, he is not a bad person. Today, he was injured because he was betrayed recently, the black market was reported. And he was carrying a bag of money belonging to their boss when he was targeted by the authorities. In a desperate bid for survival during his escape, he discarded the bag, but upon returning, it was lost. The others then accused my brother of embezzlement and demanded its return. He had no choice but to fight back. And today, he was stabbed and left here in the wilderness." Zhou Liwei listened intently, his expression a tapestry of complexity. In the vehicle, Zhang Liang perked up his ears, increasingly convinced that this matter seemed to bear some connection to them. Gradually, he leaned his head out of the window and timidly called out, "Brother Wei?" Zhou Liwei shot him a sidelong glance and admonished, "Stay in the car and refrain from speaking." Obediently, Zhang Liang sealed his lips. Zhou Liwei let out a profound sigh, raising his gaze toward the heavens. The pitch-black night sky was unexpectedly adorned with twinkling stars, a sight of exquisite beauty. Yet, all he wished was to point to the heavens and exclaim, "What accursed fate!" He had always known that a seemingly fortuitous windfall from the sky was rarely as delightful as it appeared. Behold, the swift arrival of karmic retribution. Chapter 036. Saving lives. "Get in the car," he said, though the rear compartment was already brimming with cargo, leaving only a cramped space in the front. Jiang Shaohua was overwhelmed with emotion as he and Zhou Liwei worked together to lift the injured man into the vehicle. The front seat was tight. With Zhang Liang and Jiang Shaohua squeezed together, the wounded man leaning heavily against them. They could barely move, only managing to hold the man's hand. Zhou Liwei took the driver's seat and rummaged through his bag for a clean undershirt, tossing it to Jiang Shaohua to use as a makeshift bandage to staunch the bleeding. It was uncertain whether the man would endure until they reached the hospital. Jiang Shaohua gratefully accepted the shirt, thanking him profusely. Zhou Liwei, aware of the urgency, accelerated, driving at breakneck speed. Zhang Liang, who had been terrified by the sight of blood, now appeared even more pallid, despite his faith in Wei Ji's driving skills. He felt a surge of fear at the thought of navigating a large truck like a plane. On the way, Zhou Liwei instructed them to tell the hospital staff that they had encountered a robbery while transporting goods, claiming they were merely passengers in the vehicle, and that their identification and work documents had been stolen. Jiang Shaohua's eyes were red from tears of gratitude, while Zhang Liang, overwhelmed by the pungent scent of blood, felt his stomach churn violently. What was typically a 1-hour journey was completed in a mere 40 minutes. Upon arriving at the People's Hospital in Harbin, Zhang Liang stumbled out of the car, his legs giving way beneath him, and collapsed to the ground, heaving violently. Zhou Liwei sighed and shook his head. After all, he was still just a 19-year-old, akin to a freshly graduated high school student in today's world. With no time to tend to Zhang Liang, he could only allow him to recover on his own while he carried the injured man into the hospital and delivered him to the operating room before turning to leave. Noticing Zhou Liwei's intention to depart, Jiang Shaohua followed closely, knowing that the surgery would take time. "Master, could you take me home? I need to fetch some money for medical expenses, and I can also provide you with the 3 transfers in 1 sound you requested." Zhou Liwei turned to stare at him for several seconds. Could this person truly be involved in the underworld? Was it possible for someone in that world to be so innocent? "All right, I'll take you back," he replied. Having no interest in demanding the 3 transfers in 1 sound, the previous incident had already caused quite a stir, and he dared not ask for more. Following Jiang Shaohua's directions, the car meandered slowly through the streets of Harbin. "How many people are there in your household? Don't they worry about you returning home in this state at such a late hour?" Zhou Liwei began to probe. Jiang Shaohua glanced at his blood-stained clothes, only then realizing that Zhou Liwei was also covered in blood. "There are just 2 of us at home, my brother and me. Master, once we arrive, you can take a shower and change clothes at my place. I have an empty room. If you don't mind, you can rest there." Zhou Liwei regarded him with renewed curiosity, pondering whether he had misjudged the situation or if this truly was a simple-minded soul from the underworld. Zhang Liang, somewhat alarmed, waved his hands in refusal. "No, I wouldn't dare stay at your home. I don't know if those people we crossed paths with might be waiting at your doorstep. Just going there feels dangerous, let alone staying there. What if they come into your house and start attacking?" After speaking, he glanced at Zhou Liwei with a look of concern. "Wei Gu, perhaps we should abandon everything and find a guest house to rest," Jiang Shaohua quickly suggested. "Rest assured, those individuals do not recognize me, nor do they know where my family resides. My brother has never disclosed such information to them," he explained. Zhang Liang felt somewhat relieved upon hearing this. "Oh, is that so? That is fortunate." Zhou Liwei furrowed his brows in contemplation, realizing that the man seemed to navigate the underworld alone, protecting his younger brother well enough to keep their identities concealed. However, the fact that he had been injured and abandoned in the wilderness puzzled him. How did Jiang Shaohua come to know about it? Or was he there during the incident? That didn't seem plausible either. If they were together, why was he unharmed? Moreover, he claimed that others were unaware of his existence. "How did you find out your brother was injured in the wilderness?" Recalling the painful memory brought tears to Jiang Shaohua's eyes. "This morning, I intended to search for my brother and inadvertently witnessed him being dragged onto an ox cart by several individuals. I quietly followed them for over 3 hours until I saw them push my brother off the cart and drag him up a small path into the mountains. I waited from a distance, and after they left, I ascended the mountain, searching for a long time before finally locating him. He was gravely injured at that moment. I had no choice but to carry him on my back. Throughout the journey, I encountered no one. By the time I managed to descend the mountain, it was already dark. I had no option but to continue carrying him through the night. Just as despair began to set in, your vehicle arrived. I am truly grateful to you. You are the saviors of my brother and me." After hearing his words, Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang felt a surge of emotion. They had not anticipated that the seemingly innocent Jiang Shaohua possessed such remarkable resilience. Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang refrained from asking further questions, and soon they arrived at Jiang Shaohua's residence, a commendable courtyard. Although somewhat remote, the environment was pleasant, and the courtyard was surprisingly spacious, with brick and tile houses. A gardenia tree stood within the yard, blossoming beautifully and filling the air with its sweet fragrance. Zhou Liwei surveyed the surroundings. The neighboring houses were largely similar, and this one did not stand out significantly. However, it struck him as peculiar that two brothers could occupy such a large courtyard without anyone reporting them. Typically, it would be considered normal for a household of 5 or 6 to reside in such a space, even if it were their family home. The street office would likely encourage them to rent it out, he mused, and he voiced his curiosity. Jiang Shaohua scratched his head and replied, "My brother and I are not biological siblings. As long as 2 families reside here, there are no specific regulations regarding the number of occupants." Zhou Liwei understood then that the brother Jiang referred to was from a different family, albeit both families consisted of just 1 person each. As the conversation turned to family, Jiang Shaohua's demeanor noticeably shifted to one of melancholy. "In truth, our family once comprised more than just my brother and me. We had our parents, grandparents. However, after a fire broke out at my parents' factory, they sacrificed themselves while attempting to protect state property. Since their passing, my grandparents' health has deteriorated. It was during this time that my brother began to visit regularly, claiming that my grandparents had once saved him. Later, my grandparents passed away. At that time, I was young, just starting junior high school, and it was my brother who assisted with the arrangements for their funerals." As the young man spoke, his eyes grew misty. Zhang Liang was also moved, the corners of his squinted eyes glimmering faintly. The group fell silent, enveloped in a profound stillness that blanketed the courtyard. It felt as though the house was devoid of any other presence. Yet, Zhou Liwei remained vigilant, trailing behind Jiang Shaohua, listening intently to his words while discreetly observing the surroundings. Sometimes, the most poignant words can inadvertently lower one's guard. This was still an unfamiliar environment. And Jiang Shaohua was merely a stranger I had known for less than 2 hours. A healthy degree of caution was still warranted. He would not presume that. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he possessed infallible insights simply because he was an elderly man. Regardless of the circumstances, it is always prudent to remain watchful, especially in this era, where caution is indeed advisable. Chapter 037. Encountering trouble while repaying debt. As Jiang Shaohua spoke, he retrieved a key from beneath a brick in the corner and opened the door to his home. Upon entering the living room, adjacent to a kitchen and a bedroom, he noted the staircase leading to the upper floor. He intended to take the 2 individuals upstairs to help move some items, but Zhou Liwei interjected, stating that they would not require any belongings. He added that he was merely joking, and they only wished to use the facilities to wash up and change clothes before taking Jiang to the hospital, after which they would find a guest house. Jiang Shaohua, feeling anxious, insisted that they had made prior arrangements. He mentioned that his brother had prepared a set of 3-in-1 music instruments for him, which he intended to use when he eventually married. He felt slightly embarrassed, his ears turning red as he spoke. Zhou Liwei, uninterested in prolonging the conversation, made it clear that they indeed did not want any items. They simply wished to bathe and change. If that was not permissible, they would depart immediately. With no other option, Jiang Shaohua reluctantly acquiesced and went to prepare water for bathing. Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang were swift in their actions, quickly bathing and changing clothes before leaving, primarily to avoid drawing suspicion due to the bloodstains on their garments. They did not accompany Jiang Shaohua to the hospital, as he had a bicycle and did not require their assistance. Upon finding a guest house, they settled in, only to discover an unexpected sum of 200 yuan inside their luggage upon opening it. There was no need for speculation regarding who had clandestinely placed it there. "Wei Ge?" Zhou Liwei remarked, taking the money and setting it aside. "Let us rest for now. We shall return the money to the hospital tomorrow." Zhang Liang nodded and lay down. Though fatigue enveloped him, sleep eluded him. "Wei Ge, do you think that bag of items we found last time was the one discarded by Jiang Shaohua's brother?" Zhou Liwei replied, "Regardless of whether it was or not, that matter is in the past. There is no need to discuss it further." When that individual discarded the bag, he showed no concern for their well-being, and thus, they had taken what they found without hesitation. Zhang Liang understood and fell silent, soon drifting into slumber. The following day, after a light meal, the 2 made their way to the hospital. However, upon arrival, before they could inquire about the patient's room, they were met with a cacophony of noise as a crowd rushed toward its source. Zhang Liang, intrigued, pulled Zhou Liwei along to investigate. As they approached the tumultuous room, they heard boisterous voices proclaiming, "You little brat, you've been hoarding. It's all for your brother, isn't it? I'm warning you both. Return everything you've got, or next time you might not be so fortunate, especially with your brother involved." The sound of destruction echoed as hospital security arrived, finally restoring some semblance of order. "We are here to collect the debt your brothers owe us," one of the intruders declared. "While collecting debts may be your concern, causing a disturbance in the hospital is unacceptable. Otherwise, we will escort you to the police station." "Fine, we'll settle this once they are discharged," came the retort. And with that, the group prepared to leave. Zhou Liwei quickly ushered Zhang Liang outside the hospital, where they feigned waiting for someone. Soon, a group of young men emerged, cigarettes dangling from their lips. "Brother who? Should I wait at the hospital entrance? When his brother comes out, we can capture him," suggested one man. Brother who waved his hand, instructing, "Stay put, do not act rashly. Just observe that kid following him and note where they settle. Their possessions must be hidden there. Additionally, Deshawn, take the brothers and investigate who rescued him yesterday. Bring the person to me. They might be accomplices, and I intend to extract every bit of information from them." The ferocity in his words sent a shiver down Zhang Liang's spine. Zhou Liwei, however, remained composed, squinting as he watched the retreating figures. He reached for a cigarette, intending to light it, but recalled they were about to enter the hospital, so he stowed it away. Patting Zhang Liang's shoulder, "Let us go inside." This seemingly trivial gesture startled Zhang Liang. Zhou Liwei paused, then reassuringly patted him again. "Don't worry. I won't let them trace back to us, nor will I allow you to be in danger." Strangely, Zhang Liang felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. As the two entered the hospital room, Jiang Shaohua was busy tidying up the mess strewn about, enamel mugs, lunchboxes, and fruit. His face bore wounds. But upon seeing the two, he brightened, smiling despite the pain that made him grimace. Suddenly remembering something, he dashed to the door, peered outside, and, seeing no sign of the group, breathed a sigh of relief before closing the door. "Master Zhou, Master Zhang, what brings you here?" Jiang Shaohua greeted them warmly, moving chairs for them and even attempting to wash some fruit. Zhou Liwei quickly intervened, reminding him that they had come empty-handed, solely to return a debt. Jiang Shaohua's brother had regained consciousness and appeared to be out of danger. As Jiang Shaohua introduced him, he attempted to express gratitude, saying, "Thank you both for saving my life. If you ever need anything, please do not hesitate to ask. I, Qi Guangrong, would certainly repay you tenfold." Zhou Liwei pressed him down gently, contemplating how such a name hardly matched his current predicament. How could he promise anything when he was barely managing himself? "You've been injured. Refrain from moving about too much. We are here to return the money. Your brother secretly slipped 200 into my bag last night, and I am returning it to you. It was merely a matter of convenience." Qi Guangrong and Jiang Shaohua adamantly refused, insisting they would not take the money back. Zhou Liwei forcefully placed the cash into Jiang Shaohua's hands, stating firmly, "Enough, no more refusals, let us discuss the matter at hand." His serious demeanor momentarily silenced Jiang Shaohua. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Liwei sat at the bedside and directly inquired, "When we arrived, we witnessed the commotion. What are your plans?" Qi Guangrong became agitated, wanting to grasp Zhou Liwei's hand, but it was evaded. He disregarded his embarrassment and pleaded, "Comrades Zhou and Zhang, may I trouble you with a favor? I know you are not from Harbin, but when you leave, please take my brother with you. Those people have set their sights on him, and he will be in great danger." "Brother, I won't leave. What will you do if I go?" Before Zhou Liwei could respond, Jiang Shaohua firmly rejected the idea. "Rest assured, your departure alleviates my concerns. I can easily conceal myself alone, ensuring that no one will find me." Naturally, Jiang Shaohua did not believe this. His eyes reddened with unshed tears as he refused to acquiesce, while Qi Guangrong was nearly driven to despair. Zhou Liwei, exasperated, raised a hand to his forehead, interrupting the quarrel between the two. "Enough. You brothers need not argue further. I have made no promises." Both were momentarily taken aback, Jiang Shaohua feeling quite embarrassed, while Qi Guangrong was eager to plead once more. Zhou Liwei swiftly took the initiative, saying, "Tell me about Brother Hu's situation." Chapter 038, Reluctance. After an introduction by Qi Guangrong, Zhou Liwei and his companions learned that Brother Hu was not, in fact, the most powerful figure in the black market. The true kingpin was a man known as Brother Kuan. Several black markets in Harbin fell under his dominion, and both Qi Guangrong and Brother Hu were his subordinates overseeing these operations. If the black market were likened to a corporation, Brother Kuan would be the owner, while Qi Guangrong and Brother Hu would assume the roles of general managers, with regional managers and various supervisors beneath them. Qi Guangrong managed the eastern and southern markets, while Brother Hu primarily oversaw the western and northern sectors. Initially, the two maintained their respective roles without interference, coexisting peacefully. However, As the eastern and southern markets flourished significantly more, this prosperity translated into superior performance metrics, resulting in higher salaries and bonuses. Gradually, Brother Hu grew resentful, attributing the disparity not to a lack of capability on his part, but rather to territorial advantages. He began to subtly undermine Qi Guangrong in front of Brother Kuan. At first, Brother Kuan paid little heed, but as the insinuations persisted, he could not help but harbor suspicions. Seizing a timely opportunity, Brother Hu reported Qi Guangrong's activities to Brother Kuan while the latter was reviewing Qi Guangrong's performance. On that fateful day, the enforcers nearly caught Qi Guangrong in the act. As he was counting his illicit earnings, the arrival of the raid sent him into a panic. He hastily stuffed the money into a burlap sack, intending to escape through a familiar passage. To his dismay, the entrance was inexplicably locked. In desperation, he leaped from a window, burdened by the sack, and found himself unable to outrun the pursuing enforcers. As the chase intensified, he discarded the sack while turning into an alley, inadvertently tossing it towards two unsuspecting bystanders. With no time to reconsider, he could only hope that the two individuals remained unharmed. The two simpletons, Zhou and Zhang, stared at Qi Guangrong with bewilderment, yearning to retort, yet ultimately swallowing their words in silence. After his escape, Qi Guangrong inquired about the aftermath, relieved to hear that no one had been apprehended. However, the fate of the discarded sack remained a mystery. Brother Hu firmly accused him of seizing the opportunity for personal gain. In reality, it was most likely the enforcers who had recovered it. Yet Brother Kuan's inquiries yielded no evidence of any items being found, leading him to cast suspicion upon Qi Guangrong. The ensuing events unfolded predictably. With Brother Kuan's suspicions firmly fixed on him, Qi Guangrong's standing in the black market deteriorated. Coupled with Brother Hu's machinations, he faced relentless interrogations and a dire threat to his personal safety. Brother Kuan was ruthless, showing no mercy to those he deemed traitors. In his eyes, Qi Guangrong had become a betrayer, and he would not let him escape unscathed. If it were only him, Qi Guangrong might have had a chance to flee. However, with Xiao involved, his prospects dimmed significantly. Thus, he implored Master Zhou and Master Zhang to assist in extricating his brother from Harbin. He is a good child, still attending school, kind-hearted and innocent. You should not be entangled in my affairs. Qi Guangrong pleaded, while Jiang Shaohua firmly rejected him. One wished for it. The other resolutely refused. Zhou Liwei observed this pair of sorrowful brothers, pinching his brow in contemplation. Is it truly so simple to take someone away? If one sneaks away, how is one to survive afterwards? Not to mention other concerns, the issue of sustenance alone poses a significant challenge. Urban residents can collect rations monthly with their household registration, while the rural production teams distribute grains according to labor points. As for one who departs clandestinely, where would they find provisions? Furthermore, in this era, one cannot simply leave their registered domicile. To go anywhere requires an introduction letter. This letter must contain personal information, destination, purpose, and duration, mandating a return to the registered residence within the stipulated time. Without proof of identity while outside, one risks being apprehended as a vagrant or even as a spy. Even if Jiang Shaohua were to secure a position in the countryside, what significance would that hold? The black market operatives would undoubtedly uncover his whereabouts, likely concluding that he fled with wealth, potentially implicating him and Zhang Liang as well. Thus, confronting adversaries is never about fleeing, but rather about taking the initiative to eliminate threats, ensuring one's own safety. Yet here I am, merely an insignificant young intellectual sent to the countryside, marginally better off than others due to a smattering of skills gleaned from a previous life that have landed me a decent job. I lack the power to extinguish anyone at will. Kuan Gu is still the kingpin of the black market, a figure who undoubtedly straddles both the legal and illicit realms. Backed by formidable allies with deeply entrenched influence, the likelihood of my own demise looms larger. In this moment, Zhou Liwei pondered why he had been reborn. Unlike the protagonists in novels who return as conquerors, they possess boundless resources, formidable systems with extraordinary skills, invincible and beyond reproach. Any who dare challenge them face swift retribution. He recalled how, during his previous life in prison, Shoer would bring him novels to pass the time. Later, they became electronic books, woven with tales of such nature. Yet, how had he found himself devoid of such fortune? Was he not meant to be the protagonist? Previously, he had reveled in the notion that his rebirth was extraordinary. Although lacking a space or system, he could at least scavenge for a sack upon venturing outside, a sign of favor from the heavens. Little did he know how swiftly fate would strike back, for this one sack could cost him his life. But could he truly resign himself to perish over this? Certainly not. What of challenging a rock with an egg? I shall ensure that your stone never has the opportunity to strike, reducing it to mere rubble. Although I may lack the strength, I can wield influence. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He believed there were those who desired to see Kuan Ge and his backing dismantled. After all, the black market in Harbin held immense stakes, and many would yearn to seize control. There are surely numerous who covet Kuan Ge's position. The scarcity of resources and the difficulties in sourcing goods guarantee the immense profits inherent within the black market. In the face of ample benefits, Zhou Liwei does not believe that there will be anyone who would refrain from seizing an opportunity to partake in the bounty. Chapter 39. Deciding to strike back. It is often the case that individuals refrain from taking the initiative, likely due to a lack of absolute confidence that deters them from acting recklessly. Yet, a spark must ignite the fuse, providing those who lie in wait with an opportunity. Observing the two brothers engaged in fervent debate, Zhou Liwei inquired, "Are you acquainted with Brother Kuan's background?" At last, the brothers halted their discussion. Qi Guangrong, uncertain of Zhou Liwei's intentions regarding Brother Kuan, candidly replied, "I know a little. I once inadvertently encountered him in a meeting with the director of the Revolutionary Committee." "Ah." The director of the Revolutionary Committee, Zhou Liwei remarked, realizing that Brother Kuan's support stemmed from this influential figure, as the Revolutionary Committee wielded considerable power. "Do you understand the character of this director?" Qi Guangrong furrowed his brow at Zhou Liwei, sensing the gravity of the situation, and retorted with a question of his own. "Master Zhou, what are your intentions? I advise against acting impulsively. This director is a formidable person, one we cannot contend with." Zhou Liwei regarded him intently, responding, "Who said anything about confronting him? I merely inquired about his character." Qi Guangrong frowned and continued, "As far as I am aware, he ascended to power by exposing his ex-wife's family." "Oh, do elaborate," Zhou Liwei said, his interest piqued, while Zhang Liang and Jiang Shaohua listened with curiosity. It is said that his ex-wife's family was once affluent, and he was merely a servant in their household. However, he was exceptionally astute and possessed a striking appearance. As the family had only one daughter, they raised him as their own son. Eventually, he pursued his ex-wife, and the family welcomed the union, leading to their marriage, though he was merely a son-in-law. And then, subsequently, he was the first to denounce his ex-wife's family, claiming he had been oppressed since childhood and that he never truly loved her. They coerced him into marriage merely because of his looks, in a display of defiance. He even carved a mark upon his face with a knife, a scar he bears to this day. Zhou Liwei listened intently, recognizing the ruthlessness of this man, merciless to others, yet more so to himself. To oppose such an individual would be perilous. Following this, he brazenly led the charge to seize the wealth of his ex-wife's family, turning their assets over to the state. Many praised his ideological fervor and encouraged others to emulate him, firmly severing ties with capitalists. This eventually paved his way into the Revolutionary Committee, where he ascended to the position of director in under 2 years. Such a rapid promotion, Zhou Liwei mused, acknowledging the cunning required to attain such a rank. He truly had no desire to become an adversary of such a character. What became of his ex-wife's family? Zhang Liang inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. Qi Guangrong, seemingly recalling a painful memory, scoffed. What else could happen? They simply could not withstand the pressure. Before long, the two elders passed away, and his ex-wife ultimately succumbed to despair and took her own life. The most amusing aspect was that he personally buried them, asserting that although they were capitalists with differing political awareness and had even persecuted him in the past, they were nonetheless the blood relatives of his 2 children. By burying them himself, he sought to sever any remaining ties of affection. This action garnered him much acclaim from the onlookers, who praised his loyalty and described him as a good comrade. However, those present found the situation quite ironic and felt a sense of discomfort. It was Zhou Liwei who grasped the crux of the matter. He still had 2 children. Qi Guangrong nodded, confirming their existence, a son and a daughter. He had sent them away to another location, and upon their return, it coincided with the deaths of his ex-wife and her parents. He publicly declared that his children had distanced themselves from their former ties. Zhou Liwei inquired about the current ages and whereabouts of these children. His eldest daughter was already married, having wed the deputy director of the Revolutionary Committee, while his son appeared to have gone to the countryside as a young intellectual. Zhou Liwei pondered the implications, unsure of how these children viewed their father, the director of the Revolutionary Committee. Did they inherit his ideals and believe he was justified in his actions, or were they merely conforming to circumstances? He considered the possibility of approaching them to ascertain their true sentiments. Initially, he had no desire to oppose the director. hoping to emulate Hu Ge by sowing discord between Kun Ge and him. However, after learning more about the director's character, Zhou Liwei abandoned this notion. The director was ruthless and would not easily trust anyone, even if he harbored doubts about Kun Ge. The one who sought to divide them would not meet a favorable fate. He now recognized that their true adversary was not Kun Ge or Hu Ge, but rather the formidable director of the Revolutionary Committee. Do you know the name of the deputy director? Zhou Liwei asked. Qi Guangrong stared blankly at him and reminded him that the deputy was the director's son-in-law. Zhou Liwei nodded, acknowledging this fact, but pointed out that the director had not always been in that position. If he were to vacate his role, who would benefit the most? Surely, it would be his son-in-law. Many people would betray even their biological fathers for personal gain, let alone a father-in-law. Moreover, was it not the case that the director had risen to power by stepping over the corpses of his wife's family? If his son-in-law were to ascend in his stead, others would merely say it was poetic justice. But you just said you wouldn't fight him, Qi Guangrong interjected. It's not about fighting, it's about countering. Rather than waiting to be struck, it would be more prudent to take the initiative, to leave others too exhausted to provoke. However, Qi Guangrong expressed concern about the risks involved. And what of it? Is not passivity the greater peril? Do you have a better strategy than to wait for death? Qi Guangrong was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, what could one do if not retaliate? It felt like a path leading only to demise. Since death was inevitable, it was better to take a chance. If they fought, there remained a glimmer of hope. In that instant, Qi Guangrong came to this realization, and his once dull eyes sparkled with fervent determination. He suddenly pondered the intriguing possibility that events might unfold as Master Zhou had envisioned. Yet, he questioned, is it truly feasible? After all, that individual is a cunning old fox. Nevertheless, it is worth a try. He gazed at Zhou Liwei, earnestly responding to the question posed earlier. My name is Chenda. We have crossed paths before, though others remain oblivious to this. If you wish to meet him, you might mention my name, though I wonder if he would shun it upon hearing it. Zhou Liwei raised an eyebrow, remarking that Qi Guangrong's ability to manage the underworld in 2 districts surely indicated his considerable skill and connections. He is undoubtedly a man of hidden depths. Chapter 40. A test upon acquiring the information regarding the deputy director of the Revolutionary Committee. Zhou Liwei made his way to the residence, carrying 2 bags of pastries. He did not bring Zhang Liang along. Instead, Zhang returned to the guest house to rest. Zhou Liwei chose the evening, a time when Chenda was typically at home. Who are you looking for? The door was opened by Chenda, appearing to be in his late 20s or early 30s, of average build, with a quintessential square face. His brow was slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of displeasure. Zhou Liwei pondered whether it was due to the unexpected intrusion. Glancing into the room, he spotted a middle-aged man with a scarred face seated on the sofa, instantly confirming his identity. It was Huang Guodong, the director of the committee who had inflicted the scar upon himself. Huang Guodong was a name he had adopted later. Initially, he was called Huang Dashi. But after his ex-wife named him Huang Yaolin, he distanced himself from her family and chose the name Huang Guodong, signifying his ambition to become a pillar of the nation. To Zhou Liwei's surprise, not only were Chunda and his wife at home, but also the notorious Huang Guodong, accompanied by a middle-aged woman who was likely his current wife, Duan Meihua. Ironically, Duan Meihua had once served as a maid for his ex-wife, akin to a close handmaiden of ancient times. Following his denunciation of his ex-wife's family, the two had openly united, forming a new household under the auspices of the party and the people, becoming revolutionary partners. It was commonly said that they were true loves hindered by his ex-wife, and their eventual union became a celebrated tale. In public, they appeared remarkably compatible and affectionate. Zhou Liwei could not help but marvel inwardly, despite being in their 40s. They seemed scarcely older than Chinda and Huang Shanshan. Huang Guodong's scar, seemingly inconsequential, could not diminish his handsome visage. It was no wonder that his ex-wife's family had taken an interest in him. His looks were indeed captivating. Regrettably, it was but a superficial allure, masking the ambitions of a wolf in sheep's clothing. After confirming the identities of the individuals in the room, Zhou Liwei contemplated his strategy while maintaining a smile as he extended the pastries. Brother Chen, I come from my hometown. Chen Da's eyes flickered momentarily. He had very few relatives left in his hometown, and it was unlikely anyone could find him here. Yet, he recalled someone who had first introduced himself in a similar manner, later turning it into a running joke between them, asking each time they met, "Where do you come from?" To which the other would reply with a smile, "From my hometown." After a brief pause, Chinda welcomed him with a smile. "Ah, you come from your hometown. Please, come in. It has been ages since I returned." I can hardly recall which family you belong to. As Zhou Liwei entered, he sensed a palpable tension in the atmosphere, thick with unspoken conflict. Feigning ignorance, he cheerfully remarked, "Brother Chen, I am Liwei, Zhou Liwei. I am the grandson of your second uncle's elder sister's younger brother." Upon hearing the conversation, the individuals present in the room could not help but twitch their lips. Chen forced a smile, inquiring after his uncle and that particular younger relative, hoping they were in good health. This prompted a similar twitch from Zhou Liwei, who replied, "Fortunately, they are well. They keep mentioning you, Chen Gu, saying you've made quite the success of yourself." Duan Meiwa interjected with a sardonic tone, "Shan Shan, you ought to be more discerning. Why invite all these impoverished relatives into the house?" Huang Shanshan, her abdomen slightly rounded, instinctively placed a hand on her belly, evidently with child. Without sparing Duan Meiwa a glance, she rolled her eyes, asserting, "We will entertain our relatives without needing unsolicited advice from outsiders." Rising from her seat, she seemed purposefully defiant, warmly addressing Zhou Liwei. "Ah, Liwei, please sit and chat with your brother Chinda. I'll fetch you a cup of tea." Zhou Liwei feigned ignorance of Duan Meihua's insinuations, simply smiling at Huang Shanshan and thanking her for her kindness. Duan Meihua, irked by Shanshan's demeanor, tugged at Huang Guodong's sleeve. Pouting, "Look at Shanshan. How can she dismiss me as an outsider? I am her stepmother, after all. Haven't I treated them well since they were young?" Huang Guodong chuckled. Patting her hand reassuringly, "Shanshan is a pregnant woman now. Her temper is bound to be a bit heightened. You should be more understanding as her aunt." How amusing it was. Duan Meihua proclaimed herself a stepmother, while Huang Guodong referred to her as an aunt. Zhou Liwei stared at Duan Meihua, akin to a rustic man captivated by the urban woman's presence. In truth, he felt somewhat repulsed. Though Duan Meihua possessed a degree of beauty, her age spoke volumes, over 40. She appeared to have curated a wholesome image, sporting a modest bob and simple attire, reminiscent of a dedicated revolutionary. Yet the semblance of a virtuous comrade, entwined with a man's arm, cooing and complaining, was discordant. Zhou Liwei felt a shiver run down his spine. His unabashed gaze irked Huang Guodong, who misinterpreted it as admiration for Duan Meihua's looks. However, maintaining his amiable facade, Huang Guodong smiled and stood up, saying, "Since relatives are visiting, you and Shanshan can attend to them. I shall return with your Aunt Duan. Remember the matters I entrusted to you too." He nodded cheerfully at Zhou Liwei before departing. As Duan Meihua noticed Zhou Liwei's lingering gaze, she felt a sense of triumph, casting flirtatious glances at him as she exited, leaving Zhou Liwei shuddering. Her laughter, vibrant and melodic, echoed in the room long after she had left. Zhou Liwei, once again feeling the prickling sensation of goosebumps, turned to Chinda, swallowing hard as he pointed towards the door, and asked, "Chingu, who is that woman? Why is she winking at me? Does she have an interest in me? Alas, I am already committed to another, and we are both upright individuals who would never stoop to her level. Brother Chen, do convey to her that she holds no appeal for me, and in future encounters, she ought to refrain from such unseemly advances towards me." Chuckle. As his words trailed off, the crystalline sound of feminine laughter tinkled behind him. Huang Shanshan had emerged from the kitchen bearing tea, just in time to hear Zhou Liwei's scathing remarks about Duan Meihua's impropriety and wanton behavior. The assessment resonated deeply with her own sentiments, and Zhou's unmistakable tone of disdain proved too much. She couldn't suppress her mirth. Observing both the laughter and Chinda's expression, Zhou Liwei felt immediate relief. His seemingly crude and insulting comments had been a deliberate test for the couple. Had they taken offense, further discussion would have been pointless. Their indifferent reaction, however, signaled that approaching Chinda and Huang Shanshan might prove fruitful. This was no ordinary move in his strategy, but rather a pivotal one. The outcome of this probe appeared even more promising than he had anticipated. Chapter 041. Collaboration. I am aware that you are not from my hometown. Pray tell, who are you, and what brings you here? Once Huang Guodong and the others departed, Chinda directly inquired without shying away from Huang Shanshan. Zhou Liwei comprehended that this couple was in complete accord. He hesitated to disclose his intentions outright and decided to proceed cautiously. "Director Chen, you are acquainted with Qi Guangrong, correct? He sent me to seek your assistance." Chinda offered him a cup of tea with a smile, expressing, "I suspected you were familiar with that young man. It's only he who has ever mentioned such things about coming from my hometown." Zhou Liwei rose and accepted the tea with both hands. Chinda's tone indicated a close relationship with Qi Guangrong, who had claimed otherwise. It seemed that Qi was entangled with Chinda, which must have put him in a difficult position. He nearly met his demise yesterday, cast into the wilderness. Is Director Chen aware of this? Chinda gasped. What is his current condition? Noticing Qinda's rising anxiety, Zhou Liwei's thoughts shifted momentarily. He has temporarily escaped danger. But whether he can preserve his life moving forward remains uncertain. What do you mean? Qinda furrowed his brow. Zhou Liwei gazed intently at Qinda. His lips parting slightly, the assailants were Hu Gu and his group, likely with Kuan Ji's tacit approval. They have vowed to not only pursue him, but also to exact vengeance on those who saved him. Qinda inhaled sharply, remaining silent as he regarded Zhou Liwei. Huang Shanshan, beside them, held her slightly protruding abdomen, breath held in suspense. The atmosphere grew gravely oppressive. Was it you who saved him? Indeed, it was I. What do you intend to do? We naturally wish to retaliate, but as far as we know, Kuan Gu has powerful backing. What do you think we should do? Director Qin? They all understood that the individual backing Kuan Gu was Huang Guodong, making the implications of their words quite clear. To retaliate would undoubtedly offend Huang Guodong, implicating him in the conflict. Zhou Liwei posed the dilemma back to Qinda, compelling him to choose between cooperation or opposition. Zhou Liwei was confident that Qi Guangrong and Qinda had long since reached some form of agreement. It was merely a matter of timing. Thus, he spoke to Qinda candidly, without any pretense. Qinda appeared contemplative, his breathing noticeably deepening, his hands instinctively clenching, veins bulging on his forearms. After a brief moment, he turned his gaze to Huang Shanshan, his eyes drifting down to her abdomen, and he sighed softly. I am an old acquaintance of Guangrong. It is my duty to extend a helping hand in his time of need. However, Kuan Gu and his formidable ally are quite sinister, employing ruthless tactics, leaving me powerless to act. Zhou Liwei suddenly smiled. I possess a means of retaliation, but it hinges on whether Director Qin dares to agree. Huang Shanshan seemed to grasp their conversation. Before Qinda could respond, she eagerly interjected, What is there to fear? What is your viable plan? We shall agree unconditionally if it is feasible. Zhou Liwei glanced at Qinda, silently questioning if his partner's words held weight. Qinda nodded. Zhou Liwei refrained from revealing his plan, instead addressing Huang Shanshan. First, share your thoughts. Are you truly willing? Upon his inquiry, Huang Shanshan's emotions surged. Her teeth clenched in indignation. Why would I not be unwilling? He treated my mother and my grandparents so cruelly. They were undeniably good people, yet he, driven by selfish interests, caused their demise. He ought to have gone down to apologize to them long ago. As she spoke, her wide eyes brimmed with tears that cascaded down onto the back of his hand, which was pressed against his abdomen. Qinda quickly reassured her, Shanshan. Do not become too agitated. Be mindful of the child within you. Rest assured, I will avenge the grievances against your mother and grandparents. He then turned to Zhou Liwei. I understand you wish to gauge our resolve. Fear not. There is no one in this world who desires his demise more than we do. Therefore, if you truly possess a good strategy, I will cooperate fully. Indeed, as Zhou Liwei had surmised, Qinda and Qi Guangrong had long concocted a plan. Thus, in the presence of Qi Guangrong's savior, Qinda felt a sense of camaraderie and did not conceal anything from Zhou Liwei. To collaborate, one must be forthright. Zhou Liwei nodded, feeling that this level of probing was sufficient, and without hesitation, he divulged the plan he had discussed with Qi Guangrong. In truth, their scheme to deal with Huang Guodong was rather straightforward. As a figure entrenched in the black market, he surely harbored a wealth of hidden assets. If they were to report him, the ensuing search would undoubtedly spell his ruin. As for Brother Kuan and Brother Hu, they had a different strategy in mind. Once he finished explaining, however, Qinda shook his head, declaring it unfeasible. We are aware that someone named Brother Kuan has always been doing his bidding. The vast sums he has earned from the black market have largely ended up in Brother Kuan's pockets, yet we have yet to discover where he has concealed them. Huang Shanshan added, Moreover, the possessions from my grandparents' home that he surrendered were merely a fraction. The majority of his plunder remains hidden, and we have no inkling of its whereabouts. Zhou Liwei furrowed his brow, taken aback by Huang Guodong's adeptness at concealing his ill-gotten gains. He refused to believe that one could elude scrutiny for all their actions without leaving a trace. Have you thoroughly inspected his residence? Zhou Liwei inquired. We have searched. Even his bedroom. We assisted in several thorough cleanings, scouring every nook and cranny, yet we found nothing amiss. At this juncture, Zhou Liwei began to ponder the logistics. Where could such wealth possibly be hidden? Unable to fathom the answer, he decided to set it aside. Brother Qin, Sister Huang. I have a method that does not require us to uncover the items he has concealed, though I am uncertain if you are willing to pursue it. What method? They replied in unison. Zhou Liwei proposed, given that there is nothing suspicious in his home, could we not fabricate some evidence? While this approach was indeed rather unscrupulous, dealing with such a person warranted no discussions of ethics or morality. Chunda and Huang Shanshan exchanged a glance, both realizing the simplicity of this solution, which had eluded them until now. In truth, it is not the complexity of the method that poses a challenge, but rather their inherent aversion to devious tactics, leading them to never entertain such thoughts. Their sole desire is to unearth concrete evidence to expose the vile nature and crimes of that individual. Subsequently, employing this approach, the trio meticulously devised the finer details of their plan. Both Chunda and Huang Shanshan are exceedingly cautious, ensuring that every detail is scrutinized and deliberated upon. Ultimately, when Zhou Liwei departed from Chunda's residence, it was already the dead of night. Under the cover of darkness, he made his way to the hospital, where he communicated their revised plan to Qi Guangrong, ensuring he was well informed. Following this, he returned to the guest house. But barely had he laid down to rest when he found himself rising again after only a few hours, in a state of drowsiness. Zhang Liang struggled to open his sleepy eyes and inquired, "Wei Ge, do you really not need me to accompany you?" "No," Zhou Liwei replied. "You stay at the guest house and guard that load. It is public property and belongs to the state." As he spoke, Zhou Liwei swiftly gathered his belongings, took the car keys, and descended the stairs. Chapter 042. Black Market Transactions. At this moment, the world outside remained shrouded in darkness. He glanced up at the sky, estimating that dawn was still some time away. Zhou Liwei leaned against their cargo truck, lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and exhaled slowly. His eyes, gleaming like those of a wolf, sparkled brightly under the flickering ember. Once he finished his smoke, he opened the truck's compartment and retrieved 2 bottles of liquor. Sauntering leisurely towards the black market, Zhou Liwei approached the lookout, announcing, "I'm here to see Brother Hu. There is a significant deal at hand." One of the lookouts, resembling a lean monkey, scrutinized Zhou Liwei warily and replied, "We don't engage in transactions." With a half smile, Zhou Liwei retorted, "Is that so? If you want to do business, I'll seek others. I wonder how you will explain to Brother Hu if you thwart his prospects." With that, he feigned departure. The lean monkey quickly called after him, "Wait. First, explain what sort of business it is." Zhou Liwei raised his hand, revealing the contents he held. The lookout's eyes lit up upon seeing the liquor, a prized commodity in short supply. He understood that if Zhou truly possessed liquor, Brother Hu would certainly be interested. But he hesitated to take the initiative to let Zhou in. After a moment's thought, he said, "Please wait a moment. I will consult Brother Hu." "All right. Tell Brother Hu that I passed through here and was referred to him. I have a truckload of goods ready to depart immediately if he declines," Zhou Liwei replied. "Understood," the lookout affirmed, darting off into the darkness. Zhou Liwei marveled at the lookout's keen eyesight. Despite the obscurity of the night, he navigated the path with ease. Before long, the lookout returned, breathless. "Comrade, Brother Hu wishes to meet you first. Please follow me." Zhou Liwei nodded and handed the lookout a pack of cigarettes, saying, "Thank you for your efforts, brother." The lookout, pleasantly surprised, accepted the gift, exclaiming, "Thank you, boss." He then eagerly informed Zhou Liwei, "Today, in addition to Brother Hu, our leader Brother Kuan is also present. Let me share a little secret. Brother Kuan is more agreeable than Brother Hu. So you are sure to secure a good price for your business today." Zhou Liwei smiled in gratitude. The cigarettes were not given in vain. With Brother Kuan's presence, his intention to draw him out through Brother Hu was coming to fruition. "Is your security reliable? Do inspections happen often?" Zhou Liwei inquired casually. The lookout assumed Zhou was concerned about potential inspections affecting his dealings and reassured him with a grin, "Rest assured, we are quite secure." "Who do you think our Brother Kuan is? If anyone were to come for an inspection, we would receive advance notice. If not, we have eyes at every entrance that would alert us beforehand." Feigning relief, Zhou Liwei nodded and followed the lookout through a series of twists and turns until they entered a modest residence. Inside were 5 or 6 individuals. Besides Brother Kuan and Brother Hu, 4 robust men stood behind Brother Kuan, clearly his protectors. Indeed, this man was quite cautious. Brother Kuan occupied the main seat, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, idly playing with 2 walnuts in his hands. A subtle smile graced his face, projecting an air of refinement that one would never associate with the leader of a black market operation. Zhou Liwei was acutely aware that this individual was a cunning and treacherous character, not to be trifled with. "I hear you possess some fine goods. May I take a look?" spoke Tiger Brother. Zhou had glimpsed this man's silhouette at the hospital entrance just days prior. Despite the name suggesting ferocity, he was rather unimposing, short in stature, with gaunt cheeks, prominent cheekbones, and a sharply pointed chin. His 3 white eyes betrayed his unsavory nature. Zhou placed 2 bottles of liquor on the table, his tone remarkably unassuming. These have just been transported from afar. Indeed, they were bottles of alcohol, piquing the interest of both Kuan brother and Tiger brother. In this era, with food scarcity rampant, the production of liquor was scant, as most grain was allocated for sustenance rather than brewing. Consequently, alcohol was not easily procured on the black market. From Chicheng? Kuan brother recognized the mare's milk liquor and deduced its origin. Zhou affirmed, "Indeed. How much do you have?" Kuan brother inquired. Instead of answering directly, Zhou countered. "How much would you like?" Kuan brother paused, assessing Zhou with a wry smile. "Oh, I can obtain as much as I desire." Zhou furrowed his brow, appearing troubled. Kuan brother, seeing his discomfort, erupted in laughter, perceiving Zhou as a naive newcomer, eager to impress yet lacking business acumen. Tiger brother joined in the mirth, advising, "Young man, simply state how much stock you possess. There is no need for clever antics." Zhou, visibly embarrassed yet striving for composure, replied, "I currently have 1 truckload, 3,000 boxes. How many can you take?" Kuan brother and Tiger brother exchanged glances, surprised by the quantity Zhou claimed. They refrained from inquiring about the liquor's origins, adhering to the black market's unwritten rules. Their focus lay solely on whether Zhou truly had such a substantial supply. "What is the price?" Tiger brother asked. 8 yuan per box, containing 4 bottles, Zhou replied. This equated to 2 yuan per bottle, a reasonable price compared to renowned brands, as a bottle of Maotai was fetching around 7 yuan. However, in the market, this liquor retailed for approximately 0.96 yuan, making Zhou's price nearly double. Yet, in the black market context, this price was deemed justifiable. Without hesitation, Kuan brother agreed. "Very well, I will take your entire truckload." Tiger brother, though contemplative, remained silent. Zhou recognized the truth in the lean man's words. Kuan brother was indeed generous, while Tiger brother would have surely haggled. Overwhelmed with joy, Zhou could hardly conceal his elation. "Really?" Kuan brother, amused by Zhou's reaction, chuckled heartily. "Rest assured, I am a man of my word." Zhou regarded Kuan brother with awe, asking, "When may I deliver the goods, or will you come to collect them?" Kuan brother relished the admiration in Zhou's gaze. "Where are your goods located?" "In the courtyard of the guest house," Zhou replied candidly. Kuan brother, intrigued, wondered how this speculative trader dared to store his goods so brazenly in such a location. Zhou Liwei seemed to perceive his confusion and, scratching his head with a naive grin, explained, "I am merely passing through Harbin. I possess a formal job and an introduction letter. My vehicle is parked at the guest house, which is secure with a guard on duty, so there is no cause for suspicion." Brother Kuan nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in the young man's words. Indeed, he exhibited a measure of cleverness. "You should escort him," he suggested. "Very well," Zhou replied, "but if I am to accompany him, it must be at dawn. Traveling during the day would be rather inconvenient. If we were to set off at night, I fear the guest house may arouse suspicion, for it is uncommon to embark on a journey at such an hour. It is more plausible to claim an early morning departure." Brother Kuan found his reasoning sound and consented. After confirming the location and specific time of their arrangement, Zhou Liwei departed with palpable excitement. Chapter 043. The plan commences after Zhou Liwei departed, brother who promptly arranged for someone to trail him. Naturally, Brother Kuan was well aware of brother whose strategy but chose to remain silent, tacitly accepting the arrangement. What appeared to be a simple transaction was, in reality, something he intended to scrutinize thoroughly. 2 hours later, the individual tasked with the surveillance returned with a report confirming that a load was indeed present at the guest house. Zhou Liwei, fully cognizant of being followed, did not venture elsewhere. After a modest breakfast, he returned directly to the guest house, just as dawn broke. Having not had a proper rest for several days, Zhou Liwei felt the weight of fatigue pressing upon him. He resolved to seize the opportunity for a good slumber, for significant matters awaited him that evening. After relaying instructions to Zhang Wuyang, he promptly succumbed to sleep. On this day, while Zhou Liwei slumbered soundly, everything appeared tranquil. Yet, beneath this calm facade, undulating currents of intrigue lay hidden. Within the Revolutionary Committee, Chen De knocked on Huang Guodong's office door. "Dad, shortly, I will be taking Shanshan home for dinner. I need to discuss what you mentioned yesterday. I have spent the entire night persuading her, and she has finally relented. However, she insists that you and Ani Duan provide a personal guarantee, preferably in writing." Huang Guodong's face brightened with joy as he rose and placed a reassuring hand on Chen Da's shoulder. "I knew you would handle this well. This evening, I shall have Auntie Duan prepare a couple of delightful dishes, and we shall enjoy a fine drink together. Chinda responded with a respectful smile, his demeanor cordial. As evening descended, while Chinda toasted with Huang Guodong at the dining table, Zhou Liwei remained in deep slumber at the guest house. Zhang Liang marveled at his ability to sleep so soundly even at this hour, truly a testament to his audacity. In truth, it was not merely audacity, but rather Zhou Liwei's understanding that without sufficient rest, he could not address the pressing matters at hand. Furthermore, a formidable challenge loomed ahead, necessitating that he rejuvenate his spirit and prepare for the upcoming ordeal. At the Huang residence, a warm atmosphere enveloped the gathering. Although Huang Shanshan maintained an icy demeanor, her habitual coldness elicited no sense of abnormality among the others. I am willing to persuade my brother to return, but I have one stipulation. His affair with the Gao family's daughter must be entirely his own decision. If he is not interested, no one should impose upon him. Huang Shanshan stated coolly. Huang Guodong seemed accustomed to her frosty tone and, instead of responding with irritation, smiled amiably. That is only natural. I had intended the same. His countenance radiated warmth, and his tone remained gentle, presenting the image of a kind and benevolent elder. The scar on his face did little to mar his appearance. Rather, it imbued him with an air of mystery and narrative depth. Words alone are insufficient. I require you to sign a guarantee. I have prepared the document. All that remains is for you to affix your signatures. As he spoke, he gestured for Chunda to present the pre-prepared guarantee. Chunda, with a feigned air of reluctance, produced the document and handed it to Huang Guodong. Upon examining it, Huang Guodong noted that it contained but two clauses, essentially a reiteration of their earlier discussion. Finding it inconsequential, he prepared to sign his name, dismissing any notion that it could bind him. It was merely a single sheet of paper, bearing no more than 2 lines of text, with the guarantor's signature awkwardly positioned in the lower right corner, separated by numerous blank lines, which appeared rather peculiar. However, Huang Guodong gave it little thought, attributing it to Huang Shanshan's capriciousness, as if it were a child's play. As he prepared to sign, he realized he had no pen at hand and stood up to fetch one from the study. At the same moment, Huang Shanshan moved too, intending to discreetly send Duan Meihua away, hoping to have this seemingly demure Aunt Duan accompany her, a pregnant woman, to the restroom. Yet, Duan Meihua acted more swiftly. Before Huang Shanshan could extend her invitation, she rose and followed Huang Guodong, stating, I'll accompany Lao Huang to find a pen and sign the document as well. You all continue eating. Huang Shanshan and Chunda exchanged glances, knowing this was an opportunity for a private conversation. This arrangement suited them well, as their absence would facilitate their plans. Once Huang Guodong and Duan Meihua vanished from view, Huang Shanshan quickly fumbled in her pocket for a small packet of paper balls, but her trembling hands hindered her from opening it. She focused intently on the study door, listening to the faint sounds within, breaking into a cold sweat. When the noise ceased, it indicated that the occupants of the study were about to emerge. Huang Shanshan felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, as did Chinda. Beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. His anxiety only exacerbated his trembling hands, rendering the small packet unmanageable. Huang Shanshan's heart raced as she sensed footsteps approaching. Realizing the moment was imminent, without a second thought, she snatched the packet from Chinda's hands, tore it in half, and poured the white powder into the bowl of egg soup. Before she could retract her hand, Huang Guodong and Duan Meihua emerged from the study. Huang Shanshan nonchalantly clenched the remnants of the packet in her palm, deftly stirring the soup with a spoon, feigning an intention to consume it. Chunda wiped the sweat from his brow, lifting the bowl as he said, Shanshan, you sit still, I'll serve you some soup. Huang Shanshan remained silent, obediently relinquishing the spoon and taking a seat. Huang Guodong observed the scene with satisfaction, believing that Chinda's attentiveness to his daughter stemmed from his own esteemed position as her father, perceiving it as a reflection of his influence. Chinda, however, was well aware of Huang Guodong's perspective but remained indifferent, even hoping that Huang Guodong would view him in this light, as long as Shanshan recognized his genuine intentions. After serving Huang Shanshan a bowl, Chinda graciously filled bowls for Huang Guodong and Duan Meihua as well. Huang Guodong returned the guarantee letter to Huang Shanshan and resumed his meal. Both he and Duan Meihua graciously sipped the soup Chinda had prepared. After enjoying the soup, Huang Shanshan's demeanor brightened considerably. Huang Guodong attributed her uplifted spirits solely to the signing of the guarantee letter, unaware that his daughter's happiness was influenced by deeper sentiments. Despite his stern demeanor towards his ex-wife and her family, he held his children from that marriage in high regard. Before his ex-wife and in-laws, he could never hold his head high. Their refinement seemed ingrained in their very essence, unlike his own arduous efforts that still left them unimpressed, often prompting them to offer unsolicited advice. In the presence of his ex-wife, Huang Guodong felt profoundly inferior, perceiving his existence as devoid of dignity. Consequently, he reported them, leading to their downfall. However, he took immense pride in his children, those offspring of a woman many once admired, and in this regard, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Even with Duan Meiqi, he refrained from fathering a child with her, deeming her unworthy, according to ancient traditions. Her lineage was not noble enough, and he did not desire a child from a woman of lesser status. Thus, he granted Duan Meiqi the title of wife but forbade her from bearing his heirs. Chapter 44. The plan in motion. Shortly after Huang Guodong and Duan Meiqi finished their soup, the drug took effect, and both collapsed onto the dining table. Chinda and Huang Shanshan quickly dragged them back to the bedroom, stripped their clothes, and left them on the bed. They then placed a pre-prepared letter in a well-hidden spot in the study. Still unwilling to give up, Huang Shanshan and Chinda thoroughly searched the house once more, but found no trace of a substantial stash of money. However, they did discover a considerable amount of cash in a chest. After some hesitation, Huang Shanshan took most of it, intending to save it for her younger brother. She locked the chest again and tucked the key back under the pillow. Returning to the living room, they cleared the table and washed the dishes, except for the bowl of egg soup. Chinda poured the soup down the drain and, holding the empty bowl by the front door, nodded at Huang Shanshan. "Stand back. I'm going to smash it." Obediently, she took a few steps aside. A loud crash followed as the bowl shattered into pieces, immediately succeeded by Huang Shanshan's dramatic wailing. She cried with exaggerated fervor while Chinda swiftly swept the broken shards into the trash bin. Once everything was in place and no loose ends remained, they slammed the door behind them and left. By then, the commotion had drawn the attention of neighbors, who emerged to witness the scene. Huang Shanshan continued to sob pitifully, while Chinda comforted her with exaggerated concern. "Shanshan, don't be upset. You're pregnant. It's not worth harming yourself over this." "Wah, Chinda, how could he be so cruel?" Huang Shanshan wept uncontrollably, her breath hitching between sobs. A familiar neighbor stepped forward, curiosity piqued. "Goodness, Shanshan, what happened? Did you argue with your father or Aunt Duan?" Whether she had lost herself in the act or was genuinely overwhelmed by past grievances, amplified by the emotional volatility of pregnancy, Huang Shanshan burst into genuine, heart-wrenching tears. Chinda, now truly flustered, redoubled his efforts to console her. When the neighbors realized they wouldn't get answers from her, they turned to Chinda instead. He sighed heavily. "Well, Shanshan had a disagreement with her father. What kind of disagreement could make her this upset?" Chinda hesitated before finally relenting under their prodding. Her father demanded something of her, and when she refused, he threatened to cut ties. Shanshan wrote a severance letter, hoping he'd back down, but instead, he signed it and stamped his fingerprint. Gasps rippled through the crowd. How could things escalate so far? No wonder she is so heartbroken. Amid the murmurs, Huang Shanshan wailed like a child. "I have no mother, and now I have no father either." Though her cry seemed juvenile, the raw sorrow struck a chord. Some onlookers, moved to pity, wiped away their own tears. "What a tragedy," they muttered. Amidst a cacophony of whispers, two individuals departed hand in hand. Huang Shanshan clutched Chinda's arm tightly, inquiring, "Brother Da, will the effects of the medicine last that long? What if they awaken in the middle of the night and sense something amiss?" Chinda's heart raced with uncertainty as he embraced his wife, contemplating the efficacy of the medication concocted by Qi Guangrong at the hospital. It was rumored to induce a night of slumber upon ingestion. However, they had not consumed the entirety of the dosage. The packet had been mixed into the soup, and they had only partaken of a bowl. Would the effects be diminished? After a moment's reflection, Chinda replied, "To be on the safe side, I will accompany you back. Afterward, I shall remain vigilant. If they awaken prematurely, I will delay them." Huang Shanshan tightened her grip, but Chinda reassuringly patted her shoulder, uttering, "Do not worry, everything will be fine." They had conferred with Zhou Liwei, deciding that the optimal time to search for Huang Guodong would be around 4 in the morning, cautious not to act too early, lest Huang Guodong encounter trouble. If that were to happen, Brother Cohen would undoubtedly react, jeopardizing their transaction. Without that transaction, Chinda would be unable to ensnare both Brother Cohen and Brother Hu. The night unfolded with an eerie tranquility until approximately 3 o'clock, when a tip-off shattered the unsettling silence. The police station promptly convened an emergency meeting to assess the gravity and implications of the situation, subsequently contacting the nearby armed unit for assistance. By around 4 o'clock, The officers arrived at Huang Guodong's residence, but despite knocking persistently, no one answered. Sensing something was amiss, they forced entry, only to discover a figure lying in a pool of blood in the living room. The police rushed forward to investigate, and to their shock, it was Chunda, the deputy director of the Revolutionary Committee, a familiar face to many officers. "Quick, there's still a pulse. We must get him to the hospital." Chunda, in a daze, grasped an officer's arm, gesturing towards the study with difficulty, uttering a few words. "Hurry, chase, passage," just ran. With that, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Following Chunda's indication, the officers rushed to the study, where they found bloodstains and evidence of the desk being moved. Upon closer inspection, they discovered a loose brick, revealing a passageway large enough for a person to traverse. The police immediately split into 3 teams. One remained to search the house, another transported Chunda to the hospital, while the third pursued the passageway. Meanwhile, Zhou Liwei drove a truck to the designated outskirts as arranged with Brother Kuan. This route conveniently led to Jixin County. Upon delivering the cargo to the specified location, he found Brother Hu and his men already waiting, having arrived in a truck that blocked the road. Zhou Liwei observed that Brother Kuan was absent. Only Brother Hu and 4 burly men were present. While they appeared to be there to assist with the cargo, Zhou Liwei sensed that they were more likely there to commit robbery. His instincts proved correct. Brother Hu intended to pilfer the shipment under Brother Kuan's nose and abscond with the considerable payment of over 20,000. As Zhou Liwei parked the truck, the men converged on him, and it was evident that once he exited the vehicle, he would be subdued. A cold smirk crossed Zhou Liwei's face, for his suspicions had been vindicated. His hand tightened around the 3-foot steel pipe that had remained in use during the previous encounter, and with a forceful push, he swung the door open. As he did so, a group of burly men surged forward, attempting to subdue Zhou Liwei before he could react. However, to their astonishment, just as they reached the car door, a resounding crash echoed as Zhou Liwei exerted all his strength to fling the door wide. The 2 men in front were sent staggering backward, their noses gushing blood and stars dancing before their eyes. The 2 men behind instinctively reached out to catch their fallen comrades, only to be dragged back a couple of steps in the process, before they could regain their balance. Zhou Liwei leapt from the vehicle, the steel pipe poised to strike. A series of agonizing cries erupted as the 2 men in front crumpled to the ground, clutching their groins in pain, while one of the remaining 2 fell, grasping his head. The last man, now gripped by trepidation, hesitated between advancing or retreating, realizing that this assailant was ruthlessly targeting vulnerable areas with swift and brutal precision. Yet, before he could resolve his inner turmoil, the steel pipe shot toward him like an arrow, aiming directly for his groin. A piercing scream shattered the air once more. Chapter 045. The deceiver Brother Tiger never anticipated the ferocity and finesse of this individual. He yearned to flee, yet stumbled upon a stone, tumbling to the ground. Zhou Liwei, dragging a steel pipe, produced a piercing, grating sound as the metal scraped against the earth, filling the dimly lit night with an air of despair. Brother Tiger's composure began to fracture. Despite having recruited 4 capable henchmen, they had been swiftly rendered incapacitated. As Zhou Liwei approached with deliberate steps, Brother Tiger trembled in fear. "Brother, we had agreed to a transaction. There is no need for violence," he stammered. Zhou Liwei curled his lips in a sardonic smile, twirling the steel pipe in his hand. "When did I ever state that I was here to negotiate? Was it not you who attempted to rob me?" Brother Tiger's eyes widened in disbelief. "But you said you wanted to." The sentence hung in the air, abruptly cut off as realization dawned upon him. "You deceived us?" Zhou Liwei candidly acknowledged. "Now that you've grasped the truth, let us dispense with the pleasantries. Where can I find Brother Kuan?" Brother Tiger's mind raced. So, this man's objective was indeed Brother Kuan. It appeared that Kuan had crossed someone. Should he disclose Kuan's whereabouts? This man exhibited considerable strength. If he were to eliminate Kuan, Brother Tiger would be left as the sole capable aide. If chaos ensued, might he seize the opportunity to ascend in status? Conversely, should this man fail and find himself overpowered, he would incur no loss. Thus, revealing Kuan's location seemed to present a risk-free advantage. Having resolved this conundrum, he revealed Kuan's position without hesitation. Zhou Liwei bound the remaining individuals with ropes and rummaged through their vehicle, seizing the 24,000 in cash. He left the other possessions untouched. It was imperative to secure this sum, with such a significant amount in play. Law enforcement would undoubtedly lean towards viewing this as a transaction rather than a robbery, which would be untenable with such wealth at stake. Brother Tiger watched helplessly as Zhou Liwei claimed the bundle of money, his heart aching with regret. Had he known to stash the funds obtained from Kuan before arriving, he would have been spared this anguish. Fearing he might arrive too late, he had rushed over, anxious that this individual would leave empty-handed, necessitating a return to Kuan. Consequently, he had come directly, only to face this outcome. Had he anticipated the delay, he could have safeguarded his fortune. Twisting his slender and bound form, he pleaded, "Brother, you have taken the money and I have divulged Kuan's location. Surely, you must consider releasing me?" Zhou Liwei regarded him as though he were a fool, his gaze conveying a singular message. "What nonsense are you contemplating?" As Zhou Liwei circled to the rear of the vehicle, Brother Tiger craned his neck for a glimpse. But the car obstructed his view, leaving him in darkness. He understood Zhou Liwei was concealing the money and seized the moment to escape. Glancing at the other hefty individuals bound nearby, he emitted a low hiss, but they remained curled in silence, akin to lifeless forms, offering no response. Just as he contemplated turning away, Zhou Liwei returned, casting him a warning glance that instantly rendered him compliant once more. "If we can locate Brother Kuan, you will be released, and you shall receive half of the money." Tiger's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Really?" Zhou Liwei affirmed. "Indeed, my target is not you, but Brother Kuan. As long as we capture him, you will be of no concern." Overjoyed, Tiger responded, "All right, let us seek Brother Kuan at once." Zhou Liwei surveyed the distant, elusive lights and remarked, "There's no rush. Let us wait a while longer." Tiger was perplexed about what they were waiting for, yet he obediently endured the anxious anticipation. Before long, the sound of an engine starting filled the air, causing Tiger to grow anxious. "Brother, what's the situation? It feels as though it's a police car." Leaning closer, Zhou Liwei whispered, "Remember, insist that you know nothing. Merely state that Brother Kuan sent you. You must exonerate yourself, and I will ensure your rescue." Tiger nodded vigorously, his heart racing. In their line of work, nothing was more daunting than being ensnared by the police. Zhou Liwei had become his sole lifeline. Leaving him no time to ponder the trustworthiness of this individual, it seemed that his only recourse was to place his faith in him. As the vehicle came to a halt, Zhang Liang leapt out, anxiously inquiring, "Wei Gu, are you all right?" "I'm fine, quite well, in fact," Zhou Liwei replied, extending his hand towards the officers behind Zhang. "I appreciate your assistance, comrades." The officers appeared bewildered, questioning the circumstances. Weren't they informed of a robbery in progress? It hardly seemed that anything had transpired. Observing the bound individuals on the ground, they mused over who was truly robbing whom. Nevertheless, their professionalism compelled them to shake Zhou Liwei's hand, affirming their commitment to serve the people. After gleaning the essential details and understanding there was another mastermind involved, they promptly divided into two teams, one to escort Zhou Liwei and the captured individuals back to the police station, and the other to apprehend Brother Kuan. Upon returning to the station, the officers proceeded with their routine inquiries. "Comrade Zhou, please elaborate on the specifics." Zhou Liwei cooperated fully, recounting the events in meticulous detail. "This morning, we set off early, hoping to reach home sooner. However, shortly after exiting the city, we encountered a vehicle blocking the road, accompanied by several burly men, clearly an attempted robbery. Hence, I instructed my colleague to discreetly exit the vehicle and alert the authorities." His account corroborated Zhang Liang's earlier report, leaving the police with no objections. "How did you manage to confront 5 assailants single-handedly? Your skills are impressive," Zhou Liwei replied. "As someone who drives for a living, I often encounter roadblocks and robberies. We always keep defensive tools at hand. When they surrounded me, they were unaware of my armament and saw only one individual. Thus they were not on guard. Seizing the opportunity, I struck first with a steel pipe." He refrained from mentioning any specific skills, preferring to let the officers draw their own conclusions about his experience with such encounters. Several police officers observed 3 individuals, visibly in distress and clutching their groins, alongside a burly man who was moaning and cradling his head. Their eyes twitched in disbelief, pondering whether the individuals had been assaulted or merely struck. As the officers pieced together the situation, their expressions became increasingly complex. The monkey-stealing peaches maneuver had unexpectedly emerged as a decisive factor in this conflict where the few triumphed over the many. Meanwhile, after Zhou Liwei had concluded his inquiries, the testimonies of the 4 injured parties diverged sharply from his account. "We were merely delivering goods, not engaging in robbery." To our astonishment, he approached us without a word and began to strike, taking away the money from the transaction. Over 20,000 yuan, all taken, not a single cent left. Chapter 46. The escape. In truth, these individuals were aware that their robbery was not orchestrated by them, and the severity of their crime was not as grave as it might seem. The act of opportunism, involving such a substantial sum, bore significant implications, potentially leading to dire consequences. However, they were unwilling to accept their fate. After enduring a beating, they felt utterly incapacitated, while Zhou Liwei emerged unscathed. Even assuming the role of the victim, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that he had clandestinely appropriated a considerable amount of money. He reveled in his newfound wealth, whilst they were left to face the repercussions. The injustice of it all fueled their determination to ensure Zhou Liwei did not escape unscathed. They were intent on dragging him down with them. In cases of opportunism, culpability is not exclusive to one party. Both buyer and seller must face justice. Zhou Liwei expressed his astonishment at the accusations, insisting, "I am merely the driver for our commune's agricultural machinery station. This shipment was intended for our organization. How could I possibly sell it for personal gain? Furthermore, I have not laid eyes on that money. I only possess a mere handful of coins now. If you doubt my words, feel free to search me. The money is hidden in the vehicle. We witnessed him conceal it," they asserted with an air of conviction, appearing sincere in their claims. Zhou Liwei's tone remained resolute as he addressed the officers. "Please, conduct a thorough search of the truck. You may unload every box and inspect them individually without hesitation. If you still harbor doubts, dismantle the truck. I will fully cooperate, as long as it can be reassembled afterward." In the interrogation room, Brother, who was also recounting events, stating that Brother Kuan had instructed him to gather a shipment, only mentioning that someone would deliver it to the outskirts of the Eastern District. "Were you directed to engage in a transaction? Did they provide you with over 20,000 yuan? Brother Hu, recalling Zhou Liwei's assurances, vehemently denied. "No, it was never mentioned that we were to engage in a transaction, nor was any money given to me." "Were you instructed to commit robbery?" the officers pressed. Brother Hu continued to shake his head. "We were not told to rob anyone. I was merely instructed to retrieve a shipment. Beyond that, I know nothing." The police, having reviewed Brother Hu's interrogation records and compared them with other testimonies, reached the conclusion that this Brother Hu was quite cunning, attempting to deflect blame and feigning ignorance to absolve himself. However, he also claimed to possess no money, suggesting that the assailants were attempting to implicate Comrade Zhou. It seemed likely that they sought revenge, having nearly been incapacitated by Zhou. Nonetheless, a thorough investigation was imperative. They needed to ascertain the truth and, should Comrade Zhou be wronged, restore his reputation. Thus commenced a series of meticulous examinations. Zhou Liwei, along with his belongings, and Zhang Liang were scrutinized. Ultimately, a small sum of money and several coupons were discovered in Zhou Liwei's pocket, while over 100 yuan and additional coupons were found in Zhang Liang's red undergarments, which was quite ordinary. However, the locations where they concealed their money elicited amusement from the officers, particularly due to the provocative nature of Zhang Liang's vibrant red attire, causing the inspecting officer to nearly lose composure and rendering Zhang Liang's face as crimson as his undergarments. The vehicle underwent a thorough inspection as well. Given the substantial amount of money involved, they indeed proceeded to unload the cargo, box by box, as Zhou Liwei had suggested. Although the truck was not dismantled, both the interior and exterior were meticulously examined from top to bottom. Zhou Liwei observed the dozen or so public officials inspecting the goods and vehicles, their uniforms markedly different from those of the police. He understood that this operation had summoned reinforcements, indicating that Chunda had garnered attention from higher authorities. He felt no trepidation regarding the inspection, for the money was neither in his possession nor concealed within the vehicle. His only concern was for the situation on Chinda's end. He wondered how things were faring there. Nearly half an hour later, when the police officers who had gone to apprehend Brother Kuan returned empty-handed to the station, they brought back news from that side. Brother Kuan had escaped, along with the informant Huang Guodong and his partner Duan Meihua. Zhou Liwei's heart tightened. How had they managed to flee? Comrades of the police, that Brother Kuan is indeed the mastermind behind the theft of our goods, correct? How did he manage to escape? Did he elude capture while you were apprehending him? The police side, no, this individual is entangled in another case. By the time we arrived, he had already been taken away by accomplices from that separate matter. Zhou Liwei was perplexed, sensing that things were not going smoothly on Chinda's front. He truly was a wily fox. Huang Guodong was indeed a crafty old fox. Last night, he and Duan Meihua consumed soup laced with sleeping pills. However, due to the ineffectiveness of the drug, he awoke around 3 in the morning. His suspicions heightened regarding his sudden slumber. Initially, he suspected that Duan Meihua had done something to him, but upon glancing at the still unconscious figure beside him, he dismissed the thought. After rousing her, they both realized they had fallen asleep unexpectedly, which intensified his doubts. He rose and ventured into the living room, finding nothing amiss. The bowls and chopsticks from the previous night had been cleaned away, and the room appeared as it usually did. Huang Guodong shook his head, concluding that he was merely overthinking the situation. Just as he intended to return to bed, he noticed some movement in the study. Approaching quietly, he gently opened the door, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Chinda, what are you doing?" His sudden entrance and inquiry startled Chinda. Noticing the pried-open floorboards, he realized that no explanation would suffice. Glancing at the time, just past 3 o'clock, he felt a slight sense of relief. His wife should have already made the report. The police would arrive shortly. All he needed was to buy a little more time. "Dad, you're awake. Last night, you and Aunt Duan fell asleep at the table for some reason. I was worried, so I stayed behind. I intended to read in the study, but while sitting at the desk, I sensed something was off with my feet. I moved the desk to investigate, and it turned out my instincts were correct. There really is a problem here. Dad, look, it seems like there's a passage underneath." Huang Guodong fixed a piercing gaze on Chunda, as if silently challenging him to continue weaving his tale, gauging whether he would believe it. He certainly did not. He had already pieced together the truth. Their unexpected slumber was undoubtedly the result of Chinda's machinations, though he remained uncertain about the involvement of that daughter of his. This young man had clearly taken advantage of their unconsciousness to rummage through his secrets, and it seemed he had indeed stumbled upon something significant. However, it appears that he has only recently discovered this underground passage, and he likely hasn't had the chance to descend. Fortunately, without uttering a word, he seized the sole chair in the study and hurled it towards Chinda. The proximity was too great for Chinda to evade. The impact left his head ringing. Yet, driven by instinct, he fought back. Although Huang Guodong had the upper hand, Chinda, being younger, engaged in a fierce struggle, neither willing to yield. Chapter 47. Captured upon hearing the commotion, Duan Meihua hastily rushed over to assist. Chinda found himself at a disadvantage, grappling with both Huang Guodong and another assailant. The odds were increasingly stacked against him. After a prolonged struggle, he was ultimately subdued and pinned to the ground by the two men. In Huang Guodong's eyes, he discerned a palpable murderous intent, which instilled a wave of dread within him, yet he managed to force a smile. Duan Meichi kicked him, incredulous that he could still find humor in such a dire situation. "Why can't I laugh? If I must meet my end, I shall take 2 others down with me." Huang Guodong furrowed his brow, questioning, "What do you mean by that?" "What do I mean? Do you believe that by killing me, you can escape unscathed? I have already alerted the authorities. The police are on their way." Huang Guodong's expression shifted dramatically. After knocking Chinda unconscious with a punch, he hurried to the living room to make a phone call, realizing that his report had indeed reached the authorities. It was too inconvenient to articulate the specifics over the phone, but he surmised that Chinda had discovered the passage and subsequently alerted the police. However, once the passage was uncovered, his own secrets would be exposed as well. With no time to spare, he focused solely on his escape and called Brother Kuan, instructing him to wait with a vehicle at their usual rendezvous. Meanwhile, Brother Kuan had just seen off Ugu when he received Huang Guodong's urgent call. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he cast aside concerns for Hu Ji's safety and prioritized his own escape. He gathered his valuables and drove a pickup truck to the agreed location. Unbeknownst to him, a cyclist was trailing closely behind. Huang Guodong and Duan Meihua hastily fled through the passage, leaving everything behind. At the other end of the passage lay an inconspicuous, secluded courtyard. Brother Kuan parked outside the courtyard and entered through the gate. Shortly thereafter, he emerged carrying a box, which he placed in the vehicle before returning inside. At that moment, the cyclist, panting heavily, arrived outside the courtyard. Seeing the vehicle parked at the entrance settled his nerves. After surveying the surroundings, he approached a nearby house. Knocking on the door. "Who is it? It's late. Can't a person get some sleep?" After a considerable wait, an impatient voice responded, and a middle-aged man, yawning, opened the door. Upon seeing the door ajar, Lin Song swiftly wheeled his bicycle inside. "Hey, who are you? How did you get into my house?" The middle-aged man, taken aback by the unfamiliar face, prepared to shoo him away and called for his sons to assist. "Hush, sir, I need your help. I'm aiding the police in apprehending criminals." Lin Song lowered his voice, producing 5 yuan from his pocket and offering it to the man. "Please, go to the police station and report that there are spies on the run. I'll give you this 5 yuan for your trouble, and another 5 upon your return." At that moment, the man's two sons emerged, bare-chested. One of them took the money from Lin Song, his eyes widening in surprise as he examined the note under the dim light filtering from the house. "Dad, it really is 5 yuan. Gradually, several more individuals stepped out from within. They merely exchanged a couple of sentences before agreeing to assist in making a trip to the police station. Lin Song remarked that the spies might attempt to flee before the public security personnel arrived. If they could help apprehend the individuals, a greater monetary reward could be offered. The police station would undoubtedly provide them with a reward as well. The family was quite excited, and the man who would receive the money inquired about the number of spies involved. Lin Song only knew of Kuan Good, yet he could not guarantee that he was the sole one, so he replied, "As far as I know, there is currently just one. Though I cannot ascertain whether there are accomplices in that house. We will assess the situation. If there are few, we will act. If there are many and we cannot capture them, I would not dare to let you take such a risk." With these words, the family's regard for Lin Song surged immensely. "Comrade, rest assured, capturing spies is our duty. Even without monetary compensation, we would still take action." Ultimately, it was the youngest son of the family, known as Xiao San, who went to report the incident at the police station. He was merely 13 years old. The household consisted mostly of adults who could assist in capturing the spies. Lin Song urged Xiao San to hurry, and as he departed, he even pushed a bicycle towards him. Xiao San beamed with delight as he rode the bicycle out of the courtyard. Once Xiao San had left, Lin Song requested a screw from the family and stealthily made his way to Kuan Ji's vehicle, puncturing 2 of its tires. He then returned to the family home, hiding behind the courtyard gate while remaining vigilant regarding any movements from Kuan Ji's direction. After approximately 10 minutes, Kuan Gu finally emerged once more. Lin Song promptly gestured to the people inside the house, whispering, "He has come out." Instantly, the individuals in the courtyard braced themselves for action. Following Kuan Gu were 2 others, Huang Guodong and Duan Meihua, each carrying a box. Duan Meihua lamented, "What a pity, so many good things we cannot take with us." Huang Guodong's expression was ominously dark as he replied, "If we cannot take them, neither shall anyone else. One day, I will return to reclaim everything." Before the 3 could enter the vehicle, Kuan Gu sensed something amiss. 2 of the tires were flat. Irritated, he kicked the vehicle and cursed, "Damn. It's leaking air at such a time." Huang Guodong, startled, asked, "What is going on?" Kuan Gu exhaled heavily. "Brother Huang, 2 tires are damaged. We cannot leave now." At that moment, tension filled the air as their meticulously crafted plan unraveled. They were not far from the border, intending to drive there and board an MSK train en route, believing that once they escaped abroad, they would be safe. However, fate had other plans, and the vehicle had broken down. "How long will it take to change the tires?" Huang Guodong endeavored to maintain his composure. "We can't change tires. There's only 1 spare, and now 2 are damaged." Kuan Gu felt a sense of despair. Huang Guodong's scarred face twitched as he suggested, "Let us ride bicycles. We can leave some luggage behind." Duan Meihua, upon hearing that they would need to reduce their luggage, expressed her discontent. "We're already bringing so little. Now we must leave behind even more?" Huang Guodong glared at her. "You can carry your own things. There are only 2 bicycles. Do you really think we can manage to carry more boxes with you as a burden?" Duan Meihua realized that Huang Guodong was genuinely angry, and she dared not provoke him further. She could only murmur softly, questioning why he deemed her a burden, recalling that he had never expressed such disdain when he previously tasked her with duties. The trio hastily retrieved their luggage and returned to the courtyard. When they emerged again, Huang Guodong and Brother Kuan each pushed a bicycle. Huang Guodong's bike was secured with 2 suitcases at the back, while Brother Kuan carried Duan Meihua. In her hand, Duan Meihua clutched a small box. However, they had scarcely taken a few steps when the door of a nearby house swung open, and 4 men along with 2 women rushed out, swiftly pinning them to the ground without uttering a word. Chapter 048. Reporting the incident while pushing a bicycle shortly thereafter. 2 frail elderly individuals emerged from the house, clutching a rope and several dark, tattered cloths. The elderly men appeared to have lost all their teeth, their speech escaping with a hissing sound, reminiscent of a soft, crackling noise. Pang pondered over this unsettling scene. Huang Guodong and his companions were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the circumstances. Had they encountered a robbery? In a state of urgency, Brother Kuan shouted, "What are you doing? How dare you commit robbery in broad daylight?" Duan Meihua struggled, pleading, "Let go of me. Do you not understand?" Before she could finish her sentence, a foul cloth was forcefully stuffed into her mouth, rendering her helplessly bound. Once they had secured her, they dragged her into the courtyard. We're all sat in wait. The minutes stretched into an hour, yet no one arrived. Lin Song, feeling anxious, furrowed his brow and remarked, "It should only take about 20 minutes to ride to the police station from here, right? Why has it taken so long? Could something have happened on the way?" He observed that the family's expressions were quite normal. Some even appeared to doze off. One middle-aged woman stationed beside Duan Meihua yawned and waved dismissively, commenting, "Nothing will happen. The little rascal has been darting around the alleys since he was young. He knows the route well. Perhaps he cannot ride a bicycle, and pushing it has slowed him down." Lin Song replied, "But if he cannot ride a bicycle, why push it at all?" Thankfully, they had apprehended the individuals involved. Had they not, the little rascal might have summoned the police, and they would be left wondering where the suspects had fled. He had underestimated the fervor with which young boys, especially those in their teenage years who had yet to master cycling, desired bicycles. Even if one cannot ride, pushing a bicycle can still be quite exhilarating. Indeed, the little rascal was savoring the experience, delighting in the thrill, all while meticulously ensuring the bike remained unharmed as he pushed it with great care. Normally, he could sprint to the police station in half an hour. A leisurely walk would suffice in 40 minutes. However, today, as he pushed the bicycle, it took him over an hour to make the journey. By the time he reached the police station, the sky was just beginning to light up with the dawn. Standing at the entrance of the police station with a broad grin while pushing the bicycle, no one suspected he was there to report a crime. The atmosphere inside the station was tense, with everyone bustling about. The officers sent to apprehend Huang Guodong and Duan Meihua discovered a small underground chamber hidden within the passageway, which contained 2 boxes of money and some ledgers. After traversing the underground route for what seemed like an eternity, they found their path obstructed. They had no choice but to retreat, losing track of Huang Guodong and Duan Meihua's escape route. Now they were in disarray, left with no option but to search the entire city. The little rascal stood at the entrance, peering inside repeatedly, wishing to catch the attention of an officer to explain his purpose. However, seeing everyone bustling about, he found no opportunity. Ultimately, it was the 2 least occupied officers, Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang, who noticed the boy peering in and casually inquired, "Child, do you need something?" Xiao San continued to grip the handlebars of his bicycle, reluctant to push it inside, so he stood at the door, stretching his neck to respond, "I am here to report a case. Someone asked me to inform the police to quickly apprehend a spy." The officers within the precinct immediately ceased their activities, and Zhou Liwei sprang to his feet, striding towards the entrance to inquire, "What spy are we capturing?" Xiao San shook his head in confusion. "I don't know. Where do we catch this spy?" "Near my home." "Lead the way," the police decisively commanded. Xiao San initially believed he would return while still pushing his bicycle, feeling quite pleased. Little did he expect that a more delightful turn of events awaited him. He was to ride in a police car, no less, a vehicle that exuded authority. In mere minutes, they arrived outside Xiao San's family courtyard. Lin Song, hearing the commotion, dashed outside and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once Xiao San alighted from the car, he excitedly rushed inside to boast to his family about his ride in a police vehicle, while Lin Song explained the situation to the officers. Upon entering the house and witnessing the 3 individuals bound, the police could not help but marvel at the strength of the community. The criminals apprehended that day were largely due to the collective efforts of the citizens. Naturally, Lin Song accompanied them back to the police station to provide his statement. The courtyard of Kuan-gu had also been sealed off. Lin Song recounted in detail how he had tracked down Kuan-gu and enlisted Xiao San's family to capture the 3. However, the police were curious about why Lin Song had chosen to follow Kuan-gu at that particular time. Lin Song chuckled awkwardly. "A brother of mine was beaten by Kuan-gu a few days ago. I intended to seek retribution, planning to catch him off guard late at night while he was preoccupied with his needs. Unexpectedly, I fell asleep while waiting outside. When I awoke, it was to the sound of a truck starting. Shortly after the truck departed, I hesitated about whether to continue my vigil when I noticed Kuan-gu hastily driving away. His demeanor seemed off, so I followed him on my bicycle. Later, upon reaching the courtyard where he had parked, Lin Song observed Kuan-gu repeatedly transferring several boxes to his car. After Kuan-gu entered the house, Lin Song climbed onto the vehicle to investigate and was taken aback by the sight of gleaming gold. It was evident that he was engaged in illegal activities, perhaps even espionage. Hastily, he sought assistance from Xiao San's family and notified the police. Although the authorities found the circumstances rather coincidental, they lacked evidence to disprove his claims. Furthermore, he had indeed aided in apprehending the criminals. Whether intentional or not, his involvement in solving such a significant case was undeniable. The police could only lightly admonish him regarding his midnight intentions to confront Kuan-gu, despite the misaligned motivations. The outcome was that he had neither harmed anyone nor acted in malice, ultimately earning commendation for his unintentional yet fortuitous contribution. Inquiring about his social connections revealed that he was an unoccupied drifter, yet he had not engaged in any overtly unlawful behavior. The police suspected he might have ties to the black market, but without concrete evidence linking him directly to a crime, their suspicions remained mere conjecture. In truth, he had previously worked alongside Kuan-gu, but in reality, he was affiliated with Qi Guangrong. In this endeavor, Zhou Liwei entrusted Qi Guangrong with the task of arranging for a reliable individual to monitor every move of Brother Kuan. Qi Guangrong subsequently enlisted Jiang Xiaohua, who unexpectedly proved to be instrumental in the operation. Not only did they apprehend Brother Kuan, but they also captured the formidable boss, Huang Guodong. This case is substantial, with far-reaching implications. The passageway within Huang Guodong's residence connects to the courtyard frequented by Brother Kuan, with basements on both sides, yielding significant findings. The basement of Brother Kuan's courtyard harbored a vast treasure trove of gold, silver, and jewels. Huang Shanshan revealed that Huang Guodong had previously concealed considerable wealth inherited from his grandparents, which has now been recovered. Within Huang Guodong's abode, not only were letters of treason from Chun Dafu discovered, but also ledgers detailing collusion with various other individuals. Presently, many in Harbin live in a state of trepidation. With even members within the Public Security Bureau being scrutinized, each investigation proving to be precise. This marks a substantial reorganization in Harbin. Chapter 49, Dividing the Money. 2 millionaires as the mastermind behind this incident. Comrade Zhou Liwei was currently bidding farewell to several of his partners in the hospital. You two truly are kindred spirits. Enduring hardships together, Zhou Liwei remarked with a smile, glancing at Qi Guangrong and Chunda, who were both lying in a hospital room. Chunda grinned through the pain, exclaiming, "Indeed, we share both fortune and misfortune alike." The sight of him grimacing in discomfort elicited a round of unkind laughter from the others. It is often said that the bonds of friendship among women can be inexplicable. However, the camaraderie among men can form quite easily as well. In the wake of this event, Zhou Liwei, Qi Guangrong, and Chunda felt a profound sense of mutual respect. "Yangzi and I are leaving today," Zhou Liwei announced. Qi Guangrong and Chunda did not attempt to persuade him to stay. As patients, they were unable to properly entertain their dear friends, believing instead that there would be ample time in the future. "Next time you come, we must celebrate with a drink," Chunda suggested. "Of course, we shall celebrate," Zhou Liwei replied. Everyone understood the implications of this celebration. Following the incident, Chunda was certain to receive a promotion. Previously, due to Huang Guodong's influence, he had held the position of deputy director within the Revolutionary Committee, a role that felt somewhat undeserved. However, now, his contributions were tangible, making his elevation to director entirely justified. Moreover, with both Brother Kuan and Brother Hu incarcerated, Qi Guangrong was now the sole figure left to oversee affairs in the black market, an encouraging turn of events. Unlike Kuan and Hu, Qi Guangrong possessed a sense of righteousness, which was beneficial for the entire underground economy. Qi Guangrong exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Xiaohua, who then retrieved a cloth bag from beneath the bed and handed it to Zhou Liwei. Upon inspection, Zhou discovered it contained the sum of 24,000. The reason the police had been unable to find this money on him or in his vehicle was that, during his drive, he had been accompanied not by Zhang Liang, but by Jiang Xiaohua. As they approached their destination, Jiang Xiaohua had exited the car and approached on foot. When the money was received, it had not been hidden in the vehicle, but rather handed off to Jiang Xiaohua for safekeeping. Thus, the police were left empty-handed in their search. With Brother Hu's testimony, the authorities had ceased their inquiries entirely. Unbeknownst to him, Brother Hu harbored great expectations for Zhou Liwei, believing he would soon orchestrate his release. Little did he realize that in just a few days, Zhou Liwei would have already departed from Harbin. Zhou Liwei divided the money into 3 portions, allocating 1 share each to himself, Qi Guangrong, and Chenda. As for how they would distribute the remaining funds among others, that was their prerogative. Zhou intended to split his 8,000 with Zhang Liang. However, Qi Guangrong and Chunda refused to accept their share. "This is rightfully yours. We shall not take it," they insisted. Zhou Liwei tossed the bag back to Jiang Xiaohua. "Take it. It is also your due." Everyone contributed their efforts this time. Xiaohua, Liangzi, Lin Song, as well as Xiao San and his family, all played indispensable roles, and we need not mention Brother Chun. Qi Guangrong gestured for Jiang Shaohua to return the cloth bag to Zhou Liwei, acknowledging everyone's contributions. I am aware of your efforts, particularly yours and Liangzi's. Do not forget that I was once working alongside Brother Kuan. The rest of us shall not be overlooked. Zhou Liwei grasped the implication. Suspecting that he and Lin Song had likely made prior arrangements, ensuring their share would not be lesser. Thus, he ceased his refusals. Very well, I shall not decline. Bidding farewell to the others, Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang prepared to depart. Jiang Shaohua recalled his promise to provide them with the treasured items before they left, insisting on delivering the family heirloom. Zhou Liwei found the situation amusing. He had never encountered anyone so stubborn. All right, I will buy it. Brother Wei, are you attempting to slap me in the face? This was already promised to you. Jiang Shaohua retorted. Moreover, in the future, should I desire such items, my brother will undoubtedly procure them for me. Jiang Shaohua remained resolute. Zhou Liwei chuckled, patting his shoulder. Fine, then I shall not be courteous. Thank you. In the car, Zhang Liang held a stack of cash, his excitement palpable. Haha, Brother Wei, we've struck gold. This time it's genuinely a windfall. My hands are nearly cramping from counting. I knew that aligning with you would never lead me astray. My mother used to worry that my small eyes would hinder my chances of marrying well. Now, who would dare to judge me for that? My eyes may be small, but my vision is sharp. Following you, I could easily attract not just one, but 10 partners. Zhou Liwei teased, would you dare to manage 10? Indeed. I wouldn't dare. I could only fantasize about it, Zhang Liang replied, laughter in his voice. Zhou Liwei observed his friend's exuberance, feeling a sense of joy himself. In a previous life, after the reform and opening up, he had earned considerable wealth, far exceeding this moment. Yet he had never experienced such a profound sense of secret delight. It was a unique pleasure, perhaps only attainable through effortless gains, like a pie falling from the sky, which could evoke such a thrill. No wonder many people relish the idea of getting something for nothing. It truly is delightful. Enough counting. You've tallied it all the way. Just tuck my share into my bag. Understood. Zhang Liang took Zhou Liwei's leather bag, unzipping it to fill it with cash. Wait a moment, Liangzi, did you perhaps overstuff it? Zhou Liwei, while driving, kept an eye on his friend's actions. Zhang Liang laughed. Brother Wei, it's not excessive. I barely exerted myself. The plan was yours, and you executed it. I've done little to deserve even 2,000. Zhou Liwei shot him a sidelong glance. Are you being modest with me? If you claim you dislike this camaraderie, I want to insist. Zhang Liang scratched his head. I do appreciate it, but I feel awkward asking for too much. Enough chatter, take 10,000. While Zhou Liwei was not one to shy away from a deal, he remained generous towards his chosen brothers. It seemed that Zhang Liang merely ran errands and filed a report, yet he was receiving a substantial reward. However, Zhou Liwei believed that the two of them had traversed a great deal together. Zhang Liang had never uttered a single word of reproach. He simply adhered to whatever Zhou said, never flinching even when danger was evident. Zhou Liwei understood that Zhang Liang did not casually refer to him as Brother Wei, but genuinely regarded him as a brother. Thus, he felt compelled to honor that title. 10,000 will suffice. I shall contribute an additional 2,000. Zhang Liang felt fortunate to receive 4,000, grinning broadly with delight. With one hand gripping the steering wheel, Zhou Liwei extended his other arm towards Zhang Liang, signaling him to hand over the leather bag. Upon receiving the bag, he remained silent, promptly extracting 6 bundles of cash and tossing them over. Zhang Liang fumbled to catch the money, beaming as he exclaimed, "Thank you, Brother Wei. Now I am a person of wealth." Although he smiled, his eyes were tinged with a bittersweet sensation, deeply moved within. He silently vowed to treat Brother Wei with utmost kindness in the future. Zhou Liwei, in a jovial mood, laughed in agreement. Indeed, 2 people of wealth are returning home. Chapter 050. The deceitful scoundrel on the national highway from Harbin to Jixian County, a freight truck sped along. Its 2 young occupants, bare-chested, brimming with excitement. They occasionally broke into song, shared humorous anecdotes, and erupted into hearty laughter as the sun dipped toward the horizon. Its golden rays bathed the broad river of Jixian County, where the shimmering surface danced with gentle breezes, creating rippling waves, a truly picturesque scene. Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang returned to the communal agricultural machinery station, accompanied by this splendid backdrop. Zhang Liang swung open the truck door, but did not leap out. Instead, he leaned against it and shouted into the station, "Comrades, we have returned. We are triumphant." As he shouted, he twirled a vest above his head. The station's occupants were drawn out by his exuberance, instantly transforming the previously dull atmosphere into a lively one. Ah, young people are indeed different. After a long journey, They still have such vigor, remarkable. An older worker chuckled in admiration. Indeed, unlike us. If we were on the road for over 10 days, just walking straight would be an accomplishment. How can they still have the energy to shout so loudly? Haha, Lao Lin. Are you sure it's south the long drive that makes you walk unsteadily, rather than returning home? This master clearly had the experience of a seasoned driver. Haha, it's a bit of both. Lao Lin laughed ambiguously. Zhou Liwei approached with a smile, distributing cigarettes to everyone. When it was Yin Wenhan's turn, he received no special treatment. I don't smoke anything ordinary, he stated. Zhou Liwei maintained his cheerful demeanor and moved on to chat with the other workers. Zhang Liang, meanwhile, was preoccupied with the considerable sum of money in the truck remaining by the door. Zhang Hongxi emerged from the office, and upon seeing his father, Zhang Liang's eyes brightened as he hopped out of the truck, not forgetting to grab Zhou Liwei's bag as well. Zhang Liang was filled with excitement, yearning to shout, "Dad, I've become a wealthy man." However, this was a secret that could not be revealed. Yet, his heart swelled with exhilaration, needing an outlet. He sprinted toward Zhang Hongxi, exclaiming, "Dad, I've missed you so much." Laughter erupted from the seasoned drivers at the agricultural station, and Zhang Hongxi's face flushed with embarrassment. How has my son, after a long journey, become so exuberant? Can he be a bit more reserved? Yin Wenhan snorted disdainfully. Indeed, one is influenced by their company. Surround yourself with the right people, and you'll thrive. Associate with the wrong ones, and you'll falter. Zhang Liang used to be so composed, and now he has become so unhinged. His sarcastic remarks went unacknowledged, as the other workers were well aware of his temperament and that his uncle was the secretary of the commune, which made him rather arrogant and his comments unpleasant. Zhou Liwei, in a good mood, found no reason to engage with such a petty individual. However, Zhang Liang could not tolerate anyone speaking ill of his way good. Casting a glance filled with disdain at Yin Wenhan, but the smallness of his eyes made it less noticeable. Indeed, one is influenced by their company. I used to be with you daily, and I was always called a fool. Now, everything has changed. Many people praise my cleverness. Yin Wenhan, with a flushed face, pointed at Zhang Liang, rendered speechless. The seasoned veterans beside them trembled with suppressed laughter, struggling to contain themselves. Zhang Hongxi, having just heard Yin Wenhan's remarks, felt a twinge of discomfort but refrained from expressing it. He had anticipated a nonchalant response, akin to previous encounters, yet his son had chosen to retort with sarcasm. Though he felt a flicker of amusement, as a superior and Zhang Liang's father, he knew he must maintain composure. He feigned annoyance, chiding, "You rascal. What nonsense are you spouting? Hurry in and report your work." With that, Zhang Hongxi effectively dismissed Zhang Liang's jest, as playful banter among colleagues was commonplace. This left Yin Wenhan unable to express his frustration. Upon entering his father's office, Zhang Liang shoved 2 duffel bags beneath his father's desk. "Dad, I'm off to unload the cargo. Don't go anywhere. Keep an eye on my and Wega's bags." Zhang Hongxi's curiosity was piqued. What treasures could possibly be in those bags? Otherwise, his son wouldn't have entrusted them so solemnly. Recalling the wealth his son had brought back from his last escapade, he wondered if fortune had smiled upon them once more. Just the thought sent a thrill through him. "All right, I won't go anywhere. I'll guard them for you." Zhang Liang, feeling reassured, reminded him as he left, "Drink less tea. And don't go to the restroom." Initially, Zhang Hongxi had no intention of using the facilities, but his son's reminder sparked an urge. However, seeing Zhang Liang rush out with fervor, he dismissed the notion. He was exceedingly curious about the contents of his son's bags. While he felt it inappropriate to rummage through Zhou Liwei's belongings, he deemed it acceptable to inspect his own son's. Thus, he unzipped the bag. To his dismay, a foul odor assaulted him as he opened it, a collection of dirty clothes, likely unwashed for days, reeking horrendously. The stench was unbearable, nearly overwhelming him. How could he be expected to guard such a repugnant load? Zhang Hongxi contemplated discarding the entire contents in disgust. Yet, despite his aversion, he casually sifted through the items and discovered a cloth pouch, which he opened with minimal expectation. The moment he glanced inside, his eyes widened in disbelief. If it had been anyone else, their eyes might have popped out in shock. Yet, even with his eyes widened, he resembled his son, appearing perfectly composed. Perhaps this was the advantage of having smaller eyes. Rubbing his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken, he took a few deep breaths. Oh, goodness. Suddenly, clarity struck him. Everything was indeed real. His heart raced, pounding in his chest, as he clutched it, fearing it might leap from his throat. Had he not been aware of their recent activities, he might have suspected that his son and Zhou Liwei had embarked on a bank heist. Hastily, he stuffed the bag back into the pile of foul socks, secured the zipper of his luggage, and then rose to lock the office door. Habitually, he lifted the enamel mug to sip some tea, only to find his urge to urinate intensifying, compelling him to seek the restroom. However, he could not leave. He had to remain vigilant in this place. Thus, he resorted to holding it in. To his dismay, he endured this discomfort for nearly an hour, his face flushed. When Zhang Liang, brimming with enthusiasm, knocked on the office door. Startled by the sound of the knock, Zhang Hongxi nearly lost control. He attempted to rise quickly to open the door, but dared not move too hastily or with too great a range. Instead, he bent slightly, holding his breath and contracting his muscles as he made his way to the door. Upon opening it, he barely had time to utter a word before hastening towards the restroom. Dad. Zhang Liang noticed something amiss in his father's demeanor. His gait appeared somewhat peculiar. Was his father unwell? He felt a strong urge to follow and ascertain the situation, yet the office was devoid of any other presence. He could only observe his father's retreating figure and glance beneath the desk, caught in a state of indecision, plagued by uncertainty. Rubbing his head in frustration, he found himself utterly vexed. Chapter 051. Unforgettable memories. As Zhou Liwei drove back to Qinshan Brigade with his 3 prized possessions, the night had already descended. He had dined at Zhang Liang's home before returning. Upon his arrival, the Yun family was gathered in the courtyard, enjoying the cool evening air. Hearing the sound of the car, they instinctively knew he had returned and promptly rose to greet him. Young Yun Chaowang sprinted ahead, opening the courtyard gate and exuberantly calling out, "Zhou Gu, you're back." Zhou Liwei had already leapt from the vehicle, and by the light of the moon, he spotted the little rascal rushing toward him. He reached out to tousle the boy's hair, responding, "I'm back." Raising his gaze, he saw the other family members standing at the gate, and a broad smile spread across his face, filling him with an indescribable warmth. It truly felt akin to a traveler returning home to find their family waiting at the door. He greeted each member of the Yun family, who were evidently delighted by his return. Gao Guixiang repeatedly inquired, "Xiao Xiao, have you eaten?" She then urged Xiao Xiao, "Hurry to the kitchen and prepare some noodles for Zhou Jiqing, and remember to add 2 eggs. Upon hearing his aunt's instructions, Yun Xiao turned to head to the kitchen. But Zhou Liwei quickly intervened. "No need, Auntie, I've already eaten at the commune." Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao halted. Zhou Liwei gazed at her. Though the dim light obscured her expression, the mere sight of her vague silhouette brought him immense reassurance. "Brother Yun, Chaoyang, could you lend a hand with these items?" Yun Chaohui and Yun Chaoyang hurried forward to assist in unloading the car, initially assuming it contained his luggage and some local specialties. To their surprise, it was the 3 prized possessions. Recalling that Gao Guiyun had asked him to secure the 3 turns and 1 sound before his departure, they surmised this must be it. Yun Chaohui's heart leaped with joy as he exclaimed, "Liwei, did you really manage to get the 3 turns and 1 sound?" "Yes, I had the tickets, so I bought them," Zhou Liwei replied. "Wow, this is a radio," young Yun Chaowang exclaimed, grabbing the radio eagerly. "Oh, this sewing machine is a B brand." Gao Guixiang gasped upon recognizing the sewing machine's brand, while Yun Xiaoxiu's eyes sparkled at the sight of it. The 3 Yun brothers efficiently carried the treasured items into the house without requiring any assistance from Zhou Liwei, who merely needed to carry his own luggage. Upon entering the courtyard, he found they had placed the items at the door of the room where he would be staying. With a smile, he remarked, "Let's move everything into the main room." Upon hearing this, the brothers promptly transported the items into the main room. Gao Guixiang entered with a smile, saying, "Xiao Zhou, you must tell me how much these items cost. I will get the money for you right away." Zhou Liwei smirked. The last time he left, she had referred to him as Zhou Jiqing, but now upon his return, she called him Xiao Zhou, indicating progress, which he considered a positive development. However, he mused that it would be even better if she could omit the comrade and simply call him Xiao Zhou, as that would feel more intimate. "Auntie, let us hold off for now. Wait until you consult with Yun Xiaogu and the others. If they still need to give me money, it can wait. If it's not urgently needed, we can leave it at home for our own use." Zhou Liwei suspected that the engagement of Xiu'er and his cousin was likely to fall through. When the woman proposed such stringent demands during discussions of marriage, it seemed she was not genuinely interested in forming a union. Perhaps she already had a more favorable option and was deliberately acting this way. The Yun brothers, not overthinking the situation, obediently moved the items into the main house. Gao Guixiang lit an oil lamp, her fingers caressing the sewing machine with affection. Yun Xiu gazed intently at the sewing machine as well. Zhou Liwei tossed his luggage carelessly onto the ground, amused by the sight of Yun Xiu, who appeared eager to step on the sewing machine. "Auntie, I wonder if this sewing machine was damaged during the journey." Could you please help me try it with a piece of fabric to see if it works? Before Gao Guixiang could respond, Yunxiu dashed to her room, exclaiming, "Mother, I'll be right back." Moments later, she returned with a basket containing needles, thread, scissors, and scraps of fabric, eagerly situating herself before the machine. Threading the needle with anticipation. Fearing her daughter might struggle to see, Gao Guixiang held the oil lamp closer to the sewing machine. The light cast a glow on the young girl's slightly chubby cheeks, momentarily captivating Zhou Liwei. Gradually, the youthful visage began to transform, aging from youth to middle age, and then to old age, each phase flashing before him like a film reel. Regardless of the age depicted, every image was strikingly vivid. Unbeknownst to him, her likeness had long been etched in his memory, and his recollections of her ran deeper than he had anticipated. Yunjiqing? Zhou Liwei snapped back to reality. His gaze shifting to Yun Songsan, his heart racing slightly, though his demeanor remained composed. "My apologies, Uncle Yun. I'm a bit fatigued from driving and momentarily lost my focus." The others paid it no mind, but Yunxiu secretly let out a sigh of relief. She felt the intensity of his gaze had nearly ignited her. Stealing a glance at him, she noticed he was engaged in earnest conversation with her father. Hastily averting her eyes, biting her lip, and beginning to rhythmically operate the sewing machine. The clattering of the machine once again captured Zhou Liwei's attention, prompting him to feign indifference as he inquired, "Sister Xiu, is this sewing machine easy to use?" "Yes, it's quite good," Yunxiu replied, her head lowering slightly. For reasons unknown, hearing him call her Sister Xiu made her heart skip a beat. "That's wonderful to hear." Zhou Liwei rummaged through his bag and retrieved several packages of local specialties he had brought from Qingcheng, placing them on the table. "Uncle Yun, Auntie, these are some local delicacies I brought back for you to enjoy." Noticing the time, he stood up, preparing to retreat to his room. He feared that lingering any longer would make it difficult to restrain himself from constantly gazing at the young girl, risking the detection of any hint of his feelings by the Yun family. Although it was not uncommon for teenagers to discuss marriage in this era, and rural girls of 14 or 15 were often quite knowledgeable, Zhou Liwei felt it inappropriate to express his affections while Yunxiu was still a minor. At such a tender age, it would be utterly improper to entice her into a relationship. "Oh dear Xiaozhou, please take the items back with you and enjoy them at your leisure. You should feel obliged to bring us such generous gifts each time. It's quite lavish." Gao Guixiang, intending to return the items to Zhou Liwei, found him unwilling to accept them. "Aunt Yun, you are making me feel like an outsider. These gifts were given to me. I haven't spent a dime on them. Besides, my staying at your home has already caused enough inconvenience. Please, let me keep this small token of local produce." With that, he picked up his luggage and departed. Gao Guixiang watched his figure disappear into the darkness and smiled at Yun Songsan, saying, "That young Zhou is truly remarkable. What a fine young man he is. I must take the time to find a suitable young lady to introduce to him." Chapter 052. Unfavorable Matrimony. Yun Songsan took a puff of his dry tobacco and cast a sidelong glance at his daughter-in-law. "You mentioned that he's a fine young man. Let us not meddle in his affairs. He is likely to return to the city to marry a city girl." After contemplating this, Gao Guixiang agreed and decided to set the matter aside for the time being. "All right, understood. Now, Chaoyang, please boil a pot of hot water so that Xiaoshou can take a proper bath later." Yun Chaoyang obediently went to boil the water, while Yun Chaowang rummaged through the bags that Zhou Liwei had just placed on the table. "Wow, there's milk candy. I must try some," he exclaimed. "Oh, and dried meat. It smells delightful." "Ah, mother." Gao Guixiang swatted her younger son's hand away and gathered the items into the house, rubbing his stinging hand. Yun Chaowang followed closely behind her, pleading, "Mother, just let me have a piece to taste. All you think about is eating. Are you a glutton reincarnated?" Though she scolded him, she still handed him a piece of milk candy. With the confection in hand, Yun Chaowang was overjoyed, bouncing around in delight. After Zhou Liwei returned to the house, he tossed his bag onto the floor and sprawled out on the kong, allowing himself to unwind, feeling the weariness wash over him. When Yun Chaoyang knocked on the door to remind him about his bath, Zhou Liwei was nearly asleep. "Brother Wei, I've boiled the water for your bath." Zhou Liwei was touched. "Great, I'll be there shortly." "Thank you, Chaoyang." After enjoying a refreshing bath, he returned to the room and tucked away the 14,000 yuan he had brought back, drifting off to a peaceful slumber. He slept soundly through the night, only awakening when the sun was high in the sky. By the time he got up, many had already completed their morning farm work and returned home. Zhou Liwei was carrying a basin of dirty clothes, ready to wash them by the river. Just as he stepped outside, he noticed Gao Guixiang storming into the main room, followed closely by Yun Chaohui, who was pushing a bicycle and appeared equally displeased. It seemed they had traveled a considerable distance, likely to Yun Xiaogu's home at the commune. After a moment's thought, Zhou Liwei placed the basin of dirty clothes under the eaves and headed into the main room. Inside, everyone was gathered. The radio they had brought back the previous day was broadcasting the news. Yun Chaoguang was not outside playing as usual. Instead, he was leaning over the table. Engrossed in the radio, Yun Xiao was squatting nearby, preparing vegetables. Previously, she would have done this in the kitchen, but now she was in the main room, evidently listening to the radio as well. Yun Chaoyang had just returned from farm work, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead as he fanned himself with a palm leaf. After cooling himself for a moment, he turned to fan his father, who was smoking beside him. He did not see Gao Guixiang and Yun Chaohui at first. But soon Gao Guixiang emerged from the kitchen, wiping her mouth with her sleeve, clearly having just quenched her thirst. The family of Gao Peng's fiancé is utterly unreasonable, simply bullying us. They insist on the 3 turns in a ring before marriage, and while we have been actively seeking solutions, it turns out they have already found another match. Today, Gao Peng joyfully went to share the good news about securing the 3 turns and a ring, only to stumble upon the girl's family discussing marriage with another man. I heard they have already paid the betrothal gifts. It's infuriating. How can one conduct themselves in such a manner? Yun Song's unfurrowed his brow, puffing on a dry tobacco pipe, while Yun Chaoyang and Yun Xiao also knitted their brows, evidently displeased. Yun Chaoguang, being the youngest, was somewhat oblivious to the situation. He lay on the table, engrossed in the radio broadcast. Gao Guixiang pulled over a chair and sat down, her chest heaving with agitation, clearly quite upset. Alas, it seems our family's affairs regarding marriage have been rather unfortunate. Chaohui, at such an age, remains without a partner, and Gao Peng, after much effort to find someone, has encountered a true challenge. The expressions around the room soured further, and Zhou Liwei found himself at a loss for words. Yun Chaohui, having just emerged from the kitchen, did not anticipate his mother bringing up his matters again. He intended to sit and rest for a moment, but instead made his way directly to a corner of the yard to chop firewood. Suddenly, Yun Chaoguang grasped his mother's insinuation. He straightened up from the table, his eyes alight with curiosity as he looked at Gao Guixiang. Mother, if my elder cousin does not get married, will we no longer need this radio? Can we keep it then? He found the long box that emitted sound, sharing news and tales, utterly fascinating. Upon hearing his words, Gao Guixiang and Yun Songshan also recalled the matter. These items had been brought back by Zhou Liwei. And now that Yun Xiaogu and her family had no use for them, it would seem rather inappropriate to tell Zhou not to take them back. Such items surely required a significant sum of money. Gao Guixiang quickly rose, exclaiming, Yes, Comrade Zhou, please let me know how much these items cost, and I shall compensate you. My aunt's family has no use for them, so we shall keep these fine treasures for the future, as Chaohui and the others will eventually need them. Zhou Liwei smiled and replied, Aunt, did I not mention yesterday? If my aunt does not want them, we can simply keep the items for ourselves. No need for payment. I was going to purchase them anyway as my tickets are nearing expiration, and not buying would be a waste. Several pairs of eyes turned toward Zhou Liwei, revealing their skepticism. Oh, how can that be? Insisted Gao Guixiang, determined to go inside and fetch some money. Zhou Liwei quickly stopped her, saying, And, truly, it is unnecessary. I enjoy listening to the radio myself, and I would not part with it lightly. The sewing machine can stay in your home, and in the future, I shall seek your or Xiao's assistance for my clothing needs. A colleague of mine requires a bicycle, so it would be perfect for him. As for the watch, if you desire it, I could part with it. What is the price of the watch? Gao Guixiang asked, somewhat taken aback. 120 yuan. Zhou Liwei quoted the price according to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. He returned with a Shanghai brand watch, a first-class timepiece, which was relatively expensive. Without a moment's hesitation, Gao Guixiang handed Zhou Liwei the 120 yuan. Zhou, I shall not be polite with you. I acknowledge that I have taken advantage of you. In the future, should you need anything, do not hesitate to let Chaohui or Chaoyang assist you. Knowing Zhou had sacrificed a watch ticket, she felt somewhat guilty and wished to offer more money, but the young man had only asked for 120, clearly not intending to demand more. She resolved to help him with tasks in return. Zhou Liwei casually tucked the money into his pocket, smiling as he said, Very well, Yan auntie. I shall not be overly formal with you. As he spoke, he intended to turn and leave. Aunt Yun, I shall not chat any longer. I must attend to my laundry. Upon hearing his intention, Gao Guiyun quickly grasped his arm. Xiao Zhou, there's no need for you to wash. I shall take care of it for you. In the future, whenever you have soiled garments, simply bring them to me. Chapter 053, Shower washing his stinky socks and underwear? Zhou Liwei could not possibly allow his future mother-in-law to wash his clothes. He firmly declined, saying, Aunt Yun, I cannot trouble you with that. I shall wash them myself. Oh, it's merely a few garments, it won't take long. After all, we are going to do laundry anyway, it's just a small favor. She felt she had taken advantage of Zhou Liwei and genuinely wished to assist. Thus she held on to him tightly, preventing his departure. Xiao, you go wash the clothes at home, and while you're at it, wash Xiao Zhou's clothes too. Gao Guixiang, unable to wash the clothes herself, directed her daughter instead. Yun Xiao appeared bewildered, gazing up at her mother in confusion, murmuring, Mother, I need to cook. You silly girl. When I tell you to wash clothes, you should do just that. I will handle the cooking. Yun Xiao hesitated, but I already washed the dirty clothes early this morning. Gao Guixiang thought, why is this daughter so oblivious? Then just wash Xiao Zhou's clothes. They are right under the eaves, I just saw them. Slowly, Yun Xiao rose. Her head bowed, responding softly with a simple, oh. She then walked outside. Zhou Liwei clearly noticed her ears turning red. It seemed the girl was not truly oblivious, rather. She had realized that the clothes she was to wash belonged to another man, not her brothers or father, which caused her embarrassment. At that moment, Zhou Liwei felt conflicted. The thought of the young girl washing his clothes brought him a sense of happiness, yet he did not wish for her to bear such a burden. Although summer clothes are relatively easy to wash, they still filled a basin, accompanied by stinky socks and underwear. Oh no, Zhou Liwei hastily pleaded with Gao Guixiang and Yin. There are too many clothes this time. I shall wash them myself. Perhaps next time, I might request your assistance? Gao Guixiang mused that it was precisely because there were many garments that it demonstrated sincerity. Xiao, you need not concern yourself. Let Xiao wash them. She usually washes the clothes of her brothers at home. Come now, Xiao, help your aunt by killing a chicken. Today, I shall prepare chicken soup for you. Look at you, having been away for over 10 days. You've lost quite a bit of weight. Let us nourish you today. Zhou Liwei turned to glance towards the yard and saw the young girl carrying out his dirty clothes, feeling a mix of despair and helplessness. Drawn into the kitchen, Zhou Liwei resolved to assist with the chicken first, planning to head to the river afterwards. Gao Guixiang caught a rooster. She was reluctant to part with a hen, wishing to keep it for eggs. Zhou Liwei grasped the rooster by its neck and swiftly severed it. Gao Guixiang watched, her eyes twitching. Xiao, is this your first time killing a chicken? Upon reflection, Zhou Liwei realized that indeed, it was his first time, and he nodded affirmatively. Gao Guixiang smiled. Very well. Go wash your hands and take a moment to rest. I will handle the rest. He had been waiting for that very statement. Quickly, he washed his hands, returned to the house, grabbed a basin, and hurriedly made his way to the river. Now, at the riverside, only Yun Xiao was washing clothes. Villagers typically wash their garments either early in the morning before the sun rose or in the evening after it had set. This arrangement effectively shields one from the sun's direct rays, providing a significant respite from the heat. From a distance, Zhou Liwei spotted Xiao squatting by the riverbank, busily scrubbing his clothes. Her cheeks were flushed, though it was unclear whether from the heat or embarrassment. Xiao, you should head back. I can wash my own clothes, he suggested. Xiao looked up in surprise upon realizing it was Zhou Liwei, her already rosy face deepening in color. Quickly averting her gaze, she insisted, No, it's fine. I can do it. Otherwise, my mother will scold me. Zhou Liwei sighed, bemused by the girl's foolishness. Her concern over reprimand compelled her to wash, even at the cost of her modesty. Relenting, he decided to separate his undergarments and socks to wash them himself, allowing her to assist with the rest. However, as he crouched down to retrieve his undergarments from the basin, he discovered that all the clothes had been soaked and neatly arranged on a stone, with pants, shirts, socks, and undergarments categorized. His hand stilled, a hint of agitation flickered across his face. He couldn't help but wonder if Xiao found him odious. Dismissing other concerns, he tossed his undergarments and socks into his basin, added a bit of detergent, and moved aside to wash. Blushing fiercely, Xiao buried her face lower, though she couldn't resist stealing glances at Zhou Liwei. Noticing him washing his socks alongside his undergarments, she hesitated before softly advising, Brother Zhou, you should wash socks with your intimate apparel. Her voice was barely audible, blending with the river's babbling, making it difficult for Zhou Liwei to hear. What did you say, Xiao? Her face was as red as an apple. I said, you shouldn't mix those items when washing. This time, Zhou Liwei understood her clearly. But the realization left him feeling quite embarrassed. He emptied the basin once more and began to segregate the items for washing. In an attempt to alleviate the awkwardness, Zhou Liwei initiated a conversation. Xiu'er, you attend junior high at the commune, right? Xiu'er nodded gently. Yes, but I will soon be going to the county, as I've been accepted into the county #1 middle school. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she spoke of her studies. Zhou Liwei was momentarily taken aback. He recalled his brother saying she was still in the second year of junior high. Indeed, now both junior high and high school are 2-year programs, while elementary is 5 years. If she began school at 8, she is certainly of age to enter high school now. That's quite impressive. I've heard the county #1 middle school is quite challenging to get into. With a beaming smile, Xiu'er replied, it was mostly luck. Our school had 4 students accepted. I thought it would be excellent just to get into the second school. Zhou Liwei couldn't help but grin, recognizing that luck is indeed a facet of capability. Yet, the thought of her transitioning to high school struck him with a pang. Wouldn't that mean Xiu'er wouldn't be home often? You'll be boarding at high school, right? How often can you return home? Yes, we will board. I heard we can return once a month for 4 days, she explained. Zhou Liwei nodded in understanding. It was a common practice in many regions now. School distances varied greatly, with many students relying on foot travel, making it challenging to return home every weekend. However, the school also grants a half-day off on weekends, allowing both students and teachers a moment of respite. Those residing nearby can return home for a brief visit, while others who live farther away remain on campus, engaging in their studies or attending to personal chores such as laundry. Zhou Liwei contemplated that in the future, if he wished to see that young lady, he would likely need to venture into the county town. Fortunately, as a driver, commuting to the county is quite convenient for him. Yet, upon further reflection, he considered that it might be better for the girl to stay at school. When he visits her, he could do so under the pretext of her family, affording him the opportunity to see her openly. With this thought, he found himself looking forward to it, believing that interactions at school would be more convenient than those in the village. Chapter 054. The Obstructing Peach Blossom After Washing Their Clothes. Zhou Liwei placed most of them in the basin he was carrying, allowing Yun Xiu to take one piece and leave first. He lingered for a moment, finishing a cigarette before heading back with the basin. In this era, if he were to return alongside Yun Xiu and be seen by others, the gossip could drown her reputation. For the sake of her honor, he had to restrain his desire to be near her. Watching her silhouette from a distance, Zhou Liwei felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Zhou Jiqing, you're back. Suddenly, a figure dashed into his line of sight. Zhou Liwei reacted swiftly, narrowly avoiding a collision. This morning, Shintaohua had heard that a truck was parked outside the captain's yard, signaling the return of the capable Zhou Jiqing. She had been attentively watching the entrance, and upon seeing him take a basin towards the river, she intended to follow. However, noticing Yun Xiu was also there doing laundry, she thought it best to wait indoors, taking the opportunity to beautify herself. Dressing in her sole floral dress, she let her braids down and adorned her hair with a fabric hairpin. This transformation indeed gave her a semblance of urban sophistication. Content with her appearance, she positioned herself at the roadside, a spot Zhou Liwei would undoubtedly pass. Despite the sweltering heat, her flowing hair felt burdensome. At last, her patience was rewarded. She struck her most flattering pose, determined to captivate Zhou Jiqing at first glance. To her dismay, he seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed straight ahead. If she remained silent, he would certainly walk past her without a glance. Zhou Liwei frowned at the woman striking poses before him, stepping back cautiously. Excuse me, you're blocking my way. He couldn't be bothered to inquire her name. Her demeanor spoke volumes of her intentions. Shintaohua was taken aback. Zhou Jiqing was not following the expected script. Wasn't he supposed to be entranced by her? Why did he seem so intent on avoiding her? In that moment, a flicker of insecurity washed over her. Zhou Jiqing, hello. I'm Shintaohua. I've heard you're quite exceptional, and I hope to draw closer to you, to learn and progress together. Zhou Liwei's frown deepened. Her words were sweetly deceptive. What she really sought was to entice him, to enter into a romantic entanglement with this city-bred youth. Exceptional, if he weren't from the city. She wouldn't even have glanced his way. He had witnessed enough of such vain women in his past life. Apologies, but I'm allergic to flowers. So please keep your distance. Seeing that she showed no intention of moving aside, he simply turned, maintaining his vigilance as he strode away. Shintaohua gazed at the receding tall figure, momentarily taken aback. He was allergic to flowers. Why then did he urge her to keep her distance? After lingering in place for a while, she indignantly stamped her foot. Clearly, it was not an allergy to flowers that caused his retreat, but rather a rejection of her proximity. It seemed he had chosen the flimsiest of excuses, even resorting to her name as a pretext. Nonetheless, Shintawa found herself pondering whether her name was unappealing, contemplating the possibility of a change. Meanwhile, Zhou Liwei hastily returned to the Yun household, believing he had embarrassed the woman and that she would henceforth avoid him. However, to his surprise, just as he hung his clothes, she came seeking him out. Thankfully, it was not under the pretext of looking for him. "Xiao, are you home?" He heard her call. To his dismay, she was seeking his sister, Xiao. This woman was clearly cunning. He wondered what her intentions were in approaching his sister. Yun Xiao emerged from the house and spotted Shintawa, who was adorned in a flowing dress with her hair cascading loosely. It appeared that her hair had been braided for an extended period, and now, as it fell freely, it possessed a subtle wave, exuding a unique charm. Yun Xiao sighed. Indeed, she was a beauty. No wonder she had captivated her elder brother so thoroughly. Casually glancing at her brother, who was still chopping wood, she asked, "Sister Taohua, do you need something?" Shintaohua's gaze wandered around the courtyard, briefly sweeping past Yun Xiaowei without lingering. Upon noticing Zhou Liwei entering the house with a basin, her eyes flickered. With a smile, she raised a piece of floral fabric in her hand and said, Xiao, I came to ask for your help in making some clothes. My mother bought me this fabric yesterday, and she wants me to make a shirt myself. My skills are lacking, and I fear I might ruin it. Would you assist me?" Shintaohua's voice was sweet and charming, a tone most men would find irresistible. Yet, for Yun Xiao, it sent shivers down her spine, rendering her somewhat uncomfortable. Nevertheless, as they were from the same village and her brother had a fondness for her, Yun Xiao felt it would be inappropriate to refuse. She smiled and welcomed her inside, saying, "Come in, Sister Taohua. I happen to have some time now, and we can work on the clothes together." Noticing that Yun Xiao intended to lead her into the room, Shintaohua stopped her, stating, Xiao, why don't we take the sewing basket outside? The light is better under the eaves, and it's cooler out here. Yun Xiao glanced again at her brother, who seemed to be struggling with his wood chopping. She worried that if Shintaohua lingered too long, he might accidentally injure himself. "Sister Taohua, let us go to my room instead. I have a sewing machine there, which will make the task much quicker." Shintaohua was taken aback, incredulously looking at Yun Xiao. Xiao, your family bought you a sewing machine?" Yun Xiao bit her lip, reluctant to reveal that the sewing machine belonged to Zhou Jiqing. She could only vaguely say, "It's not that they bought it for me. It's just stored in my room." Shintaohua rolled her eyes behind Yun Xiao's back, exasperated. What difference did it make? It was evident to her that Yun Xiao was being deliberately evasive. The sewing machine was clearly in her room, and as she was the only one skilled in sewing, it was hardly a mystery whom it was intended for. She pursed her lips, snorting with disdain, thinking to herself, what is so impressive about that? I want to let my family buy it. I'll have my partner purchase it instead. That's the true skill of a woman. Although she thought this way, upon catching sight of the brand new beehive sewing machine by the window, it was impossible to deny the twinge of jealousy in her heart. The fabric in her hands was nearly twisted out of shape from her grip. "Sister Taohua, would you like me to assist you? Or will you tackle it on your own?" Shintaohua bit her lip, aware that her sewing skills could not compare to Yun Xiao's. She feared that attempting it herself would truly waste this exquisite piece of fabric, which she had acquired only through relentless bargaining and frugality, with her mother contributing the funds to purchase it. Chapter 055, The Arrival of Peach Blossom. Xiao, your craftsmanship is exceptional. Perhaps you could assist me in creating this, Shintaohua suggested. Yun Xiao inclined her head slightly and began to take measurements for Shintaohua. "Did you go to the river to wash clothes earlier?" "I believe I saw Zhou Jiqing there as well," Shintaohua inquired. Yun Xiao paused momentarily, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as a thought crossed her mind. However, she quickly regained her composure and replied, "Yes, I went to wash a garment for my brother. Zhou Jiqing seems to have gone there afterward as well." Shintaohua harbored no doubts regarding this. She could not fathom that a man as exemplary as Zhou Jiqing would take an interest in someone as naive as Yun Xiao. "Why is Zhou Jiqing not residing in the youth commune but rather at your home?" Yun Xiao lifted her gaze to meet Shintaohua's, sensing her curiosity. "He mentioned that the commune was overcrowded, so he is temporarily staying with us." Shintaohua mused to herself, pondering why he did not choose to stay at his own spacious home. It would have been far more convenient. Zhou Jiqing was quite remarkable, being so young yet capable of driving large vehicles. It was said that finding someone of his age with such skills was a rarity within the commune. Yun Xiao cast her eyes down, offering no response as she unfurled the fabric that Shin Taohua had brought. Sister Taohua, what style of clothing do you wish to create? Huh? What style? Do you have any good suggestions? Shin Taohua asked. Yunxiu had an idea in mind but hesitated to voice it. Fearing it might not align with Shin Taohua's preferences, she decided to wait and see what her sister favored. After a moment's contemplation, Shin Taohua recalled a fashionable blouse she had once seen on a well-off classmate at school, characterized by sleeves that were larger and puffier than typical garments. She described it. And Yunxiu immediately recognized the style. It was reminiscent of the trendy puff sleeves that would later become popular. This style will require more fabric, Yunxiu remarked. Shin Taohua dismissed the concern, stating, as long as it looks good, that is what matters. Noting Shin Taohua's misunderstanding, Yunxiu clarified, if you desire such sleeves, I fear your fabric may not suffice. The piece she had brought was evidently purchased based on her measurements, just enough for a conventional garment. Shin Taohua flicked her hair back, attempting to alleviate her embarrassment. Well then, let's abandon that idea. However, I will surely have some leftover fabric. And I can make you a lovely headband or a collar piece that would look splendid. Upon hearing this, Shin Taohua's spirits lifted, and she beamed with delight. That sounds wonderful. You truly are talented, Xiao. She began to envision herself in the new outfit, adorned with a matching headband, and how enchanting she would appear. She was confident that Zhou Jiqing would be captivated by her beauty. Xiao, with the busy farming season approaching, will Zhou Jiqing remain in the village to assist with the harvest, or will he return to the machinery station? Yunxiu furrowed her brow, feeling uneasy. It seemed to her that Shin Taohua's visit under the pretense of clothing design was merely a guise to inquire about Zhou Jiqing. Could it be that she had developed an interest in him? The thought of Zhou Jiqing's admirable demeanor, his commendable work ethic, and his kind nature weighed heavily on her mind. She refrained from asking her to assist with washing socks and intimate garments, demonstrating thoughtfulness and consideration, while also being prudent enough to avoid any gossip by ensuring that no villagers saw them together. It was clear that she possessed a remarkable sense of propriety. In comparison to her elder brother, he indeed seemed to excel in various aspects, naturally attracting the attention of young ladies, which was entirely understandable. However, such a man would inevitably draw romantic interest. At this moment, Yunxiu experienced an indescribable discomfort, uncertain whether it stemmed from her brother's affection for a girl who had developed feelings for another, or if it was simply the allure of that other suitor. Yunxiu's tone was rather indifferent. Shin Taohua was about to speak when Yun Zhaohui's voice resonated from the doorway, "Little sister, it's time for dinner." Following this, he smiled at Shin Taohua, awkwardly scratching his head. Taohua, my mother has asked you to stay for dinner as well. We just happened to have slaughtered a chicken today. You should eat before heading back." Initially, Shin Taohua intended to decline. With households facing financial constraints, food was a precious commodity. Anyone with a modicum of discernment would avoid visiting during meal times, even if one were to stay for dinner. It was customary to bring provisions or money. However, upon hearing that the Yun family had killed a chicken, she found it difficult to refuse. It had been days since she had savored meat. Even a sip of chicken broth would suffice. But how could I impose? She protested, feeling somewhat guilty about causing them any inconvenience. Yun Zhaohui felt no burden at all. Upon hearing her agree to stay for dinner, he was filled with delight. Previously, she seldom accepted invitations to dine, and now her willingness to stay seemed to indicate a budding affection towards him. His mother had previously broached the subject with her parents, hoping to engage a matchmaker, but the Shin family had declined, citing her ongoing studies as a reason, clearly indicating their disinterest. If they were willing, her education would not hinder an engagement. At 17, nearly 18, she was of an appropriate age for betrothal. By the time she graduated next year, she would be well past 18 and ready for marriage. Now, her active choice to visit and willingness to stay for dinner felt like a promising sign. Yun Zhaohui beamed widely. Not a bother at all, truly. Shin Taohua regarded his foolish grin, her face aglow with a smile, secretly reveling in the knowledge that this naive man genuinely liked her. Yunxiu observed her elder brother's foolish expression and the smug look on Shin Taohua's face, sighing inwardly. How could such a composed individual turn into a fool in the presence of Shin Taohua? Whether she stayed for dinner due to the chicken or some other reason, it was certainly not for her brother's sake, and she questioned his blissful ignorance. "Come on, brother. Let us go eat," she said, unable to watch any longer and needing to remind him at an opportune moment. Upon arriving at the main room, the Yun family had already gathered around the table, and Zhou Liwei was present as well. Yun Zhaoguang was busy looking for a stool to set down the radio he was carrying, having previously placed his meal directly before him on the table, as the limited dishes would not affect anything. However, today, his mother slaughtered a chicken, and if she were to place the radio on the table before him, it would undoubtedly delay his meal. Shintawa was taken aback to discover that the Yun family not only purchased a sewing machine but also acquired a radio. Instantly, she felt a profound discomfort, her gaze fixated on the radio as jealousy consumed her. How had the Yun family suddenly prospered? Last year, they had acquired a bicycle, becoming the first in their village to own one. This year, wait, how could there be not just one but 3 bicycles at their home? One of them appeared pristine, seemingly untouched. How could the Yun family afford such an abundance of bicycles? And what of the sewing machine and the radio? Where did they procure such funds to purchase these items? Not to mention, obtaining the receipts for such purchases must be quite the endeavor, and the expenditure must amount to a considerable sum. All things considered, it must total several hundred. Could it be that Yun Songshan, the team leader, had embezzled from the collective funds? This thought ignited a spark of excitement within Shintawa. She had already resolved that upon returning home after dinner, she would discuss this matter thoroughly with her father, who served as the village accountant. Chapter 056, Uninvited Guest. Ignorance of etiquette. Zhou Liwei was taken aback by the audacity of this woman, who had indeed chosen to linger for a meal. In this era, it was quite unusual to impose on others for food, prompting him to scrutinize Shintawa closely, curious about the extent of her boldness. Little did he know, his mere gaze ignited a surge of elation within Shintawa, stirring her heart with fervor. Tawa, please take a seat and savor your aunt's cooking, Gao Guixiang, aware of her eldest son's affection for the young lady, greeted her warmly. Shintawa surveyed the seating arrangement. Yun Songshan had already taken the host's position, with Yun Chaoyang beside him and Zhou Liwei adjacent to Chaoyang. However, a vacant seat lingered between the two, presumably reserved for Yun Chaohui. On the right of Yun Songshan sat Gao Guixiang, who was currently busy arranging the dishes. 2 empty spots beside her were clearly designated for herself and Yun Xiao, while the other vacant seat was occupied by Yun Chaobuang, who also sat near Zhou Liwei. Shintawa quickly grasped the seating plan but hesitated, feigning ignorance of the 2 vacant spots beside Gao Guixiang. Instead, she cheerfully approached the empty seat next to Zhou Liwei and plopped down. Auntie, I apologize for the trouble today. I lost track of time while sewing with Xiao. This afternoon, if it's convenient, I'd love for Xiao to come over to my house to play, and my mother will prepare some delicious food for her. Her words flowed beautifully, suggesting a close bond with Yun Xiao, making their shared meal appear as a customary exchange of kindness. Yet, her choice to sit next to Zhou Liwei cast a shadow over the expressions of the others present. That spot had been designated for Yun Chaohui, who typically dined alongside Zhou Liwei. Moreover, customary dining arrangements in rural settings often entail gender segregation, where men and women sit apart unless they share a close relationship, such as that of partners or spouses. Thus, it was rather inappropriate for a single woman to sit beside a single man. While no one doubted Shintawa's awareness of these social norms, her deliberate choice to position herself next to Zhou Liwei raised eyebrows and created an air of discomfort. Gao Guixiang's expression darkened immediately, while Yun Songshan, who had been puffing on his pipe, now wore a stern countenance. Yun Chaoyang discreetly rolled his eyes, and Yun Xiao, with downcast eyes, sighed internally, realizing that her elder brother's prospects were dimming. Only the oblivious Yun Chaobuang and the recently returned Yun Chaohui, who had been fetching bowls from the kitchen, remained cheerful, unaware of the tension. Seeing the woman's blatant disregard for decorum, Zhou Liwei promptly rose to assist Yun Chaohui. Taking the bowl from his hands, "Brother Yun, allow me to help." He then filled the bowl with rice, placing it on the table before sitting beside Yun Xiao, rather than returning to his previous position. Consequently, Yun Chaohui had no choice but to occupy the sole remaining seat. The naive youth, noticing Shintawa's choice to sit beside him, felt bashful and could not help but smile awkwardly, scratching his head. At this moment, Zhou Liwei discerned the underlying issue. It appeared that Xiao's elder brother had an affinity for the woman known as Peach Blossom. Shintawa was on the verge of exasperation, questioning the behavior of this Zhou Jiqing. Just moments ago, he had seemed captivated by her presence. She sat beside him, and he ought to have felt elated. Yet the dynamics had inexplicably shifted. This left her utterly frustrated, rendering her current situation distinctly awkward. Nevertheless, her composure remained admirable. She maintained a serene smile, her heart steady and her demeanor poised. Yun Chaohui was particularly attentive towards her, eager to assist her with the food, yet constrained by societal norms regarding gender. He could only verbally encourage her to indulge. Despite this, The others occasionally cast glances in his direction, causing a blush to creep upon his cheeks. Zhou Liwei, while bemused by the notion that this woman was deserving of his brother-in-law's affections, found his embarrassment to be quite amusing. Originally, this lavish meal had been meticulously prepared by Gao Guixiang to reward Zhou Liwei. However, the unexpected arrival of Tao Hua disrupted the harmony of the occasion. Moreover, the addition of an extra diner resulted in an insufficient quantity of rice, leading everyone to hesitate in their feasting. Typically, the Yun household subsisted on corn porridge, reserving rice for Zhou Liwei's visits. Today, in her desire to treat him well, Gao Guixiang had added extra rice to the pot, resulting in a fragrant and delectable dish. Such aromatic rice was likely to stimulate appetites, yet the presence of an additional guest meant that instead of feasting, most were merely sated. Zhou Liwei surmised that aside from Yun Chabuang and that woman known as Flower, the others had barely grazed their plates, particularly Shou'er, who had scarcely touched the chicken, while the other woman indulged shamelessly. He couldn't fathom why his brother-in-law had taken a liking to such a gluttonous and vain creature. After the meal, Zhou Liwei intended to make a trip to the commune. Since the bicycle from Yun's aunt's family was no longer needed, he planned to discreetly sell it to alleviate the burden it imposed on the Yun family whenever they glimpsed the pristine vehicle. However, as he prepared to leave with the bicycle, Shin Taohua unexpectedly expressed her desire to accompany him to the commune. "Comrade Zhou, might you take me along?" Zhou Liwei, having taken a few steps with the bicycle, promptly returned it to its place, declaring, "I suddenly have no desire to go to the commune." He then beckoned to Yun Chabuang, saying, "Come, Xiaoguang, let us go to my room. I have candy for you." Upon hearing of the candy, Yun Chabuang momentarily disregarded the allure of the radio and followed Zhou Liwei to the west room. Throughout this exchange, Zhou Liwei offered not a single glance towards Shin Taohua, who, realizing her bashfulness, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Without waiting for Yun Xiu to finish her sewing, she hastily concocted an excuse and departed for home. As soon as she left, Yun Xiu could no longer contain her laughter. Zhou Liwei, hearing her melodious laughter from within, couldn't help but let a subtle smile grace his face. He rummaged through a box, retrieving a jar of canned goods, which he promptly handed to Yun Chabuang, saying, "Here, share this with your sister." Yun Chabuang's eyes were fixated on the can, drool nearly escaping his lips. Zhou Liwei chuckled and scolded, "You should have had your fill earlier. Why are you so greedy now?" "Hee, it's peach preserves. Absolutely delectable." Yun Chabuang replied. "Thank you, brother Zhou. I'll fetch some soup for my sister, and the rest shall be mine," he added with a mischievous grin. "Come back," Zhou Liwei commanded, grabbing him firmly. "You will share with your sister, no hoarding for yourself. If I find out you've kept it all for yourself, there won't be any next time." "All right, I understand. I will divide it with my sister. And any surplus will go to her as well," he muttered under his breath. "I really can't tell if you want me to share with my brother or with my sister." Chapter 057. The invitation to dinner from the educated youth. It must be said, this fellow has truly unraveled the matter. He is merely seeking to offer something to your sister, taking this roundabout route. However, his voice was barely audible. Zhou Liwei could not catch his words clearly. Yet he was quite pleased with the remarks made prior. "This is more like it. If only you could provide your sister with a little more each time. I would reward you with additional milk candies." At this, Yun Chabuang beamed with joy, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, brother Zhou. You truly are like a brother to me." Zhou Liwei smirked, noting that this boy always spoke thus whenever food was involved. Before long, Yun Chabuang returned, looking rather dejected. Zhou Liwei, intrigued, inquired, "What's the matter?" Sighing, Yun Chabuang replied, "I only had a taste of that canned food and was met with a scolding." He continued, quite indignant. "My sister poured the contents into a bowl and shared it with my parents, as well as my elder and younger brothers. With so many people, there was barely a bite for each. As if that were not enough, they banded together to berate me, saying I should not accept your offerings. They threatened that if I were to take anything of yours again, they would break my dog legs. I am human, and I possess no dog legs. So I could not care less about their threats. Therefore, brother Zhou, if you have any food in the future, feel free to give it to me." "All right then." To soothe his future brother-in-law's earlier disappointment, Zhou Liwei offered him several more biscuits. The mischievous boy quickly revived, exclaiming, "Brother Wei, are you there?" Just as Zhou Liwei observed his future brother-in-law savoring the treats, a voice called from outside. It seemed to be Feng Xiaoming from the educated youth camp. "Xiaoming, over here." Zhou Liwei called from the doorway, prompting Feng Xiaoming to scamper over eagerly. Yin Chaoguang, having wiped his mouth, dashed outside to play. "What brings you here?" Zhou Liwei asked Feng Xiaoming, ignoring the playful boy. Feng Xiaoming adjusted his black-framed glasses and replied with a smile. I heard Brother Wei has returned, so I came to take a look. Zhou Liwei lightly punched him, saying, You rascal. I was planning to wait until it cooled down this evening to visit the educated youth camp and bring you some local delicacies from Qiqing. Feng Xiaoming did not refuse, saying, Thank you, Brother Wei. He added, By the way, the educated youth camp is organizing a dinner and wants you to join us. I came to inform you about this. A dinner? Don't you all eat together every day? Is a gathering necessary? Zhou Liwei questioned, puzzled by the intentions of the educated youth. Feng Xiaoming hesitated slightly. Well, we don't all eat together. We've formed several smaller groups. They feel that since you don't reside at the educated youth camp, the distance between you and the others is growing, which is detrimental to unity. The members of the camp see themselves as a small collective of educated youth sent to the countryside and believe they should stick together. Zhou Liwei, living with the members, seems to be fostering a sense of independence. However, they cannot do much about Zhou Liwei, so they resort to organizing this dinner as a means to encourage him to partake in their communal activities, reminding him that they are indeed a collective. Zhou Liwei is certainly aware of the sentiments harbored by these educated youth. It is only during moments devoid of conflicting interests that they perceive themselves as part of a collective. However, when opportunities for urban return quotas or spots in worker-peasant-soldier universities arise, they conveniently forget the notion of collective welfare, resorting to a plethora of tactics in pursuit of personal gain. In truth, Zhou Liwei is rather disinterested in participating in these so-called collective activities, finding them exceedingly tedious. Yet, at this juncture, it would be imprudent to stand out too much, especially considering that there are still a few individuals at the youth station worthy of interaction. All right. When shall we gather for dinner? Tomorrow evening. We haven't prepared anything today. They mentioned that if you agree, you should come by early tomorrow afternoon to familiarize yourself with everyone, as the new batch of educated youth seems unfamiliar to you. Zhou Liwei nodded. Fine. I happen to be going to the commune tomorrow morning to fetch 2 pounds of meat. Brother Wei, are you going to the commune tomorrow? Take me along, please. I wish to buy a bicycle from the supply and marketing cooperative. It's rather inconvenient without one. Zhou Liwei raised an eyebrow. You want a bicycle? Indeed. Feng Xiaoming replied candidly. Zhou Liwei patted his shoulder with a smile. You're in luck. Let us go have a look. I have a new one here. If you like it, I'll trade it for you. So you won't have to make an extra trip to the commune. Feng Xiaoming adjusted his glasses, following eagerly behind. Upon reaching the main room and spotting the brand new bicycle, he dashed forward with excitement. Brother Wei, this is the one, isn't it? It looks splendid. And it's even a forever brand. The more he gazed upon it, the more delighted he became. Brother Wei, are you truly willing to trade this bicycle with me? What is there to be unwilling about? Besides, I already have one. This bicycle was originally meant for someone else, but since you desire it, I'll prioritize you. I can assist the next person later. Zhou Liwei refrained from mentioning that the bicycle was superfluous. The art of conversation lies in how to extend favors to ensure that others remember your kindness with gratitude. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing this, Feng Xiaoming felt deeply moved, convinced that Zhou Liwei treated him with more kindness than he did others, and he began pondering how he might repay this generosity in the future. Thank you, Brother Wei. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. No need for such formality with me. Feng Xiaoming, brimming with joy and adjusting his black-framed glasses, beamed like a simpleton. Brother Wei, how much is this bicycle? I can go back to the youth station now to get the money for you. 180 yuan. You can pay me tomorrow. This price was still the cooperative S rate, and he did not demand more. Feng Xiaoming was a decent fellow, and, given his current financial situation, Zhou Liwei saw no need to profit from him. Thank you, Brother Wei. I'll give you the money tomorrow. However, my bicycle ticket is for a Phoenix brand. Shall I give you a little extra? Zhou Liwei shot him a sidelong glance. Why are you being so calculative with me? Even if you don't have a ticket, I wouldn't charge you extra. This gesture nearly brought Feng Xiaoming to exclaim, akin to the sentiments of Yun Chaoguang. Brother Wei, you're like my own elder brother. Although he refrained from vocalizing it, he genuinely regarded Zhou Liwei as an elder brother in his heart. What Zhou Liwei had not anticipated was that such a trivial matter, accompanied by a few charming words, would win him a devoted companion, willing to earn and spend money for him in the future. The two continued to converse about the happenings and individuals at the youth station, and from Feng Xiaoming, he learned that during his absence of over 10 days, the station had been bustling with noise and activity. The primary reason for the commotion was the sheer number of people. Where there are more individuals, there are bound to be more disputes. Additionally, the youth were quite young and the space was overly cramped, resulting in uncomfortable living conditions and a plethora of daily conflicts. Zhou Liwei felt immensely relieved to have seized the opportunity to move out from the station, escaping the whirlpool of disputes. He understood that the current issues at the youth station were merely the beginning, with more intense confrontations yet to come. Have you considered finding a way to move out as well? Zhou Liwei kindly suggested. Feng Xiaoming's face lit up. Brother Wei, would you be willing for me to move in with you? Zhou Liwei glanced at him, his expression nonchalant, indicating his reluctance. The smile on Feng Xiaoming's face froze. Then where shall I live? You could seek 1 or 2 compatible individuals and apply to the team leader for a plot of land to build a small house. However, you would need to cover the expenses yourself. Feng Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Wei, you truly have a solution. I will return to the youth station now to discuss this with others. Brother Wei, I will take the bicycle for now and return the money to you tomorrow. Make sure to head over early. Zhou Liwei acknowledged with a casual, all right, I understand. However, little did Zhou Liwei know that what he initially thought would be a commonplace gathering would ultimately lead him into a web of troubles. Chapter 58. What on earth is going on? Upon returning home, Shun Taohua sought out her father to recount everything she had witnessed at the Yun family residence. Did you say the Yun family possesses 3 bicycles? They've also purchased a sewing machine and a radio? Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Their meals are quite lavish. They even slaughtered a chicken for lunch today, and the steamed corn rice was primarily made with fine rice, she replied. Shin Kursin was astounded. Which household can afford to eat rice and chicken nowadays? Even city dwellers wouldn't indulge so lavishly. And to purchase such substantial items all at once is beyond the means of an ordinary family, despite being village cadres. They lack the salaries that come with being commune officials. They merely accumulate work points. When the village distributes money and grain, they exchange work points for cash. But it is seldom a significant sum. Over 100 yuan in a year is already commendable. Last year, the Yun family acquired 1 bicycle, and now they've bought 2 more. Along with a sewing machine and a radio, that must amount to no less than 500 yuan. How could the Yun family be so affluent? Even if they are wealthy, where do they acquire these coupons? Taohua, are you certain those items belong to the Yun family and not to that youth named Zhou? One must acknowledge the wisdom that comes with age. Shun Kursin's considerations were broader than those of his daughter. Yet, Shun Taohua remained resolute, asserting that the sewing machine was in Yun Shou's room, unmistakably belonging to them. As for the bicycles, even if Zhou had one, it was improbable that he could purchase 2 on his own. Regarding the radio, it had always been tinkered with by Yun Chaguang, so it was likely their property as well. Convinced of her observations, Shin Lisin found his daughter's reasoning compelling. All right, I shall investigate this matter discreetly, he replied. However, he soon inquired, Taohua, have you truly no thoughts of Yin Chaohui? He is among the finest young men in the village and is likely to inherit his father's position as village chief. Moreover, you've seen that the Yun family lives quite comfortably. Marrying into them would ensure your well-being. Shin Taohua pouted, Father, I refuse to marry a country bumpkin. If I am to wed, it shall be to someone from the city with a stable job, like that outstanding youth Zhou. Shin Lisin chuckled at his daughter, a look of fondness on his face. He never regarded her aspirations as overly ambitious. Rather, he felt she was justified in her desires. His daughter was beautiful and educated. And who wouldn't he praise such a remarkable young lady? He too wished for her to marry into a reputable family, so that he might bask in reflected glory. Are you fond of Zhou? He teased. Shin Taohua blushed. Oh, Father, my admiration for him is futile. This Zhou seems unlike others. As if he has no interest in me. Shin Lisin dismissed her concern lightly. He has only recently come to the countryside and has scarcely spent time in the village before taking up work at the agricultural machinery station. Your paths have rarely crossed. Rest assured, as you interact more, he will come to appreciate your merits. Shin Taohua nodded in agreement. Yes, that is my sentiment as well. Therefore, I shall endeavor to engage him in conversation about village life, allowing him to become more familiar with our community. Indeed, she was a person of action, committed to her resolve. Early the next morning, Shin Taohua arrived at the Yun residence, ostensibly to inquire whether Yun Xiu had completed her dress. Yet, only she knew that her true intention was to chance upon Zhou Liwei. As she emerged from Yun Xiu's room with her new garment, she fortuitously encountered Zhou Liwei in the courtyard. How could she possibly let such a golden opportunity for flirtation slip away? Zhou Jiqing, you are here as well. Zhou Liwei paid her no heed. He found the girl to be rather oblivious and irksome, a stark contrast to his beloved Xiu Xiu. However, Shin Taohua remained unfazed by Zhou Liwei's demeanor, believing that a true man ought to possess such commanding presence. Zhou Jiqing, Do take a look at the dress Xiao made for me. Isn't it exquisite? Coming from the capital, you're discerning. I must surely appreciate its quality. Do you not think it rivals those from the big cities? Shintaohua genuinely admired the craftsmanship of the dress. Yet her intent in making such remarks was not merely to commend Yunxiu's skills, but rather to captivate Zhou Liwei's attention with the allure of the beautiful garment, hoping he would envision how stunning she would appear adorned in it, thereby winning his affection. As she unfurled the dress before Zhou Liwei, presenting a long ribbon that could serve as either a headpiece or a bow tie, she sensed that her scheme bore fruit. To her delight, Zhou Jiqing seemed genuinely engrossed in admiring her attire. Surely he was imagining how enchanting she would look in it. Indeed, it is quite lovely. Look, look. He too believed she would look splendid in it. At that moment, Shintaohua's heart swelled with exhilaration, nearly bursting forth in exclamation. Unexpectedly, Zhou Liwei turned to Yunxiu and complimented her earnestly. Your craftsmanship is impressive. The dress is beautifully made. Yunxiu caught a glimpse of Shintaohua's frozen smile and stifled a giggle, replying, Thank you for your praise, brother Zhou. Observing Yunxiu's charmingly amused demeanor, with her dimples radiating joy, Zhou Liwei couldn't help but smile in return, longing to touzle her soft, fluffy hair. However, he reluctantly restrained himself, giving not a single glance to Shintaohua as he turned to exit the courtyard. Soon, the sound of a car engine roared to life, gradually fading into the distance. Shintaohua awkwardly tugged at the corners of her mouth, inquiring, Is Zhou Jiqing heading to the commune? Yunxiu's smile vanished, her gaze dropping as she replied coolly, I do not know. She then made no effort to escort Shintaohua out, striding directly back to her room. At this point, it was clear to her that Shintaohua, under the guise of seeking assistance with her dress, was truly intent on meeting Zhou Jiqing. The way she incessantly referred to him with familiarity suggested a closeness that was hardly apparent. While accepting her brother's goodwill, she persistently gravitated towards Zhou Jiqing. What was the meaning of this? If she had no interest in her own brother, why come to their home? Even if she wished to see Zhou Jiqing, she could have awaited an opportunity when he was out. She had no business showing up at her own house. She also accepted the invitation from her elder brother to stay for dinner, which sent a signal to everyone that her brother was indeed promising. Wasn't this merely a jest at her brother's expense? This person was truly infuriating. She resolved never to agree to make any garments for him again. Not only would she refrain from sewing clothes, but she would also entirely ignore him. In that moment, Yunxiu found herself in complete ideological alignment with comrade Zhou Liwei. Chapter 059. Selling fabric. As Zhou Liwei drove towards the commune, his mind was preoccupied with the garment his daughter Xiao had crafted for Shintaohua. It wasn't so much that he found the garment particularly flattering on Shintaohua. Rather, he was genuinely impressed by Xiao's remarkable sewing skills. Previously, he had purchased fabric and enlisted Aunt Yun's help to make clothing, back when sewing machines were a luxury. To expedite the process, both Aunt Yun and Xiao had collaborated on the project. While he noticed the meticulous stitching in certain areas and the superior cut of the garment, he had attributed these qualities solely to Aunt Yun. In hindsight, it was clear that the true artisan was his daughter Xiao. Such exceptional craftsmanship should not be squandered. He contemplated the vast black market at Qigwengrong and Harbin, pondering whether a few stylish garments could easily find a buyer. He did not aspire to expand this venture significantly at the moment. He simply wished to create a sales channel that would allow Xiao to dedicate some time to making a few exquisite pieces. This arrangement would not only afford him more opportunities to interact with her, but also enable Xiao to earn some pocket money. In truth, he yearned to directly give Xiao the money he had saved, yet he found himself bereft of excuses or justifications. The thought of offering her money felt implausible. He would have to devise alternative means. He sensed that this was an opportune moment. Without further ado, he drove to the commune, and upon arrival, his first act was to retrieve the cash he always carried in his shorts. He gathered all the fabric coupons, ensuring to keep 200 yuan aside, before stowing the excess back into his shorts. Clutching the coupons, he alighted from the car and entered the supply and marketing cooperative. Inside, the cooperative was bustling with people, devoid of any semblance of queuing. Everyone was jostling to get ahead. Zhou Liwei made his way directly to the fabric counter, where the crowd was relatively sparse. The salesgirl, appearing to be around 18 or 19, initially wore an irritable expression as she attended to customers. However, upon noticing the arrival of a dashing young man with striking features, her face blushed instantly. Her demeanor transformed. Her tone became sweet and gentle as she greeted him. Comrade, greetings. I am here to serve the people. How may I assist you? Zhou Liwei's gaze wandered over the fabric displayed on the shelves. Frankly, the variety of fabrics available in this era was rather limited, with colors mainly consisting of blue, black, gray, and white, alongside checks and floral patterns, or the bold red peonies typically used for the reverse side. He mused that since Xiao'er could not produce garments in bulk, she would have to focus on high-quality pieces, necessitating a slight increase in their selling price. To create these exquisite items, he would need to procure superior fabric. His attention settled on two particular fabrics, dacron and vanadine. Dacron was well regarded. Everyone coveted garments made from this material, as anyone donning dacron attire walked with an elevated sense of pride. In contrast, vanadine boasted a soft texture, lightweight quality, resistance to pilling and wrinkling, and a graceful drape when worn. It was the ideal choice for trousers and skirts. In Zhou Liwei's estimation, vanadine was considerably more comfortable than dacron. However, its superior quality came at a higher price, making it unaffordable for the average person. And the supply cooperative often ran short on stock. Those who don the fabric known as fanlatin are typically public officials or cadres. The average person would think twice before acquiring such a luxury, as it symbolizes a certain status. The perceptive saleswoman, anticipating his needs, presented him with two types of exquisite fabric before he could utter a word. "Comrade, you have a discerning eye. These two are our best-selling high-quality materials." "How much?" inquired Zhou Liwei. "The deculiang is 1.8 yuan per meter, plus an additional meter of fabric ticket. The fanlatin is 2.9 yuan per meter, also requiring an extra meter of fabric ticket." Zhou Liwei spread his palm to examine the fabric tickets in his possession, realizing that his desire to purchase more might be thwarted. He had numerous fabric tickets from Harbin that were of no use here, and the national tickets he held would only suffice for a limited purchase. It appeared he would need to speak with Qi Guangrong next time to arrange for a larger supply of fabric to bring back from Harbin. "I'll take 10 meters of both," he decided. The saleswoman's eyes widened. Clearly, he was a man of means. "Comrade, just so you know, 10 meters of deculiang is sufficient for 2 men's shirts, but for 10 meters of fanlatin, you can hardly make more than 2 pairs of trousers. You might want to consider adjusting your order." Zhou Liwei was taken aback. 10 meters of fabric could only yield 2 shirts? Then let us add another 10 meters to each. The saleswoman was momentarily flummoxed, surprised that their transaction had escalated so quickly. Zhou Liwei furrowed his brow and reiterated his request. This time, the saleswoman swiftly responded, retrieving a measuring tape to gauge the fabric. Meanwhile, Zhou Liwei counted his tickets. 20 meters of deculiang amounted to 36 yuan, and 20 meters of fanlatin cost 58 yuan, totaling 94 yuan, plus an additional 40 meters of fabric ticket. The saleswoman promptly rolled up the fabric and tallied the tickets, cheerfully inquiring, "Comrade, do you require anything else?" Zhou Liwei glanced at the floral cotton fabric and asked, "What is the price for the floral fabric?" 5 mao per meter, also requiring a meter of fabric ticket. She replied, leaning in slightly, lowering her voice, "We do have defective fabric available that doesn't require tickets. Comrade, would you be interested?" Defective fabric was indeed appealing, and he understood that while it was labeled as flawed, the imperfections would be barely noticeable and hardly problematic. "I'll take it," Zhou Liwei responded without hesitation. "How much do you have?" "Just 1 roll. Would you like it all?" she asked, a smile breaking across her face. Zhou Liwei nodded affirmatively. After exchanging a glance with a nearby colleague, she disappeared into the office or storeroom, returning after a considerable while. "Comrade, here is the fabric you requested, totaling 50 meters. Zhou Liwei handed over 6 large Unity tickets, aware that such defective fabric was not typically sold and was usually reserved for internal distribution or accessible only through connections. The fact that the saleswoman had provided him with such fabric was a clear favor, and he felt it only right to offer an additional 10 yuan as a gesture of gratitude, irrespective of her motives. Chu Linlin, accustomed to seeing 10 yuan bills, initially assumed he had miscounted and intended to withdraw the money to return it to him. However, Zhou Liwei firmly pressed down on her wrist with a cloth, expressing his gratitude with a simple, "Thank you for today, comrade." As Chu Linlin gazed at the fabric encircling her wrist, she attempted to pull her hand away, but the pressure was quite significant. Goodness, it hurt terribly. This man truly lacked an understanding of tenderness and delicacy. Nevertheless, she comprehended that the extra bill was his way of expressing gratitude towards her. Well, how considerate of him. Humph, given the money, she decided not to hold it against him. "You're welcome, comrade. My name is Chu Linlin. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to seek my assistance." Chapter 060. The actions were remarkably natural. Zhou Liwei observed Chu Linlin, whose face was adorned with a charming blush as she spoke audaciously yet earnestly. He offered no response, clutching the fabric he had purchased earlier, and turned to stride away. Even after he had exited the supply and marketing cooperative, Zhou Liwei craned her neck, peering after him. A nearby female colleague playfully nudged her arm, teasing, "What is this? Have you taken a liking to him?" Zhou Liwei withdrew her gaze, lowering her head in embarrassment as she replied, "Oh, what are you saying, Sister Bai? That is not the case at all." "Huh, you can deny it all you want, but your flushed cheeks tell a different story," Sister Bai retorted. Zhou Liwei pivoted to attend to a customer, declaring, "I won't engage with you any longer, Sister Bai. I must focus on selling." Sister Bai shook her head, muttering, "Ah, youth. She doesn't even know him, and yet she is smitten." Yet, Zhou Liwei believed that this man would undoubtedly return to the cooperative. Any future purchases would surely lead him back to her. But would Zhou Liwei truly seek her out again? At that moment, he was contemplating future fabric purchases from Qi Guangrong, or perhaps even his father. His father, a deputy director at the National Cotton Mill No. 2, could easily procure a few batches of flawed fabric. Zhou Liwei had already dismissed today's transaction as a one-off encounter, convinced he would not return to seek out this saleswoman again. After placing the fabric back in his vehicle, he proceeded to buy around 10 kilograms of pork belly, along with salt, soy sauce, and various other necessities, even purchasing 10 boxes of matches. He also procured 30 kilograms of rice and around 10 kilograms of flour. With everything in order, he made his way to the agricultural machinery station. Zhang Liang was not present, having taken a tractor to assist another production brigade. "What brings you here today?" Zhang Hongxi inquired, his eyes crinkling in a smile as he poured a glass of water for Zhou Liwei. Feeling quite parched, Zhou Liwei accepted the drink without hesitation, gulping it down. Wiping his mouth, he remarked, "Just came to buy some supplies and see if there is any work available at the station. Just returned a few days ago, and you're already eager to head out again?" Zhang Hongxi chuckled. "Not quite. I merely mentioned it casually." "I didn't think you would take me seriously," Zhou Liwei replied lightly. Zhang Hongxi laughed heartily. "You rascal, trying to tease your uncle. Stay for lunch. I'll have your aunt whip up a couple of delightful dishes. She has been talking about you all day." Zhou Liwei noticed a pack of cigarettes and matches on the desk and walked over to extract one, offering it to Zhang Hongxi before taking one for himself. He lit them both, casually stowing the pack and matches in his pocket, his movements remarkably fluid. "Uncle Zhang, I want to stay for lunch today. I have some matters to attend to back in the village. I'll come by again in a couple of days." Zhang Hongxi, with a twinkle in his eye, felt quite pleased, thinking of Zhou Liwei as a veritable treasure. His attention was solely on the fact that Zhou Liwei would not be dining with him, oblivious to other details. "Very well, come by in a couple of days. I anticipate you will need to head out again," Zhang Hongxi said. "Where to?" Zhou Liwei exhaled a plume of smoke as he inquired. He had exhausted his supply of cigarettes and had no means to procure more in the village, leaving him to endure the craving. "That's quite invigorating, just the right flavor. Where do you wish to go?" Zhang Hongxi thought to himself that he would gladly treat this young man as a revered ancestor if he could. It would be ideal if there were plans for Harbin. Zhang Hongxi felt a surge of joy as he noticed an opportunity to travel to Harbin, and he promised to arrange for them to go. Zhou Liwei, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll take this trip, but I need to apply for a tractor to help out in the fields. The busy farming season is approaching, and having a tractor will certainly ease the workload." "Sure, I'll approve it when the time comes," Zhang Hongxi declared with a sweeping gesture, thus finalizing the decision. Zhou Liwei was quite pleased and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Zhang. I'll head back now and let Annie know I'll visit her in a couple of days." As he prepared to leave, he paused and returned, asking, "By the way, do you know Aunt Zhang's clothing size?" Zhang Hongxi looked puzzled. "Why do you want to know that?" he inquired. "No need to worry about that. Just tell me the size, please. And also the size for Liangzi." Zhang Hongxi, surprisingly knowledgeable about this, chose not to pry further, to ensure Zhou Liwei wouldn't forget. He wrote the sizes down on a piece of paper. Zhou Liwei took the note, flicked it with his finger, and, with a cigarette still in his mouth, waved cheerfully before departing from the agricultural machinery station. Once Zhou Liwei had left, Zhang Hongxi chuckled to himself, discarding the cigarette but on the ground and crushing it underfoot. He reached for his usual stash of cigarettes, only to find it empty. With narrowed eyes, he scanned the table, which was devoid of even a matchstick. Suddenly, he had a thought and, with a mischievous grin, muttered to himself, "That rascal." Upon arriving home, Zhou Liwei found Yun Chaohui and Chaoyang accompanying Yun Songs onto the fields. while Yun Chaoguang had run off to play. Only Gao Guixiang and Yun Xiu remained at home. The mother and daughter were in the kitchen preparing a meal, with Yun Xiu stoking the fire. In the sweltering heat, both cooking and tending to the fire felt particularly arduous. Yun Xiu was drenched in sweat, her face flushed. After adding 2 pieces of firewood to the stove, she decided to step outside for a breath of fresh air. However, just as she reached the kitchen door, she nearly collided with Zhou Liwei. He quickly halted, leaning back slightly to avoid her. Concerned she might fall, he reached out to steady her. Yun Xiu felt even hotter. His large hand, even through the fabric of her sleeve, radiated an intense warmth. Once she regained her balance, Zhou Liwei promptly released her. He clenched his fist slowly, a wave of indescribable joy coursing through him. "Thank you, Brother Zhou," she said softly, her voice brushing against his heart like a feather, gentle and ticklish. Zhou Liwei smirked slightly, advising, "Be careful as you walk, don't run." Yun Xiu's cheeks reddened as she nodded, not wanting to block the doorway any longer. Zhou Liwei stepped aside, revealing the pork belly he had been carrying in his other hand. "Wow, Brother Zhou, why did you buy such a large piece of meat?" Yun Xiu exclaimed in surprise. Gao Guixiang echoed her astonishment. "Goodness, Xiao Zhou, it's not a holiday or anything. Why did you bring back so much meat?" With a smile, Zhou Liwei placed the pork on the cutting board, explaining that he had purchased 10 pounds in one go. The vendor at the market had looked at him oddly, but Zhou Liwei had cleverly justified his purchase by saying it was for a family event, which had quelled their curiosity. "I have a lot of tickets about to expire, and I just happened to find some meat today, so I bought it. Aunt Yun, could you please help me cut off a portion? This evening, I shall be attending a gathering at the youth station, and I intend to bring along 2 to 3 pounds. The remainder, we shall keep for ourselves. By the way, I have also purchased some premium flour, which we can use to make dumplings." As he spoke, he returned to the house to fetch the flour and rice. Naturally, there were also other essentials such as salt and matches. "Aunt Yun, here are 10 pounds of premium flour and 30 pounds of rice, purchased as the grain coupons are about to expire. Oh dear, these are all precious items. Little Zhou, rest assured that I shall prepare these delicacies exclusively for you in the future. You need not worry. Auntie will not take advantage of these provisions." Chapter 61. A heartfelt effort. Zhou Liwei found himself in a state of bemusement. "Aunt Yun, what are you saying? By speaking like this, you're treating me as an outsider, not as family." Gao Guixiang quickly interjected, "Aunt will never consider you anything but family. You are no different from Zhao Hui and Zhao Yang." "Exactly. Family members don't speak in terms of outsiders. Since you regard me as your son, it is only fitting for me, as your son, to bring some food for the family," Zhou Liwei replied. Gao Guixiang's face lit up with joy, her smile stretching almost to her ears. "Haha, you are far superior to Zhao Hui and the others. From now on, consider this your home. If you desire anything to eat, just tell Aunt, and I shall prepare it for you." Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Liwei suggested, "In that case, Aunt, shall we have stewed dumplings for lunch today?" "Sure, no problem. I will start right away." She then called out to the dazed Yun Xiu, "Xiu, go fetch your elder brother. He makes the best dough." Yun Xiu glanced at Zhou Liwei before responding and stepping outside. She now felt that her mother truly regarded Zhou Ziqing as a son. As for Zhou Ziqing, since his arrival in the village, he had become the focal point of discussions. Many remarked on his seemingly aloof demeanor, creating a sense of distance with others. Yet within their household, he was undeniably warm. He got along well with his 2 older brothers and was particularly close to her younger brother, sharing treats and joys with him. His interactions with her parents were equally charming, often eliciting smiles from them. If not for the family's impoverished circumstances, she might have suspected he had ulterior motives. Yun Xiu made her way to the fields, locating Yun Chaohui. She waved and called out, "Elder brother, Mother wants you to return home. She has something for you." Yun Chaohui and the others had come to irrigate the rice fields, a daily necessity in the heat of summer. Hearing Yun Xiu's call, he replied loudly, "All right, I'll be right there." By the time Yun Xiu and Yun Chaohui returned home, Gao Guixiang had already divided the meat into 3 portions, one for Zhou Liwei at the youth station, one for lunch to make dumplings, and one set aside for rendering lard. In this weather, meat could not be stored. Whatever was left over had to be turned into lard. Seeing both Gao Guixiang and Yun Chaohui in the kitchen, Zhou Liwei did not require their assistance and turned to Yun Xiu to discuss clothing. "Xiu Air, a colleague from the agricultural machinery station heard that you sew beautifully and wishes for you to make a few garments. He has provided a fee, and I've already agreed on your behalf, bringing the fabric back with me." Upon hearing this, Yun Xiao had no immediate reaction, but Gao Guixiang was thrilled, urging Yun Xiao to start sewing without delay. That's wonderful, Xiao Xiao. You want to be needed in the kitchen. Go and focus on making them well. Understood? Yun Xiao beamed with delight, her smile radiant as she nodded emphatically. Mother, I understand. Zhou Liwei led Yun Xiao to his room and showed her the fabric he had brought back. Yun Xiao was astonished. Why is there so much fabric? Zhou brother. Is all of this for the garments your colleague requested? Zhou Liwei shook his head, stating that this floral fabric was not what he intended. This particular cloth was something he fortuitously discovered at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, where they were selling flawed materials without requiring a ticket, so he purchased it all. He gestured towards the polyester and vinyl nearby, clarifying that these were the materials they were supposed to work with. Yun Xiao glanced at him, surprised that she was unaware the cooperative sold flawed fabric without cost. Weren't such materials typically reserved for those with connections? However, considering his abilities, it was not astonishing that he could acquire such flawed fabric. Zhou Liwei handed her the cloth along with a paper inscribed with measurements. According to the dimensions on the paper, 3 shirts could be fashioned from the polyester and 4 pairs of pants from the vinyl, with 3 more also adhering to the same sizes. The remaining piece was for him. Yun Xiao unfurled the 2 rolls of fabric, conducting a cursory examination, and soon grasped the quantity. Brother Zhou, there's enough fabric here to make an entire additional outfit. Zhou Liwei raised an eyebrow, not expecting the girl to possess such discernment. Indeed, you may create another set when the time comes. A friend of mine from Harbin is also interested, but I lack his measurements. He is approximately 175 centimeters tall and weighs around 140 g. Yun Xiao nodded, acknowledging his words. Zhou Liwei retrieved money from his pocket. They charged 2 yuan for a complete outfit, totaling 4 sets of clothing plus 1 pair of pants for himself. Sister Xiao, considering we're family, would it be acceptable if I forego the labor fee for my pants? Zhou Liwei jested lightly, hoping she would accept the arrangement without feeling burdened by the financial aspect. His suggestion to waive the labor fee indeed brought a sense of ease to Yun Xiao. She found his manner of speaking quite amusing. Of course, that is perfectly fine. Zhou Liwei counted out 8 yuan and handed it to her, and Yun Xiao accepted the money, her smile illuminating her eyes. This was the first time she had earned money through her own efforts, and it felt remarkably fulfilling. Zhou Liwei was equally elated, having successfully handed over the money. Although it was not a substantial amount, it marked a positive beginning. He envisioned a future where she would flourish, aiming to transform her into a little wealthy lady. He had genuinely put thought into this, going through great lengths for the sake of his future wife's finances. To express my gratitude for your refusal of the labor fee, I shall gift you 2 meters of flawed fabric, which you can use to create a skirt for yourself. Yun Xiao immediately waved her hands in refusal. No, that's unnecessary. What? Are you looking down on the flawed fabric? Yun Xiao recognized his teasing tone and playfully rolled her eyes. Indeed, I have no interest in flawed fabric. Zhou Liwei shrugged, saying, well, that's all I can offer. Don't worry, I've inspected this cloth. It has no holes or anything of the sort. Your newly made garments won't require patches. The only issue is slight unevenness in the dye, which is hardly noticeable unless inspected closely. Yun Xiao burst into laughter once more, and once she composed herself, she seriously replied, Brother Zhou, I truly cannot accept any more fabric from you. The last batch you gave my mother was passed on to me, and I have already fashioned 2 new outfits from it, so there is no need for more. That was for Aunt Yun. And this time it is a token of my gratitude towards you. In truth, there remains a matter for which I require your assistance. A preemptive bribe that renders refusal impossible. Yun Xiao's lips curled into a subtle smile. What is it? Feel free to speak your mind. Zhou Liwei reciprocated the smile, patting the floral fabric before them. Do you see this? Such a large piece of cloth, and it is intended for you to fashion into garments. First, please create a dress and a skirt according to your measurements, but ensure they adhere to my stylistic specifications. Once completed, I wish to assess the outcome. If it proves visually appealing, you shall assist me in transforming this entire batch of fabric into skirts. Very well, my thanks to you, Brother Zhou. She refrained from inquiring about the purpose behind the multitude of skirts, harboring a vague sense of curiosity. However, since Brother Zhou did not voluntarily divulge his intentions, she resolved to remain uncurious and focus on fulfilling her own responsibilities. Chapter 062. A glimpse of the soft rice man's attention during lunchtime at the Yun family. The dumplings were thoroughly enjoyed by all, particularly the young Yun Chaoguang. After finishing his dumplings, licked his bowl clean as if it had just been washed. The bowl once filled with hearty meat dumplings, still bore a hint of meat aroma. This was merely due to the oil from the dumplings, leaving greasy traces around the bowl's edge, which he eagerly cleaned up with his tongue. Reluctantly placing the bowl down, he patted his swollen belly and licked his lips, gazing at Zhou Liwei with particularly bright eyes. "Brother Zhou, you truly are like a dear elder brother to me." The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. They were well aware of how many times this boy had expressed such sentiments. "Brother Zhou, I shall go and fetch you some bird eggs later." Zhou Liwei smiled, his lips pressed together, observing the boy's eyes, which were reminiscent of his sister's, with a tone full of affection. "All right, but I recall someone promised to bring me bird eggs last time, and to this day, I have yet to see even a shell." He remembered the first time he had given this boy something to eat at the youth point, how excitedly he had declared he would fetch bird eggs for himself. This verbal promise was likely just to cheer him up or spoken in passing. Yun Chaoguang appeared embarrassed, scratching his head. "I truly did go to find bird eggs last time, but when I finally located them, you were not in the village, so I had no choice but to eat them myself. This time, I promise not to eat any and will save them for you." He pounded his chest confidently. "Very well, I shall thank you in advance." "No need for thanks, we are brothers." This remark drew hearty laughter from everyone, especially Yun Xiao, whose dimples were particularly pronounced, evoking an irresistible urge to poke them. Zhou Liwei's fingers curled slightly as he silently shifted his gaze back to his future brother-in-law. This boy was indeed amusing. Perhaps it was due to being the youngest, he was doted upon by the family, resulting in a lively and spirited nature. Among the three Yun brothers, he was the most outgoing. Yun Chaohui was mature and steady, embodying the demeanor of an elder brother. Yun Chaoyang, though not very talkative, was principled and enjoyed crafting various toys for little Guang, such as slingshots, wooden guns, and swords. Recently, Zhou Liwei had noticed him working on toy cars. He perceived a certain intensity in Yun Chaoyang. Whenever he demonstrated the wooden gun for little Guang, his eyes would sharpen with a fierce glint. Sometimes, he pondered whether this individual would follow in the footsteps of their previous lives, getting involved in the underworld. In his past life, he had heard from Xiao that his elder brother took over their father's position, becoming the village secretary. The second brother had later ventured out, hiding from the family, roaming far and wide, befriending a group of unsavory characters and mingling with them. Although he gained some notoriety, his life was anything but stable, culminating in a serious leg injury that left him permanently disabled. However, in this lifetime, with Zhou Liwei around, he was certain that his future second brother-in-law would not meet such a fate. He believed that with his character, sending him to the army for training might yield remarkable results. In the afternoon, as he carried over 3 kilograms of pork belly to the youth point, his mind continued to ponder this matter, contemplating who might have connections to speak with someone in the army. Perhaps I shall make a call to my father on another day, seeking his assistance. However, upon reaching the youth commune and encountering the arrogant scion, he suddenly realized that it might not be necessary to consult his father after all. "Ah, Zhou Jiqing, you have arrived, and you bring such a generous portion of meat," exclaimed Lin Feng, the elder of the commune. Hearing the commotion, Feng Xiaoming dashed out of the dormitory, his face alight with joy. "Wei Ge, you have come." Zhou Liwei smiled and nodded, presenting the meat to Lin Feng. "I heard from Xiaoming that there would be a gathering tonight, so I made a special trip to the commune this morning to procure it." Although he had merely picked up the meat incidentally, he took the opportunity to embellish his words. Lin Feng's delight was palpable. It indicated that Zhou Jiqing indeed valued their communal activities. The others were equally pleased to see Zhou Liwei arrive with meat. Though it was not in abundance, it was enough to satisfy their cravings. After all, it had been ages since they had savored such a delicacy. Moreover, it was a generous offering from him alone, a rarity among their group. Everyone greeted Zhou Liwei warmly. Regardless of any prior murmurs behind his back, they maintained a cordial facade in his presence. They were aware of his capabilities, and in conversing with him, many displayed a subtle eagerness to curry favor. Though not overt, the sentiment was unmistakable. Zhou Shiji, however, remained disdainful, frequently rolling his eyes behind Zhou Liwei's back. He dared not confront him directly, sensing an unsettling hold that Zhou seemed to have over him, yet his secret expressions were quite animated. Zhou Liwei was not well acquainted with the new youths, and Lin Feng took it upon himself to introduce them. His impressions of these individuals were rather vague, save for a girl named Luo Shanshan, who captured his attention, not for trivial reasons, but because she, like his sister in a past life, had suffered at the hands of others in the village. She had once resisted boldly, causing quite a stir, yet her efforts had ultimately proven futile. It was a tragic fate for such a beautiful girl to descend into misfortune, evoking a deep sense of lament. Zhou Liwei noticed her radiant smile, pure and untainted, reminiscent of an innocent soul devoid of guile. Alas, the conclusion of her previous life was indeed regrettable. His lingering glances at Luo Shanshan, though subtle, did not escape the notice of the observant Zhu Dingting. Since Zhou Liwei had taken her to the health center, her impression of him had only improved. Her heart danced with joy at his arrival at the commune, and she donned her favorite shirt for the occasion. Yet, to her dismay, once he arrived, he exchanged polite greetings with everyone but scarcely acknowledged her. Meanwhile, she found herself fixated on Luo Shanshan. She conceded that Shanshan's smile was enchanting. Yet she could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment, questioning her own worth. Another who noted Zhou Liwei's gaze was Wang Xuan, who, like Luo Shanshan, was among the latest batch of youths to arrive. He pays particular attention to Zhou Liwei, for Zhou resides in the captain's home. Originally, he was not required to work in the countryside. He had already been employed for 2 years. However, due to being a burden brought by his mother when she married his stepfather, this position was secured for him by the latter. Now, with his stepfather's biological son reluctant to take on the rural assignment, he is compelled to relinquish his job to that half-brother. Initially, he believed that supporting rural development in the countryside would be inconsequential, but upon arrival, he has come to realize the harshness of the conditions here. He is genuinely struggling to endure it. He has heard that this is not even the most exhausting period. He cannot fathom what the most arduous times would be like. Thus, he contemplates seeking a wife from a well-off family, hoping to marry into a household with ample labor resources, ensuring he would not suffer from hunger even if his earnings are modest. If his future spouse possesses some authority, that would be even better, as it might afford him a more leisurely occupation. Consequently, he has been inquiring about the local families and has indeed set his sights on 2 particular households, the Shin family, which boasts the village accountant, and the Yun family, led by the captain. Chapter 63. Luring the second generation into the trap. Although Shun Taohua from the Shun family is undeniably beautiful, she is burdened by a difficult mother. Shun's mother has long proclaimed that her daughter, with her striking looks and high education, is destined to marry a city dweller who enjoys the comforts of urban life. Furthermore, any suitor must meet the exorbitant demands of 3 rounds of gifts and a dowry of 88 yuan. Wang Xuan initially aspired to live off a wealthy partner. Yet he could hardly afford such a bride price. If he had money, he certainly wouldn't be seeking a rural wife to support him. Thus, his attention shifted to Yun Xiuhua from the Yun family. However, Yun Xiuhua was merely a child, having just turned 15 after the new year. While it is common in rural areas for individuals to begin courting at the ages of 16 or 17, and many marry by 18 or 19 and 15, she was still quite young. He had covertly observed Yun Xiuhua and found her to be exceptionally lovely. While Shin Taohua may be regarded as the village flower, he believed Yun Xiuhua's beauty was equally captivating, albeit overshadowed by her youthfulness. He was confident that in a year or 2, as Yun Xiuhua matured, she would eclipse Shin Taohua altogether. Moreover, he perceived an advantage in her youth. She would be easier to charm. A little kindness, sweet words, and a gentle beckoning would surely win her heart, and she would remain devoted. Consequently, he orchestrated several chance encounters with Yun Xiuhua, only to find her utterly indifferent to his advances. Initially, he thought her reticence stemmed from shyness or timidity in speaking to a boy. However, he later witnessed her laughing and chatting with Zhou Liwei in the courtyard. On another occasion, he saw her accompany him to the riverbank to wash clothes. Although they maintained some distance, they were the only 2 present. That day, having spotted Yun Xiuhua alone at the river, he believed it to be an opportune moment for interaction. Yet, when he returned to the commune to fetch his dirty laundry, he noticed Zhou Liwei hastening toward the river as well. Stealthily he followed, only to discover that the clothes Yun Xiuhua was washing belonged to Zhou Liwei. He was left pondering the nature of their relationship, whether their familiarity was simply due to Zhou Liwei staying with the Yun family, or if he harbored intentions similar to his own. If Zhou Liwei indeed shared his aspirations, Wang Xuan's chances would be significantly diminished. Since Zhou Liwei's arrival at the commune, Wang had been discreetly observing him and could not help but acknowledge his impressive qualities. Comparing himself to Zhou Liwei felt disheartening. Nonetheless, he discerned that Zhou Liwei seemed particularly interested in Luo Shanshan. When introduced to their new batch of commune members, Zhou Liwei merely nodded and glanced past others, but lingered on Luo Shanshan, stealing several looks at her. This behavior struck Wang as unusual. He continued his silent observation as Zhou Liwei conversed with the others before inviting the male commune members to the shaded courtyard outside for a respite and a smoke. A dozen or so young men moved their benches outdoors, with the exception of Xiu Shiji and Wu Pingfei, who excused themselves to enter the male dormitory. Xiu Shiji felt that Zhou Liwei was outshining him, and thus preferred to avoid his company. In contrast, Wu Pingfei, aware of Xiu Shiji's exceptional family background, had been ingratiating himself with him, naturally desiring to remain in his presence. Meanwhile, several female educated youths who were adept at cooking proceeded directly to the kitchen to prepare a meal, while those less skilled in culinary arts prepared to clean up after the meal. After Zhou Liwei and the others shared a couple of cigarettes in the shade of a tree, they heard Feng Xiaoming say, "Wei Ge, come with me to the dormitory for a moment. I need to give you the money for the bicycle. I worry I might forget it later." Zhou Liwei nodded and followed him into the dormitory. The current male educated youth dormitory was far more pungent than when Zhou Liwei had resided there. Goodness, he could hardly fathom how they managed to endure it. Upon entering, he found it difficult to breathe. At that moment, Xiu Shiji and Wu Pingfei were lounging on their beds, their legs crossed and swaying, engaged in a conversation that ceased abruptly upon noticing Zhou Liwei and Feng Xiaoming's entrance. Zhou Liwei ignored them and inquired of Feng Xiaoming, "Have you made any progress regarding the discussions about building the house? The stench in this dormitory is so overwhelming that if it has incapacitated anyone yet, it must be due to your robust constitution." Feng Xiaoming chuckled. "It's not about being robust. We've simply built up an immunity. Living in here every day forces one to acclimatize. I initially intended to collaborate with Lin Feng and Zhao Jun, but Lin Feng, being the team leader of our educated youth point, deemed it inappropriate to move out. Zhao Jun would like to relocate, but he lacks the funds. I just purchased a bicycle and don't have much money left." Zhou Liwei understood. Casting a sidelong glance at Xiu Shiji reclining on the Kong, he could have suggested that Feng Xiaoming defer the payment for the bicycle. Yet he accepted the money without hesitation. You might want to inquire with others as well. Having an additional person could help share the expenses of the construction. The bait was cast, and Zhou Liwei was confident someone would take it. Indeed, upon hearing the conversation, Xiu Shiji's eyes flickered with interest. After a few moments of contemplation, he finally sat up and addressed Feng Xiaoming. "Mr. Feng." Zhou Liwei shot him a warning glance. Feng, are you planning to build a house and move out on your own?" Noticing the unfriendly glare, Xiu Shiji quickly rephrased his question. Although Feng Xiaoming harbored no fondness for this arrogant individual, he nodded in affirmation. Xiu Shiji, seeing Zhou Liwei's indifferent response, donned a friendly demeanor towards Feng Xiaoming. "Feng, do you think I could join you?" This. Feng Xiaoming instinctively wanted to refuse, disinclined to share living quarters with this privileged heir. Seemingly sensing his hesitation, Xiu Shiji interrupted before he could elaborate. "When it comes time to build, make sure to add a couple of extra rooms. I want one for myself. And I want to be living with you." Feng Xiaoming was conflicted. He still did not wish to acquiesce. However, refusing would mean he would have to bear the expenses alone if he sought others, who might not be willing. He instinctively glanced at Zhou Liwei, who recognized his indecision but was unable to make the choice for him. He indeed intends to guide Xiu Shiji into expressing a desire to jointly construct a residence. Firstly, this Xiu Shiji is not lacking in wealth. He would not hesitate to invest in building a house as others might, even if they were to construct a modest earthen dwelling, and if they were to enlist the help of others since they lack the skills to do it themselves. They would still incur costs amounting to at least 100 yuan. If 3 individuals were to partner in this endeavor, the cost would amount to over 30 yuan per person. In this era, 30 yuan is not an insignificant sum. Their annual earnings, after exchanging their labor points for grain, may not even amount to that. In any case, having a place to reside and spending additional money to build a house is something few are willing to do. However, it is evident that Xiu Shiji is willing to bear this expense. Furthermore, Zhou Liwei is well aware of Xiu Shiji's background. He possesses knowledge from a previous life. Recognizing that while Xiu Shiji may be accustomed to arrogance, he never resorts to underhanded tactics, facing challenges head-on. If he cannot prevail, he simply concedes. Chapter 064. The idea of utilizing his background. Zhou Liwei believed that associating with someone like Xiu Shiji was relatively reassuring. Moreover, this individual indeed possessed a significant background, and cultivating a relationship with him could certainly prove advantageous. Presently, he was contemplating how to leverage Xiu Shiji's connections. Hailing from Chang'an, Xiu Shiji's family had deep revolutionary roots, with his grandparents being old revolutionaries. His father served as the deputy mayor of Chang'an City, while his uncle held the rank of division commander in the Shanbei military region. Their family was well renowned in Chang'an. The reason for his excursion to the countryside was a consequence of unfortunate associations, which had led to his involvement in a predicament. Given their affluent circumstances and the fact that he was the only male offspring of his generation, his uncle had 2 daughters, he was undoubtedly cherished by his family. Among the 5 children, he was the sole boy, which naturally led to him being spoiled. His family background and upbringing shaped his temperament. At home, he was indulged, while outside, he was revered. Over time, this fostered a haughty disposition typical of a privileged heir. In his social circle, he mingled with a group of well-connected young elites and had a few companions whom he believed to be genuine friends. Unbeknownst to him, these friendships were primarily predicated on his family's status, as they viewed him merely as a means of support. Indeed, in Chang'an, few dared to antagonize him. Fortunately, the Xiu family maintained a relatively upright character, though some members were indulgent, others were quite stern, ensuring that fundamentally, they were not corrupt. While Zhou Shiji generally refrained from instigating trouble, it did not prevent his so-called friends from engaging in mischief. Emboldened by their association with him, they often acted with reckless abandon, frequently invoking his name as a shield. Eventually, as time passed, they inevitably found themselves in dire straits. One day, these so-called brothers encountered an attractive girl and, driven by nefarious intentions, abducted her to a secluded location where they collectively violated her. What they failed to realize was that the girl hailed from a powerful family, one that, while not as influential as the Xiu family, was still formidable. Infuriated, her family sought justice, leading to the inevitable downfall of the perpetrators, who all faced dire consequences. The families of the culprits approached Zhou Shiji for assistance, concealing the truth and claiming they were victims of a conspiracy. Driven by a sense of loyalty, Zhou Shiji initially intervened, hoping to extricate them from their predicament. However, the girl's family grew increasingly incensed and began to confront the Xiu family. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Xiu family commenced an investigation, only to discover that Zhou Shiji had been manipulated and had acted foolishly. He promptly withdrew his support. Although this did not alter the fate of the wrongdoers, his actions nonetheless provoked considerable resentment from the girl's family. While there was a temporary lull in hostilities, her brother did not relent in seeking retribution against Zhou Shiji. Minor confrontations escalated to severe altercations, often culminating in police involvement. Frequently, Zhou Shiji returned home bruised and battered, though his family felt deep compassion for him. They were also mindful of the girl's plight, recognizing that the culprits had acted with impunity due to their association with Zhou Shiji. They harbored a measure of sympathy and guilt. Coupled with Zhou Shiji's own profound remorse, he bore the beatings in silence. Moreover, this incident severely tarnished the reputation of Zhou Shiji, leading many to believe that the company he kept reflected poorly on his character. Whenever he ventured outside, he not only faced the threat of physical violence but also became the subject of incessant gossip and scrutiny. In an attempt to shield him from the public ire, his family arranged for him to join his uncle's military unit. However, he was reluctant to endure the hardships of military life and chose instead to work as a sent-down youth in the countryside, mistakenly believing it to be a far more lenient path. At this juncture, matters could have reached a resolution. But Zhou Liwei was acutely aware that the repercussions of this event were far graver. In a previous life, the girl discovered 5 months later that her health was deteriorating while her abdomen swelled day by day, at which point she realized she was pregnant. During those months, her spirits waned, her appetite diminished, and her physique became increasingly frail. It was only after 5 months that her pregnancy began to manifest. Coupled with her lack of understanding about pregnancy and the absence of menstruation over several months, she was engulfed in despair, preoccupied with her suffering. It was only then that she learned that abortion was no longer an option, and induction was the only course available. Yet, given her physical condition, such a procedure posed significant dangers, which the doctor vehemently advised against. In her desperation, one silent night, she took a knife and fatally inflicted wounds upon her own abdomen. This tragic act drove her family to madness, igniting a fervent desire for vengeance. Although the perpetrators had enjoyed their moment of revelry, they still had families to protect. Simultaneously, the girl's family directed their wrath towards Zhou Shiji, believing he had emboldened the assailants to act so brazenly against an innocent girl. Consequently, they included him among their targets for retribution. Before long, Zhou Shiji met with misfortune, losing his life en route to the commune. The Xiu family had never anticipated that. Despite their retreat to the countryside, the girl's family would be relentless in their pursuit of vengeance against Zhou Shiji. This enmity would escalate into a bitter feud. leaving both families considerably weakened. In the previous life, the incident surrounding Zhou Shiji was no mere secret in the village, and Zhou Liwei was acutely aware of all its intricacies. Initially, he intended to find an opportunity to warn Zhou Shiji about the girl, as at that moment, the pregnancy was only a little over a month along, and abortion was still feasible without endangering her life. If her life could be preserved, it was likely that Zhou Shiji would also be spared. When he first encountered Zhou Shiji, he had resorted to violence and made ominous threats, explicitly indicating his awareness of the circumstances that led Xiao to the countryside. This was partly due to the fact that Xiao had indeed provoked him, but also an attempt to gauge whether there was any hope for him, testing his attitude towards the matter. If Xiao appeared indifferent, it would signal that he was beyond redemption. Conversely, if he exhibited guilt or concern, it would indicate that he possessed a moral compass, allowing for potential camaraderie. Zhou Liwei surmised that enticing Zhou Shiji to collaborate with Feng Xiaoming on repairs and relocating could serve as an excellent opportunity to mend their relationship. Once their rapport improved, subtle reminders could be offered without seeming out of place. Although he had planned it this way, if Feng Xiaoming truly was unwilling to build houses with Shijie, he would not intervene. Therefore, when confronted with Feng Xiaoming's beseeching gaze, he feigned ignorance and turned his head aside. Seeing that Zhou Liwei offered no input, Feng Xiaoming had no choice but to make a decision on his own. After some contemplation, he said, "All right then, we will construct 2 houses. One for you and one for Zhao Jun and me. In that case, you will need to contribute half of the expenses. Is that acceptable?" "No problem," Shijie replied readily. Feng Xiaoming felt a twinge of embarrassment, sensing a hint of impropriety in their arrangement. He added, "Zhao Jun can cook, so if you're willing to share meals, you can join us." Shijie was delighted at the prospect, as he was not skilled in the kitchen. "All right. I will gather firewood." Zhou Liwei interjected, "I suggest you both apply to the captain for the land first before you discuss these matters any further." The two were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged a knowing smile, as if to signify the resolution of past grievances. Chapter 065, Scoundrels and Scoundrelesses, Engaging in Rogue Behaviors? Beside him, Wu Pengfei longed to join them in moving out, yet he found himself devoid of funds. Even if he possessed money, he would hesitate to part with it. With a hopeful gaze, he looked at Zhou Shiji, silently wishing for an invitation to share a dwelling, believing that 2 individuals residing together would not be overly cramped. Zhou Shiji, however, was not oblivious to Wu Pengfei's intentions. He was not foolish enough to overlook the comfort of having a room to himself. Why would he willingly invite discomfort into his life? Furthermore, Wu Pengfei's flattery bore a striking resemblance to that of his former dubious companions. As the saying goes, "A fall into a pit, a gain in your wit," he was resolute in never again extending genuine friendship to such individuals. The dinner organized by the educated youth was quite sumptuous. Zhou Liwei had brought a generous portion of meat stewed with potatoes, filling an entire large bowl. Additionally, they had stir-fried green beans, prepared a tomato and egg soup, and made a cucumber salad. All these vegetables were cultivated by the older educated youth in their designated plots. To top it off, they had cooked a thick sweet potato porridge, so viscous that chopsticks could stand upright in it. Today, Zhou Shiji was in high spirits. Having reached an agreement with Feng Xiaoming to repair the house together, he even willingly contributed several bottles of white liquor. Originally, these bottles were intended as favors from the Xiao family, but he had deemed it unnecessary to part with them until this moment, finally putting them to good use. This delighted the male educated youth who had a penchant for drinking. Their tolerance, however, was not particularly commendable, as several of them turned red-faced after only a few sips. Once the meal concluded, a few female educated youth tidied up the kitchen while the others gathered to engage in conversation. Their discussions diverged from the mundane village gossip, delving into significant national matters. They spoke of a certain leader attending a special session of the United Nations General Assembly and the topics addressed in their speeches. They also deliberated on the establishment of diplomatic relations with various countries and the noteworthy archaeological discovery made by a farmer in Shaanxi province, who unearthed fragments of Qin terracotta figurines, contributing significantly to the nation's archaeological endeavors. These topics highlighted the distinction between the educated youth and the villagers. As the conversation grew animated, they broke into song. "The red flag leads us forward, flowers bloom for us. Who can claim to be happier than we are? The revolutionary predecessors shed blood and sweat to exchange today's happiness. We must toil diligently, persevere in the revolution, and repay our motherland's expectations of us." The atmosphere was charged with passion. Many felt their spirits uplifted by the songs, affirming their rightful choice to support rural development. Lin Feng regarded the day's activities as a resounding success, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. As the leader of the educated youth, nothing pleased him more than witnessing their unity and harmonious coexistence. Yet, perhaps it was premature to feel such contentment. Zhou Liwei, having indulged in a couple of drinks and devoured a large bowl of sweet potato porridge, now felt a pressing need to relieve himself. However, upon reaching the restroom, he discovered it occupied, and the occupant was engaged in a rather lengthy endeavor. Feeling a bit impatient and unable to venture towards the women's restroom, he decided to head to the commune's private plot, where he could also tend to the vegetables. In truth, the private plot was situated a short distance from the commune. One had to walk about 100 meters from the commune towards the foot of the mountain and then make a turn to reach it. He certainly did not need to run that far. However, Zhou Liwei, who fancied himself as someone with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, believed he must maintain decorum and refrain from relieving himself indiscriminately. Moreover, he pondered the consequences of not distancing himself enough should someone happen upon him. It would be quite unfortunate. The male comrades were manageable, but if a woman were to arrive, it would compromise his integrity. Under the moonlight, Zhou Liwei hastened to the private plot, relieved himself with ease, and then leisurely made his way back. Yet, as he reached the turning point, he heard a girl's voice. "You say Zhou Liwei is looking for me. Where is he?" Zhou Liwei halted, furrowing his brow. When had he ever sought anyone out? He was puzzled. "Ting, I apologize. It is not Zhou Liwei who is looking for you, but I who wish to have you come out with me," a male voice, filled with regret, responded. Zhou Liwei recognized it as Chen Jiahui, a fellow townsman and old classmate of Zhu Tingting. "Why did you deceive me into coming out?" Tingting exclaimed. "I did not wish to, but if I didn't mention Zhou Liwei, you would not have agreed to come with me. You often ignore me when I speak to you. It is impossible to invite you out for a private conversation otherwise. Today, I had no choice but to use Zhou Liwei's name." "Tingting, do you fancy Zhou Liwei?" Zhu Tingting, slightly flustered, retorted. "What business is it of yours? Why did you really bring me out?" "What do you mean?" "Tingting, surely you must know my feelings for you. I have liked you since our school days. You were the one who said we were too young then. But now that we have graduated, and you've registered to come to the countryside with me, I thought our relationship was clear. However, since we arrived here, you have been indifferent to me after meeting Zhou Liwei. What is your true intention?" Chen Jiahui's tone was filled with urgency. Zhu Tingting, agitated, shot back. "What relationship do we have that is so clear? Chen Jiahui, let me tell you. Do not speak carelessly. We are merely classmates and fellow townsfolk. There is absolutely nothing more. There was none before, and there will be none in the future." Zhou Liwei, concealed in the shadows, felt disdain for Zhu Tingting. It was evident that she had treated him as a mere backup from the very beginning. Knowing that someone had affections for her, she still chose to queue alongside him, giving him hope while denying any deeper connection. "What a shallow woman. Tingting, how could you do this? You cannot treat me this way. I like you so much. Haven't I treated you well enough? What do I lack compared to Zhou Liwei? We know each other well, we understand one another. What is Zhou Liwei? He is sycophantic. Quick to resort to violence over trivial disagreements, clearly a scoundrel." Zhou Liwei flexed his wrist. He had to admit, there was some truth to that. He had a penchant for violence when provoked. If you wish to confess, then do so, but why must you belittle others in the process? Not only that, but you let the person in question overhear it. You claim I am prone to violence. If I do not retaliate, wouldn't that seem somewhat unjustifiable? Before he could react, Zhu Tingting lashed out furiously. "You're the disgusting pervert. Don't think I don't know what you did to me when I was unconscious that day. Zhou Liwei is 10 times the gentleman you'll ever be. Yet you shameless creep." Chen Jiahui was visibly enraged by her words. His heavy breathing piercing the silent night, so loud that even Zhou Liwei, standing at a distance, could hear it. After a brief pause, Chen Jiahui scoffed and nodded. "Oh, so in your eyes, I'm just some shameless degenerate? Fine, I admit I touched your waist that day, but only because I thought of you as mine. If you insist on calling me a pervert, then I'll damn well act like one. No point letting you slander me for nothing. What are you doing? Chen Jiahui, let me go? Release me." Zhou Liwei rubbed his temples in exasperation. Was this idiot really about to live up to his reputation as a scoundrel? What a despicable man. And here he was, not far away. What was he supposed to do? Should he feign ignorance and enjoy the impromptu spectacle under the moonlight? Or pretend to pass by and interrupt their affair? He lifted his gaze to the heavens in silent appeal, but the heavens offered no answer. Chapter 66. The Misdeeds of Zhou Liwei. Zhou Liwei heard the piercing pleas for mercy, the sound of torn fabric, and the metallic clink of a belt buckle, prompting him to release a deep sigh. It seemed he had no penchant for live broadcasts of such nature. A cough escaped him, like a conductor's baton, silencing all sounds in an instant. Yet, shortly thereafter, a rustling noise resumed. As Zhou Liwei approached the two individuals, he found Chen Jiahui hurriedly tucking his tattered undershirt into his trousers. The earlier sounds of fabric tearing had indeed originated from him. Curiosity piqued. Zhou Liwei wondered how it had come to this. Zhu Dingting appeared to have lost a button from her clothing, while her trousers remained obscured from view. Regardless, she sat on the ground, protectively clutching her chest, one hand tightly grasping the neckline. A cacophony of thoughts raced through Zhou Liwei's mind. It was evident that Chen Jiahui was a fool, choosing such an exposed location for his antics. Did he truly believe that this dimly lit roadside would remain unobserved? Zhou Liwei adhered to his principle of remaining unperturbed, believing that embarrassment belonged to others, and he passed by the pair with an expressionless demeanor. Fortunately, the situation had not escalated beyond repair. If they wished to keep the matter discreet, he would feign ignorance, ensuring that nothing had transpired in his presence that evening. Zhu Dingting merely needed to exercise caution and avoid Chen Jiahui for the time being. She would likely remain safe. Chen Jiahui, if he were wise, would refrain from any further actions, grateful that the situation had not reached its climax today. Yet, Zhou Liwei pondered how Zhu Dingting might address the events of the day. Should she choose to report Chen Jiahui, he would be compelled to testify truthfully, leading to inevitable consequences for the latter. For now, however, he felt no need to dwell overly on future developments. The course of events would depend on the attitudes of the two involved parties. Zhu Jiqing, Zhu Dingting faltered, unsure of what to convey. Zhou Liwei's unexpected presence had undoubtedly provided her with salvation, deserving of her gratitude. Yet, the sight of her in such disarray, coupled with his indifference, filled her with anxiety, humiliation, and indignation. Did he not comprehend what had transpired? Why did he not express concern? Was his disregard a manifestation of belief that her predicament was inconsequential? Is everything all right, Zhu Jiqing? If not, you should return to the station early. With that, Zhou Liwei resumed his leisurely pace towards the station, ensuring that Zhu Dingting, the unfortunate damsel, could follow at a comfortable distance. Upon returning to the station, Feng Xiaoming pulled him aside, inquiring, "Brother Wei, where have you been? We searched for you for ages, fearing you had slipped away in silence. I had to relieve myself, and the restroom was occupied, so I ventured a bit further," Zhou Liwei explained. "Oh, I see," Feng Xiaoming responded. As the two individuals were engaged in conversation, a female youth from the commune suddenly erupted into a cacophony of screams. "Heavens! Zhu Dingting, what has happened to you? How did you end up in such a state?" The commotion emanated from the female dormitory, causing everyone to cease their discussions. Several young women hurried back to the dormitory, eager to uncover the cause of the disturbance. Zhu Dingting had never anticipated that. Despite her careful maneuvers to avoid detection through the back door, she would find herself confronted by Wang Yuhui the moment she entered her room. To her dismay, Wang Yuhui immediately began to shout at the top of her lungs, seemingly intent on ensuring that everyone outside heard her, leaving Zhu no opportunity to react or intervene. Fury ignited within Zhu Dingting, her eyes reddening with indignation. She was certain that Wang Yuhui was deliberately provoking her. The throng of young women flocked back to the dormitory, their eyes widening in shock at the disheveled appearance of Zhu Dingting, her clothing askew, hair in disarray. Several buttons on her shirt had come undone, leaving her to clutch her garment in a futile attempt to maintain modesty. Her shirt and trousers were stained with dirt, presenting a picture that unmistakably suggested she had been mistreated. "Were you rolling in the hay, Zhu Dingting?" Wang Yuhui's voice rang out, not only loud but dripping with malicious glee. Male youths had gathered at the doorway, peering in. Sensing the escalating tension, Luo Shanshan quickly shut the door, shielding them from the prying eyes of the boys. A few attempted to signal Wang Yuhui to temper her inquiries, but she was unyielding. Having finally seized upon a perceived weakness in Zhu Dingting, she was unwilling to let go. Since Zhu Dingting's arrival, Wu Pengfei had been eager to curry favor with her. Drawn by her beauty, Wang Yuhui seized the opportunity to declare that those who were attractive often found it difficult to remain virtuous. Her words proved prophetic. Zhu Dingting must have sought solace in the haystack with someone, Wang Yuhui mused. Such shamelessness, she clucked. Let's see if Wu Pengfei will continue to be enamored with you. Dingting, how could you, as a young woman, engage in such behavior? I have not heard of you being in a relationship, and even if you were, such actions are unbecoming. Wang Yuhui's words struck Zhu Dingting like venom, leaving her emotionally battered. With fury coursing through her veins, Zhu Dingting glared at Wang Yuhui. her eyes ablaze with rage, wishing fervently to silence her tormentor. Her reputation lay in tatters. The stigma of scandal would likely haunt her for a lifetime, rendering her incapable of finding a suitable partner, let alone leading a tranquil existence. Was she truly destined to spend her life with Qin Jiahui? Yet, she held no affection for him. His family was of modest means, and while both of his parents worked, he was neither favored nor supported at home, becoming a burden instead. If she were to marry him, she would only share in his hardships. No, she refused to endure such a fate. He had ruined her, and she saw no reason to suffer alongside him. All of this was Qin Jihui's fault. He was the one who had coerced her. She was the victim, and she would seek justice. He had committed an act of moral transgression. Indeed, let him be prosecuted, let him be imprisoned, and face the consequences he rightly deserves. Once he is incarcerated, it will become evident to all that she is the true victim, and perhaps then no one will dare to speak ill of her. Will she be able to return to her normal life as before? Is that even possible? Even if Qin Jiahui were to serve time, her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. It is likely that her claims of innocence would go unheeded. Even with Zhou Liwei as a witness, others would merely think, "Wait, Zhou Liwei? Yes, it is indeed Zhou Liwei who must take responsibility for his own misconduct." Chapter 67. Then you should die, Zhou Jiqing. How could you treat Zhou Jiqing in such a manner? This is nothing short of harassment against a female comrade. It was Wu Pingfei who first voiced his concerns after hearing that Zhou Liwei had bullied Zhu Dingting outside. Many other young intellectuals looked at Zhou Liwei with disdain, realizing that what he had claimed was merely a trip to the fields was in fact an act of misconduct towards a female comrade. It was surprising to discover that Zhou Liwei, who appeared quite respectable, was in truth a man of despicable character. Zhou Liwei was incensed, not expecting that as an observer he would find himself in such a predicament. He watched as Zhu Tingting, now surrounded by several female comrades and weeping profusely, appeared almost mockingly. "Zhu Tingting, are you certain that it was I who acted inappropriately towards you tonight?" Zhu Tingting covered her mouth, tears cascading down her face. She found herself with no escape, resolutely insisting that Zhou Liwei was to blame. She believed that Qin Jiahui would never admit to any wrongdoing to absolve himself, and thus, if she firmly held Zhou Liwei accountable, he would be left speechless. With so many young intellectuals pressuring him, if he wished to avoid being charged with misconduct, he had no choice but to agree to take responsibility and pursue a relationship with her. She acknowledged that her actions were indeed underhanded, but felt cornered. Moreover, as a man, he would not suffer from the arrangement. At worst, during their marriage, she could forego the customary gifts and simply provide a modest dowry. In the future, she would treat him well, ensuring that he was cared for meticulously. Having reconciled these thoughts, she responded to Zhou Liwei's inquiries without hesitation, her voice trembling as she nodded. "Zhou Jiqing, I never anticipated that matters would escalate to this point. If you do not take responsibility for me, I will have no choice but to end my life." "Then you should die?" Zhou Liwei gazed at her with palpable disgust, his words laced with venom. He could not believe that Zhu Tingting, so ungrateful, would attempt to shift the blame onto him. Did she truly think him a fool? Reflecting on the time he had foolishly helped her when she fainted in the fields, he regretted allowing her to lose her reputation in front of everyone, thus binding herself to that scoundrel Qin Jiahui. Had he not intervened, perhaps none of this would have transpired. Zhou Liwei was undeniably furious. His initial sympathy for Zhu Dingting had evaporated. If it were not illegal to kill, he would have relished the thought of snapping her neck. The disgust was overwhelming. Zhu Tingting felt a wave of panic wash over her as she perceived Zhou Liwei's contempt. And was that a glimmer of murderous intent? Her heart raced. Did he truly despise her so intensely, to the point of wishing her dead? At that moment, a sliver of regret pierced through her, questioning whether she had taken a wrong step. If she forced him to yield, would he truly treat her well in the future? Would they become a pair of resentful partners? Zhu Dingting's mind was a chaotic mess, filled with turmoil and uncertainty. Her tears flowed more freely, leaving her at a loss as to what to do next. No one expected Zhou Liwei to speak in such a manner, deeming him utterly unmanly for committing a shameless act against a young lady and callously wishing her demise. What a venomous thought it is. Wu Pingfei promptly rose to defend Zhu Tingting, exclaiming, "Zhou Liwei, are you even speaking like a decent human being? Did you not witness the deep sorrow on Zhu Jiqing's face?" Wang Shuwen chimed in, "Indeed, Zhou Jiqing, you have inflicted pain upon Zhu Jiqing. Not only did you fail to offer words of comfort, but you even uttered such malicious remarks." Although the other youth did not voice their opinions, their disapproving glares directed at Zhou Liwei conveyed their sentiments of indignation. Lin Feng sighed, perplexed by how such a situation could arise. Zhou Jiqing did not strike him as someone who would bully female youth. Yet, Zhu Dingting insisted it was he. And she seemed far too principled to tarnish her reputation by defaming another. Xiao Shiji observed a flicker of guilt on Zhou Liwei's countenance, pondering whether the few bottles of wine he had presented earlier were the catalyst for this turmoil. Could it be that Zhou Jiqing, having consumed too much, had acted inappropriately towards the young lady? Meanwhile, Feng Xiaoming stood anxiously beside Zhou Liwei, adjusting his glasses repeatedly, a telltale sign of his unease whenever he felt anxious or embarrassed. Everyone, let us remain calm. Could there be a misunderstanding here? He proposed. Whether or not there was a misunderstanding remained unclear. But Zhu Tingting's initial demeanor upon her return was strikingly suggestive, prompting Wang Yuhui to imply that Zhu Tingting had indeed been sullied. Furious, Zhu Tingting trembled, harboring deep-seated resentment towards Wang Yuhui. Her intentions were truly malicious, as if she sought to drive her to despair. Gazing at Wang Yuhui, tears streaming down her face, she pleaded, "I did not. Wang Jiqing, I clearly stated that Zhou Jiqing wished to treat me in such a manner, yet he ceased before anything truly happened. I have endured enough agony and humiliation. Why must you exacerbate my plight with your embellishments?" At that moment, compassion for Zhu Tingting prevailed among the onlookers. Their disapproving glances directed at Wang Yuhui, recognizing that her words could inflict further harm. Wang Yuhui scoffed dismissively, "Whether it happened or not, only you know the truth." Ultimately, the truth seemed inconsequential. What mattered was that Zhu Tingting's reputation had been tarnished. Even if the worst had not transpired, it was evident that she had been compromised in some form. All right, let us all refrain from excessive chatter. Zhou Jiqing, please clarify the situation. If there is indeed a misunderstanding, let us resolve it. If not, accountability must be faced, Lin Feng stated gravely. Given that the matter had already unfolded and was now public, it must be addressed with clarity and resolution. Zhou Liwei's expression darkened considerably as he scanned the crowd, noticing the absence of Qin Jiahui, and he smirked inwardly, suspecting the latter was hiding out of guilt. I have not wronged Zhu Jiqing in any way. There is no misunderstanding here. However, I am aware of the true circumstances surrounding Zhu Jiqing. Zhu Tingting gazed at Zhou Liwei, her eyes brimming with panic and desperation. Her heart raced with intensity. Was he about to unveil the truth? No, it was nothing. Even if he did reveal it, what difference would it make? She would never concede, and she firmly believed that Qin Jiahui would not dare to admit it either. I can recount the entire sequence of events, but before that, I hope everyone can assist in locating Qin Jiahui and Qin Jiqing. The crowd glanced around, searching the room, yet Qin Jiahui's presence was nowhere to be found. Speculation inevitably began to arise. Did this matter still pertain to Qin Jiahui? Feng Xiaoming's eyes suddenly lit up as he exclaimed, Wei Go. Could it be that Zhu Jiqing was not with you in the haystack, but rather with Qin Jiahui? Chapter 068. A stunning revelation. Zhou Liwei cast an appreciative glance at Feng Xiaoming, acknowledging his keen intellect. He patted him on the shoulder. The meaning unspoken. You have uncovered the truth. Others began to speculate whether Qin Jiahui had done something to Zhu Tingting. Yet, if it were indeed Qin Jiahui, why would Zhu Tingting claim it was Zhou Liwei? Their minds were clouded with confusion, compelling them to locate Qin Jiahui first. As for Qin Jiahui, he had not departed. He remained seated, lost in tumultuous thoughts, reluctant to confront the situation yet aware he had nowhere else to go, opting to stay put and regain his composure. He harbored a flicker of hope that Zhu Tingting and Zhou Liwei would keep today's events under wraps. Zhu Tingting was concerned about her reputation. And although Zhou Liwei was not the most respectable individual, he did not seem the type to gossip indiscriminately. In a state of inner turmoil, he sat on the ground, clutching his head, nearly pulling his hair out in despair. When the others from the youth station arrived, his heart plummeted. It was over for him. Would he be apprehended for indecent behavior? Chen Ziaqiang, why are you here alone? They inquired. Indeed, Zhu Tingting accused Zhou Ziaqiang of misconduct and demanded accountability. However, Zhou Ziaqiang insisted he was innocent and claimed that finding Chen Ziaqiang would vindicate him. What was going on? The crowd buzzed with chatter, leaving Qin Jiahui's head spinning. Did Zhu Tingting actually assert that Zhou Liwei was the one who had acted improperly? A mix of relief and profound sorrow washed over him. It seemed she had taken a liking to Zhou Liwei, and realizing he did not reciprocate her feelings, she attempted to shift the blame onto him, an astute yet cruel maneuver. And he? To conceal his own indiscretions, he would have to assist her in fabricating a lie. This was akin to willingly pushing the one he cherished into the arms of another man. Feeling utterly stifled, Chun Jiahui returned to the youth station in silence. Following the others, Zhou Zhang, Chun Zhang has returned. Could you now clarify what transpired? Lin Feng said solemnly. Zhou Liwei glanced at Chun Jiahui, who appeared quite disheveled, his clothes soiled, and his undershirt bore a notable tear, visible through his open checkered shirt. His hair resembled a bird's nest, clearly disheveled from his own hands. I mentioned earlier that I needed to use the restroom, but upon finding it occupied, I ventured outside. I wandered a bit far, heading to the private plot, and while I was returning after relieving myself, I overheard two individuals conversing. Everyone leaned in, eager not to miss a single word Zhou Liwei uttered. The atmosphere was palpably tense as Zhu Dingting and Chun Jiahui attempted to interrupt, yet their timing was evidently inappropriate. I initially thought they were like me, seeking a discreet place, and I had intended to greet them. However, their conversation made me hesitant to approach. Zhou Liwei paused, and the others, anxious, pressed for details. What were they discussing that made you feel uncomfortable? Zhou Liwei feigned discomfort with a slight cough, prompting the man to exclaim, I've been yearning for this lately. Living in the countryside with so many people around is simply inconvenient. Now that we have some privacy, let me indulge a little. Upon hearing this, many of the educated youth shifted awkwardly, with the female participants blushing profusely. Observing the expressions of those present, Zhou Liwei continued, and the woman responded, With so many people around today, what if someone discovers us? Perhaps we should wait for another day. The man insisted, No, I've had a couple of drinks, and it's become unbearable. Just let me have my way. In this darkness, no one will come by. Don't you desire it as well? The woman replied, I do wish for it. Then hurry, he urged, or else if they realize we've been gone too long, it would not look good. Following this, I heard the sound of fabric tearing, indicating a sense of impatience. After that, I chose not to listen any longer, covering my ears. However, it was futile, as the sound still penetrated. I found it quite uncomfortable and decided to leave, returning to the educated youth station. Thus unfolded the events. I initially assumed they were merely engaged in a romantic liaison, which I could understand, and I even anticipated the prospect of their wedding sweets soon. Yet, I could not comprehend why Zhu Jiqing would place the blame on me. The crowd was in an uproar, taken aback by the shocking revelation. They were flushed, having never encountered such explicit dialogue. Nevertheless, many felt a thrill at the scandalous nature of the conversation and longed to hear more details from Zhou Liwei. Regrettably, I missed the subsequent exchanges. Was Zhou Jiqing truly recounting events as they unfolded? If so, Zhu Jiqing's behavior was utterly repugnant. Attempting to frame Zhou Jiqing as with Chun Jiahui, Chun Jiahui looked bewildered at Zhou Liwei, questioning how his words could seem so credible. His tone and demeanor bore no semblance of deceit. If he were not the subject of the matter, he might have believed it himself. Chun Jiqing, do you think I've spoken incorrectly? Zhou Liwei interjected before Chun Jiahui and Zhu Dingting could regain their composure. The insinuation was palpable. Should Chun Jiahui affirm Zhou Liwei's account, then he would not be deemed a rogue. It would merely be an impulsive act between two individuals in a relationship, with the woman also consenting. Furthermore, should he acknowledge this, he could seamlessly marry Zhu Dingting. Was this not the outcome he desired? As for their actions today, they might only be labeled as a premarital indiscretion, garnering a few remarks, yet causing no significant harm to him. Upon realizing this, he swiftly rescinded his previous intention to collaborate with Zhu Dingting in framing Zhou Liwei, shaking his head repeatedly. No, Zhou Jiqing is correct. Zhu Dingting was devastated. She had anticipated that Zhou Liwei would deny the incident vehemently, believing that once she firmly accused him, Chun Jiahui would support her in order to absolve himself. However, she never imagined that Zhou Liwei would resort to such cunning fabrications, and the crucial part was that Chun Jiahui had corroborated his claims. Now, with their narratives aligned, Zhou Liwei could extricate himself, and Chun Jiahui could marry her as hoped. Yet what about her? She is destined to marry someone she does not cherish, a man of modest means and limited capabilities. Moreover, she must bear the weight of a tarnished reputation, marred by premarital indiscretions and false accusations against others. It is over for her. She has reached a point of no return. Her tears flow like a breached dam, and her head shakes vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. No, this cannot be. It is not as it seems. You are lying. You two have conspired to deceive. Chapter 69, adding drama to oneself. Zhou Liwei scoffed, asserting that it was evident to all whether he had lied. You claim I treated you in such a manner, yet we were in the fields. I should at least bear some traces of dirt. Indeed, if such an act had transpired amidst the soil, one would undoubtedly appear unkempt. His remark prompted the onlookers to re-evaluate the trio. Zhou Liwei remained impeccably clean, exuding an air of undeniable charm. Zhu Tingting had tidied herself up, and though she appeared unscathed, her previously disheveled state had not gone unnoticed by the other female youths. Then there was Chen Jiahui, whose attire was caked in mud, and his torn vest revealed the extent of the ruckus. "Oh dear," one of the girls remarked, having heard the sound of fabric tearing. It was indeed Chen's clothing that had been damaged. How fierce Zhu had been. It was astonishing to witness such a seemingly delicate girl displaying such ferocity in this context. Instantly, many began to conjure images in their minds, their gazes toward Zhu Tingting laden with a newfound scrutiny. Zhu Tingting trembled, caught between anger and fear. No, it's not like that. It truly isn't. Regardless of her desperate attempts at refutation or her pitiful tears, disbelief had taken root among the crowd. TSK, Zhu Tingting, what can we say about you now? At this juncture, Wang Yuhui showed no intention of relenting, instead stoking the flames of misfortune with palpable delight. The others, rather than perceiving Wang Yuhui's actions as excessive, regarded Zhu Tingting with disdain. Observing Zhu's helplessness and sorrow, Zhou Liwei felt no pangs of guilt. This was a predicament of her own making. Had she not sought to embroil him in her troubles, he would not have retaliated in kind. "Enough for today. Let us disperse," Lin Feng announced. Deeming that the matter had been sufficiently clarified, he cast a glance at Zhu Tingting and Chen Jiahui, adding, "You two should expedite your marriage plans. Here in the countryside, age restrictions can be circumvented. Hosting a couple of tables for witnesses suffices. However," he cautioned, "should you wed, you must find your own accommodation. You may apply to the team leader for a plot of land, and with some investment, erect a modest dwelling." As the crowd began to disperse, an undercurrent of tension remained. Zhou Liwei, with a somber expression, returned home, feeling neither pride nor joy at having extricated himself so effortlessly. Zhu Tingting had brought this upon herself. He felt no sympathy, nor guilt. Yet, a twinge of regret lingered. He pondered the nature of these individuals, who seemed perpetually inclined to scheme against one another, ultimately reaping nothing but misfortune. Zhu Tingting had plotted against him, and Chen Jiahui was no different. Though Chen appeared to emerge victorious, on the cusp of marrying the girl he had long desired, he failed to recognize that Zhu Tingting did not harbor affection for him. Indeed, she looked down upon him. In the current circumstances, her consent to marry was born of necessity rather than desire. Will such a woman truly share a life with him in the future? The chaos they endure may be tolerable, yet one cannot help but fear that she may be capricious, although it remains uncertain whether Zhu Tingting will become restless after marriage. The prospect of their life together being fraught with trivial disputes is all too foreseeable. Zhou Liwei pondered, had Chen Jiahui not engaged in those transgressions from the onset? Or had he not harbored the intention to deceive Zhu Tingting into a private conversation? Perhaps he would have decisively relinquished his pursuit and sought a more suitable partner for marriage. Would such a choice have yielded a more harmonious existence? However, life offers no what-ifs. With a heavy sigh, Zhou Liwei returned home, his expression somber. As he tiptoed into the courtyard, he noticed a faint light still emanating from Xiao's room. Pausing momentarily, he wondered why she had yet to retire at such a late hour. After deliberation, he turned towards Yinshou's room. Soon, the rhythmic sound of a sewing machine filled the air. Zhou Liwei understood. It seemed the young lady was still at her craft. Indeed, without electric light, she had to rely on a kerosene lamp for her sewing. The dim light was not kind to the eyes. He gently tapped on the window, and silence enveloped the room. Lowering his voice, he said, "Sister Xiao, it is I. I have just returned from the youth work point and noticed your light still on. I wanted to remind you that prolonged use of a kerosene lamp can lead to nearsightedness, and once you need glasses, it diminishes one's beauty. You should rest early and continue your work tomorrow." Inside, Yunxiu let out a heavy sigh of relief. She had nearly been frightened to death by the late-night visitor. Yet, warned by Zhou Ji's concern, she rose to open the window but hesitated, feeling it inappropriate. Biting her lip, she softly replied, "I understand, Zhou. Please rest early as well." Zhou Liwei, dispelling the gloom that had lingered, smiled as he returned to his room to sleep. The following day, Zhu Tingting and Chen Jiahui were entangled in a scandal involving accusations that Zhou Jijun intended to cling to them, which had already spread like wildfire throughout the village. Typically, matters concerning the youth work point were kept discreet, as gossip could tarnish their reputation. However, this time, the discontented Wang Yuhui seized the opportunity to air her grievances against Zhu Tingting. Wang Yuhui believed that with Zhu Tingting and Chen Jiahui on the brink of marriage, Wu Pengfei would inevitably lose interest in Zhu Tingting, allowing her to shine in his eyes. Thus, emboldened, she declared her feelings to Wu Pengfei the previous night, only to be met with a flat refusal. Even if he had lost interest in Zhu Tingting, he would never consider her as a potential partner. Wang Yuhui, feeling wronged, refused to reflect upon her own shortcomings and instead attributed her misfortunes to Zhu Tingting, convinced that Wu Pengfei was merely comparing their appearances. Consequently, she wandered the village early that morning, spreading tales of Zhu Tingting's alleged misdeeds. Before long, news of Zhu Tingting's situation had permeated the village, reaching even the reclusive Yunxiu at home. During lunch, the brothers Yun Chaohui and Yun Chaoyang inquired of Zhou Liwei whether the matter was indeed true. Zhou Liwei's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively glanced at Yunxiu, fearing she might misconstrue something, especially since he had been embroiled in controversy the previous night. Fortunately, the young girl merely regarded him with a look of curiosity, devoid of any other expression. In truth, Zhou Liwei was merely amplifying his own anxieties. What could she possibly misunderstand? At this juncture, even if he had indeed forged a connection with a female youth from the intellectual youth station, it was likely that the young lady would perceive it as entirely normal, without any feelings of sadness or distress. Had Yunxiu been a more extroverted girl, she might have even cheerfully congratulated him, saying, "Brother Zhou, do bring your future sister-in-law to our home to play." Chapter 70. Yunxiu. So this is how it is. Zhou Liwei was primarily concerned about the Yun family, especially Yunxiu, fearing she might misunderstand him as someone who dallied with women. Thus, he recounted the incident at the educated youth dormitory from the previous night, naturally, sticking to the same version he had told the other youths. The Yun family was stunned. Yun Jiaowei and Yun Zhaoyang were particularly indignant on Zhou Liwei's behalf. That Zhu girl seemed so delicate and pretty. Who would ve thought she'd be like this? Exactly. How could she falsely accuse you for no reason? Utterly shameless. Gao Guixiang sighed in dismay. It's all because our Xiaoxiu is too outstanding. Every girl wants to latch onto him. Using communal chopsticks, she placed a vegetable pancake onto Zhou Liwei's plate and continued, "Xiaoxiu, you must be careful from now on. A young man like you, handsome, with a good job and family background, will have many girls scheming to marry you. Keep your wits about you. If you encounter someone you don't like, stay far away so they can't cling to you." Zhou Liwei accepted the pancake, flashing a bright, even-toothed grin, his heart blooming with delight. "Thank you, Aunt Yun. I understand. From now on, I'll keep at least 10 paces away from any girl." The group burst into laughter. Yunxiu, her head lowered, scooped at the corn rice in her bowl, her large eyes curved into crescents, clearly amused as well. After the meal, while Zhou Liwei and Yun Zhaoyang discussed how to craft toy cars, two groups arrived at the Yun residence to apply for homestead plots from the brigade leader. One group consisted of Feng Xiaoming, Xiu Shiji, and Zhao Jun. The other was Chun Jiahui and Zhu Tingting. When Zhu Tingting was sent to the countryside, her family had given her 200 yuan, along with subsidies for educated youths, leaving her with over 200 yuan in hand. Though Chun Jiahui's family circumstances weren't as favorable as Zhu Tingting's, and he wasn't particularly favored at home, his departure had spared his elder and younger brothers from being sent down. Before he left, his family had given him 100 yuan, so he now had a little over 100. Thus, the two of them had enough to build a house together. After everyone dispersed the previous night, Qin Jiahui had spoken at length with Zhu Tingting, promising to treat her well in the future. Left with no choice, she had reluctantly agreed. They decided to each contribute 40 yuan for the construction. Zhu Tingting, however, harbored quiet grievances. "He just vowed to treat me well, yet turns around and expects me to pay half for the house? What kind of good treatment is this?" But Qin Jiahui argued that he had little money left. If he spent it all on the house, he wouldn't even have enough to host their wedding banquet. The thought of footing the bill for the wedding herself was too distasteful for Zhu Tingting, so she ultimately agreed to share the construction costs. Yun Songzhan didn't make things difficult for them. The homestead approvals were granted swiftly. After all, the educated youth dormitory was indeed overcrowded. If some could move out and build their own houses at their own expense, without burdening the village, there was no reason to refuse. The construction would also require help from villagers, allowing some to earn a little extra. It was a win-win situation. The homestead plots were allocated near the educated youth dormitory. Feng Xiaoming and his two companions received a plot slightly behind the dormitory, closer to the mountain foot and the collective's private plots. Chun Jiahui and Zhu Tingting's homestead is situated right in front of the educated youth site, closer to the villagers. They moved swiftly, securing their land and immediately seeking assistance to construct their home. Some families had already prepared adobe bricks, which they decided to purchase for immediate use. The educated youth site. embroiled in the affairs of Qin Jiehui and Zhu Dingting, drew significant attention that Zhou Liwei could hardly manage. His thoughts were entirely consumed by the exquisite garments crafted by his beloved Shou'er, which were simply stunning. Her craftsmanship was undoubtedly exceptional. But what truly stood out was Yun Xiu's innate design talent. She had a knack for subtle details that enhanced the garment's aesthetic appeal and elevated their sophistication. Particularly noteworthy were two dresses he had commissioned, a long dress and a skirt. The dress featured a waist belt design that accentuated Yun Xiu's slender waist and made her appear significantly taller than usual. The skirt was adorned with a ruffled hem, a distinctive and innovative style that was quite striking. Zhou Liwei found himself entranced by Yun Xiu, questioning how he had overlooked such a beautiful girl in the village, all the while preoccupied with thoughts of that pristine white lotus. "So, Brother Zhou, how do you find these two dresses?" Yun Xiu's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling somewhat flustered by his gaze. Zhou Liwei snapped back to reality, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "They are splendid. You have done exceptionally well. How many days would it take to make the remaining fabric into similar dresses?" Yun Xiu pondered, noting that a roll of fabric measured 3 meters. If divided equally between the two styles, she could create approximately 18 long dresses and 19 skirts. Working tirelessly, she estimated it would take her around 10 days. "Brother Zhou, it would require about half a month," she replied, providing a conservative estimate. Zhou Liwei furrowed his brow. He intended to take the garments to Harbin to sell through Qiguangrong, and waiting half a month was impractical, as he would need to make the trip in 3 or 4 days. Noticing Zhou Liwei's expression, Yun Xiu bit her lip and softly suggested, "If you are in a hurry, I could ask my aunt for assistance. I learned my skills from her, and she is both faster and more skilled than I." Zhou Liwei nodded in agreement. "That sounds good. See if your aunt can help. I can offer you both 2 yuan for each piece made. However, I do have one requirement. The dresses must be completed within 3 days." Yun Xiu felt reassured that 3 days was manageable. Her aunt had connections and excellent skills, so they could certainly finish within that time frame. Yet, she felt a twinge of anxiety regarding the generous compensation. "Brother Zhou, the timeline is fine. But is the payment not a bit excessive? Wasn't he at previously 1 yuan per piece? That rate was for friends helping out. This is a business arrangement." Zhou Liwei clarified. "However, these dresses are different. I intend to sell them in Harbin. A friend of mine works at the supply and marketing cooperative there and can ensure these dresses find buyers. This is a long-term business arrangement, and I will certainly seek your assistance in the future. I wouldn't want to shortchange you." Yun Xiu was pleasantly surprised. "Really? Will there be more clothes to make in the future? If so, could she earn even more money? Would she no longer need to ask her family for tuition and pocket money? With such a high labor fee, she might even be able to save some money for her family. Just thinking about it brings her immense joy." Zhou Liwei noticed the evident delight on her face and felt pleased as well. "Yes, as long as the garments are well made, we can continue this collaboration. I will bring the fabric back for you to work on. You may choose to do it yourself or enlist others. However, I must advise you, if you choose to hire someone else, you need not pay them as much. I will offer you 2 yuan per piece. And how much you pay others is entirely your concern." Yun Xiu was taken aback. Is it truly possible to approach it this way? Wouldn't she be able to earn a significant profit? Chapter 071. A secret between us in Yun Xiu's eyes. It seemed that there would always be someone willing to make a piece of clothing for 50 cents. If she were to offer someone 50 cents per garment, she could effortlessly earn $1.50 without lifting a finger. Wasn't that rather ungracious? Brother Zhou, would that be inappropriate? Moreover, it appears that the labor fee you are offering is rather excessive. In fact, even 1 yuan seems like too much. She expressed her concern. Zhou Liwei replied earnestly, "Indeed. 2 yuan for labor is not insignificant, but when it comes to you, it is not excessive at all." Yun Xiu looked perplexed. "What do you mean by that?" Zhou Liwei began to elucidate. "You see, I am quite ignorant when it comes to making clothes, and you are the only person I know who possesses that skill. If I wish to accomplish this task, I can only turn to you for assistance. You understand that I cannot casually seek help from others. I choose you not only for your craftsmanship but also for your reliability. Therefore, in the future, you and your aunt should also seek dependable individuals for assistance." He continued. "Furthermore, when I sell a skirt, it typically goes for 6 yuan. The fabric is purchased for 50 cents per foot, which amounts to $1.50 per meter. Calculate the cost for yourself. Adding your 2 yuan labor fee, the total cost barely reaches 3 yuan and 50 cents. I am doing nothing yet I'm earning as much as you." In truth, he was not entirely honest. While he intended to price the skirt at 6 yuan, he certainly could not offer Qi Guangrong the same price. He would need to provide a discount to Qi Guangrong as well. Yunshu listened, her eyes wide with astonishment, as she had not anticipated Zhou Liwei would provide such a thorough explanation. Are we not engaging in some form of speculation? As a conscientious citizen, her heart began to race anxiously. Although she had harbored some suspicions before, they had merely been conjectures, allowing her to deceive herself into believing she was mistaken. But now that Brother Zhou had clearly laid it out, she could no longer pretend to be oblivious. She felt that this venture was not right. Yet an indistinct part of her sensed that it was not entirely wrong either. With her lips pressed together, her dimples were filled with conflict. Zhou Liwei found her expression amusing and reassured her. Do not worry. As long as you do not disclose this to anyone, there will be no danger. When you seek reliable individuals to make clothes, just say they are acquaintances from the factory assisting with the processing. The skirts do not require our own sales. They will be taken to the supply and marketing cooperative in Harbin. It is very safe. Yunxiu nodded in relief. Zhou Liwei smirked, adding, however, this remains our secret. You must not tell anyone, or they will know how much we are earning. Yunxiu blinked in surprise, nodding again, though she couldn't shake the feeling that his words sounded rather peculiar. Secrets, it seemed, were typically shared only among those who were particularly close. Were she and Brother Zhou close? Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily lowered her head. Well then, Brother Zhou, I shall take my leave. I will go find my aunt with the fabric shortly. Zhou Liwei observed the blushing girl with amusement, his smile reminiscent of a cunning wolf. Sister Xior, let us go together. I need to deliver these garments you have prepared to the commune. I will drive you there, and we can return together afterward. Yunshu did not refuse. After all, a car would undoubtedly be faster than a bicycle, allowing for a swift round trip. The two individuals greeted their family before preparing to head to the commune. Upon hearing their plans, Yin Chaguang insisted on joining them, eager to ride in the large vehicle. Without hesitation, Zhou Liwei chuckled and lifted the boy into the car, knowing that his presence would deter any idle gossip from the villagers. With many gossiping tongues in the village, Zhou was particularly concerned about the potential rumors that could tarnish Shou'er's reputation. Yin Chaguang was brimming with excitement, exploring every nook and cranny of the vehicle, transforming into a whirlwind of questions, each more inquisitive than the last. Zhou Liwei, while driving, patiently answered the boy's endless queries. Chaguang was greatly impressed, exclaiming, Brother Zhou, how do you know so much? You're truly remarkable. Shou'er too admired Zhou, casting him adoring glances from time to time. Zhou felt a surge of pride. He aimed to showcase his excellence in front of Shou'er, ensuring she recognized the caliber of man he was, so she wouldn't easily be swayed by others in the future. He smiled with satisfaction, explaining, It's simply because I enjoy reading. The more I read, the more I understand. So, you should study diligently as well. One day, you'll know even more than I do. In that moment, Chaguang was filled with determination, silently vowing to dedicate himself to his studies and aspire to be as exceptional as Brother Zhou. However, he wondered if he would remember this vow upon returning from the commune. Upon their arrival at the commune, Zhou Liwei escorted the siblings directly to Aunt Yun's residence. Her home was not situated on the main street of the commune, but rather in a nearby village, a mere 10-minute walk away. Following Shou'er's directions, Zhou parked the car at the entrance of Aunt Yun's yard. I will return to pick you up in about an hour. Do not wander off, just wait here, he instructed. Understood, Brother Zhou, Chaguang replied, leaping from the car like a firecracker and darting into Aunt Yun's yard. Shou'er, more composed, gracefully exited the vehicle and waved, saying, Brother Zhou, there is no need to rush. Just come back once everything is settled. Chaguang and I will remain here. Zhou nodded reassuringly before driving off to the machinery station. There, he unexpectedly encountered Zhang Liang. He tossed a bag containing clothes to Zhang and proceeded to Zhang Hongxi's office. Zhang Liang followed him in, puzzled. Brother Wei, what is this? Without waiting for an answer, he opened the bag and pulled out the clothes. Whose are these? After exchanging greetings with Zhang Hongxi, Zhou explained, These are for Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang, and there are some for you as well. Zhang Liang's eyes sparkled with delight at the unexpected gift. Brother Wei, what made you think to bring us clothes? And of such fine quality? Without a care for the presence of others in the office, he began to undress to try them on. Zhou's eyes twitched slightly. Well, they were all men, after all, and there was little to fuss about. Ah, Wei Gu, this garment is exquisitely crafted, especially these trousers, which are remarkably comfortable. Zhang Hongxi's eyes brightened as he observed the attire, clearly impressed. With a smile, he inquired, Last time you asked for our measurements, you intended to create clothing for us, didn't you? Zhou Liwei nodded affirmatively. Indeed, a friend of mine possesses exceptional tailoring skills. I sought to have some clothing made for myself and took the opportunity to create a set for you as well. Noticing the cigarettes on the table, he casually picked one up and shared it with the father and son before lighting it. Naturally, he did not forget himself. This time, he refrained from pocketing the cigarette, instead placing it back on the table, as Zhang Hongxi's gaze was too intense to ignore. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled a cloud of smoke and continued. If you find the clothing satisfactory, you may seek my friend S assistance for future garments. Zhang Liang was engrossed in examining his own attire, thoroughly content. That sounds splendid. Thank you, Wei Gu. Please convey my gratitude to your friend. I shall treat him to a meal another day. His skills are indeed commendable, so I will certainly seek his help in the future. Zhou Liwei flicked the ash from his cigarette and replied, for any future garments, simply provide the fabric. However, there is no need to treat him to a meal, just remember to compensate him for his labor. Zhang Liang responded with surprise, so it is not complimentary after all? Zhou Liwei clarified, as for how much to pay for his labor, that is entirely at your discretion. I typically offer 2 yuan per item. The Zhang family remained speechless. Chapter 072. Subtle thoughts. Zhou Liwei's pricing was not arbitrary. The local tailor shop typically charged around $2 for a garment, with thicker winter clothing priced at about $2.50. However, this money did not line private pockets, as the tailor shops were state-owned, regardless of the shop's business performance. The tailors received a fixed salary. For private jobs, however, people were willing to work for less, $1 or even 50 cents, because all earnings went directly into their own pockets. Hence, Zhou Liwei had no concerns that Yuxiu and her aunt would struggle to find someone willing to assist with their clothing needs, even for a modest fee. He firmly believed that as long as one offered payment, no matter how small, there would be plenty of willing hands. Of course, his Yuxiu was different. If someone sought her to make clothes, the fee had to be no less than $2 per item. His original intention was merely to allow Yuxiu to earn some pocket money during her spare time, and with Qi Guangrong's connections, he was confident Yuxiu would have enough work. Discussing this matter with Zhang Liang and the others was simply an embellishment to the conversation. In truth, he harbored a private ambition to showcase his beloved Yuxiu. Although she was not yet officially his partner, he viewed that as an inevitable development. Zhang Liang was one of his few friends in the Hongshan commune, and he would undoubtedly introduce them in time. He yearned to boast, "This is my girlfriend. She creates exquisite garments." However, he recognized that the moment was not yet ripe. For now, all he could do was subtly promote his future girlfriend while ensuring they supported Yuxiu's burgeoning business. Zhang Liang and his father remained oblivious to Zhou Liwei's discreet intentions, yet they were still quite supportive. As Zhou Liwei prepared to leave, he carried with him several pieces of fabric that Zhang Liang had hastily purchased from the supply and marketing cooperative, intending for Yuxiu to craft outfits for his grandparents. This way, when Zhou Liwei traveled to Harbin, Yuxiu would have work to occupy her time at home. In high spirits, Zhou Liwei parked his vehicle outside his aunt's yard, honked the horn twice, and upon seeing no one emerge, reached into his pocket for his cigarette case and matches. However, he quickly remembered that Yuxiu and his brother would soon be boarding the car and halted his actions, gazing at the cigarettes and matches in his hand. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. Uncle Zhang attempted to keep an eye on him, but clearly, he was not vigilant enough. When Yuxiu and Yun Xiaoguang emerged from the yard, she caught a glimpse of Zhou Liwei's smiling face through the car window, causing her heart to skip a beat uncontrollably. This man was undoubtedly the most handsome she had ever encountered. His smile was even more captivating. No wonder the village's most beautiful girl, Shintao Hua, gravitated towards him. And the educated youth, Zhu Tingting, also seemed eager to latch onto him. He truly possessed the charm to attract attention. Yun Xiaogu also stepped out, and Zhou Liwei discreetly stowed away his cigarettes and matches before exiting the vehicle to greet them politely. Yun Chumei had long heard tales of this educated youth residing at Shuxiu's home, who treated their family with kindness. Today, upon learning that her niece had come to seek her assistance with clothing, she realized that it was indeed this Zhou youth who had provided the opportunity. Upon seeing him, she greeted him warmly. "Oh dear, this spirited young man must be Shou Jiqing. He is indeed quite handsome. Would you like to step out of the car and have a drink before you leave?" Zhou Liwei smiled and politely declined, saying, "No, my dear aunt. I have matters to attend to and must return early. I shall visit again when I have the time." Yun Chumei waved with a smile, responding, "Very well. Be sure to come when you can." Zhou Liwei agreed. Observing Yun Xiu and Yun Xiaoguang boarding the vehicle, he too climbed in, and they set off. Given that Yun Chaoguang was present, Zhou Liwei and Yun Xiu tacitly avoided discussing the matter of clothing production, concerned that the young lad might inadvertently reveal their plans regarding making garments for profit. The journey was filled with casual chatter, and upon arriving home, Yun Chaoguang eagerly boasted about riding in a large vehicle. Zhou Liwei handed the fabric he had brought back to Yun Xiu, explaining, "My colleague wishes to make clothing for his grandparents, totaling 4 outfits and 8 pieces. They are offering 2 yuan per piece." He then presented her with 16 yuan. "There is no rush for these garments. You can start on them once the skirts are completed." Yun Xiu was astonished. She had not anticipated work coming in so swiftly, especially with such a generous fee. Yet, amidst her joy, a sense of apprehension lingered. "Brother Zhou, this is rather too much. Perhaps we should stick to the previous rate of 1 yuan per piece for your colleague." Zhou Liwei would not entertain her refusal, insisting, "I have already asked you to do me a favor last time. This 2 yuan is the standard price from now on. You need not feel burdened. This is the going rate at the tailor's." Stealing a glance at Zhou Liwei, Yun Xiu noted his sincerity and gave a slight nod. "All right, I understand. Thank you, Brother Zhou." She recognized that his kindness stemmed from his affection for her 2 older brothers. His good rapport with them undoubtedly extended to their family as well. She was curious about what charm her elder and second brother possessed that could earn Zhou Liwei's genuine friendship. She resolved to speak with her brothers about valuing such a good friend, for having someone like him in their lives was indeed a stroke of fortune. At the Shijia commune, Shen Kursen reluctantly closed the ledger, his brow furrowed. Several ledgers lay scattered on the table, accompanied by an abacus and a notebook. "Father, what is the matter? Has there been any discrepancy in the commune's accounts?" Shen Taohua inquired anxiously. Her father had been poring over the commune's financial records for 3 days, and her worry was mounting as he had yet to uncover any issues. Shen Kursen sighed and shook his head. "I am familiar with these accounts. Any alterations would be apparent to me at a glance. I found nothing amiss. In truth, it was that there were no issues at all, but rather that the problems stemmed from him. In his previous bookkeeping, he had occasionally inflated the necessary expenditures for the commune, allowing the excess to line his own pockets. For instance, if the commune needed to purchase something for 8 yuan, he would accurately record that amount in the presence of others, only to later find an opportunity to amend the entry, increasing it to 18 yuan. Thus, an extra 10 yuan would conveniently find its way into his possession. At this juncture, the educational level of the cadre members in the brigade was rather low, and few possessed the knowledge to properly regulate bookkeeping. Shen Kursen, however, demonstrated a pragmatic approach. Naturally, such practices could not be conducted with regularity, although other cadres neglected to maintain accounts. The general financial situation of the brigade was somewhat understood by all. Over the course of a year, discrepancies amounting to 100 or 80 yuan would likely go unnoticed. Yet excessive amounts could easily raise suspicion. While 100 or 80 yuan may seem negligible, the gradual accumulation over the years, during which Shen Kursen served as the brigade's accountant, amounted to a considerable sum. It is estimated that he had accrued around 5 or 600 yuan. At that time, 5 or 600 yuan was not an inconsequential amount. In their Qingshan brigade, it could be said that even 50 or 60 yuan was a rarity among many families. Chapter 073. The plan falls through at this moment. Shen Kursen felt a twinge of headache. He originally intended to investigate whether Yun Songshan had inappropriately appropriated certain funds without proper utilization. However, upon reviewing the accounts, he discovered that every expenditure made by Yun Songshan had corresponding receipts, all bearing official seals that suggested authenticity. At least from the financial records, no discrepancies were apparent. Furthermore, the funds of the brigade were currently under his control, making it impossible for Yun Songshan to misappropriate public money. So where did the Yun family acquire such wealth to indulge in various purchases? Could it be that they had received gifts? Yet, could gifts amount to such a significant sum? Shen Kursen was well aware of the customary practices in the village. Typically, gifts consisted of a few eggs, a bag of sugar, or a can of preserves. It was inconceivable that anyone would present a substantial monetary gift. Perplexed, Shen Kursen could only arrive at one possibility. Those items truly did not belong to the Yun family. Taohua, did you hear that Yun Xiu mentioned the sewing machine wasn't a gift from her family? Upon hearing this, Shen Taohua felt a surge of indignation. What did Yun Xiu mean by that? Was she intentionally showing off? Indeed, despite the sewing machine being placed in her room, she claimed it was merely stored there. Not a gift from her family. What was the big deal? It was just a sewing machine. Shen Kursen recognized that his daughter was speaking out of jealousy. In this day and age, owning a sewing machine was indeed remarkable, and in their Qishan brigade, the Yun family was the only one to possess such a luxury. Tao Hua, have you considered that Yun Xiu might be speaking the truth? What? The truth? Shen Tao Hua was momentarily taken aback. After pondering for a while, she responded, Father, do you mean the sewing machine doesn't belong to the Yun family? If it doesn't belong to the Yun family, then whose could it be? Could it possibly belong to Zhou Jiqing? Shen Tao Hua gazed intently at Shun Kursen, eager for confirmation. If it were indeed Zhou Jiqing's, it might very well become hers in the future. Not only the sewing machine but also the radio and that brand new bicycle. The more she thought about it, the more her heart raced with excitement. Shin Kursen nodded, feeling confident in his deduction. Tao Hua, you should visit the Yun family more often to ascertain whether these items truly belong to Zhou Jiqing. If they do, it's likely that the conditions of Zhou Jiqing's family are better than we had imagined. I trust you know what to do next. Shin Tao Hua nodded eagerly. Father, I understand what needs to be done. Just watch. I will ensure that Zhou Jiqing notices my merits. Shin Kursen smiled with satisfaction. After the father and daughter made their plans, Shin Tao Hua tidied herself up and set off for the Yun residence. Xiao, are you home? Yun Xiao had just concluded a discussion with Zhou Liwei and was emerging from his room with fabric in her arms when she heard Shin Tao Hua's voice. Instantly, her brow furrowed with irritation. Why had this person come again? Realizing the presence of someone behind her, she understood the situation. The courtyard door was ajar, and Shin Tao Hua had already entered the yard. She cast a glance towards the direction of Zhou Liwei's residence, only to find Yun Xiao standing at the doorway. Noticing the abundance of fabric in her arms, she surmised it was a gift from Zhou Liwei, instantly igniting a pang of jealousy that reddened her eyes. Her gaze towards Yun Xiao was decidedly unfriendly, as if she had stolen something from her own home. After all, she was merely a 17-year-old girl, inexperienced and unable to mask her emotions effectively. Once jealousy took hold, it was difficult to conceal. Yun Xiao frowned more deeply and inquired coolly, Sister Tao Hua, are you here for something? Shin Tao Hua snapped back to reality, hurriedly adjusting her demeanor to force a smile. Xiao, it's like this. You helped me make a shirt last time, and my mother praised your craftsmanship, making me envious. Since I have some free time during the holidays, I thought I might learn how to sew from you. You wouldn't refuse me, would you? Yun Xiao felt an urge to roll her eyes. Setting aside the question of whether she would easily impart her skills, their relationship hardly warranted such a request. They had never been particularly close. And the previous agreement to make the shirt was out of courtesy, considering they hailed from the same village, as well as her own brother's fondness for Shin Tao Hua. But now that she was aware of Yun Xiao's disinterest in her brother, why should she feel obligated to assist someone with whom she shared little camaraderie? Without mincing words, Yun Xiao replied, Sister Tao Hua, I'm truly sorry, but I've been quite busy lately and don't have the time to teach you sewing. Shin Tao Hua was taken aback by the outright rejection. Her expression shifted, yet she managed a strained smile. Oh, is that so? What are you busy with, Xiao? Would you like some help? Yun Xiao grew increasingly exasperated, feeling as though Shin Tao Hua could not comprehend her refusal. No, I can manage by myself. With that, she clutched the fabric and turned to head back to her own room. Sister Tao Hua, I have things to attend to now, so I can't play with you today. You should head back early. As Shin Tao Hua watched Yun Xiao's retreating figure, she yearned to follow her. However, a flicker of inspiration crossed her mind, and she remained rooted in place, a glimmer of excitement gracing her features. Once Yun Xiao entered her room, she pivoted and made her way towards Zhou Liwei's abode. Upon seeing him tidying up inside, she donned an appropriately sweet smile and softly asked, Zhou Jiqing, may I come in? I have something to discuss with you. With a resounding bang, Zhou Liwei abruptly shut the door in her face, securing it from within. Shin Tao Hua's face flushed crimson, a mixture of anger and embarrassment coursing through her. Trembling all over, she thought, how could he treat me this way? Tears cascaded uncontrollably down her cheeks. Unable to bear such humiliation, recognizing her plans had been thwarted, she covered her mouth and fled towards the yard. At the entrance, she encountered Yun Xiaohui and Yun Xiaoyang, who had just returned from chopping wood. Yun Xiaohui intended to greet her, but Shin Tao Hua ran past them, oblivious to their presence, weeping as she distanced herself. Yun Xiaohui stared at her retreating figure, brow furrowed in concern. Why is Tao Hua crying? Did someone from our family upset her? Although Yun Xiao had just entered her room, she was still keenly aware of Shin Tao Hua's movements. Therefore, she clearly observed Shin Tao Hua being locked out of Zhou Liwei's room. She found Zhou's actions exceedingly amusing and couldn't help but chuckle quietly. When she saw Shin Tao Hua dash out, she prepared to close the courtyard gate. Upon noticing her two brothers returning, her smile deepened, revealing her dimples. "Eldest brother, second brother, you're back," she exclaimed with a tone full of joy, instantly uplifting the atmosphere. Yun Chaoyang replied with a grin, "Little sister, are you back from the commune?" "Yes, I just returned." Yun Chaohui gazed at his sister's cheerful countenance, hesitating to speak. The courtyard seemed to belong solely to his little sister, yet he recalled that Tao Hua had run out in tears just moments ago. Could it be that his sister had bullied Tao Hua? But that seemed unlikely. She wasn't the type to mistreat others. Yun Chaohui felt conflicted, uncertain whether he should inquire about the situation. Chapter 074. Enlightenment. Yun Xiao noticed that her elder brother seemed to have something on his mind. She could surmise what he wanted to ask, undoubtedly about the scene where Shun Taohua had run out in tears. She composed her expression, pressed her lips together, and finally decided to speak first, saying, "Sister Taohua came to see me earlier." Yun Chaohui immediately lifted his gaze towards Yun Xiao, awaiting her to elaborate. Observing her brother's reaction, Yun Xiao sighed softly. "Brother, please set down the firewood first." Yun Chaohui chuckled awkwardly, placing the wood down before eagerly inquiring, "Sister, what did Taohua want when she came to you?" Yun Xiao replied, "She came to ask if I could teach her sewing techniques, but I did not agree." Yun Chaoyang snorted lightly. "It was wise of you to decline. Such skills should not be easily imparted. Moreover, if she wishes to learn, she ought to prepare a gift and seek out a proper tailor to apprentice under. Why come to you?" Yun Xiao thought to herself that her intentions were not as simple as wanting to learn sewing. Rather, she was merely trying to catch the attention of Brother Zhou. Yun Chaohui looked at Yun Xiao with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Xiao, do you think you could spare some time to teach Taohua? She seems very eager to learn, and after you declined her, she even cried." "Brother, what are you suggesting? Surely you remember how our aunt wanted me to learn sewing, and we prepared a gift for her. Did she not also say that this craft should not be casually taught to outsiders?" Before Yun Xiao could continue, Yun Chaoyang interjected angrily. Yun Chaohui scratched his head awkwardly, muttering, "But isn't Taohua an outsider too?" Though his voice diminished, Yun Xiao and Yun Chaoyang heard him clearly. Yun Chaoyang was at a loss for words. "Brother, how can Shun Taohua not be considered an outsider?" Yun Chaohui wanted to argue that if he were to marry her in the future, they would indeed become family. However, since they had yet to even begin their journey together, he refrained from voicing it. Nevertheless, Yun Xiao could read his thoughts in his expression. With a sigh, she resolved to clarify matters for her elder brother to dispel any unrealistic fantasies he harbored regarding Shun Taohua. "Brother, the reason Sister Taohua ran out in tears was not that I refused her request, but because she wished to enter Brother Zhou's room to consult him about something. However, Brother Zhou ignored her and left her standing outside. That is why she ran out crying." Yun Chaoyang was on the verge of exclaiming that Shun Taohua was rather shameless. Yet, upon witnessing the rapid change in his elder brother's expression, he swallowed his words. Yun Xiao was determined to continue, intending to convey everything in one go to allow her brother to reflect properly. "The last time Sister Taohua came to me to make clothes, she also made subtle attempts to get closer to Brother Zhou, yet he paid her no mind. Brother, think about it. Do you not find it peculiar? She never used to visit our home frequently, but since Brother Zhou has been staying with us, she only comes around when he is here. If Brother Zhou were not home, would she ever come at all?" "Indeed, my dear brother. During her last visit for dinner at our home, it became evident that she was keenly attempting to draw near to Brother Zhou. Despite our efforts to reserve a seat for her and my sister beside our mother, she chose instead to sit next to Brother Zhou. It was only when Brother Zhou, realizing the awkwardness of the situation, moved to sit beside my sister that he acknowledged her presence." Yun Chaohui's brow furrowed deeply, almost resembling the character for. "Previously, I had not noticed these subtleties, but upon reflection, as my siblings pointed it out, it seemed to hold some truth. Was it, then, a case of self-deception on his part?" His countenance darkened, while Yun Chaoyang and Yun Xiao exchanged worried glances. What none of the siblings realized was that while it was indeed inappropriate for Shun Taohua to sit beside Zhou Jiqing, was it not equally inappropriate for Zhou Liwei to alter his seat and place himself beside Yun Xiao? Yun Chaohui retreated to his room in solitude, and Yun Xiao and Yun Chaoyang chose not to disturb him, observing his forlorn demeanor with a heavy heart. They understood that it was better to come to terms with this sooner rather than investing more in a pursuit that might yield no results. Meanwhile, Zhou Liwei remained inside his room, gazing out of the window at the world outside, refraining from stepping out, as it would be inappropriate for him to involve himself given his current status. Moreover, it appeared that the young lady their future brother-in-law favored harbored impure intentions towards him. making it unwise to provoke any discord. On the other hand, Shun Taohua, in tears, returned home and relayed Zhou Liwei's demeanor to Shun Lisan. After a discussion, father and daughter devised a new strategy. Since Zhou Liwei was proving to be elusive, they decided to take an indirect approach, beginning with the more accessible Yun Xiaohui, who seemed to harbor affections for her. Thus, from that day forth, Yun Xiaohui found himself frequently encountering Shun Taohua. The village was small, and it was quite easy to orchestrate such encounters. Had it been any other time, had he not heard from his siblings about Shun Taohua's interest in Zhou Liwei, he would have been delighted to run into her, eager to greet her, and perhaps wishing for an opportunity to converse further. However, now, after each encounter, he merely cast her a fleeting glance before quietly departing. Yet, with each meeting, ripples of emotion stirred within him. For she was the very girl he had cherished for 2 years, the one he wished to marry. Was it possible that everyone had misjudged her feelings, and she still held an interest in him? Shun Taohua, growing somewhat anxious, wondered why this simpleton did not approach her when he saw her. It seemed she would have to take the initiative. Thus, when they crossed paths once more, she cheerfully called out, "Brother Yun." Yun Xiaohui felt a jolt of surprise. He halted, swallowing hard, and responded, "Taohua, is there something you need?" Shun Taohua beamed with satisfaction, thinking to herself that this Yun Xiaohui could not possibly resist her charm. She leaned in slightly, asking, "Where are you headed, Brother Yun?" Yun Xiaohui felt a wave of tension, as if he could detect the fragrant scent of her snowflower cream. Taking a slight step back, he replied, "I am on my way to the mountains to gather firewood." "Perfect. I am also heading to the mountains to collect some twigs. Shall we go together?" She responded eagerly. Yun Xiaohui glanced at her exquisite attire, recognizing that the garment had been skillfully crafted by his younger sister. It was indeed beautiful, yet it hardly seemed appropriate for labor. Nevertheless, Yun Xiaohui refrained from further comment, simply uttering a casual "do as you wish" before striding purposefully towards the foot of the mountain. Shun Taohua had to sprint to keep up with him. Despite his brisk pace, Yun Xiaohui, with a touch of compassion, slowed down slightly. "Brother Yun, your family treats Xiao remarkably well, even providing her with a sewing machine." At this moment, Yun Xiaohui was oblivious to the underlying implications, merely perceiving her words as a spontaneous expression of admiration. He candidly replied, "The sewing machine does not belong to us, it belongs to Zhou Jiqing." After a brief pause, he added, "However, Zhou Jiqing mentioned that he currently has no use for it, so he allowed Xiao to use it since her tailoring skills are commendable." Chapter 075. Why is he so lacking in taste indeed? As she had surmised, the sewing machine belonged to Zhou Jiqing, although there had been suspicions. The moment of confirmation left Shun Taohua feeling quite indignant. How could Zhou Jiqing allow that sewing machine to be used by that girl, Yin Xiao? Is it true then that your family's radio also belongs to Zhou Jiqing? I recall your family having only one bicycle, yet now there are 3. Surely the other 2 cannot all be Zhou Jiqing's? Yun Xiaohui furrowed his brow, finally discerning the peculiarity. It appeared that her inquiries were merely a ruse to extract information. What was her motive for such curiosity? If these items indeed belonged to her family, what expression would she wear? Would she reconsider her feelings for him based solely on these possessions? Yun Xiaohui scoffed at the thought, realizing that ultimately, she regarded not the individual, but the circumstances. The radio was Zhou Jiqing's, the bicycles were his too, one of which was a new acquisition he had helped procure for Feng Jiqing. Shun Taohua nodded, pressing on to inquire about Zhou Liwei's situation. Suddenly, Yun Xiaohui halted in his tracks, nearly causing Shun Taohua to collide with him. Irritated, she exclaimed, "Yun good. What are you doing? Why did you stop so abruptly?" Taking a deep breath, Yun Xiaohui turned to her, his expression cold. "Shun Taohua, if you wish to learn about Zhou Jiqing, you may as well seek him out directly. He undoubtedly possesses far more knowledge than I do." Pausing, he added, "Furthermore, there are distinctions between genders. Unless you intend to pursue a relationship with me, it would be wise to maintain a respectful distance." With that, he turned sharply and ascended the mountain. Shun Taohua stood frozen, her eyes wide with disbelief as she watched Yun Xiaohui's retreating figure. Did he not harbor feelings for her? Is this how affection manifested? At this moment, Shun Taohua failed to grasp that her actions were eroding a man's fondness for her. Yun Xiaohui was no fool. He possessed a keen intellect, characteristic of the Yun family. While he indeed admired Shun Taohua, he could not tolerate the absence of self-respect. It was evident that she was exploiting his feelings, yet she persisted in allowing it. Such behavior was not love, it was folly, an act of servility. Yun Xiaohui had finally resigned himself to despair. After his mother had tested the waters with the Shin family and received a polite refusal, his hopes had dwindled. Yet, when Shintawa accepted his invitation to dinner and chose to sit beside him, a flicker of hope reignited within him. However, just days later, that nascent hope was extinguished once more. At this moment, Yin Xiaohui's mood was at its nadir. He felt a wave of aversion towards women. For instance, he encountered two female youth on the mountain, who, upon spotting a wild pear tree laden with fruit, attempted to knock the pears down with sticks. Unfortunately, the pears were positioned too high, and even with their jumping efforts, they could not reach them. When Luo Shanshan spotted Yun Xiaohui, she joyfully waved at him. "Comrade, could you lend a hand?" Yun Xiaohui wore a stony expression, casting a brief glance at her before striding past, wholly uninterested in offering assistance. Even though it was a simple task for him, he had no desire to lend a hand. Roshan's mouth fell agape as she followed Yun Xiaohui's retreating figure, her head spinning for a moment before she regained her senses. Pointing at his back, she complained to her companion, "Xiao Jia, who is this person? Why is he so unapproachable?" Deng Xiao Jia found Roshan's astonishment somewhat amusing. He seems to be the eldest son of the team leader. Named Yun Xiaohui or perhaps Yun Xiaoyang, I can't quite recall. Roshan pouted. What a person. Not friendly at all. To ignore a request for help like that, how unmanly. Deng Xiaojia nodded in agreement. The two resumed their playful antics, jumping and tapping at fruit with their sticks. As Yun Xiaohui glanced back, shaking his head, he mused that women were not only troublesome but also remarkably foolish. They didn't even think to find a longer stick when the current one was too short. Such silliness was astounding. Unbeknownst to the two young women, who were obliviously laboring in their endeavor, they continued to alternate their jumps in vain. Eventually, panting and exhausted, they had to abandon their fruit-gathering quest and resort to collecting firewood instead. When Yin Xiaohui passed by with a bundle of firewood, he instinctively looked up and noticed the wild pears still clinging to the tree. They were rather well hidden, obscured by the leaves, making them difficult to spot without careful observation. No wonder they had remained untouched. Had they been in a more conspicuous position, they would have likely been picked long ago. He cast another glance at the two young women nearby, shaking his head in resignation. Setting down the firewood, he picked up the stick they had used earlier, expertly leaping to hook the branch bearing the wild pears. 3 pears of moderate size dangled from the branch, which he broke off. They would fit awkwardly in his pocket. The corners of Yun Xiaohui's mouth twitched slightly. He knew that Xiao and Stab Wang would relish the wild pears, and he was certain they would be delighted upon his return. With the firewood on his back and the branch with wild pears in hand, he strode away. Roshan, who had just approached, stood dumbfounded, staring at his tall figure. Unable to regain her composure until Deng Xiaojia called her name, she pointed at Yin Xiaohui, stammering, "HM. How utterly lacking in class." She had anticipated thanking him for helping them pick the fruit, yet he had simply taken the pears and left. Did he not understand that they had discovered them first? Did he not grasp the concept of queuing? Was he unfamiliar with the notion of prioritizing women? Even if he were oblivious to all that, surely he should adhere to the principle of sharing with those who witnessed it? It was truly outrageous, infuriating her to no end. As the two girls trudged back with their firewood, Roshan vented her frustrations all the way. In her eyes, Yun Xiaohui, or Yun Xiaoyang, had firmly secured a spot on her blacklist. He was far from embodying the qualities of a true man. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaohui remained oblivious to their musings. He held no interest in girls, particularly not in pretty ones. In his mind, most beautiful girls represented vanity, foolishness, and ineptitude. Why most? Because he thought of his younger sister, who was both beautiful and exceptionally capable. It must be said that this individual is indeed quite hypocritical. In the ensuing days, Shin Taohua found no opportunity to approach Yin Xiaohui or Zhou Liwei, and thus had no choice but to temporarily abandon her efforts and seek alternative means. At this juncture, Zhou Liwei was preparing to travel to Harbin for a racing event. Yun Xiao and her aunt had completed the skirts, having enlisted assistance in their creation. Initially, Yun Xiao had no intention of concealing the 2 yuan labor fee from her aunt. Yet upon recalling Zhou Liwei's remark that it was a secret between the two of them, she inexplicably refrained from revealing the truth. Chapter 76. Xiao has started earning money. Back to Harbin, Yun Xiao informed her aunt Yun Xiaogu that she earned 1 yuan and 50 cents for each piece of clothing she made. She assured her that if the garments were made for her aunt, she would not take a commission. However, if others were to make them, she would retain 50 cents. Grateful for her niece introducing her to work, Yun Xiaogu proposed that Yun Xiao take a commission of 50 cents from all the clothing, meaning Yun Xiao would earn 1 yuan per piece for her aunt. As for what price Yun Shegu would offer to others for their work, Yun Shou chose not to concern herself with that. After calculating her earnings, Yun Shou realized that in just over 10 days, she had made 70 yuan. Initially, when helping a friend of Brother Zhou with a few outfits, she earned 8 yuan, which she thought was quite a lot and a delightful surprise. To her astonishment. Later on, the skirts were priced at 2 yuan each. She personally crafted 9 pieces, and with a commission of 1 yuan per piece for the others. She earned 46 yuan solely from those skirts. Subsequently, Brother Zhou's friend provided more fabric, and the price increased to 2 yuan, totaling 16 yuan for 4 outfits. In total, she had precisely 70 yuan. 70 yuan. That amount nearly equated to the wages of an ordinary laborer for over 2 months. Yet, she had accomplished this in merely 10 days. Brother Zhou had mentioned that upon his return, he would bring her even more clothing to make. He also assured her that even when she attended school, he would entrust her with this work. This meant that even if she lacked time to so due to her studies, she could still earn a commission. Just the thought of it filled her with immense joy. With her earnings in hand, Yun Shou excitedly rolled on her bed twice before calming her exuberance. She divided the money into 2 portions, locking 40 yuan in a box. Then, she took the remaining 30 yuan to her parents' room. Due to her agreement with Brother Zhou, she had not disclosed the specifics of her earnings to anyone, making it impossible to hand over the entire sum to her parents. Nonetheless, when Gao Guixiang received the 30 yuan, she was nearly left speechless. So much? Yun Shou beamed and replied, "Mother, it's not all. I still have some left. I won't need you to provide money for my schooling anymore. I can earn my tuition and living expenses." Coughing, Yin Songzan inhaled a puff of smoke that made him choke. Yun Shou rushed over to pat his back, saying, "Father, you should smoke less of that dry tobacco. It's not good for your health." After coughing for a while, Yin Songzan waved his hand dismissively. Yun Shou assumed he was disapproving, but to her surprise, the next moment, he said, "All right, I won't smoke dry tobacco anymore. Since Xiu can earn money, you can buy me some cigarettes from Dakiaman." Yun Shou. Gao Guixiang rolled her eyes dramatically, wanting to unleash a scathing remark, but with her daughter present, she had to hold her tongue, planning to address it thoroughly later that night. Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang navigated their way to Harbin with ease. After completing their cargo handover, they proceeded directly to Jiang Xiaohua's home. Upon opening the door and seeing Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang, Jiang Xiaohua was nearly overwhelmed with joy. "Wei Gu, Liang Gu, you have finally arrived." Zhou Liwei smiled as he patted his shoulder and inquired, "Is your brother at home?" Yes. Then, raising his voice, he called out into the house, Brother, come out and see who has arrived." Qi Guangrong seemed to be preparing dinner in the kitchen. He hurried out with a spatula in hand and, upon seeing Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang, burst into hearty laughter. "Ah, it's Liwei and Liangzi. Come in quickly. Today, I caught 2 large whitefish and will be cooking them myself. You must sample my culinary skills later." Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang were taken aback by the revelation that Qi Guangrong could cook, and judging by his demeanor, his skills appeared quite commendable. Zhou Liwei chuckled. "What a fortunate timing. It seems we are in for a treat." "Indeed. I went fishing with Chen Go by the lakeside in the western suburbs today. He and his wife will join us for dinner soon, and it's the perfect opportunity for us brothers to enjoy a few drinks together." Zhou Liwei, in good spirits, replied, "All right, since I won't be driving tonight, I'll gladly indulge in a couple of drinks with you." After a moment, he scrutinized Qi Guangrong, noting his freshly cropped hair and the spirited look about him. His facial injuries had healed, and there were no visible signs of past wounds. However, his complexion still appeared somewhat pale, prompting Zhou Liwei to inquire, "How's your condition? Can you drink?" "Rest assured, I'm nearly fully recovered. It's nothing serious." "So I can certainly partake," Qi Guangrong reassured him. "And what about Chen Go? His injury was to the head, wasn't it?" Qi Guangrong paused. Having momentarily forgotten this detail in his excitement, he casually waved his spatula. "It's fine. He can just watch us drink." Zhou Liwei laughed. If Chindo enjoys his liquor, he might be quite envious. Initially, this was merely a passing thought. Yet it turned out that Chinda indeed had a penchant for alcohol. Just as Qi Guangrong finished preparing the meal, Chinda and Huang Shanshan arrived, leading to a flurry of greetings. During dinner, Zhou Liwei, Qi Guangrong, and Zhang Liang all indulged in drinks. While even the underage Jiang Xiaohua dared to try a small cup, Chinda watched them clink glasses, swallowing hard with longing. Huang Shanshan, both amused and exasperated, remarked, "You still have scabs on your head and are already craving wine. Here, have some fish," as she served him 2 pieces of fish. "All right, stop staring. Even if you look, you still can't drink." Eat more fish, it will nourish your brain. Chinda gazed at his wife with a hint of sorrow. Wife, I'm not wishing to drink. Laughter erupted among the group. Chinda felt a tad awkward yet remained disingenuous, insisting, no, I truly just want to watch them talk. Huang Shanshan shot him a look. Yes, I know you don't like drinking. From now on, don't touch it. Chinda felt a pang of disappointment. This was not what he desired. Ha ha ha, Chingu, eat more fish. Chi Gu's fish dish is truly exceptional. Zhou Liwei spoke without exaggeration. Qi Guangrong's culinary skills were indeed impressive, with the fish meat being tender and flavorful, rivaling even the best chefs at state-run restaurants. Speaking of culinary prowess, Jiang Shaohua felt a swell of pride. My brother learned from a master chef at a state-run restaurant back in the day. His skills are top-notch. He even gave a thumbs up. No wonder the dishes prepared by Qi Gu are so delicious, Zhang Liang chimed in, echoing the praise. The meal was lively and filled with joy. Due to Qin Da's inability to drink, Zhou Liwei and the others did not fully revel in their drinking. Yet everyone felt quite satisfied with the feast. After dinner, Jiang Shaohua and Zhang Liang went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Huang Shanshan, due to her pregnancy, was not allowed to do any chores, so she simply carried a stool to the courtyard to enjoy the cool breeze. Zhou Liwei, Qi Guangrong, and Chinda sat in the main room engaged in conversation. Huang Guodong, Duan Meihua, Kuan Gu, and Hu Gu were also present. As Qi Guangrong spoke, he made a gesture resembling a gun pointed at his temple. Zhou Liwei understood that the four had all been sentenced to death and had consumed peanuts. So soon. The execution has taken place? He inquired. Qi Guangrong nodded, affirming, yes, Brother Qin has made significant contributions this time, and he has severed ties with his sister-in-law. Consequently, Brother Qin has been promoted a level and has naturally assumed his position. Zhou Liwei comprehended that Qin Da's promotion had expedited the matter and given the irrefutable evidence. The four were indeed deserving of their fate. Qin Da remarked. Chapter 077. Is this all there is? Huang Shanshan had long sought to uncover incriminating evidence against Huang Guodong. Driven by a desire for vengeance for her mother and grandparents, she had been conspiring with Qin Da, and with an opportunity finally presenting itself, she was eager to resolve matters swiftly. Why aren't you all outside enjoying the breeze? Huang Shanshan noticed that no one had ventured to the yard and decided to check the situation indoors. Upon her entrance, the three individuals immediately ceased their conversation. In recent times, Huang Shanshan had been in a constant state of turmoil. After all, this was her biological father. Yet, this father was deeply flawed and indeed her adversary. The anguish of avenging her mother by confronting her own father was compounded by the emotional toll it exacted. Qin Da stood up to his sister, saying, be careful. We shall be heading out shortly. Zhou Liwei and Qi Guangrong exchanged glances. All right then, let us step outside for some fresh air. As Zhou Liwei picked up his leather bag from Kyoto, he retrieved a dress crafted by Yunxiu and said to Qi Guangrong, this is a dress I had made by a friend. Could you assist in finding a market for it? He then produced a shirt and a pair of pants, stating, here, this is your reward. Qi Guangrong unwrapped the so-called reward, his face brightening with satisfaction. This is quite a commendable reward. In light of it, I shall take all these dresses. As the current kingpin of the black market, having taken over Kuan Gu's previous operations, he found these few dresses to be a trivial matter. Upon hearing it was a dress, Huang Shanshan felt intrigued and picked one up, instantly enamored by its beauty. This dress is exquisite. Zhou Liwei assessed her figure. Although she was showing signs of pregnancy, her belly was only slightly pronounced. A half-skirt would not suffice. But a dress should fit comfortably. If you like it, sister-in-law, feel free to take one for casual wear. Next time I acquire fine fabric, I shall have my friend craft a splendid piece for you. Huang Shanshan indeed liked the dress and did not hesitate to select a medium size. Very well. I shall not be modest, and for the next garment, I will ensure Brother Chun brings the payment. Qi Guangrong also admired the dresses, noting the quality craftsmanship and trendy designs. He was certain they would be in high demand on the black market. Is this all there is? Zhou Liwei queried, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket, only to reconsider upon remembering Huang Shanshan's condition, returning it to his pocket. Alas, I have no fabric on hand. Qi Guangrong shot Zhou Liwei a sidelong glance. If you wish to obtain fabric from me, just say so. Zhou Liwei returned the glance. Do I really need to spell it out for you? Can't you be a bit more perceptive? Huang Shanshan found amusement in the banter between the two, as did Qin Da. Qi Guangrong, only a year younger than Qin Da, possessed fair skin and a handsome appearance, making him seem several years younger. The playful exchanges between him and the youthful Zhou Liwei, barely in his 20s, felt entirely harmonious. Subsequently, Zhou Liwei and Qi Guangrong discussed the varieties and quantities of fabric. Presently, the most sought-after garments were those made of Deqiliang, which also boasted high profit margins. The supply and marketing cooperative sold a Deqiliang shirt for approximately 16 yuan, while Zhou Liwei, having previously purchased fabric to make his own, managed to produce each shirt at a mere cost of around 9 yuan. Certainly, this does not include the 2 yuan for labor. However, even if we disregard the 2 yuan for labor, there remains at least a 5 yuan profit. The prices in the black market are undoubtedly higher than those at the supply and marketing cooperative, which further increases the profit margin. This surpasses the profits derived from cotton fabric used for skirts. Despite the seemingly low price of cotton fabric, ranging from 50 cents to 1 yuan, ready-made garments are also inexpensive, with the cooperative typically offering decent items for 4 to 5 yuan. Even in the black market, the prices can only be slightly higher by 1 or 2 yuan, and the demand for Dacron garments is significantly greater. Therefore, producing Dacron clothing undoubtedly yields the most substantial profits. Nonetheless, Zhou Liwei is not engaged in garment production for personal gain. He merely wishes for Yunxiu to earn a labor fee. Thus, for him, the type of fabric used is inconsequential. Yunxiu charges by the piece, earning a reasonable amount. If one aims to profit from clothing, now is certainly not the opportune moment. In a few years, after the reform and opening up, he can partner with Yunxiu to establish a clothing factory, which will be the true time for profit. Why not head directly to our warehouse and see what fabrics you need and how much? You can take them right away, Qi Guangrong suggested. Zhou Liwei understood that he was being treated as a close friend, a smile spreading across his face. All right. We will take care of our business tomorrow and come to find you in the evening. That night, Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang stayed overnight at Jiang Xiaohua and Qi Guangrong's place. Although there were spare rooms, Zhang Liang ended up in Jiang Xiaohua's room while Zhou Liwei slept on Qi Guangrong's con. Qi Guangrong now regarded Zhou Liwei not only as a lifesaver but also as a brother in arms. He believed Zhou Liwei possessed bravery, strategy, and a unique perspective on the current situation. The two lay on the Kong, conversing for a long while until their hushed voices finally ceased deep into the night. The following day, Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang drove to the location for collecting supplies. After loading all the goods onto the vehicle, they proceeded to the supply and marketing cooperative. Zhang Liang was puzzled. Why are you going to the cooperative to buy things, Wei Gu? Why not ask Brother Qi? He surely won't take advantage of us. Zhou Liwei parked the vehicle by the roadside not far from the cooperative, responding, with so many Harbin coupons in hand. I must find a way to utilize them. Zhang Liang was confused. We could also seek Brother Qi here. Zhou Liwei shot him a sidelong glance. How would you explain where all these coupons came from? Should I honestly tell him they were picked from the sack he discarded? Huh? This. Zhang Liang was momentarily taken aback, having nearly forgotten about it. He quickly shook his head. No, that can't be said. Then let's get out of the car and go to the cooperative. As soon as they stepped out of the vehicle, they were confronted by a thin, dark-skinned young man with disheveled hair blocking their path. Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang assumed he was a beggar and were about to walk around him when they heard his deliberately lowered voice. Comrades, do you need tickets? I have all kinds: grain tickets, fabric tickets, sugar tickets, industrial tickets, sewing machine tickets, bicycle tickets. Everything at absolutely fair prices. Zhou Liwei regarded the young man before him, who appeared shifty and nervous, finding him somewhat familiar. Zhang Liang gazed at the dark figure before him, momentarily lost in thought. Wei Gu, could this person be? The young man, sensing Zhang Liang's tone of recognition, instinctively looked up. Upon discerning the faces of the two, his eyes widened in astonishment as he pointed at Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang, appearing utterly bewildered. Why you are, he stammered, his voice suddenly rising in pitch, sounding quite crisp. However, as if realizing something, he hastily covered his mouth and feigned a light cough. Are you that? Xiaoyao. Zhang Liang recalled that this young man was indeed the same person he and Wei Gu encountered when they had climbed over a wall into someone else's yard. The three of them had later shared a bag full of items. The name lingered in his memory, primarily because it was rather effeminate for a boy. Chapter 078. Encountering an acquaintance. Why haven't you sold those tickets yet? Zhou Liwei inquired with curiosity, noting that the tickets had been in their possession for nearly 2 months. Are you perhaps engaged in ticket scalping? Xiaoyao cautiously glanced around. Despite the fact that the alley they had chosen was nearly devoid of foot traffic, she felt a twinge of anxiety. With so many tickets at hand, I dare not use them, fearing that their presence might draw unwanted attention. Furthermore, there has been a recent crackdown on ticket verification, leading to the mysterious apprehension of many scalpers. I could not possibly risk releasing such a quantity all at once. A passerby strolled by, prompting her to halt her conversation until the individual was out of earshot before continuing. It seems that the authorities have eased up on the ticket scalpers recently, and with many tickets nearing expiration, I finally felt emboldened to venture out. She then looked at Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang with curiosity. Have you exhausted all your tickets? She recalled that she had initially acquired a stack of about 100 tickets, yet the two of them still had several stacks remaining, far more than her own. Zhang Liang shook his head. Not yet. We plan to spend all the soon-to-expire tickets at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative today. Xiao Yao expressed her astonishment. Are you not concerned that spending such a large number of tickets at once might raise suspicions? Zhang Liang scratched his head, sharing her concerns, and turned his gaze toward Zhou Liwei for guidance. Zhou Liwei retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and offered one to each of them. Zhang Liang accepted the cigarette and lit his own from Zhou Liwei's, before returning the lit cigarette to Zhou Liwei's mouth. Xiao Yao, however, shook her head. I do not smoke. Zhou Liwei returned the cigarette to its pack and placed it in his pocket, mumbling through the smoke, just say it's for family matters. The tickets were borrowed from friends and relatives, and avoid purchasing everything at one cooperative. The two nodded in understanding, realizing that such an explanation would suffice to dispel any doubts. Zhou Liwei took another drag from his cigarette and added, Aren't you afraid of being caught here at the cooperative's entrance? Those coming to buy are likely already prepared with tickets. Is your stock easy to sell? Xiao Yao sighed. Indeed, they are not easy to sell. I have been lingering here for 3 days and have only managed to part with a dozen tickets. I still have around 40 or 50 left. I've spent quite a few tickets lately, purchasing both essentials and non-essentials. I lack nothing, and any further purchases would be sheer waste. Why not wander around the nearby villages? It is not easy for the villagers to obtain tickets, Zhou Liwei suggested. Xiao Yao's eyes lit up as she smacked her forehead. Right. I can check the nearby villages. With that, she bid farewell to the two and hurried off. Zhou Liwei shook his head with an amused smile. Zhang Liang watched her retreating figure and remarked with a chuckle, her voice has become so animated. It's as if she just transformed into a girl. Zhou Liwei did not dwell on it, discarding the cigarette and crushing it beneath his foot. Let us go. We shall visit several cooperatives today and strive to utilize all the tickets. Just as they were about to depart, Xiao Yao rushed back, her expression fraught with urgency. Zhang Liang exclaimed, What's wrong with you? Why do I feel like there's a dog chasing us? Xiao Yao glanced at them but did not respond, swiftly dashing past. Just as Zhang Liang was about to question her indifference, he noticed that, indeed, there were 3 ruffians pursuing them. In an instant, both men realized that her pretense of ignorance was merely an attempt to protect them from becoming entangled in trouble. As the trio passed by, Zhou Liwei extended his long leg, causing the leading ruffian to tumble to the ground, and the two following him had no time to evade, tripping over their fallen companion. They had already been running at a brisk pace, and this unexpected setback resulted in a rather painful fall. The 3 men struggled to rise, groaning in agony. The last one to recover, being somewhat less injured due to the cushioning of his companions, glared at Zhou Liwei, seething, You little brat, how dare you trip us? Zhou Liwei feigned innocence, retorting, You were the ones not paying attention. I was simply walking normally when you stumbled into me. The ruffians became even more incensed. One of them snarling, Who do you think you're talking to? You really don't know your place. He moved forward, ready to strike, but hesitated upon realizing Zhou Liwei's superior height and build, resorting instead to gritting his teeth. Just you wait. Zhou Liwei was unconcerned, casually responding, Waiting is fine by me. The ruffians helped their fallen comrade to his feet, preparing to confront the duo together. At that moment, Xiao Yao returned, her face etched with urgency. You two need to run. Don't provoke them. Want to escape? Too late. The ruffians growled, enduring their pain as they adopted menacing expressions. They glanced at Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang, then at Xiao Yao, realizing they must be acquainted, exclaiming, So you know each other. Perfect. We can deal with all of you at once. Xiao Yao, in a flurry of anxiety, interjected, We are not together. We don't know each other at all. You just want tickets, right? Let them go, and I will give you all my tickets. Zhang Liang squinted, asking Xiao Yao, So they want the tickets you have? Have you been targeted because you've been hanging around here lately? Xiao Yao shot him a weary glare, while the ruffians chuckled. You say you don't know each other, yet you're playing us for fools? Xiao Yao continuously signaled to the 2 men, urging them to escape. Zhou Liwei found amusement in her frantic gestures, remarking, What are you afraid of? There are 3 against us, and we are equally matched. They may not necessarily be able to overpower us. Zhang Liang nodded in agreement, Exactly. You should know, my brother Wei can fight. With these three, we won't even need to lift a finger. Wei can handle them all by himself. Haraha. Little squinty eyes, don't get too cocky. You should inquire about whose territory this is. You'd better hand over all your tickets or we won't be so courteous. Xiao Yao, feeling anxious, wanted to avoid further trouble and was prepared to surrender her tickets to appease them. However, Zhang Liang was well aware of his brother Wei's prowess and, faced with these seemingly weak ruffians, felt no fear whatsoever. The insult of being called little squinty eyes was especially irksome to him. It was a slight he could hardly tolerate. Hastily restraining Xiao Yao, Zhang Liang provocatively shouted at the three ruffians, "What are you waiting for? Come on, who is afraid of whom?" Zhou Liwei, rubbing his forehead, was taken aback by this audacious side of Liangzi. One might think he was quite the fighter. The trio of thugs, unable to withstand such provocation, pointed angrily at Zhang Liang, declaring, "You're finished, kid." With that, they swung their fists towards him. Reacting swiftly, Zhang Liang pulled Xiao Yu behind Zhou Liwei for cover. Zhou Liwei, feeling exasperated, thought to himself that Liangzi seemed intent on merely watching the spectacle, oblivious to the need to assist at least one of them. Fortunately, his own skills were commendable, and dealing with these three thugs was indeed a trivial matter. In just a few moments, he had brought them to the ground. Zhang Liang, feeling quite triumphant, continued to taunt, "Come on, keep going. Weren't you tough? Get up and fight again." Observing the unfolding scene, Xiao Yao's courage swelled, and she boldly approached the fallen thugs, delivering several kicks. With a roughened voice, she shouted, "I'll show you what happens when you try to rob my tickets. Come on, try to take them. Watch me kick you to the ground." Chapter 079. A show of strength. The three ruffians were taken aback when Zhou Liwei demonstrated his formidable fighting skills, defeating them single-handedly. They could only beg for mercy. Zhou Liwei, however, merely intended to impart a lesson rather than inflict any real harm. "Leave, and do not let me catch you bullying others again. Otherwise, next time, I shall not be so lenient," he warned. The trio quickly scrambled to their feet, limping away in haste. At that moment, Zhang Liang and Xiao Yao were brimming with excitement, nearly bursting into applause for Zhou Liwei. He cast them a fleeting glance before striding towards the supply and marketing cooperative. "Let us proceed to the cooperative. You need not venture into the countryside. Just hand over the tickets to us," he instructed. Xiao Yu hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Is that appropriate? Do you really need to purchase so many items?" "Not to worry. Just accompany us and help carry the goods. Once we have made our purchases, I shall settle the expenses with you," Zhou Liwei reassured her. His true concern was that she might encounter those ruffians again if they separated, and he feared she would be at a disadvantage alone. He planned to return her once their shopping was complete, as they had convenient transportation. Upon entering the cooperative, the trio swiftly attracted the attention of onlookers. Their unusual assembly piqued curiosity. Zhou Liwei's striking appearance naturally drew gazes, while Zhang Liang, despite his ordinary looks, presented himself well, indicating he hailed from a decent background. In stark contrast was Xiao Yao, with her unkempt hair reaching her earlobes, a grimy visage, and tattered clothing that made her resemble a beggar. The crowd wondered how these three had come together. Ignoring the stares, Zhou Liwei approached a less crowded counter and produced the tickets he had prepared in advance. "Excuse me, I would like a pack of white rabbit milk candies, a pack of fruit candies, and 2 pounds each of brown and white sugar," he requested. The female clerk at the counter was taken aback. It was her first encounter with someone purchasing such a large quantity of candy at once. Fortunately, it was Zhou Liwei making the request. Had it been Xiao Yao, she might have been dismissed as a troublemaker. "Comrade, we are here to serve the people. Are you certain you wish to purchase this much candy? That requires 7 city pounds of sugar tickets," she inquired. Anticipating this, Zhou Liwei pulled out a 2-pound ticket alongside 5 1-pound tickets. "I am certain. I have the tickets," he affirmed. The clerk, surprised by the abundance of tickets, scrutinized Zhou Liwei with renewed interest before deftly calculating the total on her abacus. "Very well. A bag of white rabbit candies costs 2 yuan. A bag of fruit candies costs 1 yuan. White sugar is 78 cents per pound, totaling 3 yuan and 90 cents for 5 pounds, and brown sugar is 70 cents per pound, totaling 3 yuan and 50 cents for 5 pounds. The grand total is 10 yuan and 40 cents, plus 7 city pounds of sugar tickets," she stated. Zhou Liwei handed over the money, and the clerk efficiently packaged the white and brown sugar in paper bags, tying them with string for easy carrying. "Comrade, I also require a pair of thermos bottles, 2 enamel mugs, and 2 enamel basins." Zhou Liwei continued to rattle off a list of items. The clerk appeared flustered. Ah, are you preparing for a wedding, comrade? She asked, to which Zhou Liwei did not deny. Zhang Liang and Xiaoyu nodded vigorously in agreement. The young saleswoman smiled and said, "Congratulations, comrade." She thought to herself how generous this young man was, preparing such an abundance of gifts for his wedding, items like snowflake cream and clam oil, all clearly intended for his bride. After expressing his gratitude, Zhou Liwei paid for his purchases, noticing the considerable quantity of items he had bought. The saleswoman kindly provided him with a net bag. She secretly envied him, wishing she could find such a generous partner too. Zhou Liwei carried the net bag, while Zhang Liang held a pair of thermos bottles, and Xiao Yao balanced a basin filled with various goods. The trio then made their way to the radio counter, where they possessed several radio tickets. They purchased 2 radios, spending over 70 yuan and utilizing 2 tickets. The salespeople looked on with envy in their eyes. Subsequently, they bought a bicycle, a watch, and a sewing machine. At this point, not only were the salespeople envious, but other customers also gazed at the trio with keen interest. Zhang Liang squinted and explained, "It's all due to the mother-in-law's demands." Everyone understood. They were preparing for the essentials required for a wedding. It seemed the mother-in-law was quite formidable, demanding not only the basics, but much more. With such extensive purchases, it appeared they had emptied their savings. Although there was a sense of envy among the onlookers, a tinge of sympathy arose as well. They imagined the relentless demands of such a mother-in-law. With so many items, Zhang Liang and Xiao Yao made 2 trips to load everything onto the truck. Once everything was loaded, the oppressive feeling that had lingered behind them finally dissipated. At that moment, all 3 were drenched in sweat. "Bro, those gazes were terrifying. It felt like they could devour us whole," Zhang Liang remarked, pulling out a new towel he had just bought to wipe his sweat. Zhou Liwei was aware that their conspicuousness was somewhat excessive. He had never witnessed such extravagant spending before, acquiring all the essentials for a wedding along with a plethora of other items. Besides thermoses, basins, and sweets, they had also bought fabric, shoes, groceries, and daily necessities. They possessed a variety of tickets, with grain tickets being the most abundant, followed by a fair number of industrial tickets. The sewing machine and bicycle tickets were scarce, but they still had 5 or 6. Zhou Liwei marveled at the prowess of those who operated in the black market, while others struggled to obtain such rare tickets. They had access to resources and held various tickets in their hands. "When we head to the next supply and marketing cooperative, let us split up to maximize our purchases," he suggested. "Bro, this is too ostentatious," Zhang Liang replied. "It's fine. We can continue to use the wedding as a pretext. We won't be frequenting the cooperative much in the future, so it won't matter if the word gets out." Zhou Liwei felt that in this era, with the internet not being as developed, it was quite advantageous. If this were in a later time, one would never dare to be so high profile, otherwise it would spread like wildfire online. Zhang Liang nodded, just finishing wiping his sweat, preparing to hand the towel to Xiao Yao for a quick wipe as well. However, upon looking at him, he froze, then began pointing at Xiao Yao, laughing heartily as he slapped his thigh. Xiao Yao was bewildered by his laughter, while Zhou Liwei, following Zhang Liang's pointed gaze, couldn't help but chuckle as well. Wiping his face, he resembled a calico cat. Xiao Yao suddenly realized something and hurriedly glanced at the rearview mirror. The face reflected back at him was a patchwork of sweat, appearing far from human. Zhang Liang, chuckling, offered him a towel, yet he did not take it, turning his head aside in refusal. Zhang Liang, thinking he might have inadvertently upset him, tempered his smile. "Why are you being so petty? I meant no offense. Please, wipe your face." Xiao still declined, not out of pettiness, but simply unwilling to do so. "What? Do you dislike the fact that I just used it?" Xiao shot him a glance. "Indeed, I do." Chapter 80. Judging by appearances, Zhang Liang chuckled. "Hey, you rascal. I haven't complained about your dirty face yet, and you're already grumbling. Just wait, I might have to waste a towel on you." Ignoring Xiao Yao's protests, he reached out and carelessly rubbed the towel across his face a few times. "What the heck?" Zhang Liang squinted his eyes and pinched Xiao Yao's cheeks. "Your face seems quite fair and smooth, actually." Zhou Liwei glanced over, narrowing his eyes. Although his face wasn't particularly clean, it revealed a semblance of its natural complexion. "Why does this fair skin resemble that of a woman?" Zhou Liwei scrutinized further, noticing that Xiao Yao stood about 168 centimeters tall, quite slender, and surprisingly dark, previously unnoticed. This dark complexion appeared rather unusual. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as if a layer of something had been applied. Observing the arms and neck, Zhou Liwei realized Xiao Yu was indeed a woman. Xiao Yu hadn't anticipated such forwardness, Watching the towel turn pitch black, she understood that her disguise was nearly gone. She swatted his hand away and shot Zhang Liang an angry glare, sulking in silence in the car. Zhang Liang, feeling the sting in his hand, inhaled sharply. Hey, why are you acting like a woman with such a temper? Xiao Yao continued to remain silent. Noticing her genuine irritation, Zhang Liang attempted to coax her. All right, don't be upset. I'll let you pinch me back. Xiao Yao resisted his pull, swatting at him several times as he dodged left and right. Zhou Liwei observed the two, a faint smile gracing his lips as he pressed the accelerator, heading towards the next supply store. Perhaps this time, the items they purchased would indeed be for a wedding. The trio parted ways for this excursion, with Zhou Liwei and the two others acting separately. The quantity of their purchases this time nearly doubled compared to before. Customers at the supply store expressed their astonishment, remarking how they had encountered two young men preparing wedding gifts, buying in bulk and largely the same items. Some began to speculate whether this was the new norm for wedding preparations, as it seemed uncanny for two families to shop in such a manner simultaneously. With a clear plan and purpose, they moved swiftly, visiting two more supply stores, mirroring their earlier strategy until their funds were nearly exhausted. Let us run to one more store. I estimate we'll use up the rest of the money, Zhou Liwei suggested. Brother Wei, I swear I want to visit a supply store again. I've realized that shopping here is more exhausting than plowing a field with a tractor, Zhang Liang lamented. Wearily leaning against the passenger seat, Zhou Liwei observed the silent Xiao Yao, noticing her enthusiasm as she seemed to crave more. He mused, women truly differ from men. While they may lack physical stamina, once in a shopping spree, they are invigorated as if fueled by adrenaline. In his previous life, he had seen women in high heels, shopping all day without fatigue. Yet men, despite their usual vigor, often found themselves drained and weak after a mere outing. He felt no exception to this. As today's visits to the supply stores had left him utterly exhausted. Yangzi, there are only a few tickets left. You and Xiaoyao can go in. I will guard the goods in the car. Zhang Liang also wanted to take it easy. Xiaoyao, my friend, I'm feeling quite fatigued and wish to rest for a moment. You go in and make the purchase first. I will wait and come in later to help carry the items. Xiaoyao looked at his feeble demeanor, curled her lips, and reached out for the money. Without a word, Zhang Liang pulled out all the cash from his pocket. Xiaoyao entered the supply and marketing cooperative, and it was nearly a quarter of an hour before Zhang Liang leisurely descended from the car and made his way into the cooperative. Zhou Liwei anticipated that they would emerge shortly, but after waiting for another quarter of an hour without sight of them, he frowned, wondering if something had gone awry. He locked the car and entered the cooperative. As it approached closing time, the crowd had thinned, yet those present were gathered in a huddle, creating quite a commotion. Zhou Liwei felt an ominous premonition and hurried toward the crowd. Excuse me, could you please make way? As he squeezed through, he saw Zhang Liang and Xiaoyao encircled by several sales clerks and security personnel, embroiled in a heated debate. It seemed a confrontation was imminent. What is going on? Zhou Liwei inquired in a deep voice. Upon hearing his voice, Zhang Liang exhaled in relief, realizing that his savior had arrived. He began to recount the ordeal. Wei Ge, these people are bullying us. Xiaoyao came in to make a purchase, yet they not only refused to sell to her but also ridiculed her, insisting she leave since she had no money or tickets. When Xiaoyao presented her cash, they accused her of theft. When she attempted to buy a bicycle and produce the ticket, the clerk called security, branding her a thief and demanding her arrest. Zhou Liwei turned to Xiaoyao, noting that although her fair skin was somewhat visible, she still appeared disheveled, dressed in a manner not dissimilar to a beggar. The sales clerks were undoubtedly judging by appearances, assuming she could not possibly possess such a sum of money, let alone a bicycle ticket and the means to purchase a bicycle. They had concluded that her funds were stolen. Zhou Liwei sighed, recognizing the societal tendency to judge based on appearances. Many people forget the age-old adage, do not judge a book by its cover. While it was true that Xiaoyao's appearance did not suggest affluence, there was no evidence to label her a thief. To directly summon security to detain her was undeniably audacious. Yet, he found it puzzling that Zhang Liang, despite not being particularly striking in appearance, was well-dressed and appeared to be a person of means. He should have clarified the situation earlier. So why were the cooperative staff so unrelenting? Addressing the sales clerks and security personnel, he pointed to Xiaoyao and stated, I am the one intending to make a purchase. I was momentarily delayed outside and entrusted the cash to him to assist me. Is there a problem with that? The Zhou Liwei was merely 20 years old. He bore the composure of someone who had lived nearly 70 years in a previous life, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. The sales clerks and security personnel felt a twinge of unease, and for a moment, none dared to respond. Upon witnessing the situation, Zhou Liwei inquired of Zhang Liang, "Have you not clarified the matter after being here for such an extended period?" At the mention of this, Zhang Liang was filled with indignation, asserting that they utterly disregarded his explanations. They even went so far as to assert that, despite his polished appearance, his narrow eyes were indicative of a nefarious character. This constituted a personal attack and was indeed quite insulting. Their behavior was rather unreasonable. Zhou Liwei was well aware of Zhang Liang's aversion to being referred to as having narrow eyes, and it was evident that he was incensed. He gestured towards the slogan affixed to the wall and proclaimed, "To serve the people. Is this how you serve the populace? You unjustly suspect someone of theft, seek to infringe upon their personal liberty, and hurl sarcastic remarks and insults at customers. It is clear to me that you are utterly unworthy of your positions here." Chapter 081. Confrontation. Zhou Liwei's remarks left the sales clerks and security personnel visibly indignant. One of the bicycle salesmen rolled his eyes in disdain, retorting, "Who do you think you are? Does it concern you whether we should heed your words?" The two individuals appeared little better than beggars, one with a countenance so shifty that it hardly inspired confidence. "Indeed, we exercise caution solely to safeguard national assets," another young female clerk chimed in. Zhou Liwei was taken aback by their obstinacy, incredulous that they could still justify their behavior. It was apparent that those employed as sales clerks held themselves in high regard, often displaying an arrogant demeanor towards customers. Instances of clerks striking customers were not uncommon, with some supply and marketing cooperatives even posting notices against such behavior, indicating that such occurrences were all too familiar. However, that was a matter concerning others, and Zhou Liwei had no intention of tolerating their dismissive attitude towards customers. "Is there a regulation from your cooperative or the state that prohibits beggars from purchasing items? Must one be pleasing to the eye to enter and shop? Have you looked at yourselves? I dare say your appearances are hardly deserving of standing behind the counter to intimidate customers. No one has challenged your worth, yet you have the audacity to criticize others' looks." Zhou Liwei's words were a blatant assault, a deliberate attempt to make them experience the sting of personal attacks. In truth, while the appearance of those working in the cooperative may not rival that of hotel attendants, it was generally acceptable. Yet, he aimed to convey a lesson in humility. The clerks had never encountered such humiliation before, their faces flushed with embarrassment and rage as they glared at Zhou Liwei, wishing their fierce glares could annihilate him. "You, a mere salesperson, are fundamentally here to serve the people. Your sole duty is to perform your role. Who are you to cast suspicions upon others? Your baseless accusations could easily lead us to file charges of defamation against you." As Zhou Liwei unleashed his full wrath, rendering them speechless, he delivered a final blow. "This matter will not conclude today. If you fail to apologize to my two companions, I shall report you to your superiors for discrimination, for holding the impoverished in contempt, treating customers as if they were class enemies. You are sowing division and class antagonism, which undermines the unity of the populace." This sweeping accusation left several clerks and security personnel pale with fear. Who would dare bear the weight of such a grave charge of inciting class conflict? Their jobs were at stake, and the repercussions could be dire for their families as well. They exchanged glances, contemplating an apology to resolve the matter. Yet their pride held them back. Some, sensing the gravity of the situation, discreetly withdrew from the crowd to seek out their superiors. Though the bicycle salesman felt a twinge of fear, he attempted to maintain bravado, exclaiming, "You speak nonsense. Cease your slander. I see you are here merely to cause trouble. This is a disturbance of public order." As she spoke, it seemed as though she had seized upon some incriminating evidence against them, her excitement palpable. "Indeed. You are disrupting social order. Directly, quickly instruct your security personnel to apprehend them." One man, appearing to be in his late 30s with a face marked by excess flesh, glanced at Zhou Liwei and the others, exhibiting a momentary hesitation before gesturing with a grand sweep of his hand for the security team to move in and make the arrests. Zhou Liwei scoffed. "You truly act with impunity, disregarding the law." As he spoke, he assumed a defensive stance, preparing to resist. He was acutely aware that surrendering would likely result in them resorting to extrajudicial punishment. Enduring a bit of physical pain was minor compared to the possibility of losing his life if the leadership of this supply and marketing cooperative proved equally tyrannical. In that moment, he felt an immense sense of gratitude for the nearly 2 decades he had spent in prison, which had honed his fighting skills. As long as his opponents were not of professional caliber, a mere trio or quartet would pose little threat to him. Zhou Liwei positioned Zhang Liang and Xiaoyu behind him, whispering, Let us take advantage of the chaos to escape. However, Zhang Liang countered, no way, Wei Gu. We can't run away. Xiao Yao and I will hold off that long-necked man, and you can handle the rest. Zhou Liwei turned his gaze to the man in question. To his dismay, this individual was the smallest and most slender among the group. Perhaps due to his gaunt appearance, his neck appeared disproportionately long. I appreciate your loyalty, but it is unnecessary. The security team surely has more personnel. A wise man does not engage in a losing battle. We can always seek retribution later. No sooner had Zhou Liwei spoken than several members of the security team surged forward. He could not afford to concern himself with Zhang Liang and Xiao Yao, focusing instead on the approaching security personnel. Although Zhang Liang and Xiao Yao recognized the validity of his reasoning, they found their path obstructed by the crowd, leaving them no choice but to confront the long-necked, slender man as previously planned. In a display of remarkable synergy, they communicated without words. Zhang Liang lunged forward, seizing the man in a bear hug. Given Zhang Liang's greater size and strength, the man found himself rendered immobile, while Xiao Yao seized the opportunity to claw at his face and scratch his neck. Soon, the long-necked man bore several crimson marks on his visage and neck, a sight that was indeed shocking. He felt an overwhelming sense of misfortune. Why was he so unlucky? What about his appearance warranted the attention of two assailants? Shouldn't they have targeted the most robust individual, the one who appeared to possess the greatest combat prowess, directly? Little did they know. It was precisely because he seemed the weakest that Zhang Liang had chosen him as a target. Meanwhile, Zhou Liwei found it effortless to contend with 3 or 4 members of the security team. His previous life of constant brawls in prison had taught him precisely where to strike for maximum pain while leaving no visible marks. He understood that this confrontation would not conclude without attracting the attention of either the cooperative's leadership or the local police, regardless of the circumstances. He could not afford to leave his opponents battered and bruised. Even a justified cause could be rendered unjust under such conditions. The security team was taken aback to discover that several of them could not best this young man before them. Each punch thrown was narrowly evaded, only to be countered with an effective blow. Before long, several individuals began to experience excruciating pain, collapsing onto the ground and crying out in agony, utterly defenseless. They wished to emulate that small-eyed figure in the beggar, hoping to incapacitate someone so that others could unleash their fury. However, they soon realized that even seizing hold of someone proved futile. Invariably, the one attempting to grapple suffered the most severe beating. This individual skillfully evaded the assaults of others while retaliating, leaving the rest unable to approach. This situation was indeed absurd and deeply frustrating. Chapter 082. Rampant quickly summoned a few more people from the security department. The anxious head of the security department shouted, his face full of concern. These female sales clerks are utterly lacking in awareness. Did they not see that someone is about to be beaten to death? Not only do they fail to assist, but they merely stand by and watch, oblivious to the need for reinforcements. At his urgent call, the sales clerks finally reacted, with one intending to turn and summon help. However, before she could leave, a bald man, appearing to be in his 30s, elbowed his way into the crowd and bellowed, "Everyone, cease at once." Instantly, all activity halted. The female bicycle sales clerk, her face alight with surprise, exclaimed, "Director, you're here. Quickly, have someone arrest those individuals disturbing the peace. Their behavior is utterly reprehensible." The bald director cast a glance at Zhou Liwei and his companions, scolding, "Who are you? Why have you come to the supply and marketing cooperative to cause trouble?" Zhou Liwei sneered inwardly. This so-called director was clearly no paragon of virtue. Without inquiring into the circumstances, he sought to impose a heavy charge of disturbing public order upon them. "We are merely customers here to shop at the cooperative. It is you who are indiscriminately labeling us with accusations. Do you now possess the authority to arrest us on behalf of the police?" Noting Zhou Liwei's demeanor, devoid of fear or trepidation, the bald director pondered whether he might have some hidden background. He scrutinized Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang closely, confirming that he had not encountered them within the social circles of Harbin, leading him to suspect they were mere brash youths, speaking without courtesy. "Listen. I advise you to speak respectfully and recognize the gravity of this situation. Not everyone is someone you can provoke," the director warned. "Disturbing public order is a serious offense and could label you as reactionaries." Zhou Liwei narrowed his dangerous eyes, realizing at last the source of the sales clerks and security's audacity, an equally unreasonable leader. The bald director was unfazed by Zhou Liwei's retorts. He continued unabated in his arrogance. "If you know what is good for you, apologize to our sales clerks and compensate each of the injured security personnel with 100 yuan for medical expenses, and we can consider this matter settled." Zhou Liwei scoffed. Are you out of your mind? Have you lost your senses over money? 100 yuan is nearly equivalent to 3 months' wages for these security guards. 5 guards would amount to 500 yuan. Your demands are indeed exorbitant. The bald director huffed dismissively. You may refuse to apologize or compensate, but we can take you to the police station and claim you disrupted public order. In truth, Zhou Liwei was not overly concerned about going to the police station. He had dealt with the authorities before. The last time his goods were stolen, it involved connections to Hu Gu and Kun Gu, which also related to Huang Guodong. The incident had stirred significant commotion, and he had become familiar with nearly every police officer in Harbin due to the concentrated investigations that ensued. Moreover, on this day, they were indeed in the right. The assailant left no visible marks on the victim, and one could reasonably assume that the police would handle the matter impartially. Oh, are you threatening me? Said the bald-headed director with an arrogant tone. What if I am? Retorted the young man defiantly. Let us go to the police station. As I also intend to report that your supply and marketing cooperative is not only engaging in class struggle but also extorting money. This declaration startled the salesperson and the security guard, yet it failed to intimidate the bald-headed director, who laughed maliciously. Ha ha ha, fine. Let us visit the police station and see whether the officers believe your claims or ours. He had acquaintances at the station, close friends from school, and felt no apprehension regarding the young man's fabrications. In fact, if the young man dared to accuse him of disturbing public order, he would surely face consequences. After all, he was merely a Navi youth unaware of the world's realities. Today, he would learn a lesson in humility. It was a pity that even if he learned how to conduct himself, he likely wouldn't have another opportunity to do so. He felt no remorse for casually attributing such a grave crime to someone. These young people brought this upon themselves, failing to recognize the gravity of their actions. The bald-headed director, brimming with confidence, was about to lead his companions to the police station when, just a few steps away, a commotion erupted at the entrance as a group of individuals entered, led by several uniformed police officers. The supply and marketing cooperative had stirred enough noise to attract attention, prompting someone to report the incident. Not only had the police arrived, but a crowd had gathered to witness the spectacle. Having heard rumors of a brawl between the security guards and some individuals at the cooperative, upon recognizing the police, the bald-headed director's expression brightened. He strode forward, extending his hand. Lao Luo, what brings you here in person? A police officer, appearing to be in his 30s and of average build, smiled as he shook hands with the director. I heard there was an incident here, so I came to take a look. Their camaraderie suggested that the officer was not merely responding to a call, but was there to lend support. The onlookers regarded Zhou Liwei and his companions with pity, sensing that the situation was decidedly unfavorable for them. It seemed clear that they were in grave danger of being apprehended and imprisoned. Even Zhang Liang and Xiaoyou felt a pang of dread, fearing for their fate. Zhou Liwei recognized this officer Luo, who was the vice captain at the police station. He had encountered him during previous confrontations involving Huang Guodong and the notorious Kuan and Hu. After the bald-headed director exchanged greetings with the police officers, he initiated the discussion regarding the day's events. Officer Luo inquired, where are the individuals who assaulted others and disrupted public order? We shall take them in for questioning immediately. The bystanders shook their heads, fully aware that these individuals were likely facing misfortune. Before the bald-headed director could respond, the bicycle salesperson pointed at Zhou Liwei and his companions, stating, Officer Luo, it is them. They have beaten several members of our security department to the ground. As Luo Gong'an observed the individuals sprawled on the ground, he contemplated issuing a reprimand before instructing his colleagues to take them away. However, upon catching sight of Zhou Liwei, his pupils dilated in surprise, and he approached him, grasping Zhou's hands firmly. Ah, Comrade Zhou, what a coincidence. The sight of Luo Gong'an greeting Zhou Liwei so amicably left everyone bewildered. It appeared they were acquainted. How would the situation unfold now? Zhou Liwei, equally surprised that Luo remembered him, responded with a smile. Hello, Luo Gong'an. Indeed, what a stroke of luck to see you leading the response team. Hearing this, Luo Gong'an suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. He glanced at the balding director and surveyed the surroundings, uncertainly stating, I heard there was a conflict involving staff from the supply and marketing cooperative. It wouldn't happen to involve you, would it, Comrade Zhou? Zhou Liwei candidly admitted, yes, that would be me. Luo Gong'an felt a twinge of embarrassment. Is there perhaps some misunderstanding here? At that moment, he regretted accompanying the team. Initially, he could have opted out of this response, but upon learning that it involved the cooperative and recalling that a classmate worked there, he decided to take a look. unaware that the altercation involved Comrade Zhou. He knew well that during their last encounter at the office, even the director treated Zhou with great respect. And he had heard that the recently appointed director of the Revolutionary Committee shared a close rapport with Zhou. He dared not offend this young man. Chapter 083. Fear not a godlike opponent, but a pig-like ally. The bald director, displeased by Officer Luo's remarks, coldly stated, "There is no misunderstanding, old Luo. It is this young man and his companion who have disturbed public order at the supply and marketing cooperative and assaulted our personnel. Just look at what they have done to our colleague. You must take them back for thorough questioning." He pointed at the small, long-necked individual, whose battered appearance was evident, with numerous scratch marks adorning his face and neck. The director felt assured that, despite any acquaintance between this young man and Officer Luo, their bond could not rival the camaraderie he shared with Luo, forged over many years of friendship. Officer Luo continued to signal discreetly, his eyes nearly bulging in urgency. Yet the director remained oblivious, gesticulating emphatically towards Zhou Liwei. Zhou, however, recognized Luo's silent plea and found amusement in the situation, sensing that Luo was reluctant to offend him. Meanwhile, the trio of security personnel on the ground writhed in exaggerated agony, their cries echoing painfully, despite the absence of visible injuries. Observers nearby could hardly contain their disbelief at the spectacle. These individuals appeared unharmed, lacking even a bruise or mark. Yet they clutched their bodies and lamented as if grievously injured. "Enough. Rise at once. We will proceed according to protocol, ensuring that due process is upheld," Luo declared, subtly implying that the bald director need not instruct them on their duties. To his surprise, the director merely smiled and nodded in agreement, mistaking Luo's words for mere rhetoric meant for public consumption. Luo, exasperated, silently prayed for the director's well-being. "Comrade Zhou, could you please elaborate on the situation?" Officer Luo inquired directly, opting to gather information before escorting anyone to the station for interrogation. This approach clearly favored Zhou and his companions. Yet it simultaneously presented the bald director with an opportunity to resolve matters amicably, should the situation prove trivial. However, the true peril lay not in formidable adversaries but in inept allies. Before Zhou could utter a word, the bald director impatiently interjected, "Old Luo. Simply take them back for questioning. As I said, there is no need for this superfluous inquiry." Officer Luo was at a loss for words. The director's insistence was maddening and utterly counterproductive. With a stern glare, he emphasized, "Do we require your guidance in conducting our duties? Come now, old Luo, why such hostility?" "We are longtime friends," the director retorted, oblivious to the mounting frustration. Luo felt a surge of incredulity. How had he never noticed such foolishness before? "Let us refrain from leveraging personal connections. Our police force prides itself on impartiality. We must remain true to the party and the people, even if it concerns my own son." The balding director finally came to a realization and hastily restrained himself from uttering any harsh words. Although the remarks from his old classmates sounded like an insult, they conveyed a clear message. This time, personal connections would not lead to favoritism. He glanced at Zhou Liwei, pondering whether this young man was of some significance or possessed a certain standing. He was well aware that his classmate was not one to act without ulterior motives. If he was unwilling to extend even a courtesy to his old friend, it suggested that the young man's identity was indeed noteworthy, compelling him to refrain from any rash actions. He pulled Officer Luo aside and whispered, "Old Luo, who is this person? Do you know him?" Officer Luo shot him a disapproving glance, questioning the timing of such an inquiry. Moreover, in the midst of the crowd, he could not afford to speak too freely, let alone whisper clandestinely. He could only assertively declare, "Director, please do not obstruct our work. You may refrain from speaking until you are addressed." The balding director frowned, sensing that no information would be forthcoming. A flicker of irritation and resentment stirred within him, feeling that his old classmate was being unreasonable. Officer Luo inquired again about the situation from Zhou Liwei, and this time, no one interrupted. Zhou Liwei recounted the events in full detail. Officer Luo cursed under his breath. While it was understandable to be cautious about someone who appeared to be in a destitute state, the fact that Comrade Zhang had come in afterward and clarified the situation made it absurd to continue fixating on appearances. He directed his gaze toward the bicycle vendor, who instinctively recoiled behind the balding director. Officer Luo frowned at this sight. "Is what Comrade Zhou said true? It is reasonable to be responsible in your work and exercise caution, but why did you not listen to Comrade Zhang's explanation?" His inquiry was directed at the bicycle vendor, as she had instigated the incident today. The vendor, sensing Officer Luo's stance, felt somewhat guilty but replied defensively. How was I to know whether what he said was true? Zhang Liang retorted indignantly. I said I could prove my identity. My work permit is in the car outside. But you wouldn't even let me leave. What if what you said was a falsehood? If we let you go, wouldn't that grant you the opportunity to escape? I could also suggest that you send 2 security personnel to accompany me, but you wouldn't agree to that either. I believe you are merely looking for trouble. In fact, not only Zhang Liang, but also the onlookers felt that this situation resembled an attempt to provoke. I did not. The bicycle vendor quickly denied. All right. Your cooperative society has acted unreasonably in this matter. You should promptly apologize to comrades Zhou and Zhang, as well as to this. Xiaoyu. Zhang Liang seized the opportunity to interject swiftly. Yes, and to comrade Xiao Yao as well. He then hastily began packing their purchases. Afterward, he turned to Zhou Liwei and the others with a smile, seeking their approval. Comrades Zhou, Zhang, and Xiao Yao, do you think this resolution is acceptable? Zhou Liwei slightly furrowed his brow, aware that Officer Luo was still considering his old classmates' feelings, wishing to avoid escalating the situation. However, it is indeed unwise to escalate this matter. For his vehicle is laden not only with goods destined for his workplace, but also with a considerable assortment of items previously acquired from various supply and marketing cooperatives. Among these are 5 bicycles, 4 sewing machines, 8 radios, 6 watches, as well as thermos flasks, enamel jars, basins, towels, shoes, fabrics, snowflake cream, clam oil, liberation bags, and other sundries. Additionally, there are substantial provisions such as sugar, biscuits, canned goods, and necessities for daily life, including soap, laundry powder, salt, and matches. Should this situation become too pronounced and an inquiry is conducted into their vehicle, the ramifications could be dire. Although the likelihood of such a search is minimal, one must always consider the unforeseen. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that a routine inspection could encompass both their vehicle and its contents. Chapter 084. The bicycle stands still. After much contemplation, Zhou Liwei resolved that the best course of action was to extend an apology to both Xiang Liangzi and Xiao Yao, and then procure the items he sought. Thus, this matter could be set aside. As for the bald-headed director's intentions to cause them harm, he would later mention it to Chinda. If the man was indeed unblemished in character, everything would be manageable. Otherwise, he would reap what he sowed. Very well. Officer Luo, for your sake, I shall proceed as you suggested. I find your approach to be quite fair, he articulated with eloquence. Luo's heart brimmed with joy at his words, causing his smile to widen. He turned to his old classmate, adopting a noticeably lighter tone. Director Yu. Comrade Zhou and his companions are magnanimous and do not wish to hold a grudge against you. Kindly extend your apologies to them, and let business resume. Let this matter be resolved. Though Director Yu felt displeased, he recognized that provoking Zhou Liwei was ill-advised. He contemplated urging everyone to apologize, but the bicycle vendor interjected defiantly, questioning why they should apologize at all. Even if we were overly cautious and wrongfully accused them, they had no right to resort to violence. Just look at the state of our security personnel. At that moment, the security team had already risen from the ground, though they were bent over in pain, the long-necked, slender one gritting his teeth in agony. While Director Yu could vaguely infer from Officer Luo's demeanor that Zhou Liwei held some influence, he still felt it was unacceptable for their co-op personnel to be assaulted without consequence. Surely, the opposing side should also offer an apology and cover medical expenses. Indeed, they have injured our staff. Should they not apologize? He asserted. This injury warrants compensation for medical expenses, does it not? Officer Luo was rendered speechless, failing to comprehend why they were injured in the first place. Consider why you were hurt. You attempted to detain them without cause and forbade any resistance. When they defended themselves and inadvertently injured you, you deemed it unjust. Should they stand idly by and allow your misdeeds to go unchallenged? Such a notion is preposterous. You initiated the confrontation, we acted in self-defense. There is no way we shall apologize, and as for medical costs, that is out of the question. Zhang Liang, deeply agitated, found that Officer Luo's insistence on an apology did little to quell his anger. The thought of demanding an apology from them was utterly out of the question. You shall not leave the co-op today without compensation. Emboldened by Director Yu's earlier support, the bicycle vendor grew increasingly audacious. Oh what? Are you considering a stronger stance? Zhang Liang's gaze towards her was menacing. It was this woman who thrived on instigating trouble. I dare you to try. Silence. This is a matter for the police to handle, and your superiors are present. You have no place to interject, Officer Luo reprimanded, nearly exasperated by her lack of awareness. Fearing Zhou Liwei might change his mind, he quickly offered a conciliatory smile. Comrade Zhou, this young lady is simply ignorant. Do not let her provoke you. I shall first converse with Director Yu. Zhou Liwei nodded slightly. Currently, Officer Luo has performed commendably, seeking to minimize the situation for his own benefit. Thus he should proceed with the flow. Upon his agreement, Officer Luo discreetly pulled Director Tu to the side and murmured, "What is the issue with your female sales clerk? She seems quite oblivious." A flicker of embarrassment crossed Director Yu's face, as the sales clerk clearly felt emboldened by the belief that she had his support. Officer Luo, perceiving the underlying tension, had no desire to hear any explanations. Enough of this. If you wish to avoid escalating matters and ultimately suffering the consequences, you should promptly agree to my proposal. Director Yu cast a furtive glance at Zhou Liwei and, lowering his voice, inquired, "Lao Luo, be honest with me. What is his background?" Officer Luo replied, "It is not easy to clarify at the moment, but just know that this individual is well acquainted with the recently promoted director." Director Tu's expression stiffened. He realized that previously he had spoken without reservation, and if this young man decided to confront him, it would not be difficult for him to seek trouble in front of Director Chen. The power of the current committee director is substantial, and every organization is subject to scrutiny. He quickly approached with a smile, his demeanor undergoing a complete transformation. "Comrade Zhou, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused by my inadequate performance. I deeply regret any discomfort this incident may have brought you." Afterward, he urged others to apologize as well. Witnessing his contrition, the others understood they could not evade the situation and began to bow and express their apologies in turn. The female bicycle sales clerk remained reluctant, but under the pressure of Director Yu's gaze, she too had to concede and admit her fault. Zhou Liwei and his companions, recognizing the situation, graciously accepted the apologies. The next step involved continuing their purchases. They presented the necessary tickets, which were fewer in number compared to previous occasions, yet still substantial. Among them was a ticket for a women's bicycle, 2 for radios, and tickets for sewing machines and watches that had already been used. What remained were some food tickets and a few industrial tickets. The other items were swiftly packed by the sales clerk, but when it came to the bicycle sales clerk hesitated to act. She was expected to collect payment, issue receipts, and retrieve the bicycle. The sales clerk was clearly unwilling, asserting that the bicycle had already been sold and was currently out of stock. As soon as her words left her mouth, Zhang Liang exclaimed, "Who do you think you're fooling? The bicycle is clearly right there. Do you take us for blind?" Indeed, although the area designated for bicycles held few, 126-inch women's Phoenix bicycle was quite prominent. The sales clerk retorted, "It has indeed been sold. The customer has paid, but simply has not taken it yet." Her statement was evidently disingenuous. Who would purchase a bicycle, pay for it, and not take it home? They would be eager to ride it out and bask in the envious gazes of others. Furthermore, if the bicycle had truly been sold, there would be a receipt stub. Zhou Liwei had not intended to be confrontational, but the sales clerk's repeated provocations left him no choice but to demand to see the receipt stub for the bicycle sale. The female sales attendant was indeed deceitful, unable to produce any proof of purchase and dawdling without yielding any results. Director Yu grew increasingly irritated and promptly issued tickets for Comrade Zhou and others, preparing to retrieve the bicycle. Yet the sales attendant remained obstinate. Finally, Director Yu shot her a fierce glare, personally collected the payment, and issued the receipt for the bicycle, intending to bring forth the 26-inch Shanghai Phoenix bicycle. At this moment, the sales attendant became frantic, clutching the bicycle and exclaiming, "No, this bicycle cannot be moved. It belongs to me." Chapter 085, Subtle Intrigues in a Moment of Exasperation. The saleswoman inadvertently revealed her motives, and Zhou Liwei grasped the situation at once. The woman, far from being diligent and responsible in her work, was merely seeking to create trouble because she coveted the last remaining lady's bicycle. He provocatively inquired whether she intended to appropriate state property. Although the saleswoman had not purchased the bicycle, her claim of ownership indeed suggested a possibility of misappropriation. Such an accusation carried significant weight, should it be substantiated. She would undoubtedly face severe consequences. Naturally, the saleswoman denied the allegation. "No, this bicycle is one I intend to buy. I have reserved it," she asserted. Zhou Liwei, dripping with sarcasm, responded, "Oh, so now purchases are based on reservations rather than payment?" He continued with mockery, "In that case, I hereby reserve everything in your cooperative." None of it can be sold to anyone else. It is all mine. The onlookers joined in the jest. Indeed, I have my eye on that Forever brand bicycle. I reserve it. And it is mine. You can no longer sell it. Another chimed in. I fancy that butterfly sewing machine. I reserve it now, and it belongs to me. You cannot sell it. One more declared. I desire that polyester shirt. I reserve it, and it is mine now. Laughter erupted as various patrons humorously claimed items they fancied, revealing their unspoken desires. The saleswoman, overwhelmed by the ridicule, felt her face flush with embarrassment. She turned to Director Yu, pleading, Director, you mentioned. Silence. He retorted sharply. I stated that if you had presented payment, you could take the bicycle. Since you have not, how can it possibly be yours? His gaze was piercing. Hoping she would comprehend the gravity of the situation, released the bicycle immediately to Comrade Zhou and the others. Yet, he underestimated the saleswoman's fervent desire for the bicycle. Such ladies' bicycles were a rarity in the cooperative, and wealthy women would quickly snatch them up whenever available. The saleswoman was nearly driven to madness by her longing for one. Each time a lady's bicycle arrived, she yearned to purchase it, but her meager salary was turned over to her family, leaving her funds insufficient. Not to mention the absence of a lady's bicycle ticket. Aware of her longing, Director Yu resorted to various forms of coaxing and persuasion, eventually promising to buy her one, which led to an inappropriate relationship between them. However, after several shipments, he continually made excuses to delay the purchase. It was only after this latest arrival that the saleswoman, using all her wiles, managed to extract a promise from him to buy her a bicycle this time. Yet, with only one remaining, he had yet to provide her with the necessary payment. She had already come to regard the bicycle as her own possession, and she concocted various excuses to dissuade potential customers from buying it whenever they inquired. Previously, everything had gone smoothly. Who would have anticipated that today she would stumble upon these few individuals? The saleswoman felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. If this bicycle were to be purchased by someone else, she could not fathom when she would have another opportunity to acquire a lady's bicycle. Moreover, she had assured her family and close friends that she would buy a 26-inch Phoenix bicycle within the next few days. If she failed to fulfill her promise, it would be utterly embarrassing. With her eyes glistening with unshed tears, she gazed at Director Yu, her grip on the bicycle unwavering. Gritting her teeth, she insisted, Director Yu, I have already given you the money. You stated that the bicycle was mine. Words once spoken cannot be retracted. Director Yu was beside himself with rage. His thinning hair felt even sparser. He sincerely regretted allowing himself to be so foolishly captivated, entangling himself with someone so heedless of the consequences. Could she speak so freely? A mere saleswoman, handing over money to secure a bicycle for herself. It was evident that something was amiss. There were many astute individuals who would undoubtedly question the propriety of their relationship. As this thought crossed his mind, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and his shirt was soon drenched in cold perspiration. He was filled with an intense desire to silence this oblivious woman, fearing that she would lead him to ruin. Just as he was about to offer an explanation, the crowd parted to make way for someone. Make way, Director Lin is coming through. Everyone, step aside. The onlookers wondered which leader had arrived and what had transpired to draw such a crowd. Upon seeing the newcomer, Director Yu's heart raced with apprehension. Why was this newly appointed procurement director here? Despite their shared title, the distinction between directors was significant. The new director had reportedly played a crucial role in the recent Huang Guodong case, which had secured him this position. Director Yu had long coveted the lucrative procurement role. But now a formidable competitor had emerged, one who had earned accolades from above. Ah, Director Lin, what brings you here? This is all a misunderstanding. I will resolve it shortly, he stammered. Director Lin, however, paid no heed to Director Yu. Scanning the crowd, his eyes lit up upon spotting Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang. He approached them with outstretched hands, exclaiming, Comrade Zhou and Zhang are here as well. Just the other day, Chigu mentioned you both. I didn't expect to see you in Harbin. Have you met Chigu? The two men shook his hand in turn, with Zhou Liwei smiling as he replied, Yes. We've already met. It's a pleasant surprise to encounter you here. Director Lin chuckled, Indeed. Following that incident, I was rewarded with this position. Zhang Liang gave a thumbs up. I just heard someone refer to you as director. Impressive. Impressive? It's all thanks to Chigu and you too, he responded with genuine humility. He truly believed that had it not been for Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang, Chigu would not have been saved. Nor would he have been directed to monitor Kuan-gu. Without that surveillance, he wouldn't have stumbled upon their plan to flee. Nor would he have been able to enlist help in apprehending them. Ultimately, these two had opened doors of opportunity for him. From his previous life in the black market to now serving as the director of the supply and marketing cooperative, he had indeed ascended remarkably. Observing that the two individuals were laden with numerous items, he proposed, "Might you wish to procure anything else? Once you have completed your shopping, let us together visit the state-run restaurant. I would be delighted to treat you both to a meal. As a token of my gratitude for your assistance on the previous occasion." Zhou Liwei gestured around, saying, "Perhaps another day. Today we are to dine at Brother Chen's residence. And there are still matters here that require my attention." Lin Song furrowed his brow and inquired, "What? Are the affairs here still linked to you?" Chapter 86. The scoundrel Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang did not conceal the situation. They succinctly recounted the events. Lin Song glanced at Director Yu, who wore a broad smile, insisting that it was all a misunderstanding. "The receipt for the bicycle has already been issued. I shall promptly bring the bicycle out for Comrade Zhou." After saying this, he shot a fierce glare at the female salesperson, lowering his voice and gritting his teeth. "Release my grip at once, or do not blame me for my rudeness. I will hand you the receipt shortly, and next time, you can select a bicycle first." The female salesperson, intimidated by Director Yu's menacing demeanor, felt a chill run down her spine, and tears began to fall uncontrollably. Simultaneously, her grip on the bicycle loosened considerably. She realized that acquiring this bicycle today was likely impossible. Ultimately, she had to relent, thinking to herself that she would give him the receipt later. Or else, she wanted to threaten him with a report about his inappropriate relationships, but refrained from voicing it. However, the brief pause in her response was enough for Director Yu to sense her unspoken words, a flash of malice crossing his eyes. Yet, in order to resolve the immediate issue, he had no choice but to placate her, murmuring softly, "All right, I will give it to you shortly." Director Yu retrieved the bicycle from behind the counter, forcing a smile as he handed it over to Zhang Liang. This farce had finally reached a temporary conclusion. Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang exchanged a few pleasantries with Lin Song before departing with Xiaoyao. Before leaving, Lin Song cast a penetrating glance at Director Yu and the female salesperson, making them both uncomfortable. Zhou Liwei and his companions loaded their belongings into the car and drove away. Xiaoyao was compensated for her various tickets at market value. "You ought to avoid dressing like this in the future. It could attract unwanted attention from those ruffians," Zhou Liwei kindly advised. Xiaoyao mumbled softly, "If I don't dress like this, it's even easier to get noticed outside." As a young girl with decent looks, lacking a formal job and any connections, she lived with her grandmother, and without dressing up, she could easily fall victim to bullying. Both she and her grandmother held urban household registrations and received monthly rations, so they would not starve without a job. However, without a man to protect the household, they were vulnerable to mistreatment. Thus, she had no choice but to disguise herself as a boy. Zhang Liang ruffled her hair playfully. "You're not actually living as a beggar, are you?" Xiaoyao shook her head, resisting his playful gestures. "You're the one who is a beggar." Zhang Liang found her indignation amusing. "Then why do you dress like this? The last time I saw you, although dark, you were at least well-groomed." Xiaoyao shot him a glare. "I'm just trying to sell tickets. Of course I need to disguise myself." Zhang Liang nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. By the way, your complexion seems much fairer than before." Xiaoyao turned her head, ignoring him. Zhang Liang leaned in closer, moving to the left, and Xiaoyao turned to the right. He then shifted to the right, and she turned to the left. After several back-and-forth exchanges, Xiaoyao glared at him, while Zhang Liang squinted his eyes and chuckled foolishly. Zhou Liwei shook his head and chuckled as he drove, thinking to himself, "Liangzi, oh Liangzi, when you eventually discover that she is a girl, I wonder if you will still dare to tease her so playfully. Are you unemployed?" Zhou Liwei was unsure why, but he felt an inexplicable connection between Liangzi and this girl, prompting him to seek a deeper understanding of her. "No," she replied. "How many family members do you have?" The last time he and Liangzi had leaped into her yard, he learned that her grandmother lived there. Yet he remained unaware of who else resided with them. "It's just me and my grandmother." She recognized that these two were drivers from out of town, and deemed them quite decent. After all, they had generously shared their spoils with her, making her unexpectedly wealthy overnight. Today, they had also defended her dignity, leading her to believe that they were trustworthy, hence she answered honestly. Zhou Liwei raised an eyebrow, surprised to find her in such a pitiable situation. "How old are you?" "Who is older, you or Liangzi?" Zhang Liang immediately declared his age. "I'll turn 19 in March. How about you?" Xiaoyu lazily lifted her eyelids, revealing that she had celebrated her 19th birthday just last month. "Haha, that means I am a few months older than you. From now on, you must call me brother." As he spoke, he playfully draped an arm around her neck, assuring her, "Don't worry, I'll protect you from anyone who dares to bully you. If anyone bothers you, just tell me, and I'll have Wei go back you up." Zhou Liwei smiled slightly, clearly in agreement with this sentiment. Xiaoyao stifled a laugh, finding him quite chivalrous and amusing. However, in the next moment, her laughter ceased. She lowered her gaze to the large hand resting on her chest, which squeezed her gently. "I promised to keep my word," he said. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be so lean, yet surprisingly fleshy." Xiaoyao's face turned crimson with fury, and she retaliated with a punch to Zhang Liang's face, exclaiming, "Pervert." "Oh." Zhang Liang clutched his nose, blood gushing through his fingers. Xiaoyao, still flushed with anger, shot him a fierce glare, and after a moment of contemplation, she huffily tossed him the towel they had used to wipe their sweat earlier. Zhang Liang caught the towel and pressed it to his injured nose, wincing in pain. His eyes reddened. The phrase pervert, along with her crisp feminine voice and that touch, made him realize something significant. His face turned a deep shade of crimson. He dared not meet her gaze directly, instead stealing furtive glances. He had never anticipated that the gangly boy he had always thought of was, in fact, a girl. What's more, he had touched her. As he stared at the towel pressed to his nose, he longed to bore a hole through the fabric. What had he been thinking? How could he have acted inappropriately towards a young lady? He wished to clarify that it had merely been an innocent gesture, unrelated to his intentions. Alas, that hand belonged to him, and he must bear the consequences. He glanced sideways at her again, only to quickly avert his gaze, his heart racing wildly. Soon, the car came to a halt at the entrance of Xiaoyao's home. Zhang Liang finally mustered the courage to stammer. Xiaoyao, do you think I might accompany you inside to pay a visit to your grandmother? We have plenty of gifts in the car. What is she like? Perhaps I could simply offer the Sanjuani Xiang? Get lost." Xiaoyao shouted furiously, leaping out of the car and storming into her house without a backward glance. She slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. Zhang Liang stared at the firmly closed door, scratching his head in confusion. Wei Ge, what is wrong with her? Why did she suddenly erupt in such anger? He had mentioned the Sanjuani Xiang, so why was she still upset? Zhang Liang had no idea where he had gone wrong. He had already expressed his intentions toward her. Shouldn't he bear some responsibility? Wasn't it only right to visit her home and pay respects to her elders? Surely, offering the Sanjuan Xiang was a gesture of sincerity? Why was she so furious? Was her temper a bit excessive? However, remembering that she was his future fiancée, he reasoned that a bit of temper was acceptable. As a man, he decided it was best to endure. Chapter 087. A naive notion. Zhou Liwei found himself at a loss for words. You casually flirted with a young lady without any intention, failed to offer an apology or clarification, and then proceeded to her home, even mentioning the gift of a traditional 3-turn-in-1 sound. In this day and age, what does the 3-turn-in-1 sound signify? It symbolizes the prospect of marriage. How should one properly approach the matter of courtship? By engaging a matchmaker to facilitate discussions about dowries and wedding arrangements. Even in an era that advocates for free love, there exists a process of courtship, followed by mutual agreement before discussing dowries. In their case, they had only just discovered that Xiaoyao was indeed a woman. There was no preamble, and they were abruptly thrust into the heart of the matter, which could easily be classified as a new form of impropriety. It would be surprising if the young lady were not infuriated. Liangzi, Zhou Liwei posed a hypothetical. If I were to approach a woman on the street and declare my intention to visit her home with a gift of 3-turn-in-1 sound, how would she react? Zhang Liang answered without hesitation. She would undoubtedly be overjoyed and would immediately take you home. Zhou Liwei paused, conceding, well, it is indeed possible that such a woman exists. You speak of those vain and superficial girls, but if it were a sensible girl, she would likely scold me as a rogue and might even slap me. Zhang Liang seemed to grasp the implication, lamenting, so, I too am under suspicion of impropriety? As Zhou Liwei started the car, directing it toward Qinda's residence, he replied, one could say so. Zhang Liang's spirits plummeted instantly. Noticing this, Zhou Liwei reassured him, it's all right, take your time, your prospects are quite promising. A smile quickly returned to Zhang Liang's face. Yes, I still have a chance. He then began to chuckle foolishly, lost in thought. Brother Wei, what do you think Xiaoyao looks like? Is she truly beautiful? He mused. Though, beauty is of little consequence. My primary responsibility is to her. Besides, I am not particularly handsome myself. When selecting a spouse, one should not merely consider appearance. The essential factor is character, someone capable of managing a household. My Xiaoyao certainly seems to be that kind of person. Zhou Liwei's lips twitched at the mention of my Xiaoyao. They had yet to even establish a relationship. Upon arriving at Qinda's home, they found Qi Guangrong and Jiang Shaohua already present, alongside Lin Kang. Everyone could discern the joy radiating from Zhang Liang's face. What good fortune has befallen Liangzi to be so cheerful? Huang Shanshan inquired, gently stroking her belly with a faint smile. Zhang Liang's eyes narrowed into slits as he chuckled. Oh, it's nothing much, just that I might be getting married soon. Zhou Liwei facepalmed, thinking that this fellow was perhaps indulging in unrealistic fantasies. They had yet to solidify their relationship, and he was already contemplating marriage. If only Zhang Liang were aware of Zhou Liwei's thoughts and his own affections for Yinxiu. He would surely retort, aren't you in the same boat? The others were taken aback by such significant news, showering him with congratulations. Congratulations, Liangzi. To think you were so quickly on the path to marriage. We hadn't even heard you were seeing someone. Indeed, where is your partner from? Is she from your hometown? Next time you come to Harbin, be sure to bring her along. Zhang Liang's face flushed, his eyes sparkling with joy. She hails from Harbin. And today marks the inception of our relationship. Should the opportunity arise, I shall bring her to meet you all. The crowd was taken aback. Had he truly just begun courting today? Was he already contemplating marriage? Was this not rather hasty? Huang Shanshan, in fact, wished to caution him to understand her better. If the lady was so eager to wed, surely something was amiss. Zhang Liang, feeling somewhat awkward, reasoned. Isn't it only right to take responsibility for my actions? Zhou Liwei turned away, striving to suppress the upward curl of his lips. This would surely lead to misunderstandings. As anticipated, the looks directed at Zhang Liang shifted, imbued with a teasing undertone. Who would have thought, Liangzi, you were quite the charmer, Lin Song remarked with a grin. So, your shopping spree at the supply and marketing cooperative was all in preparation for your wedding? Zhang Liang replied candidly, indeed, I merely intended to spend some soon-to-expire tickets. And it was only after purchasing that I began courting. Coincidentally, those items are quite suitable as wedding paraphernalia. The others were left perplexed. What did this imply? It seemed that the transition from courting to planning a wedding occurred in the blink of an eye. Zhou Liwei, noticing their confusion, stifled his laughter and explained. He was conversing with a girl today, mistakenly believing her to be a lad. In a moment of careless bravado, he inadvertently acted inappropriately. Now, his so-called relationship is merely unilateral. The girl is still upset and ignoring him. As for marriage, that's just his whimsical notion of taking responsibility. Whether she shares this sentiment remains unknown. Laughter erupted among the group, and Zhang Liang's face reddened, akin to a monkey's backside. What is so amusing? I did err, and should I not bear responsibility? This is quite evident. Is there any need for further discussion? The crowd erupted into more laughter. Who knew Zhang Liang could be so entertaining, a pure-hearted and innocent young man? Even Jiang Shaohua found Zhang Liang's naivety in matters of romance endearing. Is that girl exceptionally beautiful? Prompting Liangzi's impatience? Chen Da inquired with a grin, echoing the sentiments of the others who shared his curiosity. At this, Zhou Liwei chuckled even more, shaking his head repeatedly. What? Is she unattractive? Zhou Liwei continued to smile, shaking his head. The crowd, bewildered, questioned the meaning behind his laughter. Zhou Liwei softly chuckled. It means we have no idea what she looks like. The girl concealed her appearance, rendering her unrecognizable. Wait, so Liangzi truly has no inkling of her looks? Huang Shanshan exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Liang scratched his head, sheepishly admitting, indeed, I am still in the dark, though I suspect her skin is quite fair. He thought to himself, and so smooth, for he had felt her skin, soft and tender to the touch. Chapter 088. Writing a report letter after a jovial dinner. Zhou Liwei observed Zhang Liang's carefree demeanor and wondered how this fellow would pursue his romantic interest. Resolving to lend a hand, he addressed Chen and Qi. I have a favor to ask of you both. The group turned their attention to Zhou, with Chundu inquiring, what is it? Just say it. The girl that Liang likes is currently unemployed. Although we are not familiar with her appearance, we have interacted with her a couple of times, and she seems quite grounded. We are not well acquainted with Harbin and cannot stay here for long. Could you assist in finding out if anyone is willing to transfer a job? This way, Liang will have an excuse to get closer to her. Zhang Liang's eyes brightened at the prospect. Relieved from his previous worries about what to say to Xiao Yao during his next visit. Moreover, it would resolve her employment situation, sparing her from the need to present herself in an androgynous manner. Yes. Chen, Qi, please help us inquire. If there is a suitable position, we are willing to pay handsomely whatever the cost. The group chuckled at his eagerness, and after some playful banter, Chen Da pointed towards Lin Kang. This matter is manageable. You should consult him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang enthusiastically embraced Lin Kang. Brother Lin, I entrust my wife's job search to you. Lin Song patted his shoulder with a smile. Rest assured, I will take care of it. We can arrange something at the supply and marketing cooperative, though initially, it may only be a temporary position. Zhang Liang was elated. This was already a significant improvement. Thank you, Brother Lin. Should you require anything from me in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Having settled the matter regarding Xiao Yao's employment, Zhou Liwei seized the opportunity to mention Director Yu of the cooperative. This individual was known for his arrogance, although this demeanor was primarily reserved for those without connections or stature. In contrast, he was sycophantic towards those with influence. Though Lin Song had not been at the cooperative long, he had gained a general understanding of the staff. His appointment as the procurement director had not come without effort. After all, this position was a coveted one, representing a middle management role. Lin Song had skipped the ranks, ascending directly to leadership, which was technically against protocol. However, exceptions existed within regulations to accommodate special circumstances. This, of course, was merely a facade. It was evident that his elevation was orchestrated. Director Yu harbored resentment towards Lin Song's sudden rise, though he masked it with obsequiousness, secretly seeking any leverage against him. Yet, Lin Song was no novice. He had navigated the underworld alongside Qi Guangrong for years and was well-versed in the game. The recent incident involving Huang Guodong had merely tasked him with monitoring Brother Kuan. But the subsequent actions were entirely his own initiative. This showcased his cleverness and his methodical approach to tasks. Lin Song was acutely aware of Director Yu's true character and had thoroughly investigated him shortly after his arrival at the cooperative. This man is a parasite within our cooperative. I intend to discuss with Chun and Qi the possibility of finding an opportunity to eliminate this pest. Unexpectedly, we encountered each other today. Zhang Liang expressed his frustration regarding a certain individual, stating that not only was this person arrogant, but also exceptionally malicious. Initially, they demanded an apology from us and insisted that we compensate each of them with 100 yuan. Wei Gu refused to comply and threatened to report us to the police for disturbing social order. It was evident that they instigated the trouble. So how could we be the ones accused of disrupting societal peace? Moreover, the female salesperson was unwilling to sell us the bicycle, clearly emboldened by that individual. The two of them were whispering behind the counter for quite some time before she reluctantly agreed to sell the bicycle to us. Everyone furrowed their brows at this revelation. Zhou Liwei added that the individual took advantage of his friendship with Officer Luo from the police station, believing that labeling us as disturbers of social order would be a mere formality. It was unclear whether similar incidents had occurred previously. Additionally, the relationship between the two was evidently not ordinary. The female clerk claimed that the bicycle belonged to her and that she had already handed the payment to someone surnamed Yu. I suspect that you had promised her the bicycle, which led her to regard it as her personal property, and in her moment of desperation, she uttered such words, likely attempting to exert pressure on Director Yu. However, it was clear that you prioritized flattery over her concerns. The group nodded in agreement, and Lin Song remarked that their relationship was indeed improper. Furthermore, Yu was not solely involved with her. He had similar entanglements with another female salesperson as well. Though that particular clerk was not a willing participant, everyone was taken aback by Director Yu's audacity. As a mere personnel director, he dared to seduce and coerce female colleagues. Chunda inquired solemnly whether this individual had engaged in any illicit activities at the supply and marketing cooperative. The implication was clear. They intended to investigate any potential corruption. Lin Song affirmed that he had discovered evidence of Yu exploiting his position for personal gain. Previously, he had been merely a logistics director, but he had maneuvered to oust the former personnel director, effectively assuming dual roles. He wielded considerable influence within the cooperative. Yet his greatest ambition lay in becoming the procurement director, a position I had just managed to secure ahead of him. After a moment of contemplation, Chen turned to Lin Song and instructed him to draft a letter of complaint. Lin Song nodded, acknowledging the task. As for Officer Luo, they would first send someone to investigate his background. Everyone understood that this was a preparatory measure to eliminate the pest named Yu from the cooperative. Whether Officer Luo had committed any significant offenses in the past would determine the course of action. If his misdeeds were trivial, Chinda would likely turn a blind eye. Such is the nature of this world. It is unrealistic to expect that individuals harbor no flaws or employ no questionable methods. In a perfectly clear stream, there are no fish. Even Chinda and his colleagues could not guarantee absolute integrity. However, as long as one does not cross the line, maintains a broadly correct direction, and strives for the development of the nation while serving the people, one can still be considered a commendable public servant. This paradoxically illustrates the relationship between Chunda, a civil servant, and Qi Guangrong, a figure in the black market, two identities that should be at odds yet have become the most trusted of brothers, complementing one another in their endeavors. After the group had discussed their serious matters, they began to engage in light-hearted conversation. At this moment, Zhang Liang found it increasingly difficult to remain seated. Zhou Liwei, noticing his restlessness, inquired, "Are you in urgent need?" Zhang Liang was taken aback for a moment, then realized this was a question about his need to use the restroom. He shook his head repeatedly, exclaiming, "No, no, no. I wish to speak with Xiao Yao regarding work matters." Zhou Liwei glanced outside at the pitch-black sky and remarked, "Are you certain that at this hour she would be willing to let you in?" Zhang Liang, feeling dejected, replied, "Probably not." Chapter 089. Securing Employment. Zhou Liwei, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, "It's good that you understand. We can leave a bit later tomorrow." Zhang Liang immediately nodded with exuberance. The others nearby found the scene amusing, as the young man truly resembled someone in the throes of romance. Lin Song chuckled, "Liang, tomorrow just tell your girlfriend to come directly to the supply and marketing cooperative to find me." Yes, Zhang Liang eagerly agreed. The following day, Zhang Liang rose early, pulling Zhou Liwei to wait outside Xiao Yao's home. Zhou Liwei, seated in the driver's seat, yawned and said, "Liang, keep an eye on the front door while I catch a few more winks." He had stayed up late the previous night and was dragged from his bed at the break of dawn by this young man. And now he struggled to keep his eyes open. Time passed, and Zhou Liwei was stirred from his slumber by the sound of a car door slamming. Groggily opening his eyes, he saw Zhou Liwei at Xiao Yao's door, engaged in a discussion with her. Soon, Xiao Yao began to punch and kick him playfully, and he deftly dodged her blows. After a few harmless hits, Xiao Yao ceased her playful assault. Then, Zhang Liang seemingly said something that made Xiao Yao glance toward Zhou Liwei in the car before she approached and got in. "Hello, Comrade Wei," Xiao Yao greeted. Her cheeks flushed, though the heavy makeup on her face obscured any signs of embarrassment. "Wei Gu, you should discuss the job situation with Xiao Yao," Zhang Liang urged, a hint of urgency in his voice, sensing her skepticism. Zhou Liwei nodded slightly and spoke, "Comrade Xiao Yao, Liang has asked a friend to secure a position for you at the supply and marketing cooperative where we had our disagreement yesterday. If you find it agreeable, please prepare. And we shall take you to see it?" Zhang Liang chimed in. "Now you see I was lying, right? Hurry and get ready. We'll ensure you get the job settled at the cooperative." Xiao Yao's face brightened with evident joy, yet she hesitated, feeling somewhat shy due to their lack of familiarity. "Thank you, comrade. I truly need this job. You name your price, and I will pay." Zhou Liwei glanced at the anxious Zhang Liang and replied, "This position was arranged by Liang. If anyone should be thanked, it is him." Xiao Yao turned to Zhang Liang, her demeanor shifting to one of less friendliness. Her tone sharp, "How much are you asking for this job? I will pay, otherwise, I won't go." Zhang Liang, flustered, responded, "What money? They didn't ask for anything from me. Besides, you are my girlfriend. How could I charge you for a job I arranged?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Yao's playful punches resumed. Zhou Liwei turned to gaze out of the window, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Hey, stop hitting. Why do you keep retaliating? If I touch you, I must take responsibility. You are my girlfriend, and that is not wrong." "You still dare to say that, you scoundrel," she retorted, her punches growing slightly more forceful. After a brief playful scuffle, Xiao Yao exited the vehicle, preparing to head back and tidy up, though she refrained from mentioning the payment again. "Wait here. I will fetch some breakfast and give your father a call to help find us a place to stay. We have so many things in the car that we need somewhere to store them when we return." Zhang Liang should have been there. As Zhou Liwei alighted from the vehicle, he made his way towards a nearby state-run restaurant. After consuming several steamed buns and a cup of soy milk, he also ordered a portion of buns to take away for Zhang Liang, carrying the breakfast to the post office. Initially, he intended to bring him some soy milk as well. However, since it was now served in bowls and he had not brought a container, he had to forego that idea. Upon arriving at the post office, he dialed the number to Zhang Hongshi's office, and after a single ring, it was answered. "Hello. Who is this?" "Uncle Zhang, it's me, Liwei." Zhou Liwei placed his breakfast on the side of the telephone table. "Ah, little Zhou, why are you calling? Has something happened to Liangzi?" The voice on the other end seemed a bit anxious, clearly misunderstanding the situation. Zhou Liwei sighed, reflecting on the age-old truth that a father's worries accompany a child traveling far. "No, Uncle Zhang, Liangzi is quite well. I need to discuss something with you." Zhang Hongxi visibly relaxed. "Oh, it's you with a matter. Please, go ahead. Uncle Zhang, could you assist me in finding an available room? Yangzi and I will be returning tomorrow. He spoke cautiously, mindful of the many people around him in the post office. Why do you need a place? If you're not going back to the village, you can stay at our home. Zhou Liwei hesitated before replying. Uncle Zhang, please just help me find a room. Yangzi and I are preparing for our wedding. Zhang Hongxi instantly grasped the implication. These two young men, without partners, could not possibly be arranging for a wedding. It was evident that they were hiding something. All right, I understand. I will look for a room right away. After hanging up, Zhou Liwei picked up the breakfast meant for Zhang Liang and leisurely strolled toward Xiaoyao's home. He was also contemplating the tasks at hand, needing to secure Xiaoyao's work and then seek out Qi Guangrong for fabric. He anticipated that his return home would likely extend into the evening. This timing was quite suitable for unloading goods, as it was best done at night. This trip home involved transporting a considerable amount of items, 6 or 7 bicycles, nearly as many sewing machines, about 10 radios, and 3 or 4 watches. Additionally, there were grains and an assortment of other items, collectively valued at over 1,000 yuan. Should these items be sold on the black market, even without tickets, they could potentially double in price. Presently, his finances were quite substantial, and he had not anticipated becoming a wealthy individual shortly after his rebirth. However, he knew better than to spend freely. He planned to reserve these funds as start-up capital for future endeavors when the situation improved over the next few years. With visions of a promising future in his mind, a smile unconsciously crept upon his lips. Liwei, hurry up. I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. Zhang Liang's head popped out of the car window from a distance. Waving his hand, Zhou Liwei climbed into the vehicle and handed over the breakfast. Is Xiao not ready yet? Zhang Liang opened the paper bag and replied nonchalantly. Not yet. With that, he began devouring the buns voraciously, finishing 2 buns and 2 steamed buns in mere moments. Grabbing his military canteen, he began to gulp down water. Suddenly, a splash of water struck the windshield of the car. Zhang Liang, disregarding the water stains, squinted his eyes and pointed ahead, exclaiming, Wei Gu, is that Xiaoyao coming out? Zhou Liwei focused his gaze and beheld a tall, fair-skinned young woman with a chic bob haircut emerging from Xiaoyao's residence. She wore a floral blouse paired with black trousers and plastic sandals. This ensemble, despite the moment, was quite fashionable. It wasn't until she stood before the car door that Zhang Liang snapped back to reality and hurriedly opened the door to let her in. After a brief exchange of greetings between Xiaoyao and Zhou Liwei, he took a towel to wipe the windshield clean before starting the vehicle towards the supply and marketing cooperative. Usually chatty, Zhang Liang now wore a deep crimson expression, fixated on the road ahead, not uttering a single word. Were it not for the cacophony of the truck, one could surely hear the thunderous rhythm of his heart, pounding like a heavy hammer against the ground. Chapter 090. In the midst of it all, Xiaoyao sat beside Zhang Liang, observing his tense demeanor as he avoided meeting her gaze, and she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Truly, he was quite the simpleton. They exchanged no words throughout the journey. Upon arriving at the supply and marketing cooperative, Zhou Liwei remained behind, claiming the need to guard the vehicle. Zhang Liang mechanically disembarked, nearly stumbling in the process, but Xiaoyao kindly steadied him. A visible blush crept from his face down to his neck. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Liwei witnessed Zhang Liang awkwardly entering the cooperative alongside Xiaoyao. After approximately an hour, the two emerged from the cooperative, their faces radiating joy. Zhang Liang appeared to have finally regained his composure. Comrade Zhou, thank you. The task has been accomplished. Please join us for lunch at my home today. It's my treat. Zhou Liwei glanced at Zhang Liang, noting the hopeful glimmer in his eyes. It was abundantly clear. This fellow was practically broadcasting his desire to go. Very well, then, we shall dine at your residence. Zhang Liang was brimming with excitement. Wei Gu, Xiaoyao claims her culinary skills are quite commendable. Let us have her showcase her talents today. Xiaoyao shot him an exasperated look, but refrained from retorting or retaliating. Zhou Liwei sensed a newfound harmony between the two. Unbeknownst to him, after entering the cooperative, Xiaoyao had sought a quiet corner to engage in a serious conversation with Zhang Liang. In her heart, she understood that accepting this job meant accepting Zhang Liang as well. Though not particularly reserved, she was nonetheless a cautious individual. Aware of their newfound intimacy, she was willing to embrace him if he was prepared to take responsibility. Conversely, she had no intention of clinging to him if he were unwilling. It was evident that he possessed a sense of duty and was willing to take responsibility. Yet, as she contemplated her own circumstances, a sense of inferiority crept in. compounded by the fear that he might retract his commitment upon learning of her situation. Thus, before taking on this position, it was imperative that he be made aware of her family background, allowing him to consider the matter thoroughly. Xiaoyao's surname was Yu, and her full name was Yu Yao. Her family was not well off. When she was 5, her grandfather succumbed to starvation during a famine, having sacrificed his own sustenance to feed his family, and passed away shortly thereafter due to illness. Her mother died giving birth to her younger brother when Xiaoyu was 7, resulting in a tragic loss of both lives. Her father, who held a stable job as a postman, vanished one winter day when she was 12, never to return after going out to deliver mail. Some claimed he had met with misfortune, while others suggested he fled in fear after losing a significant parcel. Regardless, there had been no resolution over the years. The post office favored the latter narrative, providing no compensation for their loss, and even demanded that Yu Yao's family reimburse them for the lost mail. It was only after a compassionate leader recognized the plight of the elderly woman and the child left behind that the matter was quietly overlooked. To this day, Yu Yao remained uncertain whether the pity was genuine or merely a faade by the post office officials. Her grandmother, aged and burdened by the successive losses within their family, had suffered greatly, her health deteriorated, and she spent her days in tears, eventually succumbing to blindness. In recent years, Xiaoyao has been living in close companionship with Grandma Yu. To avoid being bullied, she disguised herself as a boy, presenting herself as a slender, dark-skinned lad. Upon hearing Xiaoyao's experiences, Zhang Liang felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. Had it not been for the public setting, he would have surely embraced her to offer comfort. Upon arriving at the Yu household, Zhang Liang promptly retrieved several items from the vehicle: 2 cans of canned peaches, 2 cans of malted milk, 2 bags of milk powder, a pack of biscuits, a pound of noodles, and a pound of brown sugar. Initially, he intended to present a set of traditional gifts, but Grandma Yu's granddaughter, Yu Yao, advised against it, fearing it might startle the elderly woman. Zhang Liang thus resolved to wait for another occasion. Observing their interaction, Zhou Liwei speculated that the two had resolved their differences and entered into a relationship. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no envy. He had refrained from bringing gifts, purely accompanying Zhang Liang for the sake of enjoying some food and drink. Although Grandma Yu had poor eyesight, her hearing remained remarkably sharp. Upon hearing the footsteps of multiple individuals entering the house, she tilted her head and inquired, "Xiaoyao, have you brought friends home?" Yu Yao stepped forward to steady the elder's arm, her cheeks slightly flushed, and softly responded. Zhang Liang swiftly approached, placing his offerings on the table while supporting the other arm of the elder, eagerly introducing himself. "Grandma, I am Zhang Liang, Xiaoyao's partner, here to visit you today." Initially taken aback, Grandma Yu's face soon lit up with joy as she grasped Zhang Liang's hand. "So you are Xiaoyao's partner. Welcome, welcome," she exclaimed. "Xiaoyao, hurry and pour some water for your partner. It must be hot on such a sweltering day." Yu Yao shot Zhang Liang a playful glare before introducing Zhou Liwei, and then proceeded to pour 2 bowls of water. What followed was an interrogation reminiscent of a household registration check, nearly exhausting Zhang Liang's entire lineage and inquiry. Ultimately, aside from feeling that Zhang Liang's home was somewhat distant, Grandma Yu was thoroughly satisfied. "So, Xiaoyao will be going to Jixian County with you, huh? That's quite far," she remarked. Zhang Liang replied, "Grandma, if Xiaoyao wishes to accompany me to Jixian County, you are welcome to come along. If she prefers to remain in Harbin, I will visit often." Grandma Yu nodded vigorously in agreement. Xiaoyao, however, felt that discussing such matters was premature. Their relationship had stemmed from a somewhat unintended offense, and there was a lack of emotional foundation that warranted further exploration. Concerned that their conversation might veer towards marriage, she quickly interjected, "Grandma, let's talk about the future later. For now, I won't be going anywhere. I have a job lined up as a sales assistant at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, starting tomorrow." Grandma Yu's face brightened at the news that her future grandson-in-law had arranged employment for her granddaughter. "Oh, that's wonderful. A good job." Zhou Liwei observed their conversation, glancing at Zhang Liang's blissful demeanor, and acknowledged that his envy had deepened significantly. It seemed likely that this fellow would soon win the heart of a beautiful woman, while he himself was uncertain how many years he would have to wait. Zhang Liang, it appeared, was fortunate to have been born in such a time when emotions were genuine and a sense of responsibility ran deep. An accidental touch had granted him a partner, while in later times, such an encounter might not even guarantee any sense of obligation. However, the situation is now quite different. It is not merely a matter of frivolity. Getting too close can tarnish one's reputation, and one must be accountable for such actions. Otherwise, it would be nothing short of lewdness. This is also the reason why many can easily scheme to marry or become betrothed to whomever they desire. Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang dined at the Yu family's home, lingering for only a brief moment before departing. Before leaving, Zhang Liang provided the family's address, unit telephone number, and the remaining ration tickets from their visit. Yu Yao gazed at the departing truck, feeling an inexplicable complexity within. In just a single day, she had unexpectedly acquired a partner and a coveted position that many envied. The thought of her bespectacled suitor caused a smile to unconsciously grace her lips. With a soft murmur of reproach, "You rogue," she turned and returned indoors. Chapter 091. The urgency of selling goods after Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang departed from Yu Yao's residence. They made their way to Qi Guangrong's warehouse. In recent days, they had arranged for a selection of quality fabrics to be transported to this warehouse for their choosing. Zhou Liwei surveyed the contents of the warehouse, which, though modest in size, approximately 30 to 40 square meters, was brimming with an impressive array of goods. He was aware that Qi Guangrong possessed additional warehouses scattered in various locations, as implied by his remarks. This particular warehouse primarily housed textiles, including fabric, clothing, and footwear. As Zhou Liwei rummaged through the fabrics, he discovered a commendable quantity of quality materials, including numerous rolls of fine cotton and a selection of van lighting fabric. Alongside ordinary pure cotton in solid colors, floral patterns, and checks, he selected 4 rolls of fine cotton and 3 rolls of van lighting fabric. In addition to 1 roll each of blue and white cotton, as well as 1 roll of floral cotton. In total, he procured 10 rolls for a mere 224 yuan. Zhou Liwei was taken aback by the remarkably low price Qi Guangrong offered. He estimated that purchasing these fabrics from a supply and marketing cooperative would cost at least 700 yuan. For instance, a roll of fine cotton at the cooperative was priced at 8 yuan per foot, with each roll measuring 100 feet, amounting to 180 yuan. Yet, Qi Guangrong charged him only 120 yuan. The van lighting fabric, too, was 7 yuan cheaper per foot, leading to a total savings of 70 yuan per roll. The flawed cotton he previously purchased at the cooperative was priced at 5 yuan per foot, while Qi Guangrong offered it at a mere 28 yuan, totaling only 28 yuan per roll. Furthermore, he did not require any fabric coupons, resulting in an overall savings exceeding 500 yuan. Nonetheless, Zhou Liwei had no intention of exploiting Qi Guangrong's generosity. Recognizing his loyalty, he too was determined to reciprocate. He planned to lower the prices correspondingly when delivering the finished garments in the future. Upon his arrival, Zhou Liwei had brought over 30 skirts, and Qi Guangrong ultimately accepted only 1,000 yuan from him, offsetting over 200 yuan with the skirts. Additionally, Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang selected several pairs of shoes. Though they had previously purchased shoes from the cooperative, they had not acquired any plastic sandals, primarily opting for liberation shoes. From Qi Guangrong, Zhou Liwei chose 5 pairs of sandals, 1 each for Yunxiu, Aunt Yun, and his mother and sister. The additional pair would be given to Yunxiu's sister-in-law, should the size be appropriate. He selected sizes 36 and 37, believing Yunxiu wore size 36 while his mother and sister wore size 37. Although he was uncertain of Aunt Yun and Yunxiu's sister-in-law's sizes, he opted for size 37, reasoning that it was better to have a little extra room than risk selecting a size too small. By the time they bid farewell to Qi Guangrong, it was already 2 in the afternoon. The pair wasted no time and set off from Harbin. They arrived at Qinshan Commune only after nightfall, when many had already retired for the evening, and the streets lay enveloped in silence. They first drove to Zhang Liang's home, where Zhang Hongxi was aware of their return and had remained awake in the living room, anticipating their arrival. Upon hearing the sound of their vehicle, he promptly rose to open the door and stepped outside. After exchanging pleasantries, they boarded the car, and he directed them to a temporary storage location he had found. Zhou Liwei observed the route with a furrowed brow and inquired, "Uncle Zhang, do you wish for us to store the items at the agricultural machinery station?" Zhang Hongxi pointed towards a small warehouse situated a short distance behind the agricultural machinery station, clarifying that it was not the station itself, but that unassuming storage space. Typically, it housed miscellaneous items, seldom frequented by anyone. Zhou Liwei nodded. Although it was infrequently visited, it was still an extension of the agricultural machinery station. He contemplated the necessity of swiftly disposing of the goods on the vehicle. Tonight, they would undoubtedly remain at the commune, and he resolved to venture to the small wasteland behind the bamboo grove around 3 or 4 in the morning. He had intended to inspect that area for some time, This evening presented the perfect opportunity. The trio transferred their belongings into the small warehouse, and Zhang Hongxi marveled at the abundance of items. How did we acquire so many things? There's everything here. Indeed, there was a plethora of goods, as the supply and marketing cooperative had a wide range of items. And they held sufficient ration tickets to make purchases. They were well equipped for all necessities. Although their grain tickets had not been exhausted, they dared not utilize them excessively. Each time, acquiring a mere 20 to 30 kilograms drew attention, and after several transactions, the three had collectively managed to procure 200 to 300 kilograms of grain. The remaining tickets, amounting to 200 or 300 kilograms, were ultimately given to Xiao Yao, as they were all from Harbin and of no use to them. Uncle Zhang, take a look at what you need for your household. We'll handle the rest, Zhou Liwei suggested. All right, I'll take a bicycle, a radio, and a sewing machine. Zhang Liang interjected. Dad, Mom doesn't know how to operate a sewing machine. What is the point? Zhang Hongxi retorted with irritation. Your brother is already 22, and he has been seeing his girlfriend for over half a year. These essentials must be prepared. Zhang Liang scoffed. Isn't he aiming to be a live-in son-in-law? Do we really need to gather these items? You little rascal, no matter what, he is still your brother, Zhang Hongxi scolded. Mindful of Zhou Liwei's presence and choosing to refrain from further discussion, adhering to the adage that family matters should remain private. Zhou Liwei was aware of Zhang Liang's elder brother, Zhang Qiang, who was said to be working in the city, though he had never met him and was unaware of his aspirations to become a live-in son-in-law. Uncle Zhang, we have around 300 kilograms of grain. Let us divide it among ourselves for sustenance, he suggested. Zhang Hongxi nodded in agreement, acknowledging the preciousness of grain in these times. Ultimately, aside from the items mentioned, the Zhang family retained 1 or 2 units of other goods. Zhou Liwei, too, found himself with many items he had little use for, primarily reserving them for the Yun family and his own household. Having stayed here for a considerable time, he had only communicated with his family briefly upon arrival, and he planned to send some items home to reassure them. After a prolonged effort, they loaded Zhang Liang's belongings into the vehicle and returned home before heading back to the agricultural machinery station. By the time they had unloaded the goods destined for their unit, it was already 2 in the morning. The three were utterly exhausted. They dropped Zhang Hongxi off at home to rest, while Zhang Liang chose to stay behind, knowing that Zhou Liwei intended to visit the black market. Despite his fatigue, he wished to accompany his older brother. The two returned to the small warehouse, managing to catch a mere hour's rest before donning disguises and setting off into the night towards the black market. Being a member of the commune, Zhang Liang was wary of encountering acquaintances, so he donned a hat and followed Xiao Yao's example by smearing his face with dark paint. Indeed, one could say that had they encountered each other in their usual state, they might scarcely recognize one another in such a disheveled appearance. Just beyond the bridge, the faint glow of orange flashlights becomes visible. As they traverse the bamboo grove, the desolate land is already bustling with activity, illuminated by the flashlight beams as if it were the dawn of a new day. Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang carried little with them, only 2 radios and a watch. Their intention was not to set up a stall for sales, but rather to entice a substantial buyer capable of accommodating their goods. The inclusion of such rare items as radios and a watch was merely a tactic to draw out a potential major client. Chapter 092. The black market of the commune leads to a major client. As the 2 individuals entered the black market, they immediately attracted the attention of others, primarily because, in this era, acquiring a radio was quite a challenge. In their commune, even the supply and marketing cooperatives frequently faced shortages. Before the 2 could even establish a stall, a woman in her 30s approached them, exclaiming, "Comrades, do you have a radio? My goodness, why do you look so ghastly?" In the black market, people's gaze was often fixated on the goods rather than the faces of the sellers. This woman was no exception. Upon seeing the radio, her eyes gleamed with excitement. However, when she inquired about the price and then raised her gaze to meet the sellers, she was nearly taken aback. She had never encountered anyone who presented themselves in such a manner. The sight was indeed startling. Regaining her composure, the woman patted her chest and continued. "Could you tell me how to exchange for that radio, comrades?" Although trading was prohibited at the moment, bartering was still permitted, whether out of habit or intentionality. She referred to it as an exchange rather than a purchase. Zhou Liwei, with a gruff demeanor, replied, "I have more than just these 2. There are several others. Besides radios, I possess other valuable items that I would like to exchange all at once. If you wish to barter, I am open to it." The woman hesitated. "Could I exchange for just 1 radio?" Zhou Liwei shook his head. Selling them one by one would take an eternity. And he had no intention of frequenting the black market daily. He sought a substantial client to resolve matters in one fell swoop. His earlier loud remarks were deliberate. He wanted those nearby to hear. He was unafraid of anyone harboring malicious intentions. Although the black market was rife with deceit, he and Zhang Liang were not foolish enough to engage in transactions with just anyone. Moreover, those capable of acquiring such fine goods were likely to possess an unusual background, causing any would-be adversaries to think twice before taking action against them, as long as others held reservations. Zhou Liwei could forge an identity for himself and Zhang Liang that would deter potential troublemakers. Nearby, two men, one tall and the other short, both appearing to be in their mid-20s, overheard his words and exchanged glances before approaching. The taller one inquired, "Comrade, you mentioned you have more than just these two radios. How many do you possess?" Zhou Liwei held up two fingers in a cross gesture. 10. The two men expressed their surprise. Zhou Liwei nodded slightly. "What other goods do you have?" Zhou Liwei remained silent, merely staring at the two men. The shorter one quickly added, "Rest assured, our elder brother is not lacking in funds. Those familiar with this area know he is quite fair in dealings. We just need to ascertain the quantity of your goods to report back to him." Zhou Liwei understood that these men were seasoned in the black market, and their elder brother was likely a significant figure in this realm, akin to Qi Guangrong's status in the Harbin black market. To his astonishment, he had hooked a substantial catch so swiftly. "Let us go," Zhou Liwei said, slightly lifting his chin. "Go? Where to?" The tall and short men looked perplexed. Zhou Liwei replied coolly, "Lead the way. I wish to speak directly with your elder brother." The two individuals were somewhat indecisive. Although Zhou Liwei's face was smeared with a dark hue, his commanding presence deterred them from outright refusal. However, they had yet to consult their elder brother, leaving them uncertain about the appropriateness of directly escorting these men. "Rest assured, I possess a substantial inventory. If you lead us there, your elder brother will surely commend your cleverness." After a brief moment of hesitation, the two acquiesced. If these individuals posed any threat, their brothers were numerous, and they were not afraid of potential deceit. Observing the caution in their demeanor, Zhou Liwei felt a measure of reassurance. Their vigilance suggested they were seasoned players in the black market. Should he propose to lead the way, they would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. Eager to distance themselves from the underworld, indicating a desire for a black market deal rather than an outright robbery. As they journeyed, each party sought to glean insights into the other's background. Through this exchange, both sides felt satisfied with the information gathered. Zhou Liwei's intuition proved correct. The elder brother they referred to was indeed the kingpin of this black market, reportedly backed by the county authorities. The taller and shorter individuals learned that Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang were not locals, but merely scouting the market, their origins still unclear. Yet, it seemed they were well acquainted with the county and even the province, possessing a considerable stock of goods on hand, with the ability to procure more if desired. This hinted at an extensive network of connections behind them, suggesting a significant background. Before they reached their leader's residence, the demeanor of the two men toward Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang became notably more courteous and respectful. Zhang Liang, listening to Zhou Liwei's conversation with the two, cast occasional puzzled glances. Was his brother planning to engage in black market dealings long-term? How could he assure them that future supplies would not pose a problem? However, considering Brother Qi's connections, conducting business in this black market certainly seemed feasible. Noticing the inquiring look in Zhang Liang's eyes, Zhou Liwei understood that his companion was overthinking. Yet it was not the right moment to clarify anything. After approximately 10 minutes of traversing a narrow path, they arrived at their destination. The black market leader resided not within the commune, but in a nearby village, in an unremarkable house inhabited by 5 or 6 men, all seemingly youthful, with the eldest barely in his 30s. The so-called leader appeared nothing like a black market figure. He resembled an earnest farmer, exuding a naive charm. Yet, upon speaking, Zhou Liwei discerned that the humble facade was merely a guise. "I won't inquire about your origins or the source of your goods. I merely wish to know if there will be complications after I take over this merchandise." Zhou Liwei assured him, "You need not worry. These are all procured through legitimate channels. Once they are in our possession, they belong to us without any issues." "Very well, state your price. If it is reasonable, I will purchase all the goods you possess. I won't ask for much. A price 40% above that of the supply and marketing cooperative will suffice, without requiring a receipt." This price was quite fair. On the black market, prices typically exceeded those of the cooperative by 60% or more. with many items even doubling or tripling in cost. Zhou Liwei left ample profit for these individuals. He initially had no intention of making a significant profit from this batch of goods. Rather, he merely sought to exchange those nearing expiration for something of value, hoping to make a modest gain in the process. Well, my brother appeared to be a straightforward individual. In the future, should there be goods available, you can directly reach out to the brother who brought you here today, as they are primarily situated in that desolate area. This person was indeed quite forthright, refraining from introducing himself or inquiring further about Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang. Very well. Half an hour later, I will bring the goods to the underpass of the bridge, and you shall meet me there to facilitate the exchange, money in one hand, goods in the other. Although this individual seemed amiable, it is important to remember that we are on his territory, and thus I did not dare to bring the goods directly to this location. After agreeing on the time and place, Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang departed ahead of me. Chapter 093, a stack upon returning to the small warehouse. The two individuals proceeded to load the goods they intended to sell onto their vehicle, carefully concealing the license plate before slowly making their way to the edge of the bridge, where they came to a halt at a considerable distance. Zhou Liwei exited the vehicle, retrieving a bicycle from the back, and rode it around the bridge and its surroundings twice. He observed a tricycle and a cart parked beneath the bridge, where several individuals were gathered, aside from a tall and a short one. For others were those he had previously encountered in the residential building. Reassured, he returned to the vehicle. After securing the bicycle, he drove to the opposite end of the bridge. The individuals in the black market were taken aback by Zhou Liwei's choice of a large truck. They had anticipated a significant cargo. Seeing their own tricycle and cart, a look of concern crossed their faces. Zhou Liwei and Zhang Liang opened the truck's rear compartment, and upon seeing the contents, the group breathed a sigh of relief, their surprise evident. Although the truck was not filled with a large cargo, the bicycle, sewing machine, and radio were quite conspicuous. Without needing any prompting, they eagerly jumped onto the truck to begin unloading. Soon, all the goods were removed from the vehicle. The short man took on the responsibility of recording the inventory, and by the time everything was unloaded, he had already documented the items and calculated the total price. It amounted to 126.80 yuan. The two men double-checked the calculations, and he handed the notebook to Zhou Liwei. Zhou Liwei glanced over it with a flashlight, returning it without hesitation, confident that his own tally was quite similar. All is well, he affirmed. The short man then began extracting bundles of money from a cloth bag, revealing stack upon stack. Clearly, these had been pre-counted, with each bundle containing 100 yuan. Zhou Liwei casually selected a few stacks and counted them alongside Zhang Liang. Finding no discrepancies, the rest were quickly assessed to ensure no fakes were mixed in. The short man handed over 32 bundles in total. Our big brother said to leave a little extra for you two to enjoy some tea or buy cigarettes. Next time, if there are good goods, do consider us as well. That sounds fair, Zhou Liwei replied without hesitation, feeling entirely justified in accepting the extra money. He understood that such significant items not only had monetary value but were also excellent for nurturing relationships and extending favors. If the black market leader could consistently meet others' needs and procure items that are otherwise unattainable, many would regard him with greater esteem. Upon returning to the small warehouse, the first light of dawn began to break on the horizon. They split the earnings, with Zhang Liang taking 1,000 yuan instead of half. Lizi, I'll drive the truck back to the village first. Please inform Uncle Zhang that I'll return in a couple of days to exchange for the tractor. The farming season is likely about to commence. Zhang Liang, already weary, struggled to keep his eyes open as his eyelids drooped heavily. All right, I understand. But would you like to come home with me for a quick nap before heading back to the village? No, I'll return home first. It's not ideal to leave all this fabric and equipment here. Zhou Liwei drove Zhang Liang to his doorstep before heading back to the Qingshan Brigade. As he drove into the village, the first rays of sunlight kissed the windshield, seemingly welcoming his return. The car halted outside the gate of the Yun family courtyard, and upon hearing the commotion, the occupants quickly rushed out to open the gate. When the young girl eagerly peeked through the gate to confirm her inner suspicions, a radiant smile adorned her face, and at that moment, Zhou Liwei felt all his fatigue dissipate completely. "Brother Zhou, you're back," she exclaimed, her pearly white teeth gleaming as Zhou Liwei jumped out of the car. "Yes, my dear Xiu'er, please call your elder brother and second brother for me. I have something in the car." Xiu'er obliged and dashed back into the courtyard to summon the family. Soon, the entire Yun family emerged, even the youngest, Yin Chaowang, who came running out barefoot, the first to reach Zhou Liwei, chattering excitedly. "Brother Zhou, you're finally back. I missed you so much these past few days. I even went up the mountain to collect bird eggs for you. I saved them this time." A warm wave coursed through Zhou Liwei as he affectionately ruffled his future brother-in-law's hair, greeting each family member in turn. Suddenly, he paused, his earlier warmth evaporating as he noticed the grease in Chao Guang's hair. "How long has it been since you washed your hair? I brought shampoo from Harbin. You need to clean up." Chao Guang chuckled sheepishly. "Not long, maybe just about 10 days. Zhou Liwei wiped his hands on his clothes, teasing him lightly, before glancing around and noticing curious faces peeking from various corners. With a resigned smile, he addressed, "Uncle Yun, Aunt Yun, let us move the things later." Understanding his concern, everyone nodded and retreated into the house. "Showa mentioned you must have driven through the night. Let me prepare something for you to eat and rest. What would you like?" "Xiao Zhou," asked Gao Guixiang. Zhou Liwei retrieved his personal luggage from the car, grinning as he entered the house. "Aunt Yun, anything you make is delightful." Gao Guixiang beamed with joy. "Then I'll cook you a bowl of noodles with 2 poached eggs." Zhou Liwei knew this was a special treat, likely something the Yun family rarely indulged in throughout the year. However, he did not refuse, as he had brought back several packets of noodles to share with them. He understood that by graciously accepting the meal, he would have the opportunity to present the grains and other provisions he had brought, ensuring the Yun family would accept them. "Thank you, Aunt Yun," he replied. Chao Guang, listening intently, swallowed hard, opening his mouth to speak but ultimately remaining silent. Such a precious dish as egg noodles was likely scarce in their household, and he felt unworthy of such indulgence. Gao Guixiang led Shower into the kitchen, while Zhou Liwei and the Yun men entered the main room. "Uncle Yun, when will the brigade harvest the wheat? I've applied for a tractor from the agricultural machinery station. I can use it to haul the wheat when the time comes." Yun Songshan's face lit up with joy as he took a couple of puffs from his dry tobacco pipe before responding, "I thank you on behalf of the brigade. Uncle Yun, although I work at the commune's agricultural machinery station, I am also a sent-down youth in our brigade. Grain is our foundation, and during the harvest, I am determined to contribute my efforts." Indeed, Xiao Zhou truly embodies the high ideological awareness of a young intellectual from the capital. Yun Songshan, filled with excitement, rapped his smoking pipe several times. Soon, Gao Guixiang emerged with a steaming bowl of noodles, topped with 2 poached eggs. The others instinctively turned their heads away from the bowl, fearing it would evoke their cravings. Surrounded by so many people, Zhou Liwei began to feel a twinge of embarrassment for indulging alone. However, a single bowl of noodles was insufficient to share among everyone, so he asked Chao Guang to fetch another bowl for a portion. Yet, despite his longing, the lad stubbornly refused to retrieve a bowl, feeling unworthy of such a precious delicacy. "Brother Zhou, you go ahead and eat. Just save me a little broth after you've had your fill of the eggs and noodles."